presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
And we're giving you some vitamin metal here on the show today, Jeff. Your metal deficiency, no more. No, just let ruin from Lamb of God wash over you right here. You are cured. I proclaim you cured right here, Jeff.
Wow. Okay. This is what it is. Yeah. I think I got my medal. I just checked. I checked my app. My medals are all good. I just checked.
They're spiking right now.
Yeah, they're exactly I'm all ready to go. I'm healthy. The doctor gave me all clear.
Oh man,
it's just not my thing.
Yeah, it's
so angry, man. You know? It's angry.
You need some anger every
It's a little too much, Brian. Even for me.
It's a little much, right, Rob? Thank you, Roberto. Roberto's on it. Thank you.
Can't even hear what the hell they're saying, Brian.
You got to give it a chance, Roberto. You guys are so close-minded. Would you like it if I was close-minded with food, the way you guys are close-minded with metal? Huh? If you're making a big feast and I'm like, I don't really care for that. You'd be like, get out of here.
You'd be like my son who doesn't eat anything. I understand the frustration. I get that. I get the frustration of that. Of just anger that he won't eat anything.
What did your kid eat, Jeff? Just like French fries and chicken fingers?
Who knows? Whatever he feels like. I mean, like, if it's sugar, he's all in. But like getting him to eat one chicken nugget, it depends what mood he's in. It's a very frustrating. It's frustrating at times. I love my son, but like it's just like I'm like, dude, you can't live off sugar, buddy. You can't do it.
You gotta mix in some vegetables. He
likes fruit, so I'll give him that. But I'm like, buddy, can we eat some real food today, please? So I sort of get that, but yeah, that's just not for me. It's okay. I guess if you grew up in Indiana, it's always dark and cold and dreary. That's the music you're listening to, right? Like grunge came out of Seattle, right? Like this dark and dreary and drizzly every day. I mean, I lived in Oregon for 4 years. I get that. Yeah. We're just,
Yeah, you were in Oregon for that long. How do you not love metal? Good Lord. It's just sullen and dark a lot of the time. Come on.
I just blasted my West Coast hip hop on my Toyota Avalon.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Hey, we're coming to you live from the TireRack.com studios. By the way, I'm offended by you, Jeff.
Why?
Freaking offended over it. Yeah. So we do this show on Sundays, countdown to kickoff. Now, we didn't do the show yesterday. It was Christmas Day. Some of it was taped. It was the best of. And so we have this group chat. Now, Bill Krakenberger, he's a sharp Vegas guy, right? He's been betting for a long, long time. And Jeff hits up the group chat. Hey, Crack, we're not doing a show, but what are you thinking betting-wise this weekend? And so Crack unveils some of his picks, and Jeff's like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. And they're having this whole conversation. I'm like, Jeff, you don't know what I think about this weekend's game? No, I'm all set on that. No, I really don't need to know what you're thinking here.
That's what I said to him. Like, no, I'm good. The thing I love about Crack is I was looking for, like, 2, 3 simple plays. Just take this. Instead, he sends back the most like Bill Krakenberger text ever. It just was like a bunch of stuff that I can't even find on my offshores. I mean, just like it was one game, just ripped through like these props. I mean, I got to see if he ended up hitting all these ones, but he just he just sent. Oh, look at this. He sent back 17 props over 2 games. I can't even get this stuff.
It's seriously, it's like the, what is it? Cheesecake Factory. Like their menus. That was Crack's betting slips this weekend. It's just like.
He took Saints Browns largest lead under 13.5. I would have taken that one too if I could find that.
Yeah.
That hit.
That hit. Yeah.
It's just like Saints Browns, 2-point conversion. That's a smart wager because of the snow, right? You think they're going to be able to kick the ball.
Happened in the Bills game against the Bears. Man, that was great. You see the Bills kicker, Tyler Bass? His first extra point, it started straight and went hard right. And he's just standing. He missed another kick. He's looking at it like, what's going on out here with this crazy win?
I know. What was your favorite play this week?
Let me pick out a team that won. It was Steelers. Steelers, definitely Saturday night. My favorite pick.
I went 3-2. I need a winning week in the worst way. My favorite was the Niners to cover, which is a very, very square play. But Because my other sharp plays, I took the Seahawks to cover. They didn't do that. They weren't even close.
Oh, man.
But I took who else to cover that was covering the whole game and didn't do it. The Giants ended up covering, which was nice because they were covering all game. The Bears were like in the fourth quarter covering, and all of a sudden the Bills win by 22.
Yeah, that was insane, man. That was crazy. By the way, how about this team, the Green Bay Packers? Everything broke their way, and they still have a pulse in terms of getting to the playoffs. It's going to be hard, man. They host the Vikings this weekend. If they lose that, it's pretty much a wrap. But like the Lions lost, the Seahawks lost, the Commanders lost. Everybody in front of them that
Giants
they needed to lose lost. Yeah, Giants lost.
No, they can't catch the Giants because the Giants have that tie. But everyone lost in front of them. And I think the big loser of the weekend from the NFC perspective is the Lions, right? The Lions were playing very well. They won 6-7, and with everyone else losing in front of them, right? Seattle lost on the road to the Chiefs, right? That happens. The Giants lost to the Vikings. Okay, that happens. And you had a chance to then, and Commanders lost to the Niners. So all those things make sense. The Lions were short road dogs by the time it kicked off, but the opportunity to win that game against the Panthers and kind of jump everyone in the NFC wild card, they didn't do that.
Yeah. That was a huge loss from Detroit. That was a franchise record for rushing yardage from the Carolina Panthers. Like, you just got physically dominated. You see Dan Campbell at midfield when he's shaking hands with Steve Wilkes is like, great job. Like, you kicked our ass. Like,
yeah, it's true, right?
Yeah, it was. And the other part is when you look at the NFC standings and you see the Giants and the Commanders 6-7 with that tie, they tied each other. Yeah. Like, those ties feel awful in the moment. It might be the reason you sneak into the playoffs, though, when it's all said and done.
Correct, because it's not a loss, so it counts. It's a positive for your record. Yes.
Yeah, it's half a win, half a loss right there.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you like tonight, Jeff, before we get out of here? Chargers, Colts? What are we doing here?
Jeez. I mean, just the under.
Hey. You don't want my advice on the text. Take Zach Moss to rush for at least 60 yards. Boom, you're a millionaire.
We are Fox Sports.
Did you know that driving under the influence of marijuana is illegal? That's right. That means driving high could get you a DUI. And if you're wondering if law enforcement can tell when you're driving high, well, everyone else in your life can. Your friends can tell. Your coworkers can tell. Even your parents can tell. Everyone can tell. So what makes you think law enforcement can't tell? Well, they can. Because the bottom line is, if you feel different, you drive different. So remember, drive high, get a DUI. Paid for by NHTSA.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. The Capital One Quicksilver card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Everybody needs an edge. The other guy is working on his edge right now, whether you have one or not. Testosterone levels are at an all-time low historically, and individual T levels in men decline 1% every year with age. There's a new champion of natural testosterone boosters, and it's called CHOQ, C-H-O-Q. 100% natural herbal extracts with game-changing effects on your energy, mood, and focus. CHOQ Daily's main ingredient has been clinically studied to boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. Supercharge your masculinity with higher T and a massive boost of energy by taking CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack every day. Take the 90-day CHOQ Challenge and reap the benefits of the reigning champion of natural men's health with CHOQ's Male Vitality Stack. For a very limited time only, CHOQ, C-H-O-Q, is giving our listeners a 30% discount with promo code USA. That's CHOQ.com, code USA, for 30% off while supplies last.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Welcome From all your friends at Dolan's, have a safe and happy holiday season.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Baby, just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco.
Learning the lingo.
An Odyssey station.
GOAT acronym stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
With Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware, you'll earn points on every purchase you make. Club Osh has great member perks like double point days, free delivery, birthday coupons, and special member-only pricing on select items. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps you up to date on points, coupons, and receipts, all from your phone. Outdoor Supply Hardware, with 14 convenient locations throughout the Greater Bay Area and Central Coast. Osh is home improvement improved.
Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC. Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. LEDs last years longer than regular lights, which means less electronic waste over time. Also, LED Christmas lights are far more energy efficient, wasting less energy as heat, which means a smaller electric bill. And be sure to recycle old Christmas lights at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. Christmas Part 2 in for the Roasters today. Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason, and just back from the Big Apple, Dan Devone. Merry Christmas, Dan. How are you?
What time is it? Where am I? What the hell is going on?
Where
how
else
are you?
would you rather be than right here?
Let's do it.
Right now.
I'm excited. How was Christmas?
Christmas is great. I'm one of those people that believes in the 12 days of Christmas, right? And today is technically it's Christmas, a Christmas holiday, even though it's the 26th. It's on the second day of Christmas. The Giants gave to me Michael Conforto whoopee, that whole thing. So we're just, I don't look at it as, hey, Christmas is over now. This is Christmas week, Dan. So I'm celebrating the holiday all week long, and certainly today with you.
Wow, you've just got the spirit. Maybe some of that can just sort of seep into me via osmosis here.
What's up? What's
well, I'm
happened?
just a little tired, but I'm good to go. Yeah, so I was spending some time out in New York, and it's interesting when you talk about Conforto and the San Francisco Giants and Carlos Correa, how that was received in one city as opposed to another, that being the Big Apple, and, of course, what was going on out in San Francisco, where they were absolutely just dancing in the streets, the fact that they fleeced the San Francisco Giants, or so they thought. That's a tease, as we call in the industry. We can get into that a little bit later in the show. But the Carlos Correa drama continues.
Yes. We are brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Obviously, a lot to get to today. We have Craig running the show for us today. So it's Whitey and Dan Devone. Before we get to the Warriors, you mentioned the New York intrigue. The Warriors were just back there, and of course they bounced back last night, but they got thumped in the Big Apple last week. And I don't know, we have the new news on Correa that, and this came out just a couple days ago, as you know, that, okay, the Mets now have some concerns about him, same concerns the Giants had. So does that mean, the Giants are off the hook? To me, it doesn't, because the Mets are still going to get him, and the Giants are not when we thought they had him.
But what if the New York Mets, with the same scenario, because he doesn't pass a physical, decide to go the same way and hey, man, we cannot sign this guy to a long-term deal?
Then maybe.
I think it vindicates the San Francisco Giants. I do think that this creates a different perspective, and it alleviates, or it should at least lessen some of the criticism that's been directed their way. Now, I wasn't on the airways, but I can tell you that and I wasn't taking the temperature of San Francisco because I wasn't here, but rest assured, as often is the case, I probably would have been that one person who went the other way because I zag when everybody's zigging or vice versa, and defending the San Francisco Giants. The idea of calling them cheap, all of a sudden going back to that narrative where they just offered $360 million Aaron Judge and blew the Yankees out of the water. Now they're suddenly a cheap franchise. No, I think this is what it is, or what it is that they stated, and that is that there is a level of concern because of the fact that this guy could not pass the physical. And I don't think it has to do with dollars and cents. I don't think it has to do with getting cold feet. If it was, then why was it $360 million on the table for Aaron Judge?
Well, they didn't get Aaron Judge. I don't know. Here, the bottom line to me is, and we'll talk more about it today, but the bottom line is they still had a terrible offseason. And I still think there are fans that are wondering, all right, are you going to go the extra mile? Somebody could say, Dan, all right, you offered what you offered to Aaron Judge. If you'd offered more, maybe you would have got him. Maybe he'd be on the team. So I understand why some fans are looking at it and going, I wonder, do you really want to win? Here's the thing. Pro sports teams, as you know better than I, they need players who need to win. Everybody would prefer to win. You need, though, if you're a professional sports franchise, you need guys who need to win. And maybe that's not even always healthy, but if I'm going to pay somebody, especially the superstars, they need that to be somebody who needs to win. Okay? Conversely, or on the other side of the same coin, I should say, if I'm a fan, I need a team that I'm rooting for to need to win. If I'm going to invest time and money, I want a team that they need to win. Joe Lacob, we know that he's going to spend the extra amount of money to go the extra mile because he needs to win. 49ers need to win. The Giants, they want to win. I'm not sure whether they need to win right now, and this offseason really hasn't answered that question one way or the other.
Yeah, I know that sort of feeds the beast, but I guess I'd put this back on you. What were they supposed to do? I mean, if you can only offer so much money to a baseball player if he doesn't want to come, and I think that I think it's sort of the consensus now that Aaron Judge played the San Francisco Giants, leveraged the San Francisco Giants, got his money for the New York Yankees. He was the prize fish. They went out and they set the bar. They outspent the New York Yankees as far as the offer is concerned. I just don't know what more they could have done.
That's fair enough, but in the case of Carlos Correa, I don't know where this is going to go, but it's pretty clear they, at the very least, mishandled it badly.
Again, and not that the San Francisco Giants don't come with some warts, because this is a team that has a lot of money and hasn't spent it. They haven't been very judicious over the last couple of, especially last offseason. But again, this offseason, if this guy's got a bad wheel, and if you find out in the 25th hour, I think it speaks more towards their mettle as a team, where they're not influenced by a fan base, not influenced by the fact that the press conference is in 5 minutes and he's standing there in the lobby with his family and his wife and his wife's
in-laws.
Parents,
yeah,
his in-laws.
That's the worst thing, as Craig points out.
And
Can you imagine your father-in-law?
Well, that takes some onions, man.
Yeah,
and I think you need to look at this in a different lens, Giants fans. And I know that's difficult to do, but I'm here for you, as I often am.
Yeah.
But think about it this way: how's this for a scenario, Whitey?
Okay.
So you get Carlos Correa. He has a good season next year, okay? You don't go to the playoffs, but, it wasn't his fault. You need some more pieces. The following year, he's injured because of the leg, and they got to shut him down a little prematurely. The year after that, they got to shut him down 3/4 of the season. The following year, he doesn't play at all, and the team isn't doing well. Now, you know that if the Giants aren't doing well, that you're going to get calls here at 95.7 The Game. What's going on with the San Francisco Giants? There's going to be hate directed their way regardless. Now, if they find out you're only 4 years into a deal and this guy's damaged goods, and it comes out you knew that this guy potentially had a bad wheel and that this could have happened, and you still signed him to a 13-year deal, we're only 4 years into it, Giants, what the hell are you doing? Where is the ire at that juncture?
Well, here's the thing. When you sign someone to a contract of that length, as they thought they were going to, they didn't. It's probably not going to go the length of the deal. You're trying to make sure you get the best of the player up front. Down the road, you got to deal with that when you got to deal with that. My point is, I don't think anybody would be assuming, 13 years from now, he better be good. So there's that. Secondly, there's this. The leg, it hasn't been an issue, has it? I mean, he's been really good. I understand being prudent, but if the Mets do indeed come to terms with him and he goes there and he's productive, then even though the Mets had the same concerns, I don't see how the Giants would be off the hook because, all right, you had concerns, the Mets had concerns. You had him, you still lost him, and now he's on the Mets, and you've still had an offseason that leaves your fans going, that was it? So that's the problem.
I'm with you. Can you imagine if you're the physician with the Giants and you're the guy who's going to have to sort of red flag this thing? And that's the last thing you want to do. I mean, we're sort of in this euphoric state. He's signed. You got the second best free agent. Everybody's going nuts. There's the big press conference. You throw in the x-ray. You're like, wait a minute, I'll be right there with you. And you see this metal plate in his leg.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
He's playing with a metal plate. Now, let me dig a little deeper. And then you find out whatever it is that these coconuts do for a living, however you arrive at this
Dan's
conclusion.
first use of the term coconuts.
Yeah, we're only 5 minutes into the show.
Favorite things of working with him.
What's the over and under on coconuts usage on a December 26th? We're 5 minutes into the show. But
for a 4-hour show, too? Wow.
I like the use of coconuts. Don't misunderstand me.
So I see it a different way. I'm like, you know what, man? As much as we need to sign this guy, I know there's pressure on us. 13 years and 360 million scahoots.
Okay,
that's a lot of coin, man.
Yeah. A, you feel like they dodged a bullet because B, you're clearly a Giants apologist. That's cool. As long as we understand where we are.
And let me just throw this out there.
Yes.
Now, they're void of a star. You look at that team, you're like, that'd be a really good team if you had a centerpiece, right?
Florida was an all-star in 2017. You can't be an all-star without being a star, right? But no, you're right. You're right. Go ahead.
I like Conforto. I like that. I actually think that, and I'm not trying to be good cop, bad cop here. I sort of think this offseason, and Cam, don't we have to sort of wait and see before we say this is a good offseason or a bad offseason? Don't we have to get sort of knee deep into the regular season before we say, wow, Michael Conforto actually fits into what it is that the Giants are trying to do? Mitch Haniger is making them much better defensively. Suddenly you got Taylor Rogers, and I like, you brought up Hendrickson, and suddenly you got some pitching. I like this baseball team. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but don't we have to sort of wait before it is we pass judgment on an offseason?
I understand where you're coming from, but here's why the answer to that is an emphatic no. It's because the Giants implied, I know they could easily say, well, no, we didn't really say this, but it's clear they implied we're going to spend a lot of money. We got a lot of money to spend, and we want to spend a lot of money. All right, that's good because we know the Dodgers, who are kind of quiet this year because they're going to get Ohtani next year, but we know that they spend money. The Padres spend money. The Phillies spent money, another National League team. Mets spent all this money, so good. All right, finally they're going to spend money. They didn't need to create that level of expectation, and maybe they thought we're gonna end up landing a big fish, but they didn't. So that's why you leave your fans with that empty feeling. Okay, I'll give you that if they win a lot of games next year and Conforto wow, he's great, and Haniger's great, maybe then some of that disappointment wanes. But right now in the offseason, it's like, oh my goodness, it's like Santa Farhan didn't deliver. Santa may have come, but Farhan didn't deliver. So that's why it's a bad offseason for him to this point.
I just don't know what more they could have done. I really do. I think when we talk about this, we sort of talk in a general sense, and I get it. I completely do. When you sort of pull back the layers, if Aaron Judge doesn't want $360 million, which is 60 more than that of the New York Yankees, and doesn't want to be in San Francisco because he bought into the New York culture, and if you do in New York and you recognize the histrionics, nothing's pulling you away. Nothing's luring you out of the Big Apple, which I think he knew all along. So you weren't getting Aaron Judge, and that's on Aaron Judge, not the San Francisco Giants in my estimation. And I get it with the Carlos Correa at the last hour, you suddenly make this decision to pull the rug from underneath everybody. But if he's got a bad wheel, and if the New York Mets don't sign off on this guy, then I think the San Francisco Giants are fully vindicated.
But what if they do? Okay, you're right. Maybe they don't. But what if the Mets do sign him? What if they do figure something out? And then they got, all right, here's Carlos Correa. Then I think it'll be fair to wonder, why didn't the Giants do that? They had issues. And according to Scott Boras, this also works against the Giants. The fact that, as I know, in all fairness, they can't say a lot of things about the injury. But Scott Boras got out in front of the story, and he says, yeah, they came to us, and we gave them time to do something. They didn't do anything. So if Correa comes to terms with the Mets despite the injury, then I think it'll be fair to say, why didn't the Giants do that?
The only thing I would say towards that, and again, as being the public defender for that of the San Francisco Giants officially here this morning, this was time sensitive. So if this was inverted or reversed, and it's the New York Mets that were the San Francisco Giants and making the offer first, because what the Giants said is that we're not saying no. Can you give us some more time? In other words, let's rework this deal because we'll show you, we'll give you the x-ray. This is why we got to come down from the 350 in the 13 years, okay? But Scott Boras had the offer in hand by that of the New York Mets, who essentially said, hey, listen, if there's any hiccups with the San Francisco Giants, Steve Cohen's like, I'm right here.
Yeah.
So it was a timing issue.
Maybe.
If it was the New York Mets,
sure.
I think, if it was the San Francisco Giants that were waiting in the wings, they would have had the luxury of negotiating and or renegotiating the deal with Carlos Correa. But because the Giants had absolutely no wiggle room to sort of barter with the New York Mets because they had another team waiting, I think, again, put them in this sort of lose-lose situation.
But if you guys, and I'll say you because clearly you're on the payroll, if you Giants, if you guys really wanted him, then it would have been easy to at least say, look, Scott, we got this. How about this? Can we do that? And negotiate with him and try to figure something out. The fact that they didn't, you're right. Maybe they're just being prudent and they're trying to figure out what to do. But the fact that they pulled out at that point, Scott Boras says, I didn't hear from them. That implies that they got cold feet. And that's a perception that they can't afford their fans to have of them right now.
Well, I don't know.
They need to do something about that as soon as possible. And so far, they haven't done anything about that other than, hey, look, we got twins on our team. Yeah. Isn't that the feel-good story of the holiday season?
I love it, man. I grew up with twins, man. And I grew up with bad twins. There are good twins and there are bad twins. The sort of twins where, like, one guy didn't do his homework, so the other one would show up in class, and he would just, they could play games on.
My
teachers.
cousins are twins, and they would do that.
Yeah. So anyway, shout out to the Morgans. This beautiful December 26th. I don't come down as hard on the San Francisco Giants because I think if you really closely look at this, I think they were screwed, and they were screwed circumstantially, not necessarily I don't think they had any ill will intent in terms of not spending money and or let's just screw over our fan base. This is just circumstantial. Carlos Correa's got a metal plate in his leg. Can we talk about this deal? And the Mets are like, no. We don't.
Craig and I heard it was actually a paper cut in the 6th grade. That's what it was. A bad one. It was a bad paper cut. No stitches, but they had to use
three sets of gauze. Was it the little wrap there?
Big bandage and all that. So it's just a bad look, and they have time to correct it. But that's the thing.
Well, they don't have time. There's nobody left unless you want to, come out of retirement.
I'm not supposed to say, but we've been talking about it. Yeah. So anyway, we'll see where that ends up, and between now and the resolution of the Correa thing. It's just rough for the Giants because you got all the teams in the division like the Dodgers and the Padres, and they're spending a ton of money. Then you got a team like Arizona, and they're going the other way, developing their own players, which is what the Giants have been trying to do. And I think Arizona's way ahead of the Giants on that front. So we'll see. Meanwhile, football season and basketball last night. The Warriors in this season of hope, did they not, Dan Devone, give fans another glimmer of hope that, even without Steph, they might figure this thing out. Thumping the Grizzlies, humiliating the hated Grizzlies, 123-109. Boom!
I don't know what the hell to think of this team. I mean, who are they? Who are they?
Yeah.
I mean, are they that disgusting thing we saw in New York and Brooklyn for 2 nights? Or are they a team that can play with the Memphis Grizzlies, not only play with them, but spank them pretty good and shut down that team that was chirping a lot? Listen, hey, Memphis, if you want to talk the talk, you know the phrase, my man, you got to knock off the Warriors. Otherwise, shh.
Right.
Shh. But the Warriors look this heckle and jive is really sort of inexplicable at times. So good at home. And I always thought, Whitey, that defense traveled, right? They're good defensively at home.
That's what Van Gundy said last night.
Defense is the one thing that you would think on the road, but I think they're like 27th overall defensively on the road and like in the top 5 at home, which is really, really weird. I think that's sort of where it begins and ends with this team.
I think it supports the narrative that a lot of the Warrior problems so far this year have been caused by whatever you want to call it, a championship hangover. And that's not an excuse, but it happens to veterans, especially guys that have been around a long time. I was in with JD on Warriors This Week a couple weeks ago, and we had the great Nick Friedel on. And Nick Friedel, of course, is covering the Nets now. but he thinks a lot of the main issue the Warriors have had so far this year is the fact that they won last year and then they got to go to Japan. And it's hard to get up for, get yourself motivated for some of these games against Orlando and Charlotte. Now, there's no excuse for it, and they got pummeled, and there's more to it than that. But last night, the fact that they get up for that game on Christmas against the Grizzlies, I think supports that narrative that part of the Warrior issue this year has just been finding the motivation.
How's this as an analogy? Just stay with me here.
I will.
Do you think the 49ers are sort of like that of the Golden State Warriors or vice versa? Because the 49ers had all these pieces, and we knew how good that defense was. But early on in the season, because of injuries to Drake Greenlaw, Emmanuel Mosley goes down. You're losing Kittle for games. You lost, players were Elijah Mitchell goes out with an injury. I mean, player after player. Eric Armstead's out. Javon Kinlaw goes down. So you knew it was there, but you lose to Atlanta. Here's this team with all these stars, yet you get beaten, humiliated, what's turning out to be one of the worst teams in the NFL. You lose to Denver at Denver. Ooh. And so while you knew all these pieces and the talent was there, yet, again, these head-scratching losses, but then as the season went along, that talent began to surface. Everything sort of came together. All that chemistry that we knew, all that potential that we talked about really began to surface later into the season. Could that be a scenario applicable to that of the Golden State Warriors this year?
I think the difference is, it could be, but I think the difference is you look at when things really took off for the 49ers, and it was when they added a superstar.
Yeah.
So I understand your point, and there's a lot of truth to that. Also, the Warriors came into this year with some significant losses. Peyton, I don't even think he's played yet. So you could have kept Peyton. Doesn't mean you would have got what you got from him last year, but he was great last year. So they missed that. And Otto Porter, they missed that. Even Bielitsa had his moments. So they missed that. And the guys that they've plugged in, Green have been very good. DiVincenzo is playing well now. So there's that. And then also, as far as your comparison, 49ers adding Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. So maybe that's what, I think it is. I think the Warriors are going to have to add somebody. Last night, you'd look at that game and go, no, they don't need to add anybody. But I think if they're going to be serious about actually competing for another championship, I think they do need to add somebody.
How do we explain the difference, or the splits, as they like to say, with the way they play at home, which is clearly a different energy and a buy-in defensively? You can see it. You can see it's visible when this team is so energized, and they're all on the same string defensively, and they're moving and taking charges, and everybody's energized. Yet on the road, it's a completely different attitude. And I don't know how to fix that, but that's clearly wherein lies this season.
They broke it down last night on the telecast and showed that Steph Curry, the majority of the games that he's missed have been on the road, so that's part of it. And I just think they've been trying to figure some things out this year. They've been so inconsistent. Even Jordan Poole, who was great last night, right? Jordan Poole was magnificent last night. He's still kind of up and down. And so I think when you're piecing things together and trying to find the rotation as they've been, you're more prone to those. We're going to have good nights, going to have bad nights. Maybe now, last night's a sign that things are starting to stabilize. But I think the fact that, all right, remember Wiseman played a lot in those early season games on the road, and his offensive numbers were good defensively. He wasn't very good. So that'd be my explanation. I don't know, Dan, is that they've been inconsistent on the road because for much of the year on the road, they were trying to figure some of this stuff out.
I want to talk about Jordan Poole. I know we're at the break again.
Yeah.
That's what we call in the industry a tease there, Whitey. So, just throwing out a little carrot.
You got to give me something like, I want to talk about Jordan Poole. It's like, okay, but you got to give me something like, Jordan Poole, I'll tell you why he's the best, or give me something.
I'll tell you why Jordan Poole has no poise and needs to grow up.
There you go. That's a tease from Dan DeVoe. Dan DeVoe and Whitey Gleason in for the Roasters today. That's coming up next on the game, and it's sponsored by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for more than 40 years.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe. The daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
This is Staples. So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Are you kidding me? Bonte and Shasky enjoying some holiday time off. So in for them today, Kevin, Michael, Whitey Gleason, and Dan Devone. Dan
Hello.
Devone, hope you had a great Christmas.
Good morning.
Or having a great Christmas, because Christmas continues. It's only the second day of Christmas. But
So, I saw Craig Valentino for the first time in weeks. By the way, Craig, let's never do that again. Let's never go that long without at least exchanging some sort of pleasantry.
Exactly, bro.
Life is just not the same without that, my man. But the first thing I said to him was like, man, I had a drink in my hand like 4 hours ago, and here I am. So this is dedication. The fact that there are a lot of things I could have done this morning, but first and foremost was to get up and be here with you. You're not believing that, are you?
no, I wasn't really listening.
I was. He still has the same drink in his hand. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Nothing wrong
I
with
should have
that.
rolled in with the robe like Hawkeye from MASH with the robe. A cocktail like Dean Martin martini with
There
an
you
olive.
go. Yeah,
What's
cigarette.
up, fellas? What
Yeah.
are we talking about
There
today?
you go. Yeah. We're talking about the Warriors with that big win. Hey, is it a rivalry, Dan? Of course it's a rivalry because I know that, Memphis hasn't beaten them in a playoff series, but given the level of animosity that was clearly evident last night, it's a rivalry, whether it should be or not, whether the Warriors want to say we're above the rivalry, it's on between those two teams, and it's juicy, and I hope they meet again in the postseason.
I need a little bit more for it to be a quote-unquote rivalry, and I guess it's a personal thing, and it's sort of arbitrary and depends on your personal interpretation of what a rivalry is. I think you need to meet a few more times in the postseason. You need to do what you did last year, do that a couple of more times, and like, all right, man, this is rivalry. This is Lakers, Celtics. This is what I consider a rivalry. It's a heated game. I love it. I love the fact that anytime you see players that are demonstrating that they're doing it for more than just money, that they want to kick the crap and the ass out of the other team and or the other player, whether that's Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green, who I'm sure pisses off the Memphis Grizzlies and their fans. And, the mild-mannered Klay Thompson getting after it and, had some harsh, pointed words at the Memphis Grizzlies following the win last night. I like it, man. I love games like this. And, again, listen, Memphis, if you want to pop off, you're the new kids on the block, you want to talk, that's fine. That's fine. But you got to win one of these.
Yes, there's two main ingredients to this, whatever you want to call it. To me, it's a rivalry because the Warriors care. Like you said, it's great when the players clearly care as much as we do watching at home. It's not always the case in pro sports anymore, but yeah, they want to win. There's everything that Memphis has said and the trash talk, but let's not forget, and I think they glossed over this a little bit last night on the telecast, you got what Dylan Brooks did to GP2 last year. That was nasty. And the Warriors haven't forgotten that. And that's why when Klay's dancing over Dylan Brooks, some of that is what he said, but some of that is what he did last year to one of their teammates. I know he's not their teammate anymore, but you don't forget something like that.
Yeah, I think it was the Dylan Brooks which sort of punctuated a lot of things. But there was this level of, and it's good for the NBA because they're, quote unquote, the young up and coming team. They are the Warriors of yesteryear, right? And they're trying to knock off the current champions who are getting longer in the tooth, that being Golden State. So it's a Hollywood script, and they're playing it to a T because not only are they young, but they're brash and they've got something to say. And it makes for a lot of good storylines, and I like it. I really enjoy when the game within the game. And it's not only that you don't want to beat a team that you like, you want to beat a team that you hate. And I think that hate within the sports terminology here, within the sports context, rather. And
pardon me, but I think you could argue after some of the things we saw last night, it's not just sports hate. I mean, it's threatening to seep into the realm of real hate.
When you're talking about between, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green, I was keeping an eye on that. Those are the games within the game where you really, really, really sort of you're on the edge of your seat. It's a significant win for the Warriors. But getting back to the Warriors and this team going forward, they're still sub 500 and they're still terrible on the road. But they give you snapshots of last night. And it's just enough for you to say to yourself, before I was about to just throw water on this team after what I witnessed out in New York, and then they do this. You pull me back in. It's like, wow, you guys are, there's that champion DNA. And I'd also add this, Whitey, is that there have been 2 statement games this year. Before we want to say it's a sub-500 team and they ain't winning a championship, there have been 2 games that in the beginning of the year you said, okay, those are barometer games. Those are measuring sticks. Boston, in the rematch of the NBA Finals, and they spanked the Celtics and the Memphis Grizzlies, and there was a reason why it was on Christmas Day in front of the country. And again, you came out on top, not only in a close game, but you spanked them as well. So before we're about to say this is a Warrior team that maybe can try again next year or it's all over with, those 2 significant wins, despite the fact that they're sub 500, I think are something to hang on to and gives promise for the remainder of this year.
Got to get to your thoughts on Jordan Poole and why he needs to rein it in. But first, to the point about a rivalry. First, here's Steve Kerr. He was asked post-game about the nature of this quote-unquote rivalry.
I think it's good for our guys to feel that threat and feel that confidence from the other side. We enjoy the challenge. Our guys love the challenge, and they generally step up to it when they feel that. They've been great going back to my first couple of years, when they had Marc Gasol and Mike Conley and Zach, the grit and grind teams. And what they've done over the last 3-4 years rebuilding the team is brilliant. The way they've drafted and coached and the way Ja has played and led, they've got something special. And our guys feel that. Both sides chirp back and forth, and this is what competition's all about.
Steve Kerr played for the Bulls, and the Bulls, as I'm sure you remember, had a pretty pointed rivalry with the Detroit Pistons.
Yep.
So Coach Kerr was asked last night, is this anything like that old Bulls-Pistons thing?
It's definitely picking up steam, but I think I said yesterday, you need to really develop a rivalry. There's got to be, I think, multiple playoff series. So last year's series was really contested and heated. We know how good they are, and we're trying to keep it rolling, and they're trying to knock us off the mountain. So it sets up a really good matchup.
And one more here, Klay Thompson, who got a technical, one of 6 technicals for the Warriors last night. The Warriors had 5 block shots, they had 6 steals, and they had 6 technical fouls. Klay picked one up, made a shot, and was, I don't know, what's the word, taunting Dylan Brooks, who was prone, and Klay was asked about that tee that he picked up last night.
Just some good old-fashioned trash talk. I didn't think it warranted a technical, but I forgot about the taunting rule. It's always fun to talk trash. We've been doing that since we were in middle school, so that's when you either play at your best or you get frazzled. For me, it's usually the former.
A little more than just good old-fashioned trash talk when the guy's on the ground and you're dancing over him, but I understand it.
It seems as though it's a way of life for the Warriors. And this remarkable team, this remarkable run, one of the things that, and sort of the warts on this team, that it's almost like you have to buy into the culture. And I look at Jordan Poole, and he comes onto this team, and he's a star in the making, and he is a young player that is just only going to get better, and he's worth, in my estimation, every penny they gave him. But my man, and again, I don't blame him because I think he looks at Draymond Green, and I think he looks at the way the Warriors do things, which they're always amongst the league leaders as far as technicals, that this is sort of accepted. And I put a little of this on Steve Kerr. Now, I get it. In today's climate, the days of, going back to Chuck Daly or, even Popovich in his heyday, you can't necessarily crack today's players. You can't be Jerry Sloan, and you can't go after them. And you can't say, hey, idiot, sit on the bench, earn your minutes. Like, those days are done. Today's player doesn't respond to that sort of schooling and or teaching or coaching. So I get it. Steve Kerr, it does it a different way. And he has to recognize and give the players the latitude to be themselves and do what it is that they do. But don't you just a little bit have to say, hey, guys, knock this crap off?
Yeah, there's something really wrong there. And I'm not sure if it's an issue with just the players, that the players need to rein it in. because I understand the frustration, but, there was a time, Dan, when we would watch basketball, guys that complained would really stand out. Like, oh, man, Danny Ainge complains about every call. Now the guys that don't complain about every call stand out. So it's a bad look. Again, I understand it, and I know that the officials are trying to work with the players, like discuss things with them. But when everybody complains about every call, as a fan, it's hard not to sit there and wonder whether the officials know what they're doing. And if they don't know what they're doing, that speaks to the credibility of the officials, and that's always been a big issue for the NBA. So that's a problem. The other side of it, though, is like last night, Jeff Van Gundy says, man, there have been some horrible calls in this game. So maybe the officiating has gotten worse. You saw the play last night. Jaren Jackson Jr. grabs Wiseman's jersey, and Clay shoots free throws.
You missed calls, yeah.
And Taylor Jenkins, the Grizzlies coach, like, hey, why is he shooting a free throw? So the officials get together and go, yeah. And then they go, yep. And then they let him shoot another free throw. So something, maybe a number of things, is terribly wrong. The players complain way too much about the officiating, which causes us to question the officiating, or the officiating is really as bad as we've ever seen it.
It's not good, but I'm not one of those to point at officials. I'm not one of those that buys into that, because I think the Warriors, this predates this year. Again, I think this is a cultural thing. Maybe it started with Draymond Green since he came into the league, but this is sort of what the Warriors do. And the Warriors always get a lot more texts than everybody else in the NBA. And again, if I'm a young player like that at Jordan Poole, I come into an environment where, I mean, you have kids, you have to set guidelines, and you push as a kid the edge of that envelope. And once you realize, you know what, this is what we do. And Steve Kerr's not going to get mad at me. Draymond's certainly not going to get mad at me. In fact, I'm following the leader here. And I think culturally, it's something that the Warriors do, and they need to eradicate to a certain degree. Just staying with Jordan Poole, remarkable talent. Let's just get that out of the way. Not hating on the kid. But I've said this, and I've been beating this drum all year long. He's played one, what I consider complete game, and that was the 43 points he had against Toronto in this most recent road trip. Every game, even those where he's erupting for more than 30 points, are littered with just disgusting turnovers or stupid technicals, including last night. Yeah, 32 points.
5 turnovers and 2 techs, and he's ejected.
Everything, Jordan Poole giveth and Jordan Poole also taketh away. And I think it's part of the growth that, at some point he can eradicate the stupidity and just be that good basketball player. And the defense is the defense. It needs to get better. But the other stupidity, the gross turnovers, and the technicals, that's something that's within his control.
I think that he's very young, so he's still developing. So some of this is premature. But as fans, we look at players and you try to project, okay, who is this guy? What is he going to be? To me, Jordan Poole there's a good chance he's always going to be inconsistent. I think that's kind of his nature. Maybe he's gotten more consistent. Maybe he figures that out. But I just think he's always going to be kind of mercurial that way. I think he's going to have great games where he's like, oh my goodness, 32 points. And I think he's going to have those games like, man, he's just shot 3 air balls in a row. I think that that's the nature of his play. That's why I don't know that he's ever going to be able to be like a Clay, Steph foundational piece, and obviously that's a high bar and not a fair comparison. But I just think that's always going to be, my guess is that's always going to be part of the Jordan Poole experience. Overall, he's definitely going to help you, but we know he's not a good defender, and I think there's going to be times when he's like, what is he doing out there?
It seems as though you just described, and players I think don't like this label, is he a streaky player?
Yeah, I think he is. I think he has been, and I think there's every reason to believe there's a chance he's always going to be that way.
And if that's the case, then it seems as though he's more suited, because streaky players like that of a Jamal Crawford going back in the day to the microwave and Vinnie Johnson usually are those guys coming off the bench.
Yeah.
And usually they're that sixth man that give you the shot in the arm, or it's not falling today.
Yeah.
Let's sit you back down. So it seems as though that might be his destiny if he's to carve out whatever it is his career might be going forward.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's terrible. You got to get rid of him. But to me, it's just like, yeah, that's part of the Jordan Poole experience. I don't know.
Yeah. And Jordan Poole, just part of that is just the technicals, especially when you get teed up. And it's not that he was going after Memphis. And if that was, it'd be a little bit more plausible. It's like, okay, you're trading verbal darts with Dylan Brooks. We get it. Everybody hates Dylan Brooks or whatever it is. But he was whining, and he complains way too much at this juncture of his career. All right?
He gets indignant. You call something on him, and he overreacts.
And you know what's interesting, Whitey, is that we didn't see that early on in the season from the young man. And I think a lot of that is a direct result of the punch. Like, he was not as demonstrative. In fact, he was sort of this almost a shell of himself as far as the personality. Now, as Draymond as well. Draymond's back to being moaning after every single call. Draymond's Draymond again. Draymond was way too polite in the beginning of the season, not even recognize him. And Jordan Poole, while he was being Jordan Poole, the basketball player, his personality was very muted because I think the remnants or the hangover after what had just happened, him getting throttled and punched in the dome by that of Draymond Green, was still very fresh. And now I think as that dissipates and is smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror, we're beginning to see Draymond be Draymond and Jordan Poole be Jordan Poole.
Interesting point. I'll say this about Draymond. In addition to that, there was some question as to whether he would play last night. So he played hurt last night because, we still have a lot of people like, Draymond, why do they ever put up with him? Why is he around? Draymond last night, some question as to whether he would play. And he was not a go plus minus. I'm not even going there. But he had 13 assists and 13 rebounds. From a guy that you didn't know if he was going to play, I'll take that.
That is quintessential. That line, that is Draymond Green, is it not? 13, 13, and the 3 points.
Yeah.
That's Draymond Green and why he is so vital to this team, man. He is it's weird. Suddenly, Draymond Green does not annoy me this year. I think, a representative of a lot of people out there in Dub Nation. Maybe I'm not. That there was this love-hate. Like, you recognize how important he is to the success of that team, to the dynasty, as it were. And the fact that you need Draymond, he's as important, if not more so than that of Steph and Clay and everybody else. But then the tease and all the stupidity and the love affair with LeBron James, you're like, oh, God, enough. Get the hell get out of town. And then the next game he erupts and you're like, God, he's so valuable. This year, for whatever reason, he doesn't bother. I don't know why. I suddenly have reached a point in my life where I'm like, I dig Draymond.
Yeah, we've been on a roller coaster, haven't we? Because you go back to late summer and it looked like, all right, this is probably Draymond's last year. And we've seen the last of Garoppolo. He's not coming back. And then Jimmy comes back, plays. Now he's out again. And Draymond, now you have to wonder where the Warriors would be without him next year. I don't know about you, Dan. I was among those just assuming, this is Draymond's last year.
Yeah.
And it may be, but I mean, it's certainly in play now that they figure out a way to keep him around.
He can't go.
Yeah.
He can't. There's no way. And as much as we talked about it, we knew it, that he was so important to the team, and then you recognize when you actually see it, like, nah, come on, man, you can't win without this guy. There's no way. God, I was gonna bite my tongue and hold on to this, but what the hell, right? We're almost beginning a new year. I may as well be the same cat I was at the end of last year, the same guy going into 2023.
Stand by.
Listen, I don't condone violence. If you know anything about me, let's smoke some pot and all go surfing and get into the water together, all right? That's a shout out to you, Klay Thompson. But Draymond Green, now that I think about it, now as I see Jordan Poole, who Jordan Poole is, a remarkable young man, a tremendous talent, and I don't promote punching anybody in the face. Don't ever do it again. But Draymond, let me just tell you this. I understand. I'm just saying, don't do it. I don't condone it. But now that we're sort of past it a little bit, and I sort of recognize who it is that Jordan Poole can be, I understand. I don't condone it. I don't promote it. I understand. I'll leave it at that.
And I understand what you understand. But Steve Kerr was asked last night whether he understands why his team piled up 6 technical fouls.
Especially Jordan's second one. He knows that can't get a second one. So he's still a young player. Jordan was fantastic tonight. We needed his offensive firepower. The way he started the game set a great tone. So the great thing with Jordan is that I think he still has a level or two to go to really get to the point where, he's reaching his ceiling. And that involves just playing with poise, and whether it's avoiding the referees or just taking care of the ball at certain times. But he's doing a great job of competing and helping us stay afloat offensively at key times in the game.
Playing with more poise and becoming more consistent.
Grow up.
Maybe those go hand in hand. He's never going to grow up. I remember that terrible year when they won 15 games and he was a rookie, and he really struggled Truth be told, I didn't think he was an NBA player, Dan. And they sent him down to the G League. He struggled mightily with a three-point shot. But I remember in the midst of all these early season struggles, where it was a question as to whether he was an NBA player, he drives and he scores with his left hand, okay? This is a guy that's like, what, does he even belong on the team? And he holds his left hand up as he runs down court like, did everyone see what I did with my left hand? I was like, who does this guy think he is? That's Jordan Poole, and it's always going to be Jordan Poole.
You know, Craig, I want to work you in as well. When I was growing up, all right, I had a coach who literally, he did this to all the players. He would grab you by the jersey, right? But he would grab you and pull you, like even when you were like just saying something good. And if he was upset, he'd grab you by the handful of jersey, right, in the front of your jersey, and just yank you, right? And that's just sort of the way I grew up as coaching. They were bigger, stronger, and they were the parent in the room. They were the authoritative figure, and they would crack the whip. They would get in your face. And some of the coaches that I was with, going back to St. Ignatius back in the day, I won't mention names, but they were not above actually hitting you, okay? I'm not going Bobby Knight on you here. But I get it. It's a new world we live in. And if you're Steve Kerr, is there any, do you think at any point today's modern player gets pulled into an office like that of Steve Kerr, and does Steve Kerr get loud? Can you, just give me an idea of what it is that you can and cannot do as far as trying to reprimand today's player?
I think we saw that last year with Jordan Poole when he wasn't starting. And I don't know what went on, behind closed doors. I'd imagine Steve Kerr would be very direct. I imagine he's not shy about raising his voice. Obviously, nothing to the degree you're talking about. But I think with Steve Kerr, at least, and maybe this is also the case with today's coaches in the NBA, it's more a matter of, I'm not going to let you do this until you do that. And not all coaches have the stature or the power that Steve Kerr has. But I think we saw, they answered your question last year, Jordan Poole's not starting. Remember? And then when Steph came back from injury, I'm coming off the bench. And he basically said, because I want to show everyone like Jordan Poole that you can come off the bench. Sometimes a team needs you to do that. So I think that's the extent of it.
But can you get in a guy's face, I guess is what I'm saying. And I'm not, you'll see it in an NBA game. Matter of fact, it happened again with DeAndre Ayton and his head coach when they were yelling at one another. I'm not talking about the emotions. I'm just talking about.
If you have the backing of your front office, I suppose.
Okay, constructively, can you just say, hey, knock that crap off. You need to play a different way. I still love you. You can do as you do, but you can't do that. Is there at some point there a ceiling where you can't cross that line? And I'm not going to demonstrate it by not starting you, but I'm going to get in your face and tell you as much. Can you do that?
I don't think it has to do with the coach. I think it's more of the player. Some of the guys you can actually challenge. I think Steve Kerr can get in Kerr's face and say, Curry's face and say, hey, and challenge him and yell at him, and he wouldn't shrink up. So a lot of you really, that's the one good thing about coaching and management. You take it back to the workplace. Who can you talk to a certain way? You can't talk to everybody.
Yeah.
You can't coach up everybody the same way. Is Jordan Poole one of those guys, if you yell at him, will he be like, you know what, I'm sorry? Will that take away from his game, or will that challenge him to be better? I don't think it really depends on the personality of the player.
Yeah, I think coaches are a lot smarter now, and Steve Kerr's very smart and understands that sort of approach. The old school way was, I'm going to yell at you. That's why I yell at everybody. And Steve Kerr's smart enough to know that maybe I yell at this guy. I can't yell at that guy. I'm not going to get the same out of him. But to the point of how much it's changed, I was sitting behind the Warrior bench, and this would have been early 90s when Ralph Sampson was there. And Ralph Sampson was recovering from injury, and Don Nelson at the end of the half puts him in a game. Okay, and I'm sitting right there. And so Ralph Sampson goes in the game, and he gets an offensive rebound and throws it at the basket and misses by 6 feet. And Don Nelson yanks him right out of the game. And right in front of me, Don Nelson goes to Ralph Sampson and says, you weren't even looking at the basket. And I just don't think that happens anymore.
Oh, bring back those days just for what? Oh my! And now Don Nelson is stoned in Maui somewhere, rocking a ponytail. So how times have changed.
But I know a guy that was sitting by the Spurs bench one game.
Oh, Pops is the same way, right? He's a throwback.
Jacques Vaughn, who's now the coach of the Nets. Yeah. And Jacques Vaughn was
former Kansas Jayhawk. I think it was
Jacques Vaughn and Beno Udrih were kind of battling to be the backup point guard there. And so Pop takes Jacques Vaughn out. And he didn't yell at him, but he comes down and stands right by him. And my friend was right there, could hear it. And he says, I want you to play like you're about to lose your job, because you are. So he didn't yell at him, but he definitely got the message across.
What was it, Mike Singletary, when he went after the tight end, formerly of the San Francisco Giants?
Vernon Davis.
Yeah. Not only did he sit him. Yeah.
I want winners. Yeah.
And he kicked him out of the game. Like, we're not just sitting you out. No. You misinterpret. Yeah. Go, leave the field.
Yes, absolutely.
But I think, like, if nothing else, he proves that certainly doesn't work when you talk about Mike Singletary.
Right. That's an example of how, that doesn't work anymore. All right, coming up next year, by the way, what's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Is Wiseman the answer, Dan Devone? Or at least
Welcome
part
back.
of the answer this year? That's next. Whitey and Devone in for Bonta and Butch on the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
What's the matter, Kate?
I think John is cheating on me.
Why?
He claims to suddenly have ED, but he used to be an animal.
Oh, maybe he has low testosterone, a normal part of aging. Ken had that problem, and at Balanced Medical Solutions, they ran labs and evaluated him for only $99, and he found a solution that revived him completely.
Guys, why suffer? Regain your vigor today. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Jumpstart your savings with Commonwealth Central Credit Union. We'll even help you get started by giving you $200 when you open our high-yield GTKY savings account. Whether you want to build emergency savings, save for a big purchase, or put money aside for a special event, we're here to help you reach your financial goals. Jumpstart your savings with $200 from Commonwealth. Visit wealthcu.org and enter promo code JUMPSTART. Federally insured by NCUA. Certain restrictions apply. Visit website for complete details.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
when back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda dealers traffic center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Her words weren't written under peaceful shade, but under fear for her life.
I don't think of all the misery, but of the beauty that still remains.
The words of Anne Frank continue to fill us with hope. Hope. Pass it on from passiton.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Whitey Gleason, Dan Devone in for Bonte and Shasky today, pardon me, on the morning roast. Basking in the afterglow of not only a big 49er win, not only Christmas, but a Warrior win over the hated Memphis Grizzlies last night, 123-109. Dan Devone says, Jordan Poole's got to grow up. And I know where you're coming from on that. How about James Wiseman? I thought he showed some signs of maybe he's growing up last night. Had a nice game last night for the Warriors. James Wiseman in 8 minutes. What I love about him is the 0, as in no shots attempted. Yes! That's what we need more of from Jordan Poole.
James Wiseman.
Yes. Pardon me.
Yeah.
We don't need that from Jordan Poole. You're right.
No.
Thank you.
I've liked what I've seen out of this kid since he's come up from Santa Cruz or come back from Santa Cruz. He just has got a different way about him. He just, sometimes it's just, you can see it. We're literally watching a teenager grow up in front of our very eyes. Like, literally, he's taking steps, and you can see that things are slowing down. You can see that he gets it. You can just look into his eyes. He is a different man. Now, is he worthy of being the number 2 pick? Just let him go? No, not there yet. But I think last night, as well as the 30 points, granted it was in garbage time and that ugly win loss against the Nets, but another significant step last night, because while he didn't attempt a field goal, it might have been one of his best performances in just 8 minutes. He was significant, and you could feel his presence defensively. And I think he's recognizing that maybe Jonathan Kuminga a couple of weeks ago set the template for all these youngsters going forward. This is what you got to do if you want to play for Steve Kerr and the defending world champs. We know you can score, Moody. We know Jonathan Kuminga can do amazing things, but you got to buy in defensively. You got to do the little things. I think he was a +8. You've got to be able to play well with Draymond and Steph on the floor. You've got to do all those things to help a team win defensively, and then the rest will come.
Do you know who Jerry Reynolds is? Jerry Reynolds used to be a coach. Yeah. He's a friend of mine. I do a podcast with him, so I get to talk.
Love the Sacramento shout-outs. Yeah. Not enough of Sacktown. Are you guys still offended when you call it sack of tomatoes?
I don't know that anyone ever.
Was that just me?
They call it the big tomato. Yeah, they don't really they don't embrace that. But Sacktown, I mean, they got that on their jerseys. Jerry, though, he used to coach in the NBA. He says anytime somebody mentions plus minus in terms of just one game, I want to punch them in the face. That's what he says. So
I typically don't go
I've done that myself, and I'm trying to back off that. But as far as James Wiseman goes, Steve Kerr is the coach of the Warriors, and after the game last night, Steve Kerr sang the defensive praises of James Wiseman.
He was great, just patrolling the paint, staying in between, ball in the basket, but still being able to cover the roll man. Playing the cat and mouse game. He had several plays where he just went vertical. He's in the right spot, went vertical, and that's a big obstacle in your way. If you're a guard coming down, you got to score over the top of James. So his ability to do that without fouling is crucial to his place in our rotation on our team. And that's the beauty of his 3 weeks. Santa Cruz, they worked on that every single day. As I told you recently, you go to Santa Cruz, you get 3 or 4 great practices in a week. Play here, and we got a game the next night. And there's a little bit of film and a walkthrough, and you're moving on to the next one. So he needs the reps, and the reps in Santa Cruz practice over and over again, and then 7 or 8 games. He's made big strides. So really pleased with James.
As you said, Dan, a lot of people looked at the game against the Nets, those who watched the second half at all, and looked at, wow, 30 points for Wise. That's great. He's on his way. Why isn't he playing more? But you could make the case, and I think you and I are on the same page here, the game Wiseman played last night, he only played 8 minutes, 5 rebounds, did not shoot the ball. He had a better game last night.
Yeah. But when he's on the floor, it's not like anybody else the Warriors have had when you're talking about youngsters that are trying to make it. It's a big Whitey. It's like hunting elk, man. I don't hunt, but you just don't see these when you're talking about the Warriors historically. You mentioned Ralph Sampson. That might have been the last time you had a significant big. And I know the game's played differently. It's, 5 out sometimes. But as long as the object of this game is to put that ball in a hoop 10 feet from the ground, a big will always have a place. And to see a guy, and I still think that it's still awkward for the Warriors learning to play with him. I see him open on a pick and roll, and they're just not typically when you get a screen from a big, when it comes to the Warriors, right? You're talking about pick and roll. You're not thinking about the roller. That screen is to free up Steph or one of the Splash Brothers to shoot a 3. You're setting the screen to shoot up or benefit a shooter. Look at the guy rolling to the hoop or look at the guy flashing in the paint. I think they have to structurally rethink the way they play basketball in these parts. You've now got a big patrolling the middle. Feed the beast a little bit. I know everything is free throw or
3 is more than 2.
And it's 3-point line extended. Even on a break these days. God, you talk about wanting to projectile vomit 6 o'clock in the morning. A 2-on-1 break and
transition 3, baby.
Guys are running to the corner. Get to the rim. What are you doing? What the hell? Where are you going?
You see that more than we ever saw it before. You see Draymond sometimes. A guy will get right to the rack and right there, and then find a 3-point shooter.
Oh, that's now. Okay, now you got me going.
No, that happens all the time now, and it never used to.
I digress for a moment. That is my biggest bugaboo in the NBA. When you see guys puncture a defense,
3 is more than 2.
But you can. But there are percentages. I saw Joel Embiid literally had to step on a guy. He's 2 feet from the rim, and he kicks to the corner for a 3.
That's the best shot we can get.
There is no way, and I don't care where we live on this planet, as long as we're talking about basketball, Joel Embiid or anybody else, if you're 5 feet or closer from the rim, that is a much more high percentage shot than anybody casting from the corner for a 3. But we're so enamored with the 3 these days that we've absolutely lost our mind.
Well, as it relates to James Wiseman, I think 95% of the time on this team, if James Wiseman takes a shot, unless it's an uncontested dunk, okay? Other than that, 95% of the time, if he's taking a shot, there's somebody else on the team I'd rather have taken that shot. That's
really?
The issue. Yes.
Even like inside when he's cleaning up glass?
No. That's why I'm not if he's right there at the rack, but
you mean
anything
plays designed for him.
Anything where like he's posting up or he's got the ball in the elbow or sometimes he takes a 3 and he makes one and people go, "Oh, this guy's great." Other than anything cleaning up right there like a putback dunk, other than that, at least 95% of the time, there's somebody else on the team I want taking that shot. And last night, him not taking a shot shows me that, okay, maybe he's understanding that as much as he wants to score and he wants to be great and he wants to be a great scorer. But you can see the way he plays, like, our centers don't do that, James. And then last night, it's like, okay, I think he's finally adapting to that.
I would
That's
agree
a
with
great
that.
sign.
I would agree with that. That his point should come from the dunker spot, cleaning up junk inside. If it's an offensive rebound,
in transition, run the floor.
He can run the floor. If it's a guard, I saw a couple of guards for the Warriors where there was Jordan Poole who would get in deep, and then just the defense would collapse on him, and they would dish to James Wiseman. He was right there for a slam. I would agree with that. That's perfect. Just give him training wheels offensively. And then as the confidence, which is the key word, the operative word with this guy, begins to grow, well, then you can let him sort of expand a little bit. But that's down the road. I thoroughly agree. But you can still be, that's essentially what Jaren Jackson does with Memphis. You can still be a very impactful player with the Golden State Warriors and not have plays run through you.
Yeah. He's a better shooter, I think, than James. And that's a whole issue. Can James be a really effective and efficient shooter and scorer? And some people, what the Warriors think he can, I think he thinks he can. I think right now Steve Kerr's like, I don't care. I don't want you to do that.
Yeah, I like his game, and I think he does have a nice touch from
Only
the outside.
one foul last night, too.
Yeah, and again, I think that, to your point, it's the buy-in, and you can see it. He's like, you know what? I recognize what it is that I have to do. And you didn't see this prior to Santa Cruz. There is growth with this guy. And defensively, you just don't. We're not talking about another guard who can shoot it. We're not talking about another wing with size who can shoot it and be a two-way player. We're talking about a 7-footer. And when a 7-footer is good and a 7-footer is an athlete like him, you change the game. And I saw him repeatedly changing shots. I don't care if it's Ja Morant. Unless you're going to dunk on the guy, he will change your shot if he wants to go up and block it, all right? You're going to have to alter things. And he did that on a couple of occasions last night. And that in and of itself is something not only they haven't had this year, but I would say they haven't had, Andrew Bogut was good, but they haven't had in a decade plus a guy that can be a legitimate rim protector.
JaVale McGee a little bit. Not to correct you or try, but you got a little bit of that from him at times.
A bit of a liability defensively, though.
Yes.
You think James Wiseman was bad. This is one of the reasons why Steve Kerr never really bought into JaVale McGee. It's that there was such a liability and a drop off on the defensive end. While he was so good at the dunker spot and with Draymond Green, and he had that chemistry and the alley-oop, but defensively he was just not very good. And James Wiseman hasn't been good, but James Wiseman seems to be, first of all, he's younger, but there seems to be, what's with the Sam Bowie references, as I digress, on the text line? Somebody keeps shouting the Sam Bowie shout-outs.
Sam Bowie got hurt, I guess, early and never became the player he's supposed to be.
Former number, was he a number 2? That was the Jordan draft, I believe.
Yeah.
He went to Portland, and so Portland
Elijah won, and Bowie, and then Jordan, right? Was that the draft? Like Jordan went third?
And so Bowie had the stress fractures. And
Craig has a comp for you. What's your comp? You want James Wiseman to be who, Craig?
For me, just be Clinton Capella. Just run, run up and down the floor, play great defense, clean up the boards, set the high pick for everybody, and just roll.
Is that enough?
That's enough for me to be that. That's 15 points right there.
Yeah.
You clean up the boards, a couple lobs here and there, and then you just play defense. Like that's all I need you to do.
Yeah.
Number 2 pick. Clinton Capella, you're okay with that?
Well, let me. I don't know. Hey, Craig, I don't mean to speak for you. But for right now, I think, and best case scenario, let him be Capella.
As his game grows. Yes, as his game grows. Yeah, definitely. But just like you said, I think they were making a comparison on, chucking on them where it's like, you can hustle to 12 points. Just by out hustling, being 7 feet and running, there's 12 points.
If you get minutes.
Yeah. So like I said, just go out there and, hey, if you play great defense and you're putting back shots that are missed, that's 12 points, 15 points right there.
That's the one thing that I've said from his rookie year that we knew James Wiseman could do. We still don't know what kind of player he can be. But from the very first games he played, to me, you could see that, okay, he can run the floor. And that's not nothing.
Well, I think that was something that we take for granted or discounted is that you think, okay, you're 7 feet tall. It's going to take a while because you're so raw for you to grow into yourself offensively. So to your point, let's not run any plays for you, but just rim protect. Okay, just stand there and be 7 feet tall. Get in the dunker spot, and then, of course, change shots in the defensive end. But we found out, at least for me, it's been sort of enlightening, it ain't that easy. Like, you just think if you're 7 feet tall, you can just get in an NBA game and play a little defense, and just because I'm 7 feet tall and have some athleticism, you can still be a huge liability if you Because there are a lot of guys who can't even do that. How many 7-footers have we seen in this game that don't even see time? And so there is a skill set to even doing that, which is, the least of requirements that you're asking of the guy right now. So I think there's a huge upside of this guy. And again,
I still would trade him if I could this year for somebody. I'd trade him in a heartbeat. I would. If Steph comes back and he's healthy and I got a shot to do something this year, I would trade him for a number of reasons. I might even trade him for somebody who I would only have for the rest of this year. Because if I do that, I don't have to pay James Wiseman $12.1 million next year. With all the other financial concerns and considerations I have, I don't know that I want to do that. The other thing with James Wiseman is the things that he wants to do are things I don't need him to do. And the things he does poorly exacerbate things that my team already does poorly. Specifically where he fouls. And again, that's why last time was so great. One foul. He fouls a lot. And, being inside, he fouls guys going to the basket, sends guys to the foul line. And we've all heard about the disparity the Warriors have this year between free throws they allow, free throws they take. It's terrible. It's the worst in the NBA. It's disastrous. And he feeds right into that. So that's why Wiseman's coming along great. If his trade value's up and I can get somebody that I think can help me now for him, I'm doing that.
Yeah,
I'm doing it.
I don't think Joe Lacob, I don't think Steve Kerr, I don't think you're moving off on a guy, especially if he's showing growth and he's still this project. He hasn't played enough basketball for you to trade him yet. And again, the upside, we're not talking about
a guard. For me, but I understand your point.
We're not talking about a wing. We're talking about a center, a game-changing center.
But the Warriors have proved you can win without a game-changing center. They proved that 4 times.
But I think as they get old, and you're talking about that core that has proven that we can shoot it better than anybody, as they get older and their game begins to diminish, you got to do it a different way. You got to skin that cat a different way. And I think the way to go, the future could be James Wiseman. He ain't going anywhere. He's got to be bad for another couple of more years before I'm trading him.
The Warriors showed last night. It's all about what happens on the perimeter. Memphis, by the way, if Memphis wants to be a Warrior rival, they got to shoot the ball better. They can't shoot, right? The Warriors shorthanded last night. They made 41% of their threes, 48% from the floor. Memphis was 9 for 39 beyond the arc.
Oh, gross.
You can't keep up with the Warriors when you're shooting the ball like that, especially when the Warriors more than held their own on the backboards.
Yeah, and Desmond Bain is usually a lot better than that. They usually shoot a lot better than that, but they were just gross last night. The rebounding, there's another one of those stats. The Grizzlies have always been one of the best rebounding teams over the last couple of years, and the Warriors out-rebounded them last night.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you don't see that on the road, and that's just all effort. Klay Thompson had 9 boards last night. It was well dispersed, led by Draymond and the 13 rebounds. But why isn't that traveling, man? And I'm talking about traveling in terms of a violation, but traveling as far as being on the road.
Which is up this year in the NBA, and I applaud that.
Yeah.
I do. I'm glad to see him call more travels and more carries. Although Shaw last night had more carries than Cam Akers, I think, didn't he? I mean, my goodness. Yes. They just don't call it because he's Shaw, and I get that. But how do you guard a guy like that when he's driving and then he holds the ball? Okay, I'm going to drive again. I'm going to dribble and then hold it up and then hesitate. Yeah.
John Morant, I know we want to hate on the Memphis Grizzlies, but my God, is that guy amazing. He is fun.
I love him. If I were a Memphis fan, every time it went in the air, I'd catch my breath.
Who is it that he tried to pogo stick and dunk over last night? That was ridiculous. He literally tried to jump.
He was over Lamb, among others, and the officials didn't call anything, and I think they didn't call anything because they're like, we've never seen anybody do that before. We don't know what that was, right?
His athleticism is out of control. Man, he is so dangerous. But, yeah, they didn't shoot it well. Significant win for the Golden State Warriors. Now it's just a matter. We saw this against Boston. We know their home record is one of the best in the NBA. But for whatever reason, this has now got to travel, man. You got to put this in your suitcase, and you got to keep that same energy.
That's important, but don't you think more important, pardon me, but even more important is you got to get Wiggins back, and you got to get Steph back sooner rather than later. And he ain't coming back, this week or next week. But if he doesn't come back at some point within 3 weeks, then you got to really question whether you got a shot at anything this year.
Well, and then again, you can't afford, which is one of the reasons why I'd sit down and talk to Jordan Poole, however it is that you want to do it. But if I'm Steve Kerr, I'm like, look, if we're without Steph Curry, not only do we need you and need you to score the basketball, but you sure as hell cannot be leaving this game because you got 2 T's and rung up. You got to be smarter than that. And Jordan Poole has got to continue to play well. If there's anything that you can take away, and there's a lot of things you can take away from that win last night, but is the fact that you didn't have your 2 best players in Wiggins and Steph Curry, and you still beat the best team, or I don't know, are they still leading the Western Conference? The Memphis Grizzlies. I mean, I know after they got smashed by Milwaukee, they've been sort of taking it on the chin, but that's something to build on. I think that, you're beginning to see some structure in place there.
They're second in the West right now. They're tied with the Pelicans, 1 game behind a team that you really need to watch in the second half. Denver Nuggets.
Jokic.
Denver with a big overtime win over Phoenix last night. Phoenix falling all the way to 4th.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing for the Warriors, the fact that here you are 16-18, but hey, 6 games out of the top spot because it is so muddled. Now that can change in the second half of the season. Remember last year, I've made this point before, Boston Celtics first half of the year were and a lot of people were saying they got to break up those 2 guys. It can't work. And the second half, whoosh, they took off.
Yeah.
So that could happen, and it could happen in the West. But the way it sits right now, the Warriors 16-18, and you're still not in the thick of things for the top of the conference, but the playoff race, there's no one running away with this thing.
Yeah, and I think getting back to the Boston point is that it's not as though you picked up Kevin Durant, or to make the football analogy, you got a Christian McCaffrey. They just suddenly bought in defensively.
Mm-hmm.
So I think as it applies to the Golden State Warriors, that you can turn this thing around, and it doesn't mean that you got to trade James Wiseman or move off on some of the kids and get another significant player.
Do it, Bob. Do it.
You will be all right. It just think and you can see because of last night that it's there. It's possible. It's just a matter of when are they going to flip that switch?
If you and I were on the Memphis Grizzlies, which they'd probably be better if you and I were on there, we might be the starting backcourt. I don't know, but that's not really the point. But if we were on the Grizzlies after that game last night, don't you think we'd be sitting there in the locker room going, how did those guys beat us? They don't have Steph. They don't have Wiggins. We wanted desperately to beat them. We know they're not at full strength. We know we're younger, tougher, better than them. And yeah, they kicked our asses. Don't you think the Grizzlies after that game are going, how did we let that happen?
I think they're a little embarrassed.
Yeah.
I think there's egg on the face. I think that, that's one of those games they thought that they were going to make the statement in front of the country Christmas Day. They've been pointing at this thing since the conclusion of last year when the Warriors sent them packing. And they've been pointing at the rematch and Christmas Day. Well, it's came and gone, and you got your asses handed to you again.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, they're a young team that's a lot of flash right now, but when it comes to meat and potatoes and knocking the king off the hill, they haven't done it yet. Speaking of like pickup basketball, or you and I playing back, because you played a little ball back in your day. Just going back to Jordan Poole, because I wanted to work this in the previous segment. There used to be a phrase when I was playing and/or dominating the streets out here in San Francisco, by the way, Whitey, that if a guy
which court?
Well, I used to be down in Moscone. I used to handle the panhandle.
Okay.
I was all over, man. And me and my buddies, when we were like in college, we would travel down south and like, okay. Actually, if we were feeling brave, we would just go across the East Bay and go to Mosswood Park. I believe it's Mosswood. That's where Gary Payton, Jason Kidd all cut their teeth. And you get in there. Used to be a legend by the name of Hook Mitchell, who was about this tall, about 5 feet something, 5'2", and he used to be able to dunk, and he used to win all these slam dunk contests we used to have in the park. We used to have slam dunk contests in the middle of the summer. Anyways, I digress.
Because I don't remember seeing you in Vallejo, so all right.
Well, you got to get a game in Vallejo, man. But there used to be a phrase that if you were chirping too much, you're calling fouls, because it's call your own when you're playing out there, right? Like, I got this, give me that, I got this, and if you're calling too many, they would just simply say, play ball, man. Play ball, man. So my words to Jordan Poole, coming from the streets of San Francisco, just play ball, man. Stop worrying about the refs. Just play ball, man. Stop. Just play ball, man.
It's funny you say that. This might have been the last time I played pickup, and it was a while ago. And where I was living in Pacifica at the time, Odstead Park, there's this court there, blacktop, and every Sunday morning before the NFL games, these guys would play, and they had a ton of guys. And they had, real nets on the metal hoops. And so one day I decided I'm going to go out there and play. So I get out there and I get in the pickup game. And first time I get the ball, I drive down the right sideline. And this guy's on my hip, and he's just like pushing me the whole way down the floor. pushing me down the whole way down the floor. And I get to the baseline, and he shoves me, and the ball goes off my foot out of bounds. Well, it's the first time I played out there, so I'm not going to call foul, right? So it's like, yeah, it's off me. And we go back down the other end, and this guy comes up and goes, hey, man, you're going to have to call fouls out of here. So it's like, okay, I get it. But, you don't want to be that guy like on your first possession.
The last time I played, so I coach at the Boys and Girls Club, and so they were like, hey, let's get into a game. We need another, Coach Dan. Can you refer to me as Coach Dan? I feel like it's very
I'll consider
very regal.
Take it under advisement.
So they're like, Coach Dan, because they love it when I play. I'm like, all right, let's play. But I typically don't play full court with them. So we play full court. I haven't played a full court game in I don't know how long. I pulled a muscle like in my ass or my butt. I'm
Hello.
like, I didn't even know I had muscles back there.
Know that.
Well,
Frank, did we need to know that?
No, but the point is like, dear God, I didn't even know I had a muscle back there. Like, no, man, I can't do this. Like, there was a time where you just get up and down the court and you play for 4 hours and you go home.
Right.
Now I'm pulling muscles in the buttocks, which I didn't even know I had.
Yeah.
I'm going to be that guy who's showing up with the big old knee brace, 2 of them, headband.
Like Draymond, only as you show up for the pickup game, ice packs and everything.
Rocking the Chuck Taylor Converse.
Yeah.
That's me.
I don't have that problem. I just have the problem with after I play, it's like, hey, this is great. But then like that later that day, it's like, I can't move. I cannot physically get off the couch. Yeah.
Oh, no. All right. Sorry.
All right. So we agreed we're trading Wiseman, right?
No, I can't trade Wiseman. Why are you not?
Gotta trade
Can you
Wiseman.
not see?
Gotta trade Wiseman.
You haven't been
if
big.
You can.
You have not liked this kid since he first came on the scene.
I don't have anything against the kid. I just want to win. I want to win. You played to win the games. Coming up next, we'll turn our attention to the 49ers. Take a look at the backwards way Kyle Shanahan is proving that he may be a quote-unquote genius after all. That's next. Dan Devone, Whitey Gleason, in for the Morning Roast today on 95.7 The Game.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and taxes would sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit. This time, just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need a new desk calendar so that I don't miss a meeting with my boss or a soccer game with my daughter.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year. Right now, a 2023 lined desk calendar is $3.99 and an unlined calendar is just $4.99. Make this year your year at Staples. Offer ends 12/31. In-store only.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me up higher love.
It's gonna be just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Ooh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
On the second day of Christmas, Nahigian gave to me Dan Devone and Whitey Gleason in for the roasters today on 95.7 The Game. Hope you're having a great Christmas. Today is the Christmas holiday for a lot of offices. Dan had some fun with this Friday when I was in with Charlie. What's the best sports-related gift for Christmas that you ever gave or received? We talked about this a little bit on Friday, and we got a flurry of some really interesting calls. Does anything come to mind? If not, maybe if something comes up at some point, you let us know. Shoot us a text. Give us a call, Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. The best sports-related gift that you ever gave or received.
Nerf football. No doubt. Nerf football.
The original?
Might have been 8 years old, and I hung on to that thing. Yeah. And I'm telling you, man, I hung on to that thing for years and years. And it would make it to the streets.
Incredible invention.
And I played with it with friends. It was, when you're smaller and you can't grip a regular size football. And what are you looking at? Is Craig all right? You're looking over my shoulder. I'm usually sitting over there, so I'm freaking out when you're looking over my shoulder.
Oh, no problem.
Okay.
Craig just has a contribution as well he wants to get to when we...
All right. Well, thanks, Craig, for
Don't be so paranoid. Tell us your story.
Sorry.
People can have conversations without you being involved.
I'm from San Francisco. I got to look over my shoulder because you don't know who's behind you, man, walking down the streets. But go ahead. Yeah, I was in the midst of a story that I guarantee you.
Yeah, 8 years old. Yeah. Santa came down, gave you Nerf football. Yeah. Was the one with the whistle?
Was it?
Yeah, was the one with the whistle on it?
It was green. It was green. No, I didn't have any of the whistles. I didn't need that. My balls would whistle regardless of this arm strength. Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
I dare you to top that story. Go ahead.
I can't. So mine was 96. I was 16. And I remember my mom coming in and was like, hey, for Christmas, I got, she got us Niner tickets. And my mom would never do nothing like that, but I guess she was working for Coca-Cola at the time. And I got her Niner tickets, and it was to see Barry Sanders. And Barry Sanders came here, and that's when he went for like $1.75. The Niners didn't win the game, but it was like the only chance I ever got to see Barry Sanders. So I was like, it was like the best of both worlds. Niners won, and I saw Barry Sanders go off.
He didn't always play great.
No, he went for like 30 yards. I remember one year.
Yeah.
It was like, but he went for $1.76, and it was just him. It was, I think Elvis Gerbach was like the Niners quarterback at the time. but I remember that, being a teenager, going to the game with my mom.
You know who Jeff Pearlman is, the guy who wrote the books?
Why do I know that name?
He wrote the Laker books, one of which they made into the
Winning Time, was it? The Winning Time book?
Yeah, he wrote the book that was based on, and he's written a number of books. Really good guy. He was telling us once he was working somewhere, was it Sports Illustrated or somewhere, and they had like the best looking football player award they gave out for some reason. And he said that somehow it was like the votes were miscalculated or it was a joke or something. And Elvis Gerbach won, and they knew that he wasn't supposed to win, but they felt so bad after he found out, they just went ahead and rolled with it. It's like, yeah, because nobody wanted to tell him, you didn't really win. So anyway.
Was Barry Sanders the best running back you ever saw? He was for me.
It's all O.J. Simpson. I'm sorry. O.J. was phenomenal. O.J. Simpson, and I know I'm just answering your question. We don't need to talk about the horrible things that he did, but as a running back, he was the best running back I ever saw.
Yeah, but I guess the highlights I saw of O.J., and I hate when people bring up someone like Emmitt Smith. It's guys that are running, but they have a hole. I guess maybe not O.J. Barry Sanders with Detroit, and maybe you would attest to this, and the reason why he was your favorite football player, Craig. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're saying.
He's like, bing, bing, bing. Where do I go? Oh, there's a hole, and now I got to go. I mean, it was like a video game, man.
Yep.
It was like, what was that? George Costanza playing Mario, or Leapfrog, trying to get to the other side. I mean, usually you have a hole, crease, and then you have a remarkable speed, Tony Dorsett or whoever, or you got this ability to stop on a dime. But Barry Sanders, the highlights is like, dude, where are you going? Because they can't block. And he still would gash you for 40 yards.
I remember a playoff game against the Cowboys where I remember him watching, and I could swear he was down. He was tackled. And I looked down to do something else and look up, and he's like, he's still going. I could have sworn. I just saw him get tackled, but he wasn't. He evaded the tackle. OJ had that same kind of thing, and I know we don't want to talk about OJ. But another guy like that comes to mind when you asked about great running backs, I hesitated.
But OJ had speed, which is why.
Yes. In that blue and gold jersey, number 29, if there was a hole there, boom, Eric Dickerson. But he needed the hole to run through. But when it was there, good night.
Yeah, Dickerson was sort of a freak because I don't know if running backs were that big and strong before.
Straight up and down, just whoosh.
Yeah. The other guy
Although Darrell Green caught him from behind in the playoffs and brought him down.
Well, Darrell Green was the fastest player in the NFL at the time, right? I think he was like one of the first sub 4.3 guys.
He was still fast at 40 years old. He was still fast.
Yeah.
But actually, you know what? I omitted probably the greatest running back that I've seen, and that's Walter Payton. Because Walter Payton also was one of those guys, while Chicago's offensive line was a little bit better than that of what Barry Sanders was running behind, and he could create something out of nothing. But nobody had the balance and I think the strength. He didn't have the breakaway speed like a Dickerson, but nobody had the combination, I think, of the balance and strength like that of Walter Payton, who
And like you said, I loved watching Barry Sanders. They even have videos of just showing his legs down and seeing him move back and forth to hit holes. I think for me, for my generation, me being 40, the most complete running back I ever saw for my generation was Marshall Faulk. Marshall Faulk could do it all.
That's
could
true.
block, catch, run, and I mean that was the one guy you were like, man, he can literally do anything you ask for him. And it's funny, and maybe this is a transition. It reminds me of the modern day now of Christian McCaffrey, how he can literally do it all. He can do everything you need.
Great point, because I know, Dan, you and I are a little older than and I'm a lot older than Craig, but when we think of great running backs, you don't really think at all about it, pass catching, right? And now you do.
You didn't throw it as much.
Right.
Yeah, I can't even in my mind envision Walter Payton catching a pass and Barry Sanders. I'm sure they did, but that's just not. That's not what you did.
Why would you throw him a pass? Let him run the ball.
Plus they pass him just about every down now in the NFL. So, look at man, I can talk about a little Christian McCaffrey because the overusage of that guy is just it makes me feel a little uneasy at times.
Let me ask you this: 32 NFL teams. Trivia time. I saw this in The Athletic. How many of the 32 teams are more efficient running than passing on early downs? 32 teams running the ball rather than passing, first or second down. How many teams are more efficient doing that in the NFL?
Running
this year, running rather than passing on first, second down, early downs.
3.
The answer is 0.
Wow.
Isn't that incredible? Yeah.
That's amazing.
It shows you how much things have changed. And I think it speaks also to a change we've seen this year with Kyle Shanahan and the 49er offense. You go back to that game against Arizona in Mexico City, you remember, with Jimmy G, a quarterback, and they ran the ball. They threw the 14 out of 15 times. Kyle Shanahan used to always be, we got to run the ball, the zone stretch, establish the run, set up the pass. Now, with McCaffrey, I don't have to run the ball to show you I can run it. You know I can run it. So I get the same effect even before I've run the ball at all. So you can throw more.
Yeah, I think that you're right. They throw the ball to set up the run now. I just have, and I get back to this, and I said this last week, and people were disagreeing with me, is Christian McCaffrey is so vital to this football team that running him as frequently as you are, and I saw that this past game, we saw a lot more of it was the backup, right? It wasn't Jordan Mason, but it was the other kid, Price, that was getting some run because they were bubble wrapping Christian McCaffrey a little bit, and I think you need to do that. I don't think the drop-off is that severe or significant from Christian McCaffrey to whoever it is that's the second running back. Because, again, a hole's a hole, and you'll get to that second level. Now, McCaffrey may give you an additional...
But it's everything else he does that makes...
Well, no, I would keep him I would almost start him as the slot guy and then have him run sparingly. I just don't want him running 25 to 30 times a game, and that's been his usage rate with Kyle Shanahan, not for a guy who's missed the last 2 years because of injuries. I just think you're tempting fate. And if we know anything else of this 49er football team, you can just set your watch because it's going to be inevitable when Christian McCaffrey goes down with an injury. Well, you can control it.
Don't say it.
You can control your destiny and just learn from what it is that you did with Debo, learn from what it is that you did with Trey Lance, and not do the same with Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan said to me, Dan, some really interesting things. It's Whitey Gleason, Dan Devone. In for the Morning Roasters today, 95.7 The Game. Last week, talking about why you don't want to rest players, and obviously you got to be prudent, but he talked about his dad. His dad, with the Broncos, they won the Super Bowl in 97 and 98, right? 96, they were 13-3. Mike Shanahan's Denver Broncos. They rested everybody end of the year. First round, they lost to Jacksonville. 30-27.
Mark Brunell.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you remember. And that really made an impression on, I don't know what Mike thought, but Kyle brought it up last week. He's like, that's why you don't rest all your players. So it's a dangerous game they're playing, but obviously with higher seeding still in play here, that's the way the 49ers are going to play this.
Where are you at with Brock Purdy?
I'll be honest with you. I'm trying to find reasons to say, well, I'm not sure yet, and they're just evaporating with every snap. It's like I'm running out of things that I can question at this point. He's amazing.
He really is. And I'm with you. I think I'm sort of a Jimmy Garoppolo fan, probably more than most at 95.
And bless you for admitting that. I am too a little bit. And, you don't get very far by going around telling people that these days.
And if you were to ask me whether Jimmy Garoppolo was going to be back with this team, not that we want to get ahead of ourselves and we should be just living in the moment, but we can't help but think about the future because it's so fascinating at that quarterback situation. If you were to ask me a couple of weeks ago, a month ago, there's no doubt in my mind that Jimmy Garoppolo was coming back to this football team. No doubt in my mind. Like everybody said, there's no way he's coming back. No, Jimmy Garoppolo is part of the future. He's going to get a $30 million contract, and Trey Lance is going to be his backup once again. This is before Purdy was part of the conversation. Now, not only, and I guess last week and the week before, I would say, well, now I don't know. Now I'm willing to say Jimmy Garoppolo is gone. And that's because of the emergence of Brock Purdy. Because I think the one thing that he supplied and the one thing that he never provided, and I'm talking about Trey Lance for Kyle Shanahan, is security, a level of security if I move off of Jimmy Garoppolo. Now he has it with this kid. For whatever reason, this kid is beyond his years, the 4 years in college, but there's a sense of poise with this guy, and you have a sense of security for the first time should Jimmy Garoppolo and his $30 or $25 million move on. Now I feel as though there's a guy that knows where to go with the football. He may not have the raw ability and athleticism like that of a Trey Lance, but I feel, again, secure. Whereas Trey Lance, while I knew I had flashes of brilliance, the good games and the bad games and the good practice and the bad practice, missing guys and throwing the ball all over the place and not being accurate was always problematic. And the reason why I think that you saw Jimmy Garoppolo hanging around for those 2 years, because Trey Lance just did not give you that sense of security that I got this. Brock Purdy does.
Mike McDaniel, coach of the Dolphins, has gone from boy wonder to boy wonder what happened there. Don't you think he's sitting there going, oh, I should have got Jimmy when I had a chance. Tua had 3 picks yesterday. Was it 3 in the fourth quarter? And that thing's unraveling.
Well, you still can.
Yeah.
But I think Jimmy's
not
going to,
now.
Well, next year.
Yeah.
But I think Jimmy's going to New York. It's done. He's going to the Jets. And he and Robert Saleh are going to unite. There's no way I would have said that because I'm big on Jimmy, and I thought, like, I love telling people, and I couldn't wait to prove everybody wrong when he was with the 49ers yet again. You know, Rasputin, they try and shoot this guy, get rid of him in 35 different ways, and he keeps showing up to practice.
Rasputin reference. You don't hear a lot of those on sports talk radio.
You said Mercurial at like 6:15. And Craig Valentino and I still are waiting to get home and Google that word. Sorry, Craig.
You're totally right. But you really think the Jets? I think that Washington is going to open up the bank for him. I think that Tampa is going to open up the bank for him when Brady. They have Blaine Gabbert and Kevin and Trask as their 2 quarterbacks.
Hey,
when Brady hangs it up.
How about Craig's boy Tom Brady in San Francisco next year, huh?
Dude, Tom Brady should be done next year, but the problem is, I mean, could you really be done on a year like this? You get a divorce for coming back and then you're going to lose the first round of the Cowboys.
For the division title next week, right?
Yeah, for first team to go 7-9 gets there.
Wow.
Tom Brady
had to happen eventually.
Look, sorry. What was he? Like Tom Brady, when he was having the marital difficulties, like, go home and be a dad, all right? You've done this enough.
That's the whole point.
You won the Super Bowls.
I'm a football player.
No, it's true.
She's got to understand I'm a football player.
I remember Joe Montana would say, you got to understand, once you leave, you leave. And what we're doing is just so addicting. And I know it may not make sense from a conventional standpoint as far as marriages, and I'm too old to do this. Tiki Barber, I remember when he stepped away, he said, once you leave the locker room, you no longer have any idea what's happening in that locker room. Meaning the minute you step out of it, you cannot, even as an analyst, say, okay, this is what's happening in the locker room. This is the temperament. No, once you're gone, you're gone. There is no, you can talk about it, but you can never simulate what it is that he's done for the last 25 years. And I get it, man. I get it that it's hard to leave. But at some point, man, you got to think legacy. You don't want to think, Joe Namath going out with the Rams, or like, don't be ugly when you do this. Go out on top, man. He should have done it 2 years ago.
But when people think of Joe Namath, and by the way, it's funny if you a fan who doesn't know who Joe Namath is, and you tell them, and then they look at his numbers, they go, that guy's horrible.
Terry Bradshaw.
Why do people think he was any good? But Joe Namath's legacy is what he did with the Jets and win the Super Bowl. Stuff about the Rams, for the most part, a lot of it's forgotten because it was so long ago. But that wasn't part of his legacy. So my point is, Tom Brady, for all he's done, even if this year, maybe he comes back next year and is terrible, if he has a year like Johnny Unitas did with the Chargers, it's not going to affect his legacy, is it? If Michael Jordan's legacy was like, he was great, but you know what? Then he went to the Wizards and boy, he sucked.
Yeah.
Nobody cares when you're that great.
No, it's not going to affect. Okay, maybe the legacy's not the right way, but there's an art to going out and going out on top. He talked about, Craig was mentioning Barry Sanders, and Barry Sanders left. So did Jim Brown, maybe the only guys I can think about leaving at the height of their performance. Now, listen.
John Elway?
Barry Sanders, yeah. Elway, Peyton Manning. There's a way of doing it and walking out gracefully. And
Michael Jordan had the chance to go out gracefully, like, nope, I'm coming back.
Well, I get it. And Joe Montana went to Kansas City. How gross was that? Seeing him rocking the red. That was disgusting. But that's the one thing that you and I will never understand, because we haven't done it. We've never been in that huddle. We've never been in the locker room. For them to say, hey, you've been a Super Bowl champion, the GOAT, you got to walk away. Like, no, I'd rather lose my wife and kids. This is speaking towards the addiction that is playing in the National Football League, and continue to try and hook on with another team.
Here's the thing that I think would be so difficult, borderline impossible. For some people, I think it is impossible. A guy like even Brady, as great as he is, some of those guys, one of the reasons they got to be so great is because when people said, you can't do it, they said, yes, I can, right? So then you get to the point where you're older and people are going, you can't do it. Well, no, I never listened to that. That's how I got to be who I am. Why would I listen to it now, right? So how do you know when it is time to go, you're right, I can't? That's got to be Really difficult.
Especially, but you think about his last game. The last game they had, it was against the Rams. Remember, they're down 28-0. He leads them all the way back to tie that game with 50 seconds to go, and then the Rams catch the pass deep, and they kick the field goal and go on and play the Niners. And he's looking at this team win the Super Bowl like, I had them beat.
Yeah.
I had that team beat.
Yeah.
I got to come back and beat those guys.
But that's part of the problem, is that temptation, because at some point you do get old. At some point, you can no longer do this.
Well, we saw with Brett Favre. Remember, he had that one season, that 1 year with the Vikings, and it was like he was that close to getting to the Super Bowl. It was like, I got to come back because I'm that close. And that next year was god-awful.
God, who was he that next year? He wasn't even resembling the guy he was the year prior.
He was weird because he was with the Jets. It's like, I don't know. And then the Vikings, like, oh, he's good again. And then whoosh, gone.
And the thing about Tom Brady, as Craig mentioned, is that we've been doing, I remember people when he was like 37, 38, like, you know what, how much longer? Why don't we get rid of this guy now? I mean, he's been defying odds for nearly 10 years now.
Right.
How old is he going to be, 46, 47?
Yep, 46.
I mean, come on.
Yeah, you're right.
At some point, like, who's undefeated?
All the time.
Right on.
Mm-hmm. Tommy didn't look very good last night. It's only 3 games yesterday, and they're all very significant. Green Bay is still in this thing. We'll talk more about that coming up. The Green Bay Packers are still...
That's a good thing.
They're playoff relevant.
Because they play Minnesota next week. So that now becomes, because of the fact that window is still ajar, that now gives them an opportunity, certainly incentivizes them to beat the crap out of Minnesota. And how many times is Minnesota going to continue to live
I don't know what to make of them.
This high wire act at some point, man.
To me, that what they did against the Bills, to me is like, wow, that's potentially a really good team with Jefferson alone. I'm buying them, but I understand why a lot of people are. It's funny, you got Cowboy fans and Viking fans, and they're pointing at each other going, fraud! You're a fraud! No, you're a bigger fraud! Not so much the Cowboys after the win over the Eagles.
I'm not buying Minnesota. I can't buy Kirk Cousins.
That's it. I talked to Charlie about that. A lot of people still have that anti-Cousins bias. They just think, no, as long as he's your guy,
that's like your third Charlie reference. Yeah. By the way, who names, because he's one of those Gen Y. He's not even a Gen Y. He's like 14 years old. Who names their kid in this day and age Charlie? Like, that's something from the 50s.
I don't know. Sorry, I won't reference Charlie. Does it hurt your feelings?
Yeah, kind of. I'm right here in front of you.
Or you're cheating on him, and now he's getting all like hurt. First looking over his shoulder at me, now he's mad at you.
I'll be the first to admit it. I'm an insecure man.
Would it be okay with you if we proceeded with the injury report?
Go ahead.
That Charlie had nothing to do with.
If you can work me into it and just say a couple of shout-outs working at Coach Dan, I'll be okay.
All right, we'll get to the injury report coming up here in just a moment. The Boxer and Gerson law firm sponsoring your injury report. The Rams yesterday, Dan, and I didn't see much of this. I didn't see any of this, but Rams over Denver, 51-14. Russell Wilson benched. Russell Wilson, terrible.
Worst trade in the last 50 years in the NFL. 7 years, almost $300 million. You got another 6 years of this dude. And there were signs that he was declining in Seattle. And Pete Carroll will tell you as much, like, you can have him. So did Seattle. Like, you know what? It ain't the offensive line. And it's not the injuries that this dude doesn't have it any longer.
I don't know if it's a worst trade. I know the 49ers traded like 1 million draft picks for Jim Plunkett when they got him from New England. So there have been some bad ones, but it was certainly a horrible trade. And think of the disappointment in Denver. And it got worse for the Broncos because their backup quarterback went to the offensive lineman in the third quarter to get in their faces because he was trying to defend Russell. And so then one of the offensive linemen shoved him. And so the offensive line and the backup quarterback got into a scuffle on the sidelines during the game.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That just goes to show you that Nathaniel Hackett's got to go. Because when you see things imploding like that, much like that of Arizona, when you know there's internal strife, that's a reflection of leadership or the lack thereof. And it's not necessarily Nathaniel Hackett and the X's and O's, which we saw early on in the season, that he was over his head. But when the culture is like this, we need to change things up at the very top.
Dysfunction junction. Are we ready, Craig? No? Okay. We'll get to it in just a second.
Are we playing Kyle M. Shanahan?
Yeah.
What are we waiting for?
It's time for the injury report sponsored by Boxer and Gerson Law Firm.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Dan, Warrior fans are going to have to wait a few more weeks before we see Steph Curry back on the court. Warriors releasing a statement Friday announcing Curry will miss at least 2 more weeks with that left shoulder subluxation. Current timeline based off a positive reassessment of his shoulder, where team doctors noted that Curry is making, quote, good progress, end quote, in his recovery. So Curry will be reevaluated again on January 7th. Fingers crossed. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for more than 40 years. And what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, as promised. Tell you how Kyle Shanahan, in a backwards way, is proving he may be a genius after all. It's Devone and Whitey in today on the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
From all your friends at Dolan's, have a safe and happy holiday season.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
It's that time of year. Bowl season is back. Now you can listen to close to 20 bowl games available from Bowl Season Radio and Touchdown Radio. Free on the Odyssey app. From the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl to the 78th Annual Tax Slayer Bowl. Get your football fix no matter where you are with the Odyssey app. Don't miss out on games featuring Notre Dame, Florida, Iowa, and more. Plus, stay up to date on all the biggest bowl season updates with the Fourth and Manageable podcast. Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Without Prilosec, I wouldn't be able to enjoy all this yummy holiday food. Speaking of whoever made that apple pie, delicious. I just take one pill each morning and zero heartburn all day. So cheers to Prilosec OTC. Ooh, are those jalapeno poppers?
Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid that can cause heartburn, so you can enjoy the holidays. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, it still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or just go to eBay Motors and get it right the first time. With over 122 million parts, they have the parts that...
And for the roasters today, Dan Devone and me, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas kind of is today. It's still part of the Christmas holiday, Dan, right? It's offices are observing Christmas today, which I think is why we have the good fortune of having you with us today.
Is that when I fill in, it's typical. Well, I don't necessarily fill in at night, but I usually, when I work in 95.7 The Game, I'm sort of like nocturnal. I don't see daylight. Like at night, I'm dealing with all the ghouls running around in the middle of the night, calling me up saying, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah.
And or it's like, 5 in the morning and I'm driving in to do this show. I just don't see, for whatever reason, they won't let me see the light of day.
Huh.
I'm not sure what one has to do with the other.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
You get a lot of coconuts texting you?
Yeah,
today?
at night. You know what it's like at night. You got all those, those lunatics running around. It's like, 10 o'clock at night. They got nothing better to do but just to call me out. Saying,
Yeah.
Devone with
you and Alan and you and Charlie. I mentioned Charlie again. Sorry.
No more Charlie. For the love of God, Charlie. Just got to get him a new. Actually, I'm not sure whether I love the first name or I'm like, dear God. It's almost like, what was that old song by Johnny Cash, A Boy Named Sue?
Yeah.
It sort of has that overtone. Like,
Does
I think
it really?
He just named him Charlie so he'd grow up to be a tough-skinned kid because he's going to get his ass kicked at some point. Charlie. Hey, Charlie.
Well, knowing Charlie, that didn't work. I love Charlie, but Charlie don't seem like a guy who got hands. He don't seem like he's just going to swing on somebody.
I don't know.
He's from Cincinnati, so
Yeah.
he met him, but Charlie don't seem like
some
a guy.
hot chili on you.
Exactly.
Watch out.
He don't seem like that guy who's got hands.
Yeah. From coconuts to geniuses. Kyle Shanahan's an offensive genius, right? To me, Kyle Shanahan needed to prove this year that he was a genius. And it was all based on what happened with Trey Lance. Kyle Shanahan was all in. Kyle Shanahan, the player personnel guy. As far as being a coach, he's always going to be a great coach, I think, no matter what. But as far as being a guy who could make those decisions, I think it all hinged, his reputation hinged on Trey Lance, what happened this year and beyond. And obviously this year didn't go well. Trey Lance wasn't playing well. Then he got hurt. But then what happens? Then you've got the guy that Kyle drafted, the last pick in the draft, and he may be the best quarterback the Niners have had in a while. It's insane. So look, he knows what he's doing. He's a genius in this backwards way. Dan, when you look at how difficult it is for so many NFL franchises to find the guy at quarterback, for some teams it takes them years and years and years, and they never find the guy. And it looks like the 49ers may have fallen over backwards into, that guy we took with the last pick, he's really good. It's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen.
It really is. And I think a lot of people are sort of divided that when you think about the future going forward, is it Brock? Because I now officially am moving Jimmy Garoppolo from the equation, and it's taken me a while to arrive at that. And I actually think the future is promising. And a lot of people said, really, you're going to hand the keys over to a couple of 22-year-old kids? But you're thinking about if you got Brock Purdy again, who is giving you the poise, and again, there's that word security, because I think he's developed and created a sense of security, giving Kyle Shanahan the sense that this guy knows what to do or where to go with the football, that I'm okay. And I also have 2 kids now under rookie deals because money is always an issue because of the salary cap in the NFL.
Great point.
I've got 2 guys under rookie deals who are also in their early 20s. The future is very promising at the quarterback position, one could surmise, as opposed to, okay, well, now the adults are out of the room. What the hell are you going to do when Jimmy Garoppolo walks?
Trey Lance, I guess, surprised all his teammates. He got everybody Christmas presents. How about that?
Everybody.
Well done.
Everybody.
That's nice.
Not just the offensive line.
How much of
Are you being facetious?
No, I think it's nice.
Not really. I mean, I know you well enough to detect the tongue-in-cheek, Whitey.
No, I think that's kind of cool. Yeah, that's
okay.
Yeah,
He's even though he ain't playing, he's still got first-round money still coming in.
Yeah.
Now Brock Purdy had to give everybody like Groupon stuff. That kid ain't getting paid nothing.
As crazy as everybody is, for good reason, over Brock Purdy, how much of that, in your opinion, is because of the expectations? Jimmy, we thought, no matter what Jimmy did, but he's not this, he's not that. Brock Purdy, no expectations, right? This guy's Mr. Irrelevant. He can probably barely walk from the tunnel to the sideline without falling over. And then he plays well. It's like, oh, my goodness. So is he really that good, or is it just a matter of our expectations being so low with this guy?
Well, I think the Mr. Irrelevant certainly buys in, because somebody mentioned Tony Romo on the text line. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Irrelevant just means he's the last guy in the draft. There are a lot of guys on a lot of teams that are undrafted and they're impactful football players. So we're sort of buying into the semantics of Mr. Irrelevant. But that being said, 7th round is the 7th round. He puts the Tom Brady and the 199 to bed, when you're talking about guys that were overlooked at the quarterback position. So I think he's proving to everybody he's a legitimate quarterback. That this isn't just a novelty act, or forget about where it was that I was drafted. This is a quarterback that is, with all things being equal, is better than most. And if he continues at this trajectory, is going to be, he's the first quarterback. Did I see this? First quarterback in his first, 3 games to throw more than 2 or more touchdowns and to have a QBR higher than 100. I mean,
sounds right.
He is, what he's doing is sort of historical. And we're so caught up in where he was drafted, the Trey Lance getting drafted. Just look at where you're at right now, and is he winning you football games? That's all you have to focus on, 49er fans. Everything else will take care of itself, and I think we all know the answer to that.
That's right, but there are reasons why he was drafted where he was drafted. So how are NFL teams so stupid? If I was an NFL consultant, I would go to all the teams and go, look at a guy like Nick Bosa, maybe the MVP this year. Defensive player of the year, yeah. He probably should be an MVP candidate. He's not going to win it, but he's that dominant. Okay, the Cardinals had the first pick, and they took Kyler Murray because he's a quarterback. Don't do that. Look at Brock Purdy, where he was picked. So just because you have the first pick, don't think. That doesn't mean that guy is there. You can't just pick the best quarterback and expect that it's going to work out for you.
To that point, what I'm beginning to realize, and I've always maintained this, and now even more so because he's driving the point home, that when you're assessing quarterbacks and you're assessing young quarterbacks, like almost forget about what they did at the collegiate level. I know that, you gotta put something on tape, and certainly forget about their pro day. Zach Wilson is proving that to all of us. Oh, he rolled left, threw it back right. My God, let's draft the kid. He did it in shorts and he's playing rap music in a dome stadium. This is cool stuff. Means nothing at the end of the day. You know what does mean something? Is that, okay, we know you got stats at the collegiate level. A lot of guys do. But it's the mental. And that's even difficult to sort of gauge.
Yeah.
But it's what's between the ears with the guy. That's what's separating you. There's a lot of guys who can put up numbers at the college level, a lot of guys who can throw it 75 yards in the air at a pro day. It's how is a guy wired and how you can measure that, or as best as you can to handicap that and recognize what a dude is like. And I'm talking about from a cerebral standpoint and not the physical. Like, that's where I think your focus has to be. More than anything else. More than height, weight, what it is that you run a 40 in, all the other crap, whether you can throw an out pattern beyond the numbers, just what do you like? Can you be a winner? Do you have the potential poise like that of a Brock Purdy?
I think it gets really difficult, especially when you talk about the NBA, because the players are so young. So some of those things you're talking about, I love the term you used, wired. Some of it is not necessarily hardwired yet at their age. So you're just guessing where players are going to take it.
Yeah, and I think that Kyler Murray, I think you overlook a lot of the talent because, I think you overlook a lot of what it is that I'm saying because of the talent. And then sure enough, that personality, it doesn't go anywhere and it comes back to bite you in the butt.
Right.
He's a squirrely guy who's sort of an introvert. And as it turns out, that's having a negative effect in bringing down the entire program.
Yeah.
So put the emphasis instead of just saying, oh, well, we'll work on that, or let's overlook it because look at the guy, what he can do physically. Like, it should be the other way around. Let's focus on the mental and what he's like as a person, as much, if not more so, than the physical.
Brock Purdy was drafted in the 7th round in part because he didn't impress with his arm strength. Okay. He's gone deep very effectively as a 49er. I mean, he hasn't been, Trevor Lawrence or Randall Cunningham or anything, but the deep pass has been reintroduced to the 49er offense under Brock Purdy, even though he's not necessarily a strong-armed quarterback. It's incredible.
I do think that there is going to be some adversity. And I don't say that because he's not a good quarterback or because, he's going to come back down to earth. I just say that because that's what happens if you play the position long enough. Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, everybody gets a bad quarterback game where you throw multiple interceptions. And the reason why those guys are such good QBs is because they have the resilience and the ability to bounce back, the short memory. We still don't know that with him. What is it going to be like when he goes through a rough patch? Because he will have that. That's just inevitable. That's not an indictment on his play. And when he throws a couple of picks, when he strip sack and or fumbles the football, and he's not playing for a quarter or a half or for 3 quarters, can he still march you down the field, stick it in the end zone, and win a game for you? There are still some boxes, albeit he's checked a lot of them. There are still a few out there that you need to see him do it before you can say he's that guy.
A lot of SFP or smart football people thought that we might see him challenged in that way by the Washington defense this week because Washington is very stout defensively. We didn't see that, did we? In part because Washington came out and they were determined to stop the 49ers from running the ball. And as we've already determined, like the 49ers, we'll throw it then. I mean, that touchdown pass to Kittle, what's that, the second touchdown pass to Kittle? He could have thrown it to either one of 2 guys. There were 2 receivers that were uncovered right down the middle of the field. And Washington was so concerned about the run. The middle of the field in the second half was undefended against the 49ers. So my point is Washington didn't really challenge Brock Purdy the way we thought they might. So those questions are still yet to be answered.
And how about Kittle intercepting the pass from right in the cloud?
Yeah, that's the one.
That was awesome. Well, think about it. Think about the 49ers now as opposed to, say, a month ago or even 2 months ago. If Deebo Samuel in the beginning, say it's week 2 or week 1 against Chicago, week 2, you're in Seattle or you're taking on Seattle or you're playing Denver, and Deebo Samuel can't go. That's all we're talking about. No Deebo. Oh, my God.
He saved their season last year.
Constitutes
He really did.
like 90% of the offense, right? He's their guy. You got to run. You got to throw. That's who he is. And now he misses a game. And while you're better with him, you're like, oh, Deebo's that's okay. Because you got so many toys and bells and whistles with which to play now. This team is so stacked that Deebo's out and you don't miss a beat. Not only that, we don't even think about it because you got Christian McCaffrey and now George Kittle is being George Kittle. I would argue George Kittle is playing his best football ever over the span of the last couple of games.
He's healthy, you think?
I think he's healthy. He's on the same page as Brock Purdy. He's getting into the end zone. And you're seeing the defense be the defense that we all envisioned, people at least had talked about. And so you can miss a Deebo Samuel, and you're that good. Whereas if this was last year in the beginning of the season, you're sitting here and we're talking about, oh no, because Debo was everything. That's how far this team has progressed.
888-957-9570. It's Dan Devone, Whitey Gleason in for the Roasters today. Let's talk to Dre and Lamour on 95.7 The Game. Dre, is anybody or anything stopping Brock Purdy and the 49ers this year?
Not a damn thing. Brock Purdy is enduring himself to me more and more every week. The Commanders, they did sack him like 3 times, put some pressure on him. I'm not going to say Brock Purdy is Mahomes, but have you seen that little side pass thing he's got going when he's got a defender in his face? His pocket presence. He showed me more in 4 games than any 49ers showed me in the last, 20, 25 years.
Wow.
I mean, the kid. Would you guys agree, or are you just not going to take it that far? I mean, his pocket presence.
Thank you, Dre. I appreciate your call very much. I'm not going to take it that far yet.
Dre's smoking something out there in the middle of California.
25. I don't know. I mean, he's not the only one looking at it that way.
Dre's one of my boys. I'm partial to Central California, but no, I can't go there.
And to me, the thing when you say, I'm not going to say he's Mahomes, but then don't, you did. So I'm not willing to go that far.
I still, maybe it's just me, but I still see, and he's going to continue to prove me wrong as we go along, but I just see a really good quarterback that's a backup. I for whatever reason, I don't see a starter that's a star.
But you're not even sure why you're feeling that?
Right.
Yeah.
And there's something amiss there. And I know maybe I just need to get over it. The fact that he's only 6'1", and when I envision a quarterback, it's usually a guy that's that strapping 6'4" and 225 and it's got a cannon for an arm, and a guy that just looks like, the proverbial quarterback. He looks like a good, very good backup.
I understand your point. I don't see that because I don't see anything he's not doing that I can see that someone else could do. Like I said, even the deep ball, which he's not the strongest thrower, the deep ball's been very efficient for the 49ers. I'm not sure what to make of it. Craig, what do you got for us here?
For me, it just reminds me a lot of a better version of a Jeff Garcia. He has great pocket management. He can, from 20 yards and in, he dominates. He can throw deep when you ask him to, but he just manages the game extremely well, and he won't throw you out of games. So, like I said, just a better version of a Jeff Garcia to me. That's what he reminds me of looking back at Niner quarterbacks.
I guess we'd have to say he hasn't proven yet that if you're way behind and your defense is having a rough day, that he can lead you with a monster passing game. But he's probably not, if the 49ers need that from him, they're probably going to lose that game anyway.
And hopefully he never has to show us that, too.
Yeah.
Well, I would just say at some point, again, this gets back to if you're going to play the position, you are going to have a rough game and or a quarter or a half. When he doesn't play well, I just need to see the other shoe drop. I just have to see him throw a rash of picks. They lose a couple of games.
See how he responds to that?
Well, not only respond, but so that I can balance it out. Like, okay, I've seen the good. He is not going to maintain this pace. And that's not being a hater. That's just being living in the real, as they like to say. This is a kid that right now is undefeated and everything's gone well for him. At some point, he is not going to maintain this level of success. And so when I see the interceptions, I can at least have a more accurate sort of balance to exactly who this kid is. As of right now, it's easy to say this is the greatest quarterback in the last 25 years because he hasn't had that bad game or he hasn't had the picks, but they're a coming. And that's just the reality of playing the position.
Here's what I hear you saying. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Brock Purdy was at the Warrior game last night. Did you see that?
I
He's
did.
Sitting there.
Debo.
And there's a term, for presidential candidates. It's like, that guy doesn't look very presidential. And I apply that sometimes to football coaches. Like Matt Patricia, when he was head coach of the Lions, like he doesn't look like a head coach. I think that's part of the problem with Brock Purdy, if there is a problem. But in terms of perception, when you look at him, please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm guessing that you look at him and he just doesn't pop. Like you don't say, whoa, that's a starting quarterback on an NFL team. He just looks like a guy.
Exactly. That's part of
And that may not be a factor at all, but I understand what you're saying.
And what I'm saying, I'm not necessarily saying that adds up to anything at all. It's just sort of he gives a feeling that is a reserve player on a football team and a really, really good one. And I could be, and I might be proven entirely wrong. Again, we just have to see him play poorly. The one knock on the reason why I have to say him poorly, so again, we can sort of balance things out, for me at least. And the poor play is going to happen because, again, if you play quarterback in the NFL long enough, you get enough reps, enough games, the bad game's going to happen. The one knock on him, and I've heard this from a couple of people that know a lot more about this stuff than actually watch college football and put in the all-22, is that he can be very inaccurate. And it's not only the fact that he didn't have the measurables, but one of the reasons why a lot of teams passed on him is that the guy can throw behind and can throw interceptions and throws interceptions in bunches. So much like that of, rhythm shooters when they get it going. We talked about Jordan Poole being a streaky player. He can be streaky in a bad way. And all that stuff, I just need to see. Not because I want him to do poorly or for the Niners to lose, just so we have a better idea of what it is that we're dealing with. Right now, yes, he looks amazing, but this is not an accurate barometer as to who he's going to be going forward.
Some of the things that we want to see from a starting quarterback, I don't know that they apply to the 49ers. Bear with me now. I know I referenced earlier Mike Shanahan's teams. Remember, the Shanahan teams that won the Super Bowl, they had John Elway, back-to-back Super Bowls. But John Elway, it's like, that wasn't John Elway anymore. You remember the great John Elway, swashbuckling John Elway. They never won. And the years that they won, running the ball defensively, he was in some ways a shell of his former self. I don't know that this offense needs that guy leading it. Jimmy Garoppolo, 2019, he had some good numbers, but with this offense and the way everything is based also once you get defensively, you don't need that guy. You need a really efficient, for lack of a better term, game manager. That's what you're better off having. And I think Brock Purdy fits that bill. So I don't know that some of the things you and I are looking for, I don't know that they matter to a quarterback on this team.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that when you're talking about quarterbacks in the NFL, yeah, that might be true, what it is that I'm describing, but the outlier are the 49ers because they do it a different way structurally. And you're right. Whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo and or Brock Purdy, you're not asking for them to, hey, can you throw for 400 yards and put it in the end zone 5 times? Can you be, Patrick Mahomes? You don't need that. And I almost think that Kyle Shanahan enjoys having somebody like that of a Brock Purdy where he can control. Like, it's good.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why he's attracted and liked Matt Schaub and likes Kirk Cousins. He doesn't need flash at that quarterback position.
Yeah, Dan, some people said that's why he was so enamored of Trey Lance. It's like Trey Lance hadn't played that much football, so Kyle knew everything he learns about pro football, he's going to learn my way from me.
Yeah, and one of the things we saw early on in the season when Jimmy Garoppolo returned to the team at the big game against Seattle, and Jimmy's like, I'd like to get back to 2019 and or when I first came in with the 49ers in 2017 where I could throw the ball. One thing Kyle Shanahan does not have to worry himself with right now is letting Brock Purdy cook or letting Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy isn't going to speak indirectly to Kyle Shanahan via the media saying, I'd like to air it out a lot more. No, he's essentially a robot at this point. Do as I say. I'm Kyle Shanahan, and this is what we're going to do going forward. I think he's the perfect quarterback for Shanahan.
That said, I know you've been watching football a long time, as have I. The 49ers have a vibe right now, for what this is worth, that I don't remember them having since the Walsh years. Really.
Feels that way, right?
Yeah. I mean, since Bill Walsh's teams were, dominating and winning multiple Super Bowls. Kyle Shanahan hasn't won any, so I know that's a little premature, but they just have that feel right now. Week to week when they play a game and we get excited as fans, oh, this team can do that, they can do that, and then the game comes, oh, they flatten them like a pancake. That's what Bill Walsh's teams used to do.
Yeah, I don't know if I go all the way back to Bill Walsh, maybe 2019, where you just get this sense that when you play someone like that of Washington, when you play a New Orleans Saints, that you're going to win.
Yes.
Anything can happen, yeah, but you just get this really sort of positive, overwhelming feeling that you're going to win convincingly. Whereas you didn't feel that way against Atlanta early on in the year. You didn't feel that way against Denver. You knew you were a better team, but there was still a sense of unease. Whereas right now, because I think of that defense and Brock Purdy, you're like, you know what? This is an inferior team. We're going to win.
Yeah, because you had injury issues and, we lost a quarterback. Then you got Brock Purdy. And it's like, well, we may be better off with him, which we didn't expect. And then you got like Kinlaw coming back and Armstead coming back. I think has had a bigger impact than we discussed. And you add McCaffrey. And they're just, in every phase of the game, they're so efficient. I just get the sense that, other teams really don't have much of a chance of beating them.
Yeah, and when you talk about efficient, Nobody's doing it better than Brock Purdy. And I know people are saying, oh, Dan, just get on the train and love Brock Purdy and ride with it. I recognize what it is that he's doing. I'm just saying, if we're going to be real, if you think that he's going to play like this for the remainder of his career, the remainder of the season, God bless. But it's never been done before. So let's just see what it is that we're dealing with, and let's just let this play out before we have more of an accurate picture as to who he is.
888-957-9570. Robin joins us from San Francisco on 95.7 The Game. Robin, Merry Christmas. How are you?
Merry Christmas. And Merry Christmas to you, Dan. First, before I say the 49ers, I just want to come down Dan's road about Jordan Poole. Lay off the kid, okay? Because your bias is obviously showing. You give Kuminga all the breaks, and Kuminga is a little agitator himself. And they do not have to look at Kuminga as an example on how to get on the floor. They've been preaching defense from the beginning of time. So, the same praise and then you give Kuminga and Wiseman, you should extend to Jordan Poole. I don't know why you so biased against that boy. Now, in terms of the 49ers are concerned, I think what happens, that last caller is the one who prompted me to call in. We're such prisoners of the moment, okay? You should see all over social media. He's Joe Montana. I think what it is like, really, the last 4 games, he's doing exactly, I see the offense kind of being ran or doing the same thing as Jimmy was doing. So what is the difference? I think it's when you play longer and have a longer resume and you make mistakes, like Jimmy was making, that's why. If you have a longer resume, the more mistakes, sure. People were saying he's a 10-year vet. He was not a 10-year vet. He was like a 4-year starter, too, or something like that, too, who didn't really play complete seasons. So I do think that people prefer Brock because when Jimmy was playing, you always had that anxiety because of his throws, because he has a longer resume. Now they don't really have that, and they like the flair. They like the fact that he can move around in the pocket, which he does seem to have better footwork than Jimmy, okay? And I really hate when it makes for, I hated to come on here with this, it makes for bad radio when all of us as fans and an analyst, whoever, are comparing him and putting Jimmy down or comparing him what he can do in 4 games, what Jimmy couldn't do. And to that caller, Dre, dude, when you said the last 25 years, well, let's go back to those first 5 games that Jimmy won, and everybody was saying, oh, he's the answer. So miss me with that. Bye, you guys.
Thank you, Robin. Appreciate that. We'll give you a chance to respond to those charges, Dan. But coming up next, the key to Brock Purdy may be his S2 cognition score. What the hell is that? We will answer that for you when we come back. In for Bonta and Butch, it's Dan Devone and me, Whitey Gleason, on the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
O'Reilly. Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best battery for your vehicle and your budget. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400, and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for exclusive and exciting live play-by-play Warriors action brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Some people bring joy wherever they go. Some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
No. They have today off. It's Dan Devone and me, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. The morning roast, 95.7 The Game. Steiny and Evan Giddings are going to come in here. Oh, they want to come in at 10. The way we're going, Dan, I may push that back. We may go till noon.
You kidding me?
We're on a roll today.
Come in here in the next 30 seconds. You'd see a vapor trail for me out of here so fast.
You going to go out swimming today?
So we were just talking about this at the break.
Waves are huge.
Yeah, they have these king tides, so you just have to sort of pick your time. It gets a little dangerous because you get these strong ebb, which means the water's going out.
The undertow?
Yeah, so as the water's going out, it's always cool if you're going swimming in the Dolphin Club or you're swimming out in the bay. And, it's you get to your destination quicker, but coming back, you got to make sure you got the energy to get back to the shore because if it's a strong ebb, usually you're like a flood, which means that as you swim out, the current's against you, but as you come back, you're getting that extra push.
Are we talking rip tides? Is that what we're talking about?
Not rip tides, but,
I know they have those out in Pacific. I've been caught in those before.
Yeah. So this time of the year, as you know, the moon as it's closer to the Earth, you get the gravitational pull, which creates these sort of tides.
Right.
It's very mercurial.
Okay. Well, yeah, Dan's a big swimming in the ocean. You swim in the ocean, right? Or is it
so yesterday I was giving friends a tour of the Dolphin Club, and I've seen seals and sea lions right in the water, but you're usually at eye level, so it's like, it's scary, but it's like it is what it is. So we were upstairs in the San Chimino room, so we were sort of going around the club that overlooks where we swim at the cove, and I was like, oh my God, look, there's a seal right there in the middle of the cove. I've never seen it from that vantage point, and it was a sea lion. So it was like looking at it from a helicopter bird's eye view. Massive.
Wow.
Like, that's what I'm swimming around with. I might want to rethink this. Sea lions are massive.
Sure.
Huge in length and girth. Like, oh my God.
I think we're coming out of shark season. Of course, the sharks are always there, but the great whites tend to congregate like October through around this time of year out in the Farallones. So
Yeah. Yeah, they're feeding. They're also
I don't
migrating.
like thinking about that.
Well, sharks, which is why I swim in the cove. You don't get any shark sightings.
Gotcha.
But anyways, I digress.
Yeah, Brock Purdy. Here's a number that we need to talk about. We talk a lot about his completion percentage and things like that. QBR. What'd you say? QBR for his first 3 games. It's a record for a guy in his first
over
100.
100.
What we need to talk about is his S2 cognition score.
What the hell is that?
I don't exactly know, but thanks to Dan Dibley, 95.7 The Game's Dan Dibley, also on vacation. He's got a new baby, and he just texted me a little while ago, and he said so presumably he and Mark Willard, we talked to Brock's QB coach, Will Hewlett. Will Hewlett raved about Brock Purdy's S2 cognition score, and he says, Google S2 cognition. It's the new quarterback metric, and it speaks to the point you made about how you want to evaluate players in new ways. Millions of athletes worldwide have comparable physical stature and statistics, according to S2cognition.com, all playing against different levels of talent. Takes more than their game films, highlight reels, and interviews to prove they stand out from the competition. When comparing multiple athletes who take the S2 evaluation, their S2 score results provide a complete picture of their cognitive skills, separating the average from the elite with numbers backed by science. I don't know what Brock's numbers were, but Dibbs shares with us that according to his quarterback coach, Will Hewlett, Brock Purdy's S2 cognition scores off the charts.
That just gave me a headache because I have no idea what the hell it is that you just said. You know what it is? It's something that it just doesn't translate. You can't see it on a piece of paper, and I don't know it's a stat. It's those beady little eyes. It's just, he gives a sense when you're in the, if you and I are in a huddle right now, right?
Yeah.
We're at the 45-yard line out at Santa Clara.
Okay.
5 different quarterbacks.
What down is it?
It's 3rd and long.
All right.
5 different quarterbacks can walk into that huddle, kneel down, or call a play, and we're going to have a different response to whether it's a sense of security, whether it's a sense of poise, whether it's a sense of trepidation, depending on who that quarterback is. It's like when somebody walks into the room and just commands that level of respect.
Evan Giddings, for example.
Exactly. The voice of just you pick the high school or the team, he's done play-by-play for it.
Yeah.
It's just, it's an intangible, man. It's an X factor. I don't know that it translates to any cognitive test. It's just when the dude walks into the room or a guy gets into the huddle, there's a command. There's a sense of an old soul. I don't know how that translates to any sort of something viable that I can look at and say, okay, that's a measurable that I can sink my teeth into.
That's important, but that's not the point, the way I see it here. And again, I'm not coming in here with, this is what S2 cognition is. Yeah, the reason people respond to certain leaders certain ways is because they have confidence in them. Brock Purdy, by all accounts, he, to your point, he has a real command of the huddle. But players have confidence in him because they've seen what he can do. The S2 cognition score, and again, I think this is in a roundabout way, getting back to what you were saying, Brock Purdy has the ability to process. Not all guys, some guys like, this is how I play, and you're like, oh, that's great. And then things go wrong or they get hurt, and then it's like, that's all I have. And Brock Purdy apparently has the ability to adapt because he's intelligent and he has a high level of the ability to process what's going on and then realize, all right, so I need to do this. That's what I think, in a roundabout way, is making him so effective when if you just look at him, it's easy to go, I don't know about this guy, where he was drafted, the way he looks, but it's what goes on inside the melon that I think is separating him.
See, well, now that you broke it down in layman's terms.
Sure.
Or
processing.
AKA for us, us dumb folk, especially when you hit your melon like that. I get it.
Boom, boom.
Head hurt. Yeah. No, I understand. Yeah. He's just, I think that he's got the physical tools that are sort of, a little bit muted when you compare him to good quarterbacks. He certainly could do some things, but his biggest attribute is what it is I think you and I are both saying, and maybe in two different ways.
Yeah.
It's that he is, and that's not to undermine what he's doing, because I will, one thing I do want to highlight is that he's got quick feet, or he's just like, he's got that quick burst. Like when he recognizes a pocket is collapsing and he makes that decision to get to the outside, like he's not one of those. Like, I think you can run him down if he's going long distance.
Yeah.
Like, after 10 yards, he's one of those guys that turns into a plow horse. But he's got that quick burst, that quick read, and the quickness.
Processing, quickness physically, and also the quickness mentally, that mental dexterity. By the way, I don't know what Dibbs' S2 score would be here. He's home, and it's, the day after Christmas, and it's 8:40, and he's listening to us? Where do you think that chart on the S2
he has no
cognition
life.
scale?
He has a kid.
I love Dibbs. He's my friend, and he's more than my friend. We've been through a lot together, and thank you for the text, Dibbs. But he listened to us?
Well, he got a kid. He's just
exactly. He's cleaned up all the presents and the wrappings and everything.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I
doing
appreciate
all that.
it. Don't get me wrong. Just a little surprise. That's all.
Or he's putting together the toys that were bought. So
they probably got a lot of
batteries, a lot of batteries put
first
together.
Christmas, as you can imagine, Dan.
Exciting stuff. Well, thanks for listening, Dibbs. Is he the only guy?
No,
like about 8 more.
I don't think so.
Right?
At least.
Right.
At least. Yesterday's games. What happened yesterday, and how does it impact where the 49ers are and where they want to get to? Tampa Bay wins. Tampa Bay over Arizona, 19-16 in overtime. Tom Brady, boy, he does it again. He was terrible, but he was able to do it again in overtime. So Tampa Bay is still playing for the division. They play Carolina next week. So Carolina may win that division. We also had the Rams over Denver, 51-14. No real playoff ramifications there, but you got Russell Wilson was terrible, and he got benched. Then you got those Green Bay Packers over the Dolphins, 26-20, and Green Bay's got the Vikings next week. Green Bay is in this thing. If they win their next two, and they get either Washington to lose one of their next two or the Giants to lose their next two, they'd be in the playoffs again.
Yeah,
playoffs.
It's nice to have some. I love the Jim Mora. Thanks, shout out.
Yeah.
So it's good to have the Packers incentivized to win that football game, because the window's ajar for them to get to the postseason. Because Minnesota in this high wire act is going to come crashing down at some point, man. Down 33 to Indiana. No, were they down 33?
Yes.
Yeah, down 33.
But see, they won that game, so which way do you look at it? They're terrible because they were down 33-0, or they're great because they came from 33 points down.
I think if it happens once, but a few times, it's just like, yeah, you guys are living a fortunate life. And at some point, that bubble's going to burst. That's just the way I see things, man. So, because it's key, I think, for the 49ers to catch and pass Minnesota. Especially now, because I don't know that we could have said this a couple of years ago, that there is a distinct home field advantage. Would you agree? What are they, 7-1 at home this year? Mm-hmm. Like, playing at home makes a distinct difference to that of the San Francisco 49ers and their success. So if you're getting two home games, if you're the number 2 seed, I believe, that to me is significant. Minnesota catching and passing Minnesota, which is if Green Bay opens that door by beating the Vikings, is very plausible for the 49ers to get that home field advantage, which they have proven this year, because, Santa Clara was just another place, man. They hadn't really sort of warmed to that, their new surroundings. But now I think it's distinctly a place that they do well.
The way they're playing now, I would guess that they would have very little problem on the road. Some of the road losses were earlier this year when they weren't playing well. But to that point, do you know how many road games the 49ers played last year? Regular season and playoffs. Do you know how many road games they played? They played 12. They played 12 road games, and it took a toll on them.
That improbable run to the playoffs. Yeah, because even before getting to the playoffs, they had that elimination game on the road in SoFi.
Yep.
Remember that? They had to beat the Rams in OT to get to the postseason. And then, of course, it was off to Dallas, it was off to Green Bay, and then it was off to L.A. once again. So that's why Jimmy was so good and overlooked. But I need to get off of that. I'll move on from Jimmy. But
yeah, Robin and you were on the same page on Jimmy, and yet she came after you on Jordan Poole.
Well, that's just the nature of our relationship.
Sure.
At some point, you know what, Robin, if you're still listening, what I want you to do, I'm inviting you to the station. Well, actually, we don't know if I should let you up here because who knows what Robin would do. But I'll meet you out in front. Now, come into the station, Robin. We'll hold hands. And because let's just, it's December 26th, I want to sing Joy to the World. That's all. I don't want to talk about the Warriors. Let's remove the hate for one conversation between Robin and I and just get into the spirit. You can sing backup or chorus. Just a little joy to the world. Me and you, Robin, and that's it.
That's beautiful.
You go your way, I'll go mine.
Yeah. What do you got, Craig?
Well, two things. One, if they did that, how New Year's resolutions end on the 2nd, that'd be that. That's one. Two, I think you've hit the nail on the head when you talked about trying to be the number 2 seed. The toughest thing to do in the playoffs is to play on the road because of, how loud it is on the road in the playoffs. You literally, if anybody who's ever been to a playoff game knows this, you don't sit. Anywhere, and you never sit. So everybody's constantly screaming. In a place like Minnesota where they have that horn going and the dome and all the noise. Yeah. Now you're going with a silent count, trying to understand all these different things. It's like, that's a really tough thing to do on the road. So if you can take a rookie quarterback and say, hey, just play at home, play, where it's quiet and you just got to do your thing. I mean, with all the formations and the audibles we do in this offense, that'd be a great thing to be able to do at home.
Yeah, great point. Legitimate chance that they wouldn't have to worry about that if they win a few games because who knows, the way Philly looked yesterday and Hurts with his shoulder problems, maybe you don't have to worry about the Eagles. Maybe somebody knocks them off.
I know. I think Philadelphia will be there. I do want to see that game, though.
Yeah, me
I want
too.
to see Philadelphia, the number 1 seed, and I want to see that game in Philadelphia with all those nuts. Philadelphia.
Are they coconuts?
They're just nuts, man.
Okay.
They're lunatics.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Philly? Everyone's like 5 feet at birth. There's no diminutive people in Philadelphia. They're just throwing down cheesesteaks and they're 6'4", but they're not like a cut 6'4", a lean 6'4". They're just massive people out there. And they hate, they hate anybody that hates Philadelphia. They love their sports. Oh, they'll hate their team if they're not doing well.
How do they feel about the great state of California?
Can't stand it. And for that game to be in Philadelphia this time of the year where you're going to get snow flurries potentially, but it's going to be biting cold. That's what I want to see. And if we're going to give Brock Purdy his papers, and I love him as much as the next person, despite what everybody's saying on the text line, that's the game, my man. Go cut your teeth in that thing. But in all seriousness, some things in football, I get it, because you want to see the 49ers at home, but if they're going to play for the NFC Championship, it's most likely going to be a road game, unless Philadelphia gets knocked off in the early rounds. But if it is Philadelphia at Philadelphia, man, that's going to be fun.
Well, we don't know that's going to happen yet, obviously.
Yeah,
but the 49ers were what? They were given 7 or 6.5, depending. And I remember looking at that line last week on, they're going to win by more than that. And, of course, they did. That would have been easy money. So if they play the Eagles in Philly, good chance Philly's going to be favored, right?
Sure.
The 49ers are going to win that game. That's going to be easy money because they're going to, just
money.
like what Washington did.
Whitey.
You run the ball down their throat. And you strangle their offense that way, and the way the 49er defenses play, and then you come up with a couple turnovers. Yeah, they will win that game easily if it comes to that.
Man,
it's
you and that dude in Lamar
money.
Just smoking, burning some crazy leaf. You're out of your mind.
I'm just looking at the way Philadelphia's playing right now, and their quarterback is hurt, and Dallas just destroyed them. And I'm looking at the way the 49ers are playing.
No, that's true.
Barring injuries, it's like that. One of those things is one of those 49er games that looks like, whoa, this is a great game. And I don't know that it will be.
You might have some there because I've maintained this all year long, and so I'm sort of singing a different tune. Is that when they got off to the 8-0 start, I'm like, hey, listen, I don't care what you do in September or even October when the sun's out. Let's see what happens in the latter part of the season. And those teams that are playing their best football as you head towards the tape, as it were, towards the end of the season. That's clearly the 49ers, who I think got to be the odds-on favorite to go to the Super Bowl and potentially win a Super Bowl right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Philadelphia played their best football, a couple of weeks ago. Now with the injury, obviously they got Gardner Minshew now as your quarterback.
Gardner Minshew, yeah.
So you might have something there. But let's just say all things being equal, Jalen Hurts comes back. They get back to Philadelphia football. And you're playing that game in Philadelphia. Well, I do think the 49ers can win it. I think it's going to be a dogfight. I don't see that thing being easy at all.
I just think the way the 49ers can run the ball and as many issues as Philly has defending the run, to me, that's the key to the whole thing. If we get that far, And I think it's one of those games where the 49ers, and you see this in football, you see them do it over the years. They wrap around a team like an anaconda, and they got you and they just squeeze. And it's like third quarter and you're like, wow, we're only behind by 10, but you really have no chance.
This is defense. That's what it is.
Yep.
It's all the defense. This defense is reminiscent of 2019. You know what I love about it?
What do you love about it?
You can have, in this day and age, you'll have some great offenses like every other year. There's going to be Patrick Mahomes doing crazy stuff. Buffalo, whether there's teams out of the NFC that they'll throw it all over the place and have a breakout season statistically from an offensive standpoint. But rarely do you see great, and I'm using the superlative great because it's the most overused word in broadcasting. For those of you, and I don't necessarily have a strong religious affiliation, but Jesus was great, I guess. Joe Montana was great. But I hear broadcasters describe a 2-yard run as a great run. That's the most overused superlative in the lexicon as it relates to sports today. Reserve your greats for true greatness. And I will break out a great for this year's 49er football defense. But how many great defenses have we seen? It's so rare. Like offenses, you see it all the time.
It's because of the rules of the game. You're right. It's hard to be a great defense today.
2019 Niners. Prior to that, I'd go back to the Ravens at 2000 and Syracuse and Lewis and all those boys. Maybe before that, the Bears of 85.
Denver's no-fly zone was pretty good.
But this, or the Seahawks.
Yeah.
But it's rare, and it's fun. And when people say, another overused term when you're talking about defenses, they fly to the football, they fly to the football. This team flies. This team literally.
No, they don't literally fly.
Yes, they
that
do.
Would be
they levitate.
They have wings that
literally
they leave the ground.
That's another overuse term. Literally.
Literally. Oh, biggest pet peeve ever.
There's a bar in New York. You would appreciate this. There's a bar in New York where they reserve the right to remove you from the premises if you use the word literally. Like, literally? Like he came up to me and literally? If you say that, we can kick your ass out of the bar.
My head is literally going to explode. No, it's not going to explode.
Literally?
Yeah, they literally ran the ball down their throat. No, they did not literally.
I'm talking about sort of the Valley people that use the literally. And
Sure.
and I have a friend, younger woman who goes, ooh, ah. Sorry, I'll stop.
No, we're just getting warmed up here, but that does lead us to our question here, 888-957-9570. The words that are used by sports broadcasters that are overused that we need to, hey, let's pump the brakes on. I'll tell you the one that drives me crazy, unbelievable. That was unbelievable. You know what unbelievable means? That means it was so incredible that you have a hard time believing it. Like you said, like a 15-yard completion. That was unbelievable. No, it really wasn't unbelievable. It was a nice play. But I think that word in some ways does almost apply to what we're seeing from Brock Purdy. What we're seeing from Brock Purdy this year, Mr. Irrelevant, leading the team this way, it borders on the unbelievable. If you told people when he was drafted what he was going to do, a lot of people that know football would say, there is no way that can happen. Right?
Yeah.
It borders on really being truly unbelievable.
Can I give you one more just for the angriest man in sports? I love Rick Barry, and I truly do mean that. But he wakes up and he's growling. And so we had him on the show once, and he went off on downhill. They're playing downhill. What does that mean, Dan? Downhill. Did they suddenly unlevel the basketball court? Does one team actually go downhill? Nobody has ever gone downhill as long as they've been playing. I mean, he went off on, they're playing downhill. They're running downhill, so anyway.
Are we going to do these words? Okay, mine's is defending champion. You're not a defending champion. Unless you're in boxing or wrestling, you're not going to lose your title. You are the 2022 champion no matter what happens the next year.
Yeah,
you don't give up your title.
True.
You're not defending anything.
But it's true.
You're not defending your championship. You don't lose it. You can't defend it.
The Rams are the defending.
No, they are the 2022 champions. Next year, there will be another champion. Now, if you could take their belt away from them, then like when Floyd Mayweather fights, if he loses, he's no longer the champion. That's why he's defending his title.
But Dan, which way you got to make a decision here? Because I understand what he's saying, but you're the defending champ. If you've won the league, division. You are the defending champion just by definition.
Can I be completely honest with you? I completely spaced out what you guys were talking about because I was reading the text line. Give it to me again.
I was saying you can't be the defending champion unless you can lose your championship.
And I say no,
you're not
are the defending
anything.
champion. The Rams are the defending NFC champions, defending Super Bowl champions. They just are.
They can't defend something that can't be taken away. You're just the 2022 champion.
From a
you're not
literal
defending that
standpoint,
title.
he's right.
Yeah,
They're
you're
the
not
champions.
defending. Only in wrestling or boxing or something like that, you are a defending champion.
See, he's a boxing aficionado, which is spot on. He's right. He's right. I'm sorry. You wanted me to be the arbiter? You owe my man, Craig Valentino.
Okay, so what you're saying is they're not defending a championship because they already won that and it's secure.
Exactly.
All right. I had never looked at it that way. I see what you're saying. I have to admit. I see what you mean. 888-957-9570. The overused words in sports by sports broadcaster. We have what? We have defending champions. We have, what was yours? Great? You think great is overused?
Oh, well, great is
Unbelievable?
misused.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Are you a Kevin Harlan guy?
Yes.
God,
that was
I
Marv
can't
Albert's heart.
stand Kevin Harlan. I know, it's terrible.
Yeah. Ironic is misused by everybody everywhere, but you don't hear sportscasters use that a lot.
How is ironic misused? Give me an example.
What is the definition of ironic?
A fire in a firehouse? A fire in a fire
Irony
station?
is when the actual meaning is the opposite of the intended meaning. And people talk about coincidences all the time. Say, oh, it's ironic. No, it's not. Fire in a firehouse is actually not. It's not really ironic. But anyway.
No, I guess you're right.
Yeah, I digress.
Did you...
What's your issue with Kevin Harlan?
I just don't like him. And I don't know where that came from.
Yeah. You just said, you asked me if I like Kevin Harlan.
Yeah. I feel like he's an auctioneer. Like, you know, so you want
Too bombastic for you?
Well, it's just like, oh, God.
With the dagger!
It's just constantly on radio. Do you hear Kevin Harlan like, oh, my God, you give me heart palpitations.
That's what he's supposed to do.
Brady's back to pass. He steps on his right hash. He throws a ball. It's hand over hand. As he looks to his right, looks to his left. He sees his wife in the crowd. She's with her 2 kids. Now, like, dude, just relax.
I think he's really good.
I just need the. I like. What's Ian's last name? Ian.
You mean Ian Eagle?
Ian Eagle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like guys like you got a caller on the line here. It looks like we're stretching here. So we.
No, we're going to take a break here. You're going to hang on.
You're looking for material.
888-957-9570. Yeah, we're going to get to Karen coming up here. Most overused terms by sports broadcasters. And coming up, we'll get back to the Warriors. Hey, of course it's a rivalry. That's not debatable. That's next. Dan Devone, Whitey Gleason, in for the Morning Roasters on 95.7 The Game.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast. So it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continue to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good? All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Are
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Updated COVID vaccines are here, just in time for the season that brings us all closer. Just in time for added protection against the original COVID virus and Omicron. Just in time for crowded stores and great big family dinners. Updated COVID protection is here. And if you haven't had a vaccine since September, it's time to give yourself the gift of updated protection. Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
No. Today it's Whitey Gleason and Dan Devone in for the Morning Roasters. Last night, Merry Christmas, ho, ho, ho.
Hey, a little Harry Carey.
Sure. What do you want to talk about, Dan Devone? How about the Warriors last night over Memphis? 123 to 109. Holy cow, Sammy Sosa at 22 for the Warriors. Sean Dunston had a 3-pointer. Hi.
There's a huge contingent that have no idea who it is
No
that
idea.
you're doing right now, other than Whitey.
I do it because you asked. That's all. I did it because you requested.
But for those
it's the
of
holiday
you,
season.
I'm telling you, for you kids out there, go Google Harry Carey because my man just nailed him spot on.
I appreciate that. One of the highlights of my quote-unquote career, I did that for Bill Murray once. I was interviewing him at the AT&T, and I did something. Hey, it's Bill Murray. Bill Murray looked at me and goes, "That's good work." And I was like, "I'm done.
There you go.
Yeah.
Go out on a high note.
Yes.
George Costanza, high note.
I mean, Bill Murray, the Cubs fan of all Cubs fans.
Yeah, that's true. He and his brothers are huge sports fans in general. Big golfers, too.
You mentioned what words are overused that are driving sports fans crazy because the sportscasters overuse them. Real quickly here, before we get back to the words, physical culture comes up. Unprecedented has been used a lot now. As far as ironic goes, the song Ironic by Alanis Morissette literally has no ironic references in it. A great point right there.
Hey, I got a crush on that woman. Easy.
I don't think it's used too much. The announcer, I can't think of his name, he calls a good jump shot from a basketball player pure. I don't think it's overused. I just don't like it. Yeah. And someone else questioning, how can the guy doing the show with you, Whitey, how can he not like Kevin Harlan?
Oh, did somebody in there say, yeah, I know he's really popular. In fact, my man Ev, who is going to be somebody that, just remember the name Ev, because he's going to replace Kevin Harlan at some point. And Ev, by the way, does it the right way. So Evan Giddings is going to come on with Steiny in a matter of moments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Evan is a guy that will do anything to get in front of a live mic. Like, put in his time. He's not skipping any steps. Whereas that Chris Collinsworth's kid, who is now the voice of Notre Dame, and he's like 25, the spoiled little runt. I mean, this dude, what has he done? And here's Evan in Modesto calling women's volleyball on a Tuesday night.
And doing a damn good job of it.
And Jack Collinsworth is sitting there with the Blazer doing Notre Dame football. On TV, NBC.
Hey, don't worry. Harlan's daughter at 22 is the Fox Hawks sideline reporter.
Is she really?
And when she was at UGA, I'm like, if your last name wasn't Harlan, I don't think you're getting that job.
That's the way it works. Look at Joe Buck, right?
See, but Joe Buck's pretty good.
Yeah, but how did he get the job?
No, that's true.
Yeah, if that wasn't Jack Buck.
But I think he worked for years in St. Louis in the same booth with his old man doing baseball.
I have a brother who does some internet, like community college sports casting. We talk about Evan, all the sports he does. And the stuff that you can do now if you want to, it's amazing. My brother was doing water polo, and he said, I don't know anything about water polo. And there's some woman sitting in front of him who knew water polo, and every time he said something, she would look back at him like, that's not right. But he got, I don't know, whatever he got, paid a little money for doing internet community college water polo. How about that?
There you go, man. Hey, whatever it takes to get that
Ask
started.
Evan. He's done water polo.
He's done water polo.
Yeah,
Has he really?
Evan has done water. When he comes in, bring up water polo. He's done games.
Okay.
Which, by the way, for sports that I've tried, the most difficult. The most difficult.
You've done water polo?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you mean playing it?
Playing
not
water
broadcasting.
polo. Oh, no, broadcasting. Are you kidding me? No, but try playing that sport. I mean, because the amount of energy you have to exert by not touching the bottom, and they literally have referees, if you're playing in a legitimate league, that are down there swimming around to make sure they're looking at your toesies so they're not hitting the ground. And then you've got to swim to the other end and play defense. But swimming is like getting back on defense for a fast break. You got to run but you're doing it in the pool. And then you're treading one, and then you got to swim to the other end.
Yeah. Speaking of defense, good transition there, Dan. I know you mentioned that as a way of bringing up the Warriors last night, the way they defended against those Memphis Grizzlies.
Well, that's a segue of the day.
What
right
a
there.
segue. Craig gets the assist on that one, the screen assist. 123-109. Can the Warriors keep it up? If they can defend like that, Wiggins or not, Steph Curry or not, they can get back in this thing.
Yeah, well, we'll just see the next time they go out on the road, because suddenly, they get that short memory and they don't know how to play defense anymore. And the energy is entirely different on the road. So if they can change that.
They got a homestand now, though. They got
7 more games, at home. But this is all going to come down to, I'm not worried about them at home. It's just when they go on the road, whatever that mental block is, if they can get over that hurdle, then we can talk about them being relevant again.
To what extent would you say you're worried about them at all? You use the word. I understand it applies here. This is a team defending an NBA title. Are you worried that they won't make the playoffs? Are you worried that they won't be a legitimate contender? I know we got a lot of things that we just don't know yet. Steph Curry, when's he coming back? Things like that. So there's a lot out there still. What are the Warriors going to do? Are they going to make a deal? But to what extent would you say right now, after Christmas, you're worried about this Warrior team?
I probably have a lot more of a sense of optimism than most. I actually think that the second half of the season is going to be much like that of the second half of the season a year ago, where they were struggling all the way up until February. Man, I remember they got spanked in that one road trip out east, and Washington just used them, and they got much better in the latter part of the season. And that's sort of why I made the 49er analogy. You can see that there are pieces here in place. It's just how long before they hit their stride. I do think that that light at the end of the tunnel is not a locomotive, but there's actually going to be a glimmer of hope going forward with this team. Because I think it's not about the core, it's about everybody else around them, that orbit around them. And I think that what we've seen over the last month is there's now a semblance with the bench, which starts with Jordan Poole. It's DiVincenzo, who's legitimate now. And then I think Jonathan Kuminga has proven. And if James Weissman comes into the act, it's a lot more structured than it was, say, in the beginning of the campaign.
We had Bob Myers on last week when I was in for Steiny. You know, Steiny and Goo talk to Bob Myers every so often. They do a great job. And I was lucky I was in that day for Steiny when we had him on. So I asked him, look, Bob, is there any way other than somebody on the roster stepping up or you going out and getting somebody? Other than those two things, is there any way you turn this thing around? And he said, that's the question. He said, that's what we're figuring out here. And with the trade deadline approaching, they're going to have to assess, what do we have in this roster? Can we make a run with this bunch? Or do we need to get something, bring somebody in? To me, it's crystal clear. And I know this isn't a great day to mention this because last night they played well without two of their best players. But to me, if you don't add somebody of some significance to this roster, you have no chance to win a championship. None.
I would agree with you, and you can add somebody. The question then becomes, what is it that you're giving up? Are we doing this via trade, or is this a team that's in the Wembanyama sweepstakes and are unloading guys, and you can get a veteran, one of those guys that just simply wants the hardware and wants an opportunity to win a championship and will go to the Warriors at a lesser price or for money that they can afford? Or are you saying that you're willing to give up players to go get a significant piece?
I would be willing to give up players, depending, of course, on who I get back. But right now, it's just almost impossible to determine those things when Steph's not playing. Where are we? Well, how good is this team? Well, Wiggins isn't playing now, and neither is Steph. So it's impossible to figure that out. You have to do so much guesswork right now. So hopefully they'll be back soon so you can do that. I would, and maybe a team like Utah, and they continue to hang in there when, as I'm sure you know, a lot of people looked at Utah and said, they're terrible this year. They're going to be tanking. Well, they're 19-16.
Yeah.
So people have been waiting to see, all right, is Danny Ainge going to unload here? I don't know. Maybe not. So the players on the Jazz, maybe they're not available. So who's going to be available? Do you go out and get I'm a kind of a Jakob Poeltl guy. But again, if Steph's out for a long time, if he doesn't recover quickly, then a move like that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Jakob Poeltl, come on.
He's a good player.
Come on.
He helps you.
But who am I giving up? Am I moving off of Kuminga for Jakob Poeltl?
No, but I'd give you Wiseman.
Oh! As they say in The Sopranos, oofa!
Yeah. I'm convinced Wiseman, he's
or
made
Chris
strides
Rock
this week.
would say, are you out your damn mind?
Yeah. What is there that Wiseman is going to give me that convinces me I got to have him around? He's a foundational piece. I don't think he is. I hope I'm wrong, but it's just he's a 7-footer and he was a second pick. So what? He doesn't play well. Last night he had his moments, and I know he scored 30 in a blowout. I just don't think he is a guy that I can build on.
But you can't just discount or poo-poo what it is that you just said. Oh, I know he's getting better. He had 30 and he looked good last. That's what you're looking for, is for some ascension with this guy. He's a kid that you're looking for him. Is he getting better? And I think the promise that we've seen since he's come back from Santa Cruz is way, way too premature to give up on a guy that's just showing signs of getting it. Like, that would be the ultimate mistake.
I think he's too far behind the curve for me if I'm the Warriors right now. I don't have that. I can't afford to be that patient with him. It's not his fault. He didn't play. There was a pandemic. He got hurt. Fine. I think I know what type of player he is. I think there are issues with him being a fit for me, and I don't know that if I'm trying to win a championship before I lose a guy like Steph Curry and Draymond and Clay, I'm already losing to injury and old age. I can't afford to be that patient if I want to win another championship.
You said you think you know what sort of player he's going to be.
Yep.
What? Who? Because I have no idea. We've never seen someone. We've seen guys who can shoot it, who could be potential really good forwards. When's the last time we saw a guy with the potential to be a dominant center with the Golden State Warriors?
I don't see him being dominant. I don't see it. I see him being a guy he can score, and maybe he can score a lot. I don't know. Defensively, he's so far behind. And last night, there were some good signs. That's what I need more than anything, and I don't think he can give that to me. Maybe he can based on last night. We'll see how he does on the rest of this homestand. If he can't be a really solid defensive player, the scoring to me, if I'm the Warriors, it doesn't really help me that much. It just doesn't. And I think he projects to be an offense first guy. On a bad team right now, he'd probably be averaging 15 to 18 points a game, and people would say, oh, this is a bright young star. And that's all well and good, but that doesn't help me right now.
I think you might be suffering from a preconceived bias because it sounds like what it is that you're describing is the James Wiseman before he went down to the G League. Are you allowing yourself, Whitey, get inside your inner self, take personal inventory? Mm-hmm. Are you willing to look at who he is since he's come back? Because I see a different player that I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt more so than I was before he went down to this brief stint.
First of all, I have nothing against him, and this isn't directly answering your question. I have nothing against him where I have some resentment where I got to get rid of this guy. That's not it. He's an asset. I'm trying to, and I know he's a person, and I want him to do well and be happy, but he's an asset, and I'm trying to manage this asset in a way that maximizes my chance to win a championship. I don't think he's a very good defender. Last night, he showed some good signs. He did, and that's great. But even in the game against the Nets where he scored 30, he got Patty Mills kind of roasted him a few times, and that's going to happen.
Patty Mills, what is he doing? Come on.
He looked bad on those plays. He looked bad on those pick and roll plays.
Patty Mills, you don't want to switch on Patty Mills. Like, you're going to get torn.
No. I'm not saying he can't guard Patty Mills. Of course he can. But Patty Mills worked him in the pick and roll in a way where it's like, okay, that don't help me. So if I have a chance to get something that's going to help me now win a championship for Wiseman this year, I'm very open to that. Preconceived, how much can playing in the G League really help a guy who has to improve defensively? He's not playing against anybody any good down there.
No, it's not.
And again, that's not his fault, but that's a fact.
No, but it's not necessarily what he did down in the G League. He goes down there so that he can work on his game to improve at the NBA level. It's just like taking a course. And when you see him come back to the NBA level, I think we all have to recognize that he is an improved player, or at least looks better.
I'll give you that.
Brief time. Well, if you're going to give me that, then don't you have to have allowances that it's a little premature to sort of pull? If we're going to say that he's showing signs of getting better, don't we have to sort of at least see this out towards the end of the season?
Here's the thing. I have to make a decision one way or the other without knowing for sure.
That's true.
So I have to make it premature. Involved. Yeah, whether it's, yes, we want him around, or no. I got to make that decision prematurely, right? That's just the nature of it. Do I want to keep him around and pay him $12.1 million next year? I'm not sure, but he's trending the right way. Or do I want to get rid of him? That's why, again, it depends what's available. And if I can get something that's going to help me have a legitimate chance, a better chance to win this year, to trade Wiseman, I have no problem with that. We'll see. In the meantime, he's part of my, pardon me, but he's part of my team. And every time he shows signs of improving, if I'm Steve Kerr or the front office, yes, he's playing great, because if nothing else, it increases his trade value.
It's encouraging. I think what I saw last night, and say what you will with the 30 points in garbage time against the Nets and a blowout, he's showing signs that maybe, just maybe, instead of getting it via trade, he could be that guy. He could be that piece, that missing piece in the beginning of the season. Now we're going to take some baby steps here, but towards the end of the year and heading into the postseason, I think you got to give this guy time, especially because of the fact not only that you drafted him number 2, but the fact that he hasn't seen the court. And it would just be, it's way too early to come to some sort of a conclusion that this is who he is and he's not going to get any better.
Even last night, played well, right? I think we both agree.
Yeah.
He played 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr doesn't have much faith in him. He plays 8 minutes like, oh, you did great. I need more than that from a guy who's going to help me win a championship this year. If my coach only feels like he can play him for 8 minutes, then that doesn't help me this year. And I need this year to be as good as I can be.
Well, I think if we've learned anything from Steve Kerr, it's that you cannot look at his substitution patterns and draw some sort of a conclusion. 2 weeks ago, Moses Moody wasn't even playing. He was DNP. Nobody really knew why. Jonathan Kuminga got removed from the rotation, then gradually sort of won over Steve Kerr and incrementally got more minutes. So while 8 minutes and 8 good minutes by that of James Wiseman.
It was good. You're right.
Could increase to 10 to 15, and then we can go from there. But I do think it's a start. It's just, overall, I just think it's way too early. Maybe pick somebody else. Think about, a Moody or a PBJ. But James Wiseman, Can't touch
When
that.
I look at the guys who are part of the evolution of the center position now, the 7-footers who are really good and contributing a lot to their teams, dominant, if you will. Jokic, right? Joel Embiid. I don't see Wiseman as projecting to be anything close to one of those guys. And that's, well, is that fair? Yeah, if he was the second pick. So a lot of people still see him. Remember when we were talking about comps earlier? Some people, I think even Steve Kerr might have said, he reminds me of a young David Robinson. Like, what? You know what I mean? I just don't see him at this point coming anywhere close to that. And that's okay. That happens. But I'm not going to hang on to him hoping he's going to be David Robinson because he's not.
But what if he's a good piece? See, again, I think we're playing the where were you drafted in expectations game as we did with Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy was the last guy taken in the draft in the bottom of the 7th round. And so there is that. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm not playing that game, but I think some people who are saying, oh, yeah, he's going to be dominant, I think they're playing that game. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I think at some point, you just got to forget, and I know it's hard to do, and we never will, that he was the number 2 pick. Okay, whatever.
Well, you're right. Wiggins is a great example
Exactly.
of that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins was the number 1 pick, and so you could say that he's always been underwhelming in that regard, but he's a significant
And once we
cog.
forgot about that, it's like, wow, he's really good.
He's really good, and he's a key part to the success of the Golden State Warriors. If James Wiseman can be that, maybe he's not worthy of number 2. Maybe LaMelo Ball turns out to be a better basketball player, but as it relates to the Warriors, if James Wiseman is winning you games and has a vital role going forward, and you run it back with this guy, who cares where you're drafted?
Yeah, I agree with that. I also think it's interesting looking at Kuminga. You mentioned Kuminga. The way Kuminga is used to me reflects that Steve Kerr and some of the basketball people feel much more strongly in a positive way about Kuminga than they do about Wiseman, because Kuminga got his minutes increased, and then even though in the last 3 games he hasn't been great, but he's still getting his minutes, 16 last night. Whereas Wiseman is like, we're sending him to G League. He played great. He played 8 minutes. So I suspect there's even a split in the front office there. I think some people are ready to move off of Wiseman, and I think some people in the front office are still looking at him going, no, he's going to be our guy. So it's one thing for you and me to argue, but I think inside Warrior offices, they're having these same debates. 888-957-9570. I think Priest is probably coming after me here.
This is James Wiseman's agent.
I know.
This is his agent.
Hey, Priest, you're on 95.7 The Game. Merry Christmas. What's up, Priest?
Yeah, man, I've been laying in the weeds, and I've been trying to stay off this stuff because I don't want to come after you cats in ways that is unprofessional or something that I regret. But I'm so tired of listening to this stuff, man. I don't know what to do. This kid is coming off an injury. First of all, been out of the league for 1.5 years. He wasn't even in shape at the beginning of the year. I watched him down in the G League struggle to play four straight minutes, because he didn't have his legs, didn't have his wind, nothing. He gradually, after about the 3rd or 4th game, he started to get his wind back. Then he started to dominate down there. He was putting up double-doubles like it was just rolling out of bed, putting up double-doubles. Translates. Basketball, I go all the way back to Wilt and Russ. I've seen players. I remember players when they were 19 and 20 years old, as opposed to being 25, 30, 35. This young man is in his puberty. He ain't even begin to scratch the surface yet.
Thank you, Priest. I appreciate your passion. Even though we disagree, appreciate your passion. But you mentioned Bill Russell. Bill Russell, when he was James Wiseman's age, he was a pretty good defensive player. Right? And I know we're going way back, but that's the thing with Wiseman. He's got so much room for growth. Defensively, that part of the game, it just doesn't come naturally to him. Do I have the patience, if I'm the Warriors, to wait for him to, can I see if he becomes that type of player? Not if I'm trying to win this year. That's all I'm saying, Dan.
I hear you. I like when Priest says I've been laying in the weeds. Well, part of that is because James Wiseman sucked in the beginning of the season. We didn't hear from you. But now that he's playing well, Priest has resurfaced. Love you, Priest. He's showing growth. I just don't, again, man, when a 7-footer is showing signs, maybe the trade talk would have some traction if this was before he went to Santa Cruz, but now
why does it matter that he's, pardon me, but why does it matter that he's a 7-footer? Again, the Warriors have proven we don't need a 7-footer. I mean, it'd be nice to have some size, but it's not like 1969 when you need that guy in the middle if you want to be good.
But you say that, but if you watch the game last night, I think that the one thing they'll always struggle against is being physical. They are not a physical team. If you're bigger with Steven Adams and you got Brandon Clark and you got all those boys that Memphis has, and you got Jaren Jackson, you've got to be able to match that physicality. And oftentimes they've been inferior. Same with...
But I beat him in the playoffs last year with those Cats.
But it's a much difficult road to hoe if you don't have... They did it, but it's a struggle, Whitey. There's a different way, and it's not a bad thing that you have a big guy who can counter the other bigs in this league and also can be a force and an athletic presence in the paint. That guy... and I'm talking about James Wiseman, was changing shots in the paint. Draymond, all those great defenders the Warriors have, Andrew Wiggins, they can D up, they can get in front of guys. Nobody, just simply by sticking your hand up and protecting a rim, can change shots. That is a clear impact.
Did see some of that last night, to your point. I did. So, by the way, you know what the best rim protectors in basketball are? The guards that don't let the ball into the paint.
That's true.
Thank you. Austin in San Jose, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Austin, Merry Christmas. What's up?
What's up, fellas? Good to talk to you, Whitey. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
My guy there, man, he's a Weissman disciple, man. And I love Priest. He calls up. He's no better proponent of Weissman. Listen, I think you guys, Whitey, I think you know where I'm at, man. I have never, as Weissman deserves a right to improve, and I hear a guy saying that he's improving, but, man, you got to watch League Pass, man. Get out of the Warrior propaganda. I mean, this guy, you could go get a guy right now to do what you need to do. You don't have to wait 3 years or 2 years for James Wiseman. And he could become the guy, but listen, I think Whitey's saying it. They can go get a guy right now to help them kind of win another championship. So, and then you're going on what he's going to be. Who knows what he's going to be? Would you make a decision on what you thought somebody was going to be? I mean, that's crazy. And the other last thing about Wiseman, I think we got to get past the number 2 and thinking he's going to be special. That's where I think Warrior fans went sideways. If he's just a good player, that's fine, but forget about him being special. He's not going to be special, guys. That's me. Thanks.
Thank you, Austin. If I had to make a decision now, I would agree with you. It's like, I don't think so. Maybe, but I gotta make a decision one way or the other here pretty soon. So
I think Austin makes a good point.
Of course he does.
When he's talking about, because he agrees with you, but when he was talking about you need to watch other players in this league, Evan Mobley's a perfect example that you don't necessarily have to be a project from 3 to 5 years as a big. He's the kid who came out of USC. I think he didn't go number 2, but I think he went number 3.
He'd be a really good
and he was plug and play.
Yes.
Like he stepped on the court with Cleveland, was ready to go. So I get it. You can't just look at Weissman and say, well, bigs take a while to develop. That's not necessarily the case for other bigs in the league. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of other bigs in this league. My point is that you give up on somebody like that of James Wiseman with the kid's, 20 years old, because you've seen enough, and you don't win that title, then what?
We'll tell you coming up, and hang on, 888-957-9570. Phones are buzzing here. We'll get to you as soon as we come back. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by calhope.org. What to do about James Wiseman in the new year with Whitey Gleason, Dan Devone in for the Roasters, 95.7 The Game.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit Financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance, regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Updated COVID vaccines are here, just in time for the season that brings us all closer. Just in time for added protection against the original COVID virus and Omicron. Just in time for crowded stores and great big family dinners. Updated COVID protection is here. And if you haven't had a vaccine since September, it's time to give yourself the gift of updated protection. Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
What do you think Bonte and Shasky are doing right now, Dan?
Sleeping like normal people?
Yeah.
Studying the inside of their eyelids?
9:33. It's not that early anymore. It's not that early. Up and at them.
If you were up at, seriously, if you're Bonte at 6 in the morning, please tell me he wasn't out of bed.
Well, the thing is, I know something about this from doing morning radio for so long. When you're getting up at, I don't know what time
Body
it gets
clock.
up. You know, for a guy like Bonte or Butch, like 7 o'clock in the morning is like, oh man, I really slept in today.
Wow.
So,
well, he would have felt that way if his little one lets him sleep till 7 because they don't know Daddy doesn't have to work today.
You got that too. You got
6 a.m. Somebody's waking up no matter what.
Yeah.
That baby needs to be changed.
Yeah. So I'll be in all this week. Kyle Madsen's with me tomorrow, and it's been a lot of fun today, Dan. But we're not done yet. We got a lot of Warrior fans weighing in on this James Wiseman controversy. Is that what it is? Is that fair to call it that?
No.
You the one who said you wanted to trade him, so yeah, this is a controversy.
Yeah.
Controversy in your simple mind.
Yeah. It's not. You think it's done deal. You keep him. Everything's great.
Oh, I
He's
don't
gonna be
know if everything's great, but there's no way in hell you're moving off on him.
He's the next Wilt Chamberlain.
It's way too early to move off on the guy. Listen, if we're having the same conversation a year from now, okay. I'll eat some crow. 2 years from now.
It's not even a matter of eating crow or not. It's just, it may be too late. If I don't do anything this year, it may be too late to do anything because I don't know how many more shots at a championship I'm going to have. And again, I'm assuming Wiggins comes back, and that's an assumption, that injury he has, that may be something where he comes back and there's, you got to be out again. Steph comes back and he's ready to go. If those two guys, if they're not fully healthy this year, then yeah, I'm not doing anything with Wiseman because I would love as much time as I can have to see what he's going to become. But I've had a chance this year to make another run at it, and I got to part with Wiseman to get something that will help me this year. I'm really interested in doing that. That's all.
Well, I'm just saying, not only you, but everybody else, just keep your eyes open and keep an open opinion from where recognize growth, because a lot of this just seems to be he was bad in the beginning of the season. I've made up my mind. It doesn't seem to be a lot of recognition of what it is that he's been doing as far as his trajectory and getting better since he came back from Santa Cruz. Quite frankly, he looks like a different dude. That's just me. He looks different. Just his eyes is just like this game slowing down for him a little bit. He looks like he's growing up. So with that being said, I'm sorry, man. I need to ride this out for at least a few more months before I'm passing judgment on who he is as a basketball player.
888-957-9570. Let's go to John in Fresno, 95.7 The Game. John, thanks for hanging on. What do you make of the current Wiseman? Let's call it a situation, if not a crisis. What do you got?
I say most Warrior fans are impatient and spoiled. You got to give this guy some time to develop. I mean, he hasn't had much time to play basketball. And I say before the end of the year, he's going to make an impact on this team to help them win, and they'll get back in the playoffs. And all they need to do is get at least a 6 seed. Seeding doesn't matter to this team. They get in the playoffs, they'll just win. Like Al Davis said, just win, baby.
Thank you, John. Thanks for hanging on. I agree with that. There's every chance that the Warriors, they're not going to be, a 1, 2, or 3 seed this year. Maybe they can pull it together. But I agree with that if the Warriors are coming out of, even if they're coming out of, heaven forbid, the play-in situation, I don't think with their pedigree that you can discount them if they're low in the playoff seedings. And we'll see where they are.
Seedings in the playoffs don't necessarily mean as much to me when you compare them to the other big sports like that of baseball and football, especially football. When we were talking about how the Niners need to procure home field advantage at least for 2 games and catch the Vikings and pass the Vikings, the Warriors have proven they can win on the road. That's part of their DNA in the postseason.
Not this year, but you're right.
In the postseason,
you're right.
They've won, 27 consecutive, at least one win on the road in the postseason. So if they put it into another gear, much like that of the 49ers, and are playing their best basketball headed towards the end of the season, I don't really care about their seeding. I still wouldn't want to play them in the first or second round.
Pardon me, Dan. Jack in San Ramon to talk about James Wiseman, 95.7 The Game. What do you got, Jack?
Hey, guys. Happy holidays. I have to say it's so refreshing to hear Dan's take on Wiseman, because the last few weeks I've been hearing Bay Area media. I mean, not picking on you, Whitey, but you're bagging on Wiseman. The guys barely had a chance, and I think just I think people are just the media is kind of channeling Steve Kerr a little bit, thinking the Warriors center must be 2 points and 5 rebounds in 15 minutes like Looney, and I think. If you look at the 8 minutes he got, Wiseman, last night, I mean, I don't have to tell you guys how hard it is to kind of show people and play as a young player in 8 minutes and with limited opportunities. But at least I counted. Wiseman he sealed his man off at least 3-4 times, and he had, rolls to the basket open at least, 4 or 5 times just in those 8 minutes. So if any of the Warriors is doing the ball, and if you go back to the G League time, I went back and looked at every one of his games. I think he's got played 10 games. He's got this post-up jump hook that, I don't think I've seen any Warriors center has had since probably going back years and years. And just last point, guys, if you guys think about the last time the Warriors had a center with some offense skill like Andrew Bogut and what they did with him, I think Wiseman, the sky's the limit. Kerr's got to change his mindset and give him a chance.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate that. I see the whole thing with Bogut was such a good fit for the Warriors because he defended, he rebounded, and he was such a good passer. You could run your offense through Andrew Bogut before the injuries really took a toll. And James Wiseman, you can't do that. That's fine. You knew you couldn't do that. I'm just not sure how good a fit he is. And again, this is a terrible day for me to try to make this case because last night was one of my favorite James Wiseman games ever. 8 minutes, 5 rebounds. He didn't even take a shot.
Yeah, and
I like that.
I think you got to keep an open mind, especially post Santa Cruz. If he went down there to improve, I get it. He's playing against chumps down in the G League. It's not that so much as that he was working on things with the coaches, handed down from Steve Kerr and company, and saying, work on this every day. So if he went down there to improve, he comes back, then I think you have to readdress or at least keep an open mind that is a new and improved version that I have to hold off on this idea that I need to get him out of town yesterday.
Yeah. Whoa, hold on. I'm not saying I need to get him out of town. I'm saying if I have a chance to improve my team this year and it's going to cost me him, I'm okay with that. Please don't misconstrue. I'm not saying I need to get rid of this guy. He's a cancer. Not saying that. By the same token, the notion that he dominated in the G League, are you kidding me? He better, right? He better. At the G League level? But that doesn't necessarily mean it's good, but I'm not going to, oh my goodness, he's got to play 20 minutes a game and start because he dominated at the G League level.
Well, I guess if he dominated the G League level, all that would mean is that, okay, now when you come back to the NBA, can you be better than you were the last time we saw you?
I agree.
And he clearly is.
Mm-hmm.
So you need to ride this out,
Whitey. Maybe is. I don't know if I'd say clearly is.
Well, the first couple of games, he's clearly better. Give it time. Just this guy. I'm just telling you, man. It's not like any other position. And you're right. You can buy into this. The Warriors don't need a center, but it certainly doesn't hurt if you got a big who's doing what he's doing.
What would you be? Give me an admittedly optimistic projection of the type of player James Wiseman. Say in a couple years, he's for the most part fully developed. I know it's not like that in life or basketball. We're always developing, evolving. What kind of player is he if he reaches even some of his potential?
Well, I don't do comps, but I would say if he's a significant contributor, meaning giving you 20 points, double-digit rebounds, and he's playing upwards to, as of right now, it's difficult to envision. Just like Jordan Poole his rookie year, like, oh my God, or even Andrew Wiggins his first year with the Warriors. You're like, let's get him out of town. He ain't going to win with this team. It's just, you have to, as this core gets older, the reason why he's not going anywhere is Lacob, who sees things from a financial sense because he's a business tycoon. He sees it through a different lens. There's no way in hell he's moving off of a guy who's going to give you another way to win basketball games and continue to be a dominant team in the NBA as that core heads to the sunset, which is one of the reasons why he, as well as the Warriors, are not going to be, we're all in this year, do or die. You go and trade James Wiseman and some of these kids, and if it doesn't work out, oh, well, the future is we'll get back into the lottery. No, he wants to keep this train going down the track. And the way you do that is that you plug in these youngsters as they get maturity and as they get more time and more reps, they slowly begin to replace the Steph Currys, the Clays, and the Draymonds eventually at some point. Now, replacing those three is almost impossible to do.
No, I understand.
But I think you understand what I'm saying.
You have to literally replace them at some point. You can't just leave the roster open. So, you can't come up with someone as good as them, but you have to at some point replace them. The thing is, the finances that you mentioned with Joe Lacob, but I know we touched on this earlier, that's why I got to make some kind of decision on Wiseman soon. I can't just necessarily, let's see, because I got to pay him $12.1 million next year, which is not, a king's ransom if he's going to be great, but I got a lot of guys I got to pay, and I got some tough decisions to make, and that luxury tax stand, Devone, wow. So that's why I may have to make a decision one way or the other on him before ideally I would like to.
I think he's actually going to be $80 million when you factor in the luxury tax.
There you go. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Lloyd in Oakland, 95.7 The Game. What's up, Lloyd?
Hey, I wanted to say something about the Wiseman situation. How can you judge the man when he's only playing 8 minutes a game? I think Steve Kerr has to play him a lot more than 8 minutes a game, at least 15 to 20 minutes a game. I'm not saying that Wiseman needs to start right now, but I'm saying that he needs to play more. There's no reason why he played good last night in the time that he was in, and then we didn't see him hardly anymore after the second quarter. And it's like, come on, why is he not playing in the second half? When he was playing good, he was playing good defense. He got rebounds. He blocked a shot. It's like, what do you want from the kid? I think Kerr has something against him, and I don't understand. Like you were saying before, he played good in the G League. If he's playing that good in the G League, you got to give him more minutes in the regular time. When he played last week in the garbage time, it was garbage time, but he still got 30 points.
Thank you, Lloyd. That's a good question. Why isn't he playing more? What's your answer to that? I know it's not your decision, but how would you answer that?
I think that Steve Kerr is very, very conscious of his confidence and continuing to build on that. And you're going to use him incrementally, but he is, I think, Steve Kerr, if he continues on this pace, much like that of Jonathan Kuminga, who played his way into the lineup, out of the lineup, and then slowly began to work his way back into favor of Steve Kerr. I think that's what we're witnessing right now with James Wiseman, is that as he continues to do what's asked of him and show that he's learned from the beginning of the season and his stint down in Santa Cruz, that he will incrementally, exponentially get more minutes going forward. I don't think Steve Kerr is putting him in a doghouse. I don't think Steve Kerr is saying, no, I don't like this guy. It's just, let's bring him along with training wheels, but he's clearly part of the future.
I think Steve Kerr is concerned and aware of where James Wiseman's confidence is, but I think he does, ultimately, that's secondary to the fact that Steve Kerr wants to win. And when he plays James Wiseman, to this point, James Wiseman has not played well, and he has not played well defensively. And the Warriors this year giving up, as you know, they're giving up way, way more free throws than they're taking, and James Wiseman has been a part of that. Hasn't been the main part. He hasn't played enough. You can't blame it all on him, but he's made that worse. And until he plays better defensively, consistently like last night, he's not going to get more minutes. How come he's not playing more? Because he hasn't played well. Well, he has to play. You have to play well. No, you have to play well to play more.
But that doesn't explain last night. He played well last night, and he only got 8 minutes. So I think it goes to, let's just bubble wrap him and bring him along incrementally and slowly and build the confidence. But he's clearly in their future plans. There is no doubt in my mind. They're just very guarded against regression. They don't want to put him in a matchup where Jaren Jackson, I don't know what they were protecting him against, but they don't want to mess with his confidence at this juncture, especially when he's strung together some good games at the NBA level, and he's played well at the G League and has done everything that's been asked of him.
Last night, he didn't play more because they didn't need him. He was in there 8 minutes. He played well. Great. Do we need him more? No, we're destroying these guys. So it wasn't anything that he did well or didn't do. It's like, well, the guys, they just played great last night, the way they shot the ball. So that's what last night was about. 888-957-9570. Coach in Vallejo, 95.7 The Game. Whereabouts in Vallejo are you today, Coach?
I'm in Northern Vallejo, sitting on my couch, watching you guys, and Merry Christmas.
Nice. Thank you. Thanks, Coach. What's up?
Hey, well, I got a little bit of a complaint. I like the Warriors, and I like Warriors basketball, which is based on ball movement, However, the new poster boy of the Warriors, he's even the poster boy of your station, Jordan Poole, he dribbles, and when he's tired of dribbling, then he throws the ball. He doesn't play Warrior basketball. And I, for some reason, can't understand why the Warriors are promoting him as the new poster boy. He doesn't shoot a good percentage. He's a high turnover guy. He doesn't play defense, but he's really getting promoted, and that just kind of irritates me. What's your take on Jordan Poole?
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate that. Real quick, by the way, and thank you, Craig, for the update. The Broncos have, no surprise, they've fired Nathan Hackett. They lost yesterday to the Rams 51-14. Russ was benched. There was some sort of dust up on the sideline. So no surprise, it's been a year of dysfunction in Denver. Nathan Hackett has been fired by the Broncos. Now, As far as Jordan Poole goes, I know you had some thoughts on Poole. Do you want to dive in on that one, or you want me to go first?
Go ahead.
The floor is yours. Well, Jordan Poole, they just need him right now because they lack offensive punch. He's proven he can play Warrior basketball. It's tough for him right now because he's asked to do a lot of things and carry a heavier load, and now Steph's out. You got to carry an even heavier load. He has been inconsistent. I think the reason he's playing right now is despite some of his shortcomings, and you mentioned, Coach, defensively, his shortcomings, they just need what he gives them offensively right now.
Yeah, I think Jordan Poole, with the absence of Steph Curry, you need someone to score the basketball, and this is what he does. And he's one of the fastest guys in the league. And I actually would think, and I'd actually say he's gotten much better than, say, a year ago, where he was dribbling way too much and playing with his food and not being linear and getting to the rim. He's improved on that. My issue with Jordan Poole is that he's got to stop crying, stop worrying about the refs, and he's got to play a complete game, meaning that when you scored 43 against Toronto, that was your best game because he scored, he didn't have the gross assist, and he wasn't getting rung up with some T's. Like, you've got to play a complete game. Don't give us 2 steps and then go 3 steps in the other direction.
Yeah, I understand where Coach is coming from. Last night, Poole, and he had 32, and they needed that. They needed that from him last night. But he had 2 assists, and he had 5 turnovers. And he has been guilty of late of some of those turnovers. You go, oh, my goodness, what is that's totally unnecessary.
And he gets kicked out of the game.
Yeah, you don't like that, huh?
Oh, it's inexplicable. There's no reason to. Just stop the whining. If you're getting in the face of Memphis and the Grizzlies and you're buying into the quote-unquote rivalry, somewhat tolerable, okay? You're mouthing off and you shouldn't have been, but it's, you're getting after Dylan Brooks. But it's just that incessant after every single call, the wincing and the whining and
the indignation. You called that on me.
Just stop, bro. Just some poise. Give me a little poise. That's the word of the day.
I know you coach. You ever gotten teed up?
As a coach?
Yeah.
At the Boys and Girls Club with 9 and 12-year-olds?
Yeah.
If I did, man, commit me. Did I tell you this? So there was we were down 2 with 8 seconds left.
Yeah.
And these kids, they're 10 years old.
You have the ball?
Looking at me, and we have the ball.
Okay.
And so they're looking at me. Their eyes are the size of saucers. What are we going to do? Their parents and everybody's sold out at the Boys and Girls Club. Now they got fans back in the stadium or in the arena. And I've always wanted to say this. So they're staring at me like, Coach Dan, what are you going to say? What are you going to say? What's he going to do? Get them in the huddle. They're looking up at Coach Dan, and I looked at each and one of them, and I said, I maybe stole this from a movie. Which one? I don't know. And I go, isn't this fun? Aren't we having fun? Isn't this fun? Did I steal that from somebody, Craig?
I thought you were just going to be like, and don't get caught watching the paint dry.
No,
you know what I think that's from? And I could be wrong. I think it's from the 1975 World Series and Pete Rose, that great series, the Red Sox and the Reds, and he steps into the batter's box and Game 7 and turns back to Carlton Fisk and says, isn't this fun?
Does he say that?
I think that's what that's from. Yeah.
By the way,
did you win?
No, we clanked the shot and lost. But so it wasn't that much fun.
Yeah.
Because losing sucks.
And how about the play you called up?
So
Get a good
never
shot?
Well, I call up a play, but typically, like my kids, they just, that short retention span, they get out there and they're just running all over the place. It's a fire drill. I have no idea where they're going. You just hope it goes in.
Let's go to Big Dave in San Leandro on 95.7 The Game. Big Dave, you got some thoughts on James Wiseman, eh?
Yeah. Thanks, guys. James Wiseman. How many times have we seen a big center drafted 1, 2, 3 in the NBA the last 20-plus years? And how many times have we seen these players end up not really doing much? I'm not a big James Wiseman fan. I get Priest talking about how he's young, we got to give him a chance, this and that. I get the other guys saying, Steve Kerr needs to play him more. But I think you made a point, right? We want to win, right? And if you look at his plus and minus, even in the G League, it's terrible. But the one thing that really irks me, David Robinson, give me a break. He is nothing like David Robinson. But who is he? He cries too much. He whines too much. He's been doing this since he was on Memphis, literally crying all the time. And this has been going on for the last couple of years. I saw a report, a couple months back where his mom said she'd have to fly out to see him and baby him. I mean, come on. If you're going to survive in the NBA, you need to have a little bit more toughness. Now, if he had more toughness, I think, okay, maybe it would be like Jermaine O'Neal and take a couple of years and, maybe he might amount to something. But guess what? Right now, he is way too soft. We need to maximize Steph Curry's time now. And if we can trade him for a Miles Turner or somebody that can add some value, at least bring us something like Andres Biedrins. Let's do it.
Thank you, Big Dave. Miles Turner, I I'm not a big mouse turner.
Neither am I.
We're going to wrap it up here. One more. Let's go to, you got time for one more call, Dan, or you got to go?
Let's do it.
All right, KT, 95.7 The Game. Bring us home, KT.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. Merry Christmas.
I think, I've been watching the Warriors since I was a kid, and I'm 58, so I'll go back. And to know the game, you got to look at the game. A lot of people now just, they want the microwave player to come in and get things instantly. But if you look at the Warriors' history, they monitor the kind of players like you look at with Steph. People wanted to move on from him, Wiggins, and then you even take Looney. I mean, it's a history of the Warriors. They know what they're doing when they want to develop players, and they want to stay competitive, and that's the most important thing to have a dynasty and championships over and over. You got to stay competitive, and you got to build with your young guys. And some of them get it, some of them don't. But if you look at the Warriors' history, a lot of their good players have taken a little time to pick up the speed, and everybody was talking about get rid of them. But the Warriors stayed with them, and, they were successful.
All right. Thank you, KT.
Yeah, where was that call
Optimistic
all day?
note.
That was the best call of the day.
We barely got it in. Dan, thanks. It's always a lot of fun
Love
just
it.
to see you. Working with you is great. So Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you as well.
Yeah. Thank you for listening. I'll be back tomorrow morning with Kyle Madsen, and stick around because Steiny and Evan, they're going to have a lot of fun today. Be a part of it next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
With Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware, you'll earn points on every purchase you make. Club Osh has great member perks like double point days, free delivery, birthday coupons, and special member-only pricing on select items. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps you up to date on points, coupons, and receipts, all from your phone. Outdoor Supply Hardware with 14 convenient locations throughout the greater Bay Area and Central Coast. Osh is home improvement improved.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello 2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Maine. That's a podcast.
We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White, I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Maine, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right. Back in the seat. Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings. This is producer Evan Giddings joining us today. Guru has the week off. And, you know, I always like to work this week. Well, I don't like to work any week, but I like to work this week more than some other weeks because nobody's really here. So we can just have some fun. E, what's up, man?
Well, technically you're working overtime, Steiny. It's a holiday today, so everyone's enjoying the aftermath of the Christmas festivities pouring over here to a Monday.
See, I didn't realize today was the official holiday. And
by process of elimination.
You know what, though? Now I remember the boss saying to me, hey, what about that Monday after Christmas? He said, that's the official holiday. You want that off. And you know what I said, Evan? I said, you know what? I said, we have the Niners playing that Saturday. We have the Warriors playing Sunday. I'll work that Monday. There'll be a lot of stuff going on. I'll work that Monday, so I'm happy to be here.
Well, that's the good part about this week is we actually do have stuff to talk about.
Oh,
I mean, usually
no
is,
doubt.
You know, like you were talking about, kind of a dead week. But, I mean, everything that happened last week, Warriors, Correa, now that kind of feeds into this week with the 49ers. Obviously, the Warriors, a big win on Christmas. So we got stuff to break it down.
You know what is? There is something unsettling though today that is making things different. Probably part of it is you're across from me instead of Guru, but it does seem ridiculously quiet in here. Is there anything we can do about that?
Well, we got the door open so you can hear the silence.
Yeah, maybe white noise pumped in the background or something like that.
Well, Whitey Gleason just left.
That is true. That's a 3. Okay, so Niners beat the Commanders, 11-4 now. Brock Purdy solid again. We got the Warriors. I haven't been in for a while. I think I was in. Last time I was in, Curry had just gotten hurt. Looks like he's going to miss the whole homestand. So they got 7 more home games in a row, the Warriors. And it looks like Curry is – it looks like you take that right now. If I said he'll miss the rest of the homestand, but he'll be back for the road trip after that, I think you got to take that if you're a Warrior fan.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the only thing stopping this season from completely going off the cliffs is the fact that you got the end of the tunnel, the light, which is Stephen Curry hopefully coming back. So whatever it takes to have him return at 100%, that's what the Warriors need. And in the meantime, I mean, look, coming off a horrific loss to Brooklyn and New York, the New York trip was not nice to the Warriors. And then they always seem, right when they're kind of teetering on the edge of, like, I don't know if this team can really summon all of that championship pedigree that they have, they seem to remind us that at some points they can when they want to, which is what last night was at Chase Center. And against a team like Memphis, who was doing all the talking, the Warriors certainly did their own talking, but to do it against that team, like, that's in a lot of ways what I feel like the fans were hoping for.
Right.
And what the Warriors honestly needed, even missing Curry and Wiggins.
Yeah. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings with you on a Monday after Christmas. I'll throw it out. 888-957-9570. Let me do that one more time. Did you get that email?
Which one?
888-957-9570. Now, he can send you that email?
Oh, yeah, actually, I did get that one. 888-957-9570.
So, the heck, it's a holiday week. But let me throw out some Warrior topics. Maybe we get some calls, and then I'll tell you the stories.
Yeah, I haven't looked at my emails at all today.
This email that the boss sent last week. By the way, am I the only one that cares that Bob Myers isn't under contract for next year? Like, why is that not a big deal? You gotta be kidding me. So, before the season starts, everybody's getting sensitive that is hearing the talk of the last dance, and this may be it. Maybe Draymond will do an out or exercises out, 2 timelines. The whole theme before the season, Evan, to me was, is this it? Is this it for the Warriors? And at that point, Myers didn't have a contract for next year. And we didn't even throw that into the conversation about, that makes it look like Bob Myers has won 4 titles, and he does not have a contract for next year. That is very strange. And the reality of the situation is there's no other way to take it, Evan, except, hey, is Bob Myers going to be the GM next year of the Golden State Warriors? Nobody knows. It's unknown.
That's what seems so weird.
It's unknown.
Like, Bob Myers is one of, if not the top executives in the NBA, and he is right now working for his job just like anyone else in a contract year. That is strange to think about.
Well, and here's the other thing. Let's throw all of it into a big stew and not try to make a connection, but just see if we can make something add up. We've got this 2 timeline thing, all right? And whether you like it or not, we've got the best player on the team and by far one of the greatest players of all time, but nobody in that building's responsible for Steph Curry. Steph Curry was here before any of them. That includes Lacob. So nobody in the organization, or everybody in the organization, can claim Curry. But the bottom line is we are now at the point where the organization clearly has to think about life after Curry. And that doesn't mean it's going to happen right now or next year. But you know what? We got to start thinking about it 2 or 3 years down the line. If for no other reason, it's because he's getting older and he's going to get banged up a little bit more. Well, can't you see how there'd be about 8,000 different ways to approach the approach after Steph Curry starts either noticeably declining or No, let's just call it the post-Curry era.
Well, and if you look at the Warriors' culture, obviously everything starts with Steph. Like you mentioned, he was here before any of these other pieces joined. But if you're building a pyramid, a culture pyramid, Curry's your foundation, and the two pieces at the top that create the apex would be, in my opinion, Bob Myers and Joe Lacob, ownership in the front office. So you have your marquee player at the bottom that makes everything go on the court. You have your front office on that top right side, which is responsible for creating the roster, and then the ownership, which of course steers the ship. You're telling me right now that one piece of that pyramid could potentially be gone next year. Like, that is a big deal. And whether the Warriors win it or they don't, right now, I think the organization is trying to figure out, is that a void that we can fill, or is that one that is irreplaceable? And that's the question that I think that this season ultimately is going to decide.
888-957-9570. I don't know about Warrior fans, how they feel about this one, but I do feel like this is the year, and then there's going to be the offseason, and there's going to be a pivot. It almost feels inevitable.
A crossroads.
Exactly. Because here's the other thing. Steve Kerr's contract's up after next year. So how often have we heard, well, Bob and Steve are kind of a pat. Bob and Steve. Okay, yes and no. But here's the other thing. If you're going to move on as an organization, what's going to happen this year? I don't think the Warriors are going to win it. All right? But let's say they do. In other words, forget about the outcome this year. They win it, they don't win it. It's actually going to be a perfect time to pivot regardless of what happens. Now, if they win it all again and do it in similar style to last year, okay, well, then what do? You hope Draymond opts in, I guess. Right?
Yeah.
And you're once again left to do nothing but run it back. But that's where I am a little bit different than I think most fans, because I'm not convinced Joe Lacob would just run it back at that point. I think Joe Lacob wanted to kind of move on last offseason, but they won it. And so then it became obvious what he had to do.
Yeah, look, right now the payroll is, if everyone returns, looking at $400, $500 million, including the tax. Like, that's a figure that Joe Lacob has said he would not reach.
Right.
So the question is, well, can you really control that? Because you gave Wiggins a contract extension. You gave Poole a contract extension. You're obviously on the books for Curry. You're on the books for Clay. And Draymond, I would assume, is going to opt in, because I can't imagine at this point the Warriors, even after a statement win last night, are still 2 games below 500. You can't reason with giving him whatever money he feels like he deserves at this point. So he's going to opt in next year. That means you're going to have to find a way to shed salary, and you can't do it at the top. So if you're the Warriors right now looking at next season, the year after, yes, I do think last year was probably supposed to be that pivot point, but then you can't justify moving off of any of the big boys after winning a championship, because you do owe them the right to defend their crown. And this is the year where if they don't win it, then the question becomes, well, do they have the right to defend a Western Conference Finals appearance, or maybe even an NBA Finals appearance?
Right.
Anything less than that, to me, is an automatic, we got to pull the plug.
Well,
but
and
if they make it there, then that rewrites the entire equation.
Well, exactly. And here's what I think. And I don't think when you say, okay, now you owe it to him to try to defend or try to, back it up. That doesn't necessarily mean you have the whole season to do it. That's where I completely differ, because I think at some point somebody in that front office, if things continue to go this, 16 and 18, and now they finish the road trip and they're 19 and 21, and now they're 25 and 29 or 28, maybe even 500. That's not championship. And I don't know that you just say, here's our strategy for the rest of this year. We're going to cross our fingers that everything clicks in March and April again. Like, that's not a strategy. That's just kind of the way it worked last year, and it worked out well, worked out terrific with how everything came together at the right time, injury-wise. You couldn't have planned for that. So your strategy can't be, well, see if it can happen again.
But isn't that... But that's kind of what they're holding on to at this point, because if it wasn't supposed to happen last year, but it did, this year it may not. Right now it's looking like it's not supposed to happen, but it could. And that's why I think a game like last night on Christmas against the Grizzlies at home is significant, not necessarily in the overall scheme. Yeah, it's their 16th win of the year. They're still 2 games below 500. But it gives us an insight into the question, can they flip the switch when they need to? Now, it's a regular season game. Memphis is on the tail end of a long road trip. The Warriors are coming home after a sluggish road trip. It aligns well for them to be at their best, even though they're missing probably their 2 best players in Curry and Wiggins. But that's a team that has legitimate belief that they can beat you. They did all the talking in the offseason leading up to the game. That's clearly an important game for Memphis, but a more important game for Golden State, in my opinion, because they need some sort of evidence that they can courage up this championship level of play like they did before the road trip against Boston, and they're feeling real high and mighty, and then, of course, they come cratering down to earth. So the question is, which team is this? Are they the team on Christmas Day that can shorthandedly defeat soundly a Memphis Grizzlies club that's up and coming, or are they the team that gave up 40 points in the first quarter to the Brooklyn Nets and got absolutely waxed and gave up 90 points in the first half? Which team is this Warriors group? And
that's why I'm hearing Steve Kerr say your record is, you are what your record says you are, and those kind of things. I think this is interesting because the Warriors got off to a 3-7 start, and there were a lot of questions, mostly about Clay and Poole, but obviously what happened after the punch. And I remember saying at 3-7 or 3-8, 4, whatever. Look, you can't make a move now because you can't even assess this team now. You have to wait until it starts playing a little bit better. What happened? So they get back to about 500. I don't know what their best stretch was, Evan, 8-3, 8-4 maybe. But then they get back. They get back and they now, okay, all right, now they look like a team. But they've got some issues on the back end of the roster with young guys, but they're okay. Well, now it's almost the new year, which is what even conservative people were like, let's wait till we get to the new year.
Yeah, season starts at Christmas.
Exactly. Okay, so now on January 10th, approximately, you're going to be about 500. Barring a 2-5 next 7 games. Let's say they go 4-3. Let's just get them close to 500. All right, that's what you are. You're a 500 team, and now Steph Curry's coming back. You have about a month or so beyond for the trade deadline. Okay, so you know where you are now. How much do the next 7 games matter? Because to me, the record is like, what if they don't win more than 2 games on this road trip or a homestand? Now that feels preposterous now, but go ahead. What if Curry comes back and they're 5 games under?
Then you're looking at a scenario where, and this is why I thought last year, like everything after the All-Star break, Kerr has always said is about gearing yourself up for the playoffs, getting yourself ready for the postseason. Well, they have never really been in this situation where they've had to chase wins this late in the year or after the All-Star break. So if they do, only go 2-5 or 3-4 over the next 7 in the homestand, I don't think that's going to happen because their schedule gets pretty soft. But if that does happen, you're looking at 5 games below 500 when Curry comes back, then you're going to have to chase wins. And that may not hurt you in the immediate. Who knows? You could go on a 8-2 run in the next 10, get yourself back into the postseason picture. But where it could hurt is having to play Klay Thompson 40 minutes like he did last night, or playing Steph Curry 35 minutes game after game after game, and hoping that he doesn't re-aggravate that shoulder, because at that point, you cannot risk anything happening to Steph. Like, that's the season, in my opinion. So you might be in a situation where down the stretch of the season, you're trying to battle to get out of the play-in as opposed to getting yourself ready for the actual playoffs, which is what they could do last year.
Well, the other thing is Draymond, kind of similar to what he did last year, addressed that. Like he almost said, if we're in the play-in, then I would hate to be a 1 or 2 seed. Well, even if we're in the play-in, we'll just win our play-in games, then run the table. And I just think that's unrealistic.
Well, you also don't want it to come down to a winner-take-all elimination game because you never know what could happen.
Let me ask Warrior fans this at 888-957-9570. Is there a spot or a seed that the Warriors basically have to get to? Otherwise, they can't do it. And I kind of think there is. I mean, I do not think they can be a play-in team and run the table. First of all, they'd be the first and only team to ever do it. And I know it just started, but I just.
No, I'm with you. Top 6.
Do you really think they can win 4 straight road series? I mean, they have. I know they've won a road game every single series in the Kerr era, so of course they can. But just because you can do something doesn't mean you're going to do something.
Well, they also haven't been a 2-win road team.
That's true.
In any of these previous iterations. So if you are going on the road, and this is, sure, if you're playing a 7-game series, you get 3 at home. Let's say you win all 3, you lose all 3. The issue to me becomes in one of those hypothetical 4 series that you'd have to go through on the road to win it all, you might face a Game 7 situation in which is not on your home court, and that's something they have never had to do. They've never played a Game 7 on the road since 2014 when they lost to the Los Angeles Clippers. So, to me, and that's maybe in 2016, why having Game 7 at home against OKC was so important, because you get the home court. Now, they've lost a Game 7 at home, but if you're telling me you got to go through the gauntlet without home court advantage for a team that hasn't shown itself to play very well on the road at all,
right,
that's a big deal.
Right. In other words, if the Warriors are the 7th seed or something like that, chances are they went. One of the reasons they're that low is because they were 10-31 on the road.
Yeah.
So, you can say they're a championship team pedigree. Okay. They are. But they were still 10-31 on the road at home this year, or on the road this year. So let's go to Doug. Doug's in Berkeley. Wants to talk about Warrior expectations. What's up, Doug? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Doing well. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Christmas Day. Thanks for taking my call. I want to play a little devil's advocate a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so we finished last season. Great win. We could have played it back, kept GP2, kept Bielitsa, kept Porter, kept Damian Lee. We didn't. Now, I know it wasn't totally just we didn't. There's salary cap stuff, but we didn't. Okay? We decided that these young guys had potential. Now, if I asked you at the beginning of this season, okay, the next 2 years, we win 1 championship. Maybe not this year, but 1 championship in the next 2 years. I haven't asked anybody who wouldn't take that. I have not asked anybody. You take that.
Sure.
Okay? So all this talk about, going out and getting somebody and, we got to win it this year. We're all Warriors fans. We'd love to win it this year. But what's wrong with chilling out a little bit, developing these guys like it seems like they're doing, have a solid team that we can all be proud of, getting into the playoffs, and really have a good team next year. That's all I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying.
I think that's the plan.
Well, I mean, the devil's advocate position for him would be, what makes you think they're going to be better next year when their best players are all getting older, with the exception of Poole? By the way, you know what? And that's, maybe we'll do that for the next 3 minutes before we take a break. 888-957-9570.
There you go.
All right, we talk some big picture stuff with Myers. I think there's something up. I just do. You can't.
It's strange.
It's strange enough in and of itself that the only place you then can go is, something's weird. Like something's not going on. And here's a funny thing. 510, and we can play this on the other side. Bob said he's not worried about his contract. Okay, that means nothing. It doesn't mean he's going to be here or not going to be here. I mean,
if he was, would he tell you publicly?
Maybe he's not worried about it because he knows he's gone.
But even if he was, would he tell you that publicly? No.
Of course not. Or maybe, maybe he knows he's getting one or not.
I think he's also probably pretty comfortable in the fact that even if he's not here next year, it's not like his career as an NBA executive is all of a sudden over. I mean, he's got the best resume of anyone if he hit the market right now.
No doubt. I mean, he'd think he'd be able to pick his next job. But we don't know that he's not going to be the GM next year. The president of basketball operations.
Also, I apologize. 5-1-0. Warriors did beat Houston on the road in Game 7. That's true. When they missed
I was trying
30,
to think, and
30
I
straight threes. My bad.
27.
27, sorry.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I thought that game was in
It was in Houston.
Oakland.
2018.
When the Rockets missed 27 in a row. At 0
home.
for 27. Yeah. Did they finish 0 for? No. They just missed 27 in a row. They ended up like 8 of 47.
That's all it took.
0 for 27.
That's hard to do.
It is hard to do. Man. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, and tell you what, I'll acknowledge it. We should have talked about what I'm going to say already. But let me tell you why last night's win was huge. It's the first game that I can remember, and maybe ever, where the three young players, Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody, all played, all helped, and your team won a game against a good opponent. That is, to me, by far the biggest takeaway and the best thing of last night's game, is their young players helped them win a game against a really good team. Like James, and for everybody, part of me wishes Goo was here. James Wiseman just played his most effective 8 minutes in an NBA game, and he didn't score a point.
Nope.
Not 1 point.
Didn't need it.
So
compare
that's
that
good
to
stuff.
his 30-point performance last week.
Exactly. So that is a piece of great news for the Golden State Warriors. And you start looking at the other side of the equation, Evan, it's okay. In 2-3 weeks, Steph Curry gets back. Wiggins gets back. The young guys are showing progress. Now what do we got? Now do we have a championship contender? Maybe.
It's still an 82-game jigsaw puzzle you're trying to piece together, but look, right now, compared to the way things started, I know they haven't done it like this recently, especially not last year with how well they began the season, but look, if the plan the entire time was to get to the point where your young guys can help you in a game like that, like Christmas Day,
right,
then maybe they're onto something.
No doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. You want to talk about last night's game against Memphis? We can do that. The young guys were absolutely terrific. They contributed to a win over a good team. That's more important than any number you can see in the box score as far as I'm concerned. But what about the fact that this team's got an attitude problem? Golden State Warriors have an attitude problem. They got to fix that. Don't you think, Bay Area? 888-957-9570. Remember, we're streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. Go to youtube.com/957thegame or twitch.tv/957thegame to see Steiny, Guru, and Evan.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
Join us at Odyssey as we do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. They use significantly less energy than regular bulbs. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need a new desk calendar so that I don't miss a meeting with my boss or a soccer game with my daughter.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year. Right now, a 2023 lined desk calendar is $3.99 and an unlined calendar is just $4.99. Make this year your year at Staples. Offer ends 12/31. In-store only.
Are you ready? At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. Now through January 6th, Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members earn 1 bonus point for every $1 spent on qualifying purchases with the Lowe's Business Credit Account. Redeem bonus points for cool rewards for your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Subject to credit approval, Lowe's terms and exclusions. See Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points and Lowe's.com/L/Pro loyalty terms for details. U.S. only.
Did you know Nissan EVs have traveled 8 billion miles? Just a quick trip to Pluto and back. And what did we learn along the way? Well, that an EV can take on the world, like the Nissan Leaf. It can move racing forward and take your breath away, like the all-new Nissan Ariya. we learned to make EVs that electrify. 8 billion miles driven by Leaf owners globally since 2010. Aria not yet available for purchase. Expected availability late fall, subject to change.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru. Evan Giddings, though. Producer Evan.
Yeah.
Guru, don't do that. Don't do that.
I thought we'd look, it's a Christmas time, Steiny. People, we got to be expressive, all right? Got to bring some energy, some life.
What do you think? I'm not doing that today?
I thought you were drinking a cup of life right there. A cup of Joseph.
Yeah. All right, how about this? How do I want to start this? I want to get Warrior fans going here.
Come on.
Because I did 510, Devil's Advocate, Steinmetz. What makes you think the Warriors can't be better next year when their young guys around them are improving? Them are deteriorating. Let's just be honest. I don't think the young players can play well enough over the next 2 years to make up for the drop-off of the championship players.
Yeah, but will they deteriorate like avocados, or will they deteriorate?
Well, Clay, I'll tell you what. And I'm not. Just take a step back now, go to Basketball Reference, and look at Clay's pre-injury and post-injury numbers. And those are scary. Those are scary numbers. And I get it. I'm not making light of those injuries. In fact, I'm acknowledging those injuries. I mean, those injuries, those are brutal injuries for him. And I don't know, at what point does your age not allow you to continue to rehab positively from two devastating injuries?
Well, we found out this summer that rehab over the summer didn't involve basketball activities. Like, he was understandably worried about doing something that would jeopardize his season. But I do think that a game like last night is not a sign that he's back.
But because he stunk again.
Played 40 minutes, though.
Well, he shot the ball. He shot the ball terribly.
Didn't shoot the ball well.
He doesn't shoot the ball well anymore.
But when he's engaged, I do think there are other things that he can add outside of just taking 25 shots and scoring 24 points.
Yes and no. See, I think that's what made Clay great is when you say, but basically you could put an umbrella under that. You're talking about his defense.
Yeah.
That's how he could help you. He scored, he doesn't rebound, and he doesn't really play make.
Well, last night he did rebound. Last night he did pass the ball. And last night, Desmond Bane was 2 of 13 from the floor.
Okay. Exactly.
So, but that doesn't mean he's going to do that every night. Again, the question is, how often are we going to see that? Like,
I think he's shown us now this year how often we're going to see it. We're going to see it 1 out of every 3-4 games
against teams in which it means more.
But I wouldn't say. I don't know. I wouldn't look at last night's game as a triumph of Klay Thompson.
No, but you got to look for little victories when you're talking about a guy who sustained injuries that no one else in the game has sustained.
40 minutes is,
it's a lot of minutes.
40 minutes. Dang. Eric's in Millbrae. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I want to talk about the win last night and going forward.
Yeah.
Really impressive because you could tell, at the game, Memphis really wanted to blow the Warriors out. We know how much these two teams despise each other, and the crowd especially getting fired up with Brooks being there, and Clay, he was just locked in. To me, the X factor and most important thing is JP. He wanted to show he can be the man. He's going to have an opportunity here. I think the Warriors at home have shown consistently they can beat anybody. I just want them to take this mentality on the road until Curry comes back in. Without Curry and Wiggins, to still be able to dismantle the top team in the West like they did there is a great sign here with the 8-game homestand. So I figure they're probably going to at least win 6. I think 7-1.
Oh,
very doable for them at Chase. But to me, the other guy, as you guys mentioned, has got to be Clay. JP, I think is their best offensive player until Wiggs comes back. But if they can get at least somewhat consistent shooting from Clay and get guys like last night it was a guy like Ty Jerome or Kuminga, Moody, any one of those guys off the bench, I think they're going to be okay, and they can keep their head above water. The good thing about it is nobody's really pulling weight in the West.
True.
They can be in that lower bottom of the portion in the playoff. I still think they're good enough to make a run back to the finals. What are your thoughts on that?
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. What are my thoughts on that?
Let them know.
888-957-9570. I guess this would be the plan, right? If you're a Warrior fan, right? This is the plan. You have a successful homestand, whatever that is. Maybe go 5-2 over the next 7.
Yeah.
They've
only lost 2 games at home this year, by the way.
It's true. That is true. But you have a homestand that you're feeling pretty good about. And not only that, Wiseman showed you a little something here and there. Okay, so now you're going on the road, and you're about halfway through the season. Here comes Curry. All right. Well, now ideally, you're a team now that nobody's seen, because when Curry was playing on this team, the young guys were just struggling and no factor. And then with Curry off the team, maybe the young guys. So do you have Curry coming back and the young guys starting to grow enough where now you say, can we make a run? Or at that point, do you say, we'll be able to figure out what we need that might be able to push us over the top? Well, I mean, that's what you want. I'm sorry. That's what you want. Yeah. You want Curry to come back, the young guys to get better. Early February, you look at your team and you say, we can do it with this group or not. If you can't, maybe you make the right move and give you life going into the postseason. If you think you can, you sit tight.
But I'm glad you brought that up, Steiny. The part about not knowing what the Warriors look like, because as much as we talk about the magic that they captured last season, I do think that's probably a bigger piece of it than we made out to be. Like the fact that before the postseason, no one knew what the Warriors looked like, because Steph had been out and they ended up coming off the bench in the playoffs. So they weren't really at their peak or health peak before the playoffs.
Right.
There's a scenario this year where hopefully they're going to have 100% health. I think they need it if they want to capture a top 6 seed or get out of the play-in, whatever. But that doesn't mean, to your point, that the young guys can't come along at a pace that by the time we get to the postseason, that Kuminga could be playing big minutes. Maybe not Wiseman, but if he can do what he did last night, which is not hurt you in 8 minutes off the bench, that also is valuable. And if you're also having a guy like Ty Jerome,
well, that's
and Anthony Lamb,
and shame on me,
who they have gotten an unbelievable amount of from their two-way guys. I mean, usually two-way guys aren't supposed to factor in at all, but for the last 2 years now, we've seen maybe not, well, I know GP2 is not on a two-way deal, but unexpected heroes from the bench. If they can kind of cobble that back in together and get some health, I do think this team can make a run because of what the caller also mentioned, which was the rest of the West does not look like the top of the Eastern Conference.
You want me to? I'll look at it from the other side, which to me is a different way to look at it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, they win last night against Memphis, and that means they start their 8-game homestand 1-0. They're 16-18. I think the goal would be to get to 500 by the end of this homestand, for sure. But here's the thing. I forgot to put Ty Jerome and Lamb in that group of youngsters. Let's put the rat on the table. I don't know if Craig can do that.
It's definitely picking up.
We'll find out.
Yeah. Yeah, he's looking. He's looking.
The series was really.
There you
there
go.
We go.
Make sure Kerr's didn't get hit by that thing. But how about this? You could say, hey, how did the Warriors win that game last night? Well, I'll tell you how they won it. Their young players were unbelievable. Ty Jerome was unreal. Lamb makes his shots. Wiseman plays his best 8-minute stretch. I guess Kuminga was just so-so. But Moody was pretty good. Can those guys Like, those guys aren't going to give you what they gave you last night all the time.
No, they're not. But in a situation in the third quarter where Memphis cuts it to 3 and Kerr is forced to go to his bench, and then you turn a 3-point lead into a 14-point lead, where Ty Jerome inexplicably goes on an 8-0 run by himself. Like, yes, you can't account for him shooting 6 of 9 and Anthony Lamb going 4 for 5, but if you can get a combination of that between Moody, Kuminga, Lamb, Jerome, I know JaMychal Green didn't play last night, so Wiseman got his minutes, but like, sure, the bench isn't going to be that efficient, but if you can just get some of that to offset the minutes in which Curry is out or Poole is out or Green is out, then you don't need Draymond to play with the second unit as much. You don't need Wiggins to play with the second unit as much. And that can, I think, also maybe help when you're talking about deteriorating, help some of those elder statesmen not deteriorate as fast over the course of this regular season. And we're talking about winning the championship this year. Golden State has to go into the postseason, in my opinion, as healthy as possible. And I don't know if they can do that if they're chasing wins down the stretch of the regular season.
No, that makes sense. And how well are they going to have to play for how long to get into the playoffs? I mean, in fairness to them, maybe they go 5-2. They get out of this homestand at 500, and they just start gradually, now they're 2 games over. Now they're 4 games over. And it looks like, they're settling into below 6, but not up to 2. Well, at that point, maybe you do start setting the table for the postseason by really getting conservative.
And I also think more so than ever, we also have to look at, like, who do the Warriors match up well with? What teams could give them trouble? Because if we're looking at the West, like, they have one thing that no other team has, and that is an automatic, in my opinion, psychological advantage over every opponent because of how dominant they've been. Now, you could say every team wants to knock them off, and that'll be their motivation. But Denver, at the top of the West, is a beatable team. New Orleans is probably the best of the West, I think, but they don't have much postseason experience. Memphis was supposed to be good, but they just play too dumb for me. I mean, they make, like, Jaren Jackson last night. Like, how do you pick up 5 fouls in 11 minutes? I don't know. And the Warriors can take advantage of that.
And then walk off the floor incredulous, like you can't believe they called a foul on you when you grab the guy's jersey. By the way, the refs stunk last night.
On both sides.
And I don't say that very often, but they were pretty terrible. Oscar's in Stockton. What's up, Oscar? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Now you fellas doing this morning. It's the day after Christmas.
Yeah, doing well.
I'm doing well. I had a good day, but I just want to talk about my Warriors, man. You know, the Warriors, the West is not that good. And the way Wiseman, he played pretty good last night. One thing he did that I really liked, he changed shots. And that's really what we need him to do. Rebound, change shots. But other than that, people keep on talking about the two-way players, Ty Jerome and Lane. Now, did you know Ty Jerome national championship?
Exactly.
Ty Jerome know how to play. He know how to play in this system, too. DiVincenzo, if you notice that he's a champion, he's starting to come around. And these cats that we anticipate not playing good, they're coming around because they're learning the system. And Lamb, hey, once he get in the game, he knows his job. He come in the game, he come in shooting open threes. And the way the Warriors played last night, and they could continue to play like that with the defensive pressure and the young guys coming in getting confidence, we'll do okay. But I want to make one thing straight. When Memphis come in talking like that, Memphis haven't won anything. And when these young guys go like that, I knew our young guys was going to play hard against them cats. So I'm not even scared about Memphis or Denver. You know, because nobody at the top has even proven anything. So it's good for the Warriors to go through this right now so we can see what we got. And I'm going to tell you right now, at the end of the year, the Warriors going to be top 4, and we're going to go to another NBA championship.
All right. Oscar thinks so. Not out of the realm of possibility. I know that.
In order for that to happen, they would probably have to be, 50-win team?
Top 4?
Yeah.
I would think they're going to have to get,
So 34 wins. Like if we're looking at the math right now, 34 games in, you're looking
They
at...
got to go 34 and 14.
That's
34
20
and
games
14
above 500 the
to
rest
get to
of the
50.
way. That's tough.
To get to 50 wins, you're right. The Warriors have to go 34 and 14, and they have the next 7 without Steph Curry.
Well, that means if we're looking at the second timeline, those young guys have to be as good as they were last night if that is to become a reality.
You know the thing that stuck with me about Memphis? Here's what I think happened to Memphis last night. They talk, they chirp, and they look at the schedule and they see the Warriors on Christmas Day, and they know it's there, and they're chirping. The Warriors see that game too, and I don't care what anybody says. The Warriors were motivated last night.
Oh, yeah.
They don't like Memphis. They wanted to win that game. Well, Memphis is on a 4-game road trip, and they're playing Christmas night, their last game of the road trip before they go home. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? They were dragging a little bit. They were thinking about getting home, and they kind of didn't want the smoke. And I usually don't say that about teams, but I feel like Memphis last night showed that they know that everything's got to be going right for them to beat the Warriors. You know what I mean? And last night, I don't know, it felt like I didn't think they had a lot of energy, the Grizzlies. So I just didn't, I think they forgot that they were not just going to get the Warriors, they were going to kind of get a wound-up Warrior team.
Yeah, I think it maybe would be a little bit similar to what happened a couple weeks ago when Boston came to Chase Center. And look, I do think there's also something about the primetime stage that the Warriors do get up for, especially at home. I just think Memphis, they look like they embodied what John Morant told Malik Andrews on ESPN last week, which was, we're not worried about the West. Like, if we're looking at teams that we're afraid of, Boston's at the top.
Why would you do that?
That's idiotic.
Why would you do that?
Well, he's 23, probably. That's why.
So it would be like the 49, they go up to Nick Bosa and say, hey, is there anybody you're worried about? And he goes, yeah, the Patriots. Or, the Chiefs.
Yeah.
The Chiefs.
Come on, man. I don't understand giving bulletin board material to a team that is searching for something. Like, you can tell that Golden State is trying to find different ways to motivate themselves to get up for games, even within the game itself. They're looking to, Draymond screaming at a fan in the crowd, or, Jordan Poole jawing with a certain player on the other team, Klay Thompson standing over Dylan Brooks. Like, they're looking for things to be angry about to get the best out of themselves. And if you're Memphis, you just served it up to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, exactly. 6 technical fouls.
Oh, yeah.
But it was funny because
pissed.
I was looking at some stats before the show about technical fouls. Of course, the Warriors lead the league in technical fouls. Basically, won a game, and I don't even know if that includes Kerr or not. So the Warriors lead the league in technical fouls, and Evan looks up where they were last year, and they're doubling. They're more than doubling where they were last year in terms of technical fouls.
Yeah, they're like middle of the league last year.
Yeah, it's because they're losing. I mean, seriously, it's because they're losing. Started out 18-2 last year. Now things aren't going their way. That's kind of what happens to I would think most teams are kind of like that.
Yeah, and you look at...
But why do the defending NBA... why do the NBA champion, I should say, I heard that argument.
What, defending versus...
Yeah.
Oh.
They're the NBA champion Golden State Warriors.
Until they're not.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, they're also the defending champions.
Yeah.
They're both in basketball.
It's like saying RBI versus RBIs. Same thing.
Yeah, I hate RBI. I always agree. You always put the S there.
Okay.
I mean, you just do. You just do.
Runs, batted, ins.
So where were we on the Warriors?
They are the defending champions. They are the champions. They are king of the hill.
Why are they leading the league in technical fouls?
Because they're pissed all the
About
time.
what?
About getting their asses kicked by...
They really think they're getting
Knicks.
screwed by the refs more than any other team?
Oh, I think they're probably more angry with themselves than anyone else. It just so happens that there's a mannequin in a zebra costume across from them that they can get mad at.
You know what? Yeah, I know. Okay, I get what you're saying now. You're basically just saying, you know what? This team's not really that happy right now.
Well, they weren't before last night, clearly. especially after that road trip. Now, the fact that they took a couple of games, including the Toronto one, I thought was impressive. But
it's interesting.
Yeah,
it's interesting. So the Warriors, okay, Draymond punches Poole, sets a bad tone.
Definitely.
Clay's trying to battle himself.
Yep.
Curry is frustrated more than we've seen him in a decade because he's not winning, which is highly unusual when he's on the court.
Played better than they did last year.
Draymond's even worse. He's more, he's
a notch below. Sure.
I mean, but what he's okay. He's got his 10. Poole
quietly is a top 5 league leader in technical fouls, including 2 last night.
Oh, crybaby, Jordan.
I think he just chirps a lot. Like it's kind of weird because if you ever see him in media scenarios or whenever he's talking, he's very quiet.
Yeah, definitely.
But he saves all of his talking for the court. He talks to everyone, including himself. But no, I do think that's a situation where I do think the Warriors, whether you want to call it frustration, whatever, through their 2 games below 500 start, have impressed a lot of their shortcomings or deficiencies on other people. Because, look, when you're at the top, you just said it, they're the champions, and you're not playing like champions. That's going to breed frustration because you don't know why you can't summon that championship level of play.
Yeah, it's a good point. Let me, everybody's got an agenda. Everybody wants to kind of push their own narrative. I do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think what do you think this guy's up to on the text line from the 510? What do you think he's after here? I'm going to read this text. What do you think his bottom line? What do you think he's really trying to get at? Draymond Green did not punch Jordan Poole. He forcibly struck Poole. That's way different. What do you think he's getting at?
I personally think the Xfinity Mobile text line is trying to have some fun with you.
Oh, okay.
Because forcibly struck was the initial phrase used by Shams Charania when Draymond sucker punched, I'll say, Jordan Poole.
Gotcha. Okay. That's a punch in any league. All right. 888
dropped him to the ground.
Exactly. Buckled. We got to, I wasn't on last week either. So we got to talk a little bit about Correa at some point.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll get back to the Niners for sure. How about my Vikings?
Our Vikings.
No, you're a Charger fan.
Well, yeah, but you're an Eagles fan. But you
when
claim
they win.
They're winning right now more than anyone else. That's tough. Yeah, Guru's very happy about that, I'm sure.
You hate to see it. No, but it's funny. Yeah, 49, you do not want to go into Minnie. You do not want to go in to the House of Magic in the postseason.
It is a place of magic.
It doesn't matter if you're better than the Vikings. They win at home because they're lucky.
They're 11-0 in one-score games.
Of course they are. But you know what? Kirk Cousins, keep ripping the guy. He's not going to be ashamed.
There's no Brock Purdy.
Why can't you just give Kirk Cousins credit?
Why would I do that?
A lot of credit.
Well, because he's not even Jimmy Garoppolo.
He's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not even close. All right, 888-957-9570. 49er fans, you a little worried about those Vikings? Those Vikings. They can beat you 13-10. They can beat you 43-40. All right, when we come back, we can talk Kirk Cousins. We can talk about the best receiver in the NFL, too, Justin Jefferson. It's all sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance, regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. That's why the Locked On Podcast Network has a daily podcast for your favorite NBA team. Every trade, every overtime win, every game, our local experts cover the biggest stories around your team every day. Search Locked On plus your favorite NBA team on the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. The Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
For everything your business needs to make this year your year, Staples has you covered.
I need to organize all my papers and files from last year and the year before that.
Staples has you covered.
I need a new desk calendar so that I don't miss a meeting with my boss or a soccer game with my daughter.
Staples has you covered with everything you need to get organized this year. Right now, a 2023 lined desk calendar is $3.99 and an unlined calendar is just $4.99. Make this year your year at Staples. Offer ends 12/31. In-store only.
Are you ready? At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. Now through January 6th, Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members earn 1 bonus point for every $1 spent on qualifying purchases with the Lowe's Business Credit Account. Redeem bonus points for cool rewards for your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Subject to credit approval. Lowe's terms and exclusions. See Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points and Lowe's.com/L/Pro loyalty terms for details. U.S. only.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, what's going on, everybody? Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. I'm Matt Steinmetz. By the way, let the record reflect. I'm not like some Warrior players who only want to play when the lineup's a certain way.
That's right. You're in on a holiday.
That's right.
You play when you got it. You play when duty calls.
Kind of an Iron Man.
Okay.
What?
You just had the last week off.
He's like, why are you bringing up old stuff?
Hey,
We're talking about the future here. We're talking about trying to win the championship.
By the way, Craig, we don't do that here. Where'd you go to college again?
University of Washington.
Yeah, I hear
he's
Craig,
the best athlete at the station.
I know. I already gave him his props a few months ago.
Okay.
That kind of gets to the heart of the story. I hear Craig say, we don't play till tomorrow. And, of course, when anybody says we, my ears perk up because I'm like, who's really an athlete?
Oh, that's right, yeah.
So I'm thinking, but, Craig did play D1. I mean, maybe Washington's in a bowl game or something.
Nope.
And I said, we got tomorrow. And I said, who's we? He goes, Man U, Manchester United.
He's been on the wagon for a while.
Well, no. Don't do that. You can do, I mean, you're a Husky forever. You're a Husky forever. And you can say we. And you can even say 95.7 The Game, we. I think you've come that far.
But as a fellow Division III athlete, we do share that in common.
That's true.
We
probably, you know what? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
So we got 2 D3 athletes and a D1 player in our house right now.
We got a team.
We will beat any 3-person trio in any sport who's working around a country right now.
We're the real big 3.
Exactly. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, where was I going with that? No, okay. So D3, like I went to Willamette University. We're the Bearcats. The Bearcats, I don't have a chance that often to root for.
Sure.
So I don't get to say we that often. So whenever there's a team that is playing that I enjoy watching, such as Liverpool's on right now, we are currently up 2-1. Craig, Manchester United, we play tomorrow. It just kind of slips off the tongue, Steiny.
See, the reason I only do it to troll. You know what I mean? Like
when you talk about the Vikings.
Or yeah, exactly. Like we know in Minnesota, we know that the 49ers don't want to come into our house. We know you don't want to come into our house in Minnesota.
Would you go to that game if you could?
Why?
No, if the Niners played at Minnesota in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, I would go. If somebody wants to go with me and pay.
And you would wear which jersey would you wear?
None. I wouldn't wear a jersey.
Oh, that's right. You're not a jersey guy.
I wouldn't. No, the Vikings are, listen, the Vikings do represent 888-957-9570. They are very representative of why I may root for players or teams, certain players and teams, as opposed to other players and teams.
Because people write them off.
It's been my perception, having watched football, that Kirk Cousins gets a bad rap, a really bad rap, and that the Vikings are pretty good, and he's had a nice career, but everybody, and it's like, it annoys me, the denigration of somebody who's clearly pretty good.
Yeah, he's fine.
Exactly.
He's a fine quarterback.
Right. So now I want him to win.
But
can you understand that?
I can. And I feel like on this station, when I have the chance to host on a weekend or such, I do end up defending the Vikings probably more than other hosts here. But that also, that train comes to a stop at some point, because when you're looking at a team that has continuously landed on red or black or whatever color you're betting at the roulette table 11 times in a row.
Listen.
Like we just talked about how the Warriors are trying to capture some of this magic, something that isn't tangible. Doesn't that also kind of apply to the Minnesota Vikings?
Well, the way I would look at it would be, if the 49ers this year were having the exact same kind of year as the Vikings, it just happened to be in the Bay Area, you don't think most of the talk would center on how clutch and gutsy we are, as opposed to, we've been lucky. Oh, don't say, are you kidding me? See, that's just what I want people to acknowledge, that everybody's the same. That if the 49ers are having the same kind of season as the Vikings right now, right here in the Bay Area, we'd be talking about how clutch they are. We wouldn't be talking about the fact that they've been lucky. In fact, most of the fan base would bristle and get really annoyed if you would call the 49ers lucky for having the kind of season the Vikings are having right now. Sorry.
Well, but it is interesting. Now you got the gears churning. You could make an argument that the San Francisco 49ers have been luckier than the Minnesota Vikings. Because how often do you lose two starting quarterbacks and not skip a beat? How often do you go from QB1 to QB2 to QB3 and you get arguably better each time you switch your quarterback? If the Vikings had to go with, insert Charlie Whitehurst, backup quarterback for the Vikings, whoever their guy is, their season's probably done.
And see, this is, and you know what? And now I'm going to, so the Vikings are frauds. Okay, well, you can say that, and then they win the Super Bowl. And
now that I cannot co-sign.
Listen, here's what I mean. Here's another thing I mean.
Yeah.
I listened to the radio last week. Do you know how many people denigrated the Giants front office in ways that,
San Francisco Giants.
San Francisco Giants. For example, like last week, well, they don't look good. They don't look good. It doesn't look good. But what about all the mouths that called them frauds?
Yeah.
And that called them cheap. And that called them,
bunch of bad
hacks.
names. Yeah. Nathaniel.
I mean, so now what?
Well,
there was clearly something on the medical. Maybe they didn't handle it perfectly, but
those fibulas are tricky.
To me, that's the difference. You know what? You can't just 1 week say this is a joke of an organization, then say, oh, well, I guess they don't. I guess that, okay, that now it makes sense. It's like, no.
Well, that's why I don't like to use the word frauds, because...
Well, that's why it's important to be specific with your words.
You can't take that back, in my opinion. If you call someone a fraud, and then, as, Guru would like to say, react to new information, you better apologize for calling them that word, if they are in fact not. Which right now, we don't know whether the San Francisco Giants are or aren't. We don't know. Well, I don't think the Vikings are frauds. I also don't think that they're as good as they currently are. I think the Niners are the second best team in the NFC behind the Philadelphia Eagles. And if Jalen Hurts misses more time, that, in my opinion, would elevate the 49ers to being the number one team. I think that's...
You mean going into the playoffs? As a one seed?
If Jalen Hurts doesn't play...
he's fine. He's going to be fine.
He better be, for their sakes.
I mean, he's going to play this week if they really, really want him to.
If they do. But this is my point, though.
I think we can assume Philly's going to get the one seed. Don't you think?
Yeah.
All they got to do is win a game.
But if you're the Niners, the 2 seed...
That's different.
...is within your grasp.
No doubt.
All you need is one win and a Vikings loss, which apparently is impossible, because anytime the Vikings are in a one-score game, again, they're landing on red.
They're automatic.
Yep.
They're in a one-score game. It's like handing the ball to Mariano Rivera. That's the bottom line. Why don't we look at it like that?
Mariano
Dennis
Rivera.
Eckersley. Yeah, that's who Kirk Cousins is. He's a closer, baby.
Goose gotcha.
Let's see. Steiny, what's your grudge with the Niners? Come on. You're always trying to discredit the Niners when they're having a good season. They're having a bad season. Look, to me right now, I think you can kind of, the expectations are to get me to the NFC Championship game.
I'm with you there.
I mean, I think that's like they're good. There's no doubt they're good.
And that would mean that they probably beat the Vikings. But and you can do this now. You can do this when Guru comes back. I think the Xfinity Mobile text line has a fair request of you, which is an apology to George Kittle, who has been balling over the past couple of weeks for the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that with the Niners and why a lot of people maybe denigrate other teams around the NFC is because of how good the 49ers have looked in the last 8 weeks, really since they got Christian McCaffrey. Not even going back before Brock Purdy. That's completely changed their season. Like, we were talking about this before the show. If the Niners put up 30 points in a game, it is going to be damn hard to beat them. There might be 2 or 3 teams in the NFL that could score 30 on this defense.
I think there's one in the NFC. I think the Eagles could do that.
I think they could too. But if the Niners can also,
no doubt,
score 37 against, I thought, a pretty decent Washington defense, like that's the thing that confounds me is how this offense has continued to level up each quarterback they've gone through. Now, Christian McCaffrey's at the bottom of all of it to me, but this is an offense that was not supposed to be this good. I mean, they were scoring 15 points, 16 points a game midway through the year.
Right, but
still winning games.
The sole reason, and that's what never kind of came together, is how great or good were their weapons? Because their weapons are a lot better now with Purdy. Like, that's just kind of, the way it is as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I don't understand what this texter means. Maybe you can help me. It says, Steinmetz, the Niners are on their third quarterback and are still winning. That's not lucky. I actually kind of don't think that's lucky.
That they haven't skipped a beat.
Right. Like, I consider it more than just luck that they're 11-4 since their first-string quarterback got hurt. Like, I'll give them, they had 3 guys who could play quarterback this year, and like that's not like I give them credit for that.
Yeah, no, and that's fair too. Like, I think that comes down to the Shanahan system, and look, I'm starting to believe that it could be a plug-and-play spot for the Niners, not because of just Kyle Shanahan and what he does, but because of how many weapons you're talking about that seem to always surround whoever is under center for the 49ers. And then, of course, the best defense in the league on the other side, who's got surely DPOY, I think, but maybe even his name in the MVP hat, which is Nick Bosa. So there is so much surrounding the quarterback that, like Brock Purdy, he's made some great throws. He has played better than I think anyone expected besides himself. But he hasn't blown the box score away. Like, I don't think he's even thrown for 300 yards in a game yet. And then this weekend against Washington, there were some suspect passes. There's some suspect passes against Seattle. But when you combine everything, Brock Purdy has to do so much less than a Kirk Cousins or a Jalen Hurts or any other quarterback.
But it feels like Purdy's doing more than Garoppolo. It really does. Doesn't it?
It
the
does.
eye test.
Yeah. No, the ball has been... Look, and actually, this is something that I will be curious about and something that I've kind of noted the last few games. They're scoring a lot more points.
Right.
But the red zone issues that we were talking about earlier in the year haven't necessarily gone away. Like, they still haven't necessarily cashed in.
Or their fourth down issues.
Or their fourth down issues. But that's the thing. With Brock Purdy, they haven't needed to address them because... Did you know Brock Purdy has as many 25-plus yard touchdown passes as Patrick Mahomes this year already? Like, that's pretty incredible. Now, I don't think that he doesn't have a cannon for a right arm, but with everything that the defense has to be aware of...
He threw it over 25 or just plays...
But plays over 25
Okay,
yards.
so, right. Okay.
But like
nevertheless,
the first Kittle touchdown was a 25-plus yard patch. He could throw it deep.
Gotcha.
But with everything else that a defense has to be aware of on the field, not even including Deebo Samuel at this point, like Brock Purdy can throw to wide open receivers, and he can make enough of those tight window passes to where you're not getting hurt. Like, he hasn't put the 49ers behind the eight ball in any game. Now you might say, well, he's got to prove that he can come from behind, that he can do all, come from down 10. Well, if you don't have to do that, why would you?
Exactly. Miguelito is in San Francisco. What's up, Miguelito? How you doing? By the way, Lorenzo Neal, we have him on Mondays at 1. We'll still have him Mondays at 1. Lorenzo Neal at 1 o'clock. By the way, I have to, real quick, Miguelito, hang on there. One thing we're going to have to talk about with Lo Neal is he sent me a bunch of highlight stuff from himself.
Yeah.
And because I took a shot at him in a playful way.
He's a bad
boy.
boy.
He's not that. I'm going to unveil my Mount Rushmore all-time fullbacks for him.
Okay.
So we'll find out if he's on it.
Kyle Juszczyk.
Miguelito. What's up, my man?
Hello, Matt. Hello, Matt, and your co-host.
Thanks, man.
Happy holidays and everything. I was just asking this very subjective question. Like, who do you believe, if you think about it, benefited the most by the trade between the Carolina Panthers and the 49ers? I mean, Carolina's doing well, and they're going to make the playoffs, and they're going to have a lot of draft picks. And the 49ers are going to have McCaffrey for a while, I think. So,
yeah, no, I mean, thanks, Miguelito. Appreciate it. Explain that one to me. Maybe I'll ask, how do the Panthers lose McCaffrey and get better?
Well, you could make the argument that the biggest move that they made this season was firing their head coach.
True.
So I also think they probably weren't as bad as they had been before. Baker Mayfield is now gone. Sam Darnold is a much better quarterback. So, and their defense was always good. That wasn't necessarily the issue. I mean, we don't have to take a deep dive into Carolina, but it is interesting how they lose, like maybe the best offensive weapon in football right now, especially as far as running backs are concerned, and they get better when it's a mutually beneficial deal. Now, that's something we don't see often in sports. It's kind of like the Tyreek Hill thing with Kansas City. Kansas City loses Tyreek Hill. They're scoring more points than they did last year, and Miami is clearly a much better offense than they were last year. So, 6 to 1, half dozen to the other.
Well done. Do people know what that is, you think?
I don't know. People tell me all the time I use some old references.
Yeah, that's an old one for a guy like you. I'm impressed.
I'm young.
Hey,
I'm an old
Langford.
28. Nice guy.
Hey, what's going on? Stephen Langford popping in here. If you don't know who he is, and I'm sure you don't.
Tough L for the Raiders.
He's a KCBS sports reporter and used to work here, and he's popping in. He obviously is at the low end of the scale when it comes to how much vacation time.
Can I channel my inner guru for a second?
Of course.
So Steven and I will be matching up soon to be in the finals of the 95-7 The Game Fantasy Football League.
I can't believe you're going to do this.
So I would just like to extend a good luck to Steven, and I hope I kick his ass.
You guys going to chop?
Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Seriously. Yeah, he wants out. Yo, what's going on, Matt? How you doing, buddy? Jumpstart
Hey,
us.
how's it going, guys? Long-time listener.
Cool.
So I have a scenario to run for the quarterback situation, barring we don't win the Super Bowl this year. The guy I would love to see throwing the ball for the Niners next year, Daniel Jones, New York Giants. He's accurate, stands in the pocket. He can feed the weapons. He's playing with a high school team right now and pulling it together. And I just think he's perfect for the Niners. I think they can probably get him for a little under $30 million a year and keep Brock and Trey on the team and let everybody compete. I think that's to me that's the best path forward. So I'd love your opinion.
Appreciate that, Matt. I'll just throw it to my partner Evan. I've been fortunate enough to do a lot of reps and radio on the air, and every once in a while you get a call that just doesn't fit in.
Not at all.
49ers 11-4. Let me ask you, why would you? Who's thinking about, boy, let's go out and get Daniel Jones? God love Matt. God love him.
I don't know
like
where
Matt
that came
from Oakland, but I don't have an opinion on Daniel Jones in San Francisco.
I mean, Ricky Henderson out of left field. Like, I don't know where that came from.
So,
Ricky Henderson played left field.
I know he did.
Okay.
Just give me a second sometime. See, here's the problem.
Yeah?
Because I'm older than you and I'm able to retain more information than you, it also takes me a split second longer to verify information that comes to me because I have so much information in me. So you say Ricky Henderson out of left field because I am just idea ballooning.
Mm-hmm.
It takes me a second. No, that's right. He did.
Well, yeah, you got to go get your bucket and then on the drawstring, bring it down into the well to gather out the information that then you can pull out of the well and then make the reference. So, yeah, I mean, look, you do have more information at your disposal than I do. But right now, I just got that extra step. A little quicker.
Oh, you got the fast twitch.
Fast twitch muscles. Yep.
All right. Let's go to Mike in Castro Valley. He's been hanging on for a while, and we kind of switched it up on him, but appreciate you hanging in there, Mike. We'll get back to the Warriors a little bit.
Yeah. Are we exhausted the Warriors? Or
No, whatever you want. It's potpourri.
A few more historical tidbits. I think for the fans that jumped on the bandwagon, when was that? 6, 7, 8 years ago.
I love this. I love stuff. I love it. I know it's coming. Hit him hard. Hit him hard, Mike.
Well, yeah. I mean, I go back to I'm an older guy and grew up in Hayward. It was kind of nice chatting with you, the call taker there who grew up in Hayward as well. So, I was an East Bay guy, and my father was a lover of basketball. And when Warriors came here from Philly, he got some tickets. We, spent some time at the Cow Palace, that lovely place. Wilt Chamberlain, Al Attles, all that. It was great. It was a lot of fun. But, I didn't know about, what championships were all about and how that was always your goal. I was a kid. So then, then we had, as I grew up, we had the great Al Attles moments, 74, Rick Barry, all right. It was awesome. And then, boy, did we descend. It became so bad. And when people need to understand how bad it can be. Are there any worse draft picks and trades than what Al Attles did in his years when he seemed confused?
Yeah, so that gets us to the Steph Curry era.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it takes us to Don Nelson, who, yeah, I know Al was still around then and making some poor decisions. But the problem with Don, of course, was he didn't believe in defense, which is kind of an enigma. We could never figure that out.
That's a shame.
But I kept going, and at the Coliseum was such a great place. It was always awesome.
Home court advantage.
What stimulated me to call was I've never called a talk show before, but you guys were chatting about Bob Myers, and clearly Myers is the man is he's fabulous, and he's done some great things. But how many great things has he really done? This is what my question is.
Okay.
From you guys pointed out that he didn't get Curry. We all know that.
Mm-hmm.
Curry was even before Lacob. And then, Lacob pulls some of these really excellent moves, getting Bogut and, being screamed at by the fans, etc., which I was there that night. That was an embarrassment as far as I was concerned. With Rick Barry trying to calm the fans down, it was hilarious.
Yeah, with kerosene.
Rick Barry trying to calm people down, that's a new one,
Mm-hmm.
But then who came in? Assignments I like.
Jerry West. Jerry West they hired first. So ask me a question, and we'll get to it on the other side, because it sounded like you were...
Exactly. My point here, Jerry West. Jerry West was involved in the Clay trade. The Clay pick. He wanted him. Jerry West, how many... Being a person, you were on TV with them.
Yeah.
How many people is West responsible for? Is he responsible for Draymond Green?
That's a great question, and let's maybe take a look at it on the other side. But it sounds to me like Mike is saying Bob Myers.
He's a historian.
You know what? I can go toe to toe with him on that kind of stuff.
Believe it.
I was going to say for better or for worse, but we know where that is. All right. Low Neal, 1 o'clock. Going to get back to football. And what's coming on next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone streams video and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pains went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
With car prices at an all-time high, Cars for Kids donors are now getting the highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate your car today at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. When giving gifts this holiday season, keep environmental sustainability in mind. Avoid giving useless gifts and knickknacks. Look for durable items that will last for years. Shop for items made out of recycled material. Lastly, family heirlooms make a perfect gift. Not only will they be treasured for a lifetime, but are also environmentally friendly. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
It's just like old times, only better. The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
The Venture X card from Capital One gives you premium travel benefits, perfect for seeing Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. Presented by Capital One. Oh, I do love her. Earn 5 times miles on flights and 10 times miles on hotels through Capital One Travel.
Enjoy your stay in Suite 13.
Whoa, 13? That's Taylor's lucky number. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Here's to Prilosec OTC.
Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Every week, Damon and Retto go inside the 49ers locker room. The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Retto. Bang, bang, Niner Gang! Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Steinmetz, Evan Giddings in the house. Guru has a week off. And Craig on the board. What's going on, man?
Happy Boxing Day, Steiny.
Oh, don't tell me about Boxing Day. There's no bigger advocate for Canada.
I thought it was a day of shopping. No. At least that's what it is in the States. I wouldn't know. I'm not Canadian like you.
I'm not Canadian. I just have an affinity for Canada.
It's kind of like a love.
I do. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. From east to west. You know, I've been from Tucson to, I forget that. I've been all the way from Labrador and Nova Scotia to.
All the way to Steinmetz Island.
All the way to well, that's in the middle. Mm-hmm. That's in the middle. That's in Ontario, which I'm very familiar with.
If I Googled that.
I'll tell you what, man, I've been to a lot of places in Canada. It's a big country. Victoria, Vancouver.
North?
Toronto.
Hung out with the Inuits?
Not that far north. Where else? Moncton? Halifax?
Winnipeg?
Haven't been to Winnipeg. Have not been to Winnipeg. Before the break, Mike called in and we got into a little bit of the history of the Golden State Warriors. Since 1946.
I pulled up a chair.
Yeah, but no, it's funny because his overall point was, seriously, how good's Bob Myers been? All right, well, let's take a look real quick. First of all, here's the funny thing is nobody gets credit for Curry. Sorry, he was here before y'all got here. In fact, the guy who should get credit for Steph Curry, Larry Riley, Don Nelson tries to claim credit for drafting Steph Curry.
Can you really get credit for drafting a player
when you're not the GM?
Well, or drafting just a revolutionary player that turned into something that he wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
whether he falls to you or not, and he fell to the Warriors.
Yeah,
but I guess in theory, maybe there's other GMs out there that would have taken Jordan Hill. And Curry would have fallen to 8.
It was a nice piece.
But if you look at the hierarchy, Larry Riley drafted Steph Curry. And since that day, Don Nelson tells everybody Curry was his pick and his idea. Okay, but nobody in the current regime gets any credit for Curry. 2011, the Warriors drafted Clay. You know who gets credit for that is Jerry West.
I do remember reading that.
Jerry West kind of gets credit for that one. Whether Bob was there. Bob Myers was there at that point. And then, of course, Draymond. That's Bob Myers. Draymond's Bob Myers. And that's a great pick. That's a second-round Hall of Famer. So, no matter if Bob had another guy in mind and said, well, let's flip a coin, and it turned out to be Draymond, he gets credit. He just does. So
yeah, best second-round pick probably up until Nikola Jokic.
Oh, I thought you were going Warriors.
Oh, well.
Monte Ellis.
Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah, great call. Great call. Anyway, Myers gets credit for the Bogut deal. Bogut Monte. Myers is here, right?
Yep.
Durant. I mean, we had Bob on. He said, look, it has nothing to do with me, but it's on his watch.
Yep.
So, draft picks. Wiseman, obviously not looking great right now. Kuminga, plenty of time as far as I'm concerned there. Moody looks okay. Poole's been a terrific find at his number.
You can't hit them all.
Who am I forgetting?
Wiggins? Andrew Wiggins?
I mean,
D'Angelo Russell into Andrew Wiggins?
Yeah.
Kevin Durant into D'Angelo into Andrew Wiggins?
Draft picks. What? There was, who's the kid from late round pick who didn't make it?
Oh, Jacob Evans?
Jacob Evans. All right. Big deal. Like, see, to me.
Yeah, Damian Jones.
To me, you're going to hit 1 out of 4 if you're picking between 26 and 32 or 30, whatever it is. Festus Ezeli, I thought was a pretty good pick. Can't help it yet. I mean, when he played, he was playable for sure.
The jury's still out, but probably the biggest miss at this point might be James Wiseman just because of where he was selected. I mean, that's the highest pick that Bob Myers has had.
Yeah. Oh, 510, thank you. Looney, Kevon Looney. I mean, you look at Kevon Looney, and that is a great pick. Even if you're a person who says, Looney's, I mean, he wouldn't be any good on any other team. Okay, so the Warriors drafted him in the late 20s, and he became a fixture of their dynasty. Like, that is an incredible, incredible pick. I mean,
if you're batting 300 on picks, you're probably doing a pretty damn good job.
Exactly. So, look, who knows what's going to happen with Bob Myers? But if this is his last year with the Warriors and Bob Myers wants to be a GM/president again, I think he'll be able to get another job.
Well, what does he have to prove at this point? Like, what is...
It's a great point.
The inflection point in this whole contract negotiation or lack thereof. Like, he's done everything. And maybe you want to talk about what he's done for you lately, but even then, I mean, he has played a pivotal role in every single part of this, build up to the dynasty, obviously midway through the dynasty, and then now, whatever the dynasty is going to become, he is... As we talked about, he is one of the main 3 pieces between ownership and, I would say, Stephen Curry.
Absolutely. I'd put Kerr up there.
Yeah.
But Myers was here before Kerr. Let's go to Charles. Charles is in El Cerrito. What's going on, Charles?
Yeah, thanks, you guys. Great win last night. There was 2 big contributors, Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb, in the game. They're all on 2-way contracts, and hopefully your viewers and us can learn from you about what a 2-way contract does. And I was reading that they're not available in the playoffs. So I will go offline, but I was just interested to hear if you guys have information about what these 2-way contracts mean in the future for these 2 players this season for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, Evan, go ahead.
Well, I mean, if Anthony Lamb shoots 4 or 5 every night, then yeah, he's probably going to be a nice bench piece, but...
Here's a bottom line.
2-way deals are a coin flip. Like, you don't know if a guy's going to pop or not.
No, but I think there is, and I should know this, and we're going to get a great text from our guy Rotz on the Xfinity mobile text line momentarily because he knows he's really up on all that stuff. There are only a certain amount of games you can play.
Yeah,
if you're on a 2-way contract. So at some point, if Lamb's playing every day, they're going to have to figure that out. I just think it's very logical what's going on. The Warriors drafted 3 players without college experience for the most part. 3. They drafted 3 players with no college experience for the most part. So is it surprising that these 2 4-year college players, one guy who played at Virginia, which is a legit program. I'm not saying Vermont's not, but there's a guy who played 4 years at Vermont. Makes sense.
By the way,
these guys are more ready.
You're allowed to play 50 of the 82 games.
Okay.
So right now, Anthony Lamb has played in 26. Ty Jerome has played in 18.
Wow. So
they're going to have to load manage their 2-way guys.
I'll tell you what, they were great last night. All 5 of those guys. Well, Kuminga was okay, but he's fine. Kuminga's fine. What'd you think of Wiseman?
I thought that's exactly what you want. Maybe not down the line from James Wiseman. Right now, if you're asking him to play 10 minutes a game, I don't need you to put up a double-double or whatever empty numbers that people were throwing out from his rookie season in meaningless games. Like, that doesn't matter. I saw last night a young guy who, for maybe the first time this season, looked like he knew where to be at all times defensively. Offensively, sure, he's maybe got boxed out a couple times, got pushed around, but defensively, he didn't look like a guy that everyone is just going to pick out on pick and roll. Like, he altered shots. He didn't, most importantly, this is the thing that I really don't like about what Wiseman defensively has been doing, is he tries to block every single shot, which is why, and he's extremely athletic. He can probably get to balls up in the rafters, but that doesn't mean that jumping is the right decision. That means trying to block a shot. Maybe if you can just alter it, which is what he did last night, that's equally as beneficial as trying to go get it. And right now, I think Wiseman last night showed you where he needs to be for this team right now.
You know what? That's interesting, too. And I'll throw the number out, 888-957-9570. And here's the reason I'm going to throw it out, because Wiseman is probably the biggest topic of conversation for the Golden State Warriors. Whether he plays or he doesn't play. And I was just thinking, wait a minute. I mean, this is perfect. Whether you like Wiseman, whether you don't like Wiseman, whether you think he's ahead, whether you should play more. He had 30 points in a game against the Nets.
Yep.
30. They lost. They got blown out, but he had 30 points. It's an NBA game, folks. And then he comes home, plays 8 minutes, has no points, and probably to his coaching staff was more impressive than he was against the Nets. My point is this, whether it's the first baby step or not, this is clearly a good, solid 2-game stretch for Wiseman. And what did you see if you're a Golden State Warrior fan the last couple games? Because it's easy to, and that's the thing to me. It's not, listen, I think Warrior fans, a few Warrior fans, that rookie year of Wiseman when he put some numbers up, I hope we can all realize now that there's a big difference between a 15-50 team and a team that's trying to win a title. Nevertheless, as long as it's taken Wiseman to get here, relatively speaking, 2.5 years, hey, I saw a little something.
He looked like he trusted himself more last night.
Here's the other thing that I think Wiseman did last night. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. I'm not necessarily, I don't know if he's in the right spot every single time, but there were times when his mere presence did impact a player shooting in the lane. It really did. And I don't think he had a block, did he?
No. Look, he had no points,
right,
but he had 5 rebounds. 5 defensive rebounds.
Thank you.
In 8 minutes. Like, that's important.
And how'd the team do when he was on the floor?
It was a +8.
Thank you.
Like we were saying, it might have been the first time this season that we have seen all 3 of the second timeline core, whatever you want to call them, Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga, all play together well in a game that mattered. And that does matter.
Definitely.
That's important.
You can make a case that last night was the most encouraging game for the young players since they've been in the NBA, because they were a part of winning a big game, a Christmas game against maybe the best team in the West as of now. How about this? 415, I understand it's talk radio, but do you really have to break down Wiseman's 8 minutes? Really? No, my point, 415, I'm in a good mood, holiday spirit. It didn't sound like he's jumping down my throat.
Not yet.
But one of my fascinations has been the interest level of James Wiseman, and how even when he was down in the G League, people want to talk about him and whether he can help or not help, and whether he should be playing or not playing, or whether Kerr owes him minutes, or whether they're doing him a disservice, or whether it's just tough luck. He's found himself on a team with championship aspiration. This guy is a huge discussion point because he was the number 2 pick in the draft.
He was drafted to be a centerpiece of your franchise.
He was.
That's why he is important and worth talking about every time he steps on the court.
Let's go to Alex. Alex is in San Francisco. What's up, Alex? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Yeah, so just on Wiseman's game last night, there were times when he has deep position in the post against a smaller defender, and all 4 players on the perimeter don't even look at him. And he's sitting there with his giant arms up right under the basket saying, please pass me the ball. And I just can't understand why there's no look that way for this player who's obviously very talented on the offensive side of the ball. And then just to the larger point, why do the Warriors try to play the same offensive brand of basketball when neither Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, nor Draymond Green are in the game playing? Like, there's no reason why you can't change your offensive scheme depending on who's actually playing in the game.
Appreciate the call, Alex. Good stuff, actually.
I would argue that they have tried that, though. Like when James Wiseman at the beginning of the season was getting run before he got sent down to the G League, I think they did run more pick and roll with James Wiseman on the floor. The issue is that it wasn't effective. And so you're better off, or Steve Kerr deemed it was better off using, some combination of Lamb, JaMychal Green, or Kuminga on the second unit than to try and force feed James Wiseman. And maybe they'll go back to that because Wiseman has looked like he's playing with more confidence. But at the beginning of the year, trying to play that way hurts you. Now the question is, will it continue to hurt you if you go back to it?
Right. I mean, the offensive game doesn't really turn me on for him at this stage.
Gotcha.
And it's not that he doesn't have skills; it's that he has no clue who he is offensively. It's just the way it is. He likes to face up and hit a 3. He's got he's working on at the same time he's working on back to the basket. What I'm getting at is that'll come. The defense is. Like last night, I felt like, and I don't know if it was by accident or just luck or he knew where to be, but I felt like last night was the first game where if you were in the lane and Wiseman was there 3 weeks ago, like you almost didn't have to be aware of him. Like he was jumping too quick and he wasn't in the right spot. And so he was like a non-factor. Last night, he didn't block any shots, but you could tell he was kind of in the mind, at least. You had to be aware of him a little bit. And I felt like Memphis, it's not like they changed their game, or it's not like he all of a sudden changed 7 shots at the rim. But I do think when he was on the floor, just because he was pretty active, you at least had to be aware of where he was so as not to give him an easy block.
Did it seem like to you that he wasn't thinking as much as he previously has been on defense?
I need more time to watch him. Yeah. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's only 8 minutes. I mean, but whereas those 8 minutes in previous games had killed you,
exactly.
You'd be looking at a -8 or a -10. I mean, the fact that the Warriors extended the lead with him on the floor also points to the fact that you don't need him to do much on offense. Like, he's out there to be your backup big and to bring some sort of interior presence to a team that outside of Kevon Looney lacks it.
Exactly. And it always, it always makes me laugh when, if you look at the Warriors, okay, when are they at their best? Okay, Steph Curry's taking an open 3. When else? Okay, when Klay Thompson's taking an open 3. When else? Okay, when Andrew Wiggins steps into one of those nice. What else? And there are so many of those that are ahead of when do you get to Wiseman 3-pointer? Or let's post up Wiseman. I mean, there's almost infinitely better options.
Yeah.
So don't worry about Wiseman's offense at this point. You want him to shoot 72% from the floor because 4 out of 5 of his shots you want to be alley-oop dunks.
Yeah, no,
I don't want him to shoot threes.
The last two games.
That's down the line.
The last 2 games, if you could somehow mesh them, he was 12 of 14 for 30 points in a meaningless loss against Brooklyn, but he had 8 dunks, 9 dunks.
Right.
Those are the baskets at this point that you need from him. Just make the bunnies.
Exactly. Dave's in Fremont. What's up, Dave? How you doing, man?
Happy post-holiday, guys.
Yeah.
Beautiful game yesterday. And
yes.
Man, I tell you, it was a beautiful thing to see Wiseman in some meaningful moments, right? And the previous game, when he got 30, I mean, everybody else around him was not doing what they were doing. Otherwise, that would have been a nice little icing on the cake if we had come away with a win on that. But you got to remember, guys, Wiseman is, still an uncut gem. You know what I mean? We're developing him, man, and he can run that floor like a gazelle, guys. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I can't give up on him. I've been with these Warrior teams since '74, and we've always kind of floundered in the big man's position, right? And now that I see this guy, he has a whole plethora of things to draw from. And yes, he does have to become fundamentally sound, man. And he did change the dynamic of that game last night, because that's that whole upper level. They were taking advantage in our losing streaks and all that. They've been taking advantage of the fact that they've just been running over our little guys, banging us down. And it's good to see James developing, guys. So, just give him a little bit of time, and he's coming back from an injury, too. Come on.
True. Appreciate the call, Dave. Listen, here's the other thing. We can talk about Wiseman all day, and we have a lot of times. And I don't think he's ready to help right now, a championship team. Does that mean he won't have nights like last night? Actually, I shouldn't say I don't think he's ready to help. I don't think he's ready to help a championship team on a consistent basis. In other words, to be one of your top 7 or 8 guys. Not right now. Now, I think if you sprinkle him in along the way, he can help you in certain games. Absolutely. But the Warriors are going to, look, they picked up his option for next year. So he's going to be a Warrior. He's going to play in the next, knock wood, he's healthy. He's got another year and a half as a Warrior, at least.
Yeah.
So you still have plenty of time to evaluate him. And if over that period of time, a year from now, it's like, well, he's a better player. Well, then, okay, now we're starting to ascend. And I would just forget Wiseman's timetable. Like, what if I said, look, forget about Wiseman being a factor on a championship team. It might take 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so what? So what? It's not like you're going to fall off the face of the earth right now without him. You already won a title. You won a title last year in his second year when he didn't even play.
Yeah, and look, there's also a running theme of Warriors in the playoffs, successful postseason runs in which kind of unsung heroes have had maybe not series, but moments. And that's to me the hope for James Wiseman this year, is to get to the point where you could feel comfortable with him in a playoff game and he could have a moment. Like, he could have an 8-minute stretch in which he helps you win game 3 or game 4, a middle game of the series. Like, that's the goal right now.
No doubt about it. And I mean, that's all that should be expected of somebody like him. Can he help you a couple games in the postseason? That'd be great. I mean, look what, as good as Jordan, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. Actually, I'll save it for the other side. I want to ask you something about Jordan Poole on the other side. I want you to give an answer, and then I'll give an answer, and I guarantee you my answer is different in a big way than yours. I'll tell you what that is on the other side. Hey, remember, don't forget, we're streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. Go to youtube.com/957 The Game or twitch.tv/957 The Game to see Steiny and Guru, in this case, Evan. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to join the conversation? Bring whatever you want, man. You talk about Brock Purdy? How far can he go? How far can the Niners go? Yeah, we can do that. You want to talk about the Warriors? We can do that too. But I'm going to tell you something about Jordan Poole on the other side, where some fans are missing the boat on 95.7
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping.
Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Every week, Damon and Reto go inside the 49ers locker room.
The great Trent Williams.
He's always been regarded as one of the better backs in the NFL, but to actually have him and see him up close and personal, you kind of see why his reputation is what it is.
Hear a different 49er each week on Damon and Reto.
Bang, bang, Niner Gang!
Brought to you by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Rayleigh's, Bel Air, and Nob Hill markets for all your beef and tailgate needs.
Here is where it happens. Experience the Warriors at Chase Center. Your Warriors 2022-23 season. Presented by Kaiser Permanente. Happening now. Get your tickets now at Warriors.com or call 888-GSW-HOOP. Representatives standing by.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale.
Hi.
We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Spilled your milkshake? Quick, the quicker picker-upper. Bounty picks up spills quicker. And each sheet is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less than the leading Ordinary brand. So you can get back to your milkshake.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours.
Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. 1 device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
O'Reilly. Improve visibility in your vehicle and save $10 on a pair of Trico Force wiper blades now at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Don't risk your safety because of bad wiper blades. Be ready for any weather. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Visit your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break.
If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Matt Stein, Matt Evan Giddings with you on 95.7 The Game, day after Christmas. And a lot going on. Really is. We got Giants. All of a sudden, they look a lot better than they looked last week. The 49ers, they've looked good for 2 months. And the Golden State Warriors, it's a big win for them last night. Big win for them. No Steph Curry, and yet they got great play out of their young players. And Jordan Poole was really good, and they beat the Memphis Grizzlies. They have 7 consecutive games now at Chase Center. Maybe change 2 under 500 to 1 or 2 over 500, maybe?
You'd certainly hope so. I mean, this is an opportunity for a team that has played extremely well at home to capitalize on every chance they have. And look, you're looking at the Hornets, the Jazz, the Blazers, the Hawks, the Pistons, the Magic. Like, all of those teams are beatable. Very much so.
They are. 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation, and that's also the Xfinity Mobile text line. Lorenzo Neal coming up at 1 o'clock, and I will unveil my Mount Rushmore of fullbacks. Let me throw this out there this is off the beaten track. But let me throw this out there to people a little older than me, believe it or not. And this is the week to do it.
Okay.
So, can someone please explain to me, who's a football expert, a little older than me? I'm putting together my greatest list of fullbacks of all time. And there's 2, when I think of fullbacks, I think of, okay, who was the running back with this guy? So was Rocky Blyer a fullback when he was blocking for Franco Harris?
I know Balboa.
And what about Jim Kick? Jim Kick and Larry Zonka formed the Dolphins' backfield in the early 70s. I want to say both had over 1,000 yards one year, but they used like it's almost like they used 2 halfbacks. I don't know if the term fullback was completely defined at that point, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, like Jim Brown played fullback.
Then he's on it.
That's what I'm saying. But he's not a low kneel kind of fullback. Like John Riggins played fullback. Mike Allstott played fullback.
Riggins played fullback?
That's what he's listed as.
Oh, he is?
Yes. So, but he ran the ball. It wasn't just like he was there to block. So I guess maybe this week we can figure this out with Lowe, what his definition of a fullback is, especially, I would maybe 1980 on.
Well, it almost feels like you can't be a fullback if you carry the ball a lot.
That would make you a running back or halfback. I mean, but I also know that, like you were saying, being back before the passing game became what it is now, you would have multiple tailbacks in your backfield. So
correct.
One technically could be listed as your fullback as opposed to the halfback, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, you're Lorenzo Neal and your job is to be a heat-seeking missile and tag the middle linebacker on the other side.
Yeah, I want to go back and see some of the old teams and even how their running backs were listed. Because I want to say, I'll bet you, I'll look at Sports Reference and go back and look at the Dolphins. I bet they list Mercury Morris, Jim Kick, and Larry Zonka all as running backs. But back in the day, it used to be a tailback was something a little different than a running back. Anyway, there you go. Steiny, what about your boy Juszczyk? By the way, a credit to the 650. He spelled that name right, I think.
He definitely copied and pasted.
That's fine. That's fine. You correct. Congratulations, 650.
That should be the final question of a spelling bee, or final word of a spelling bee. Spell great. Kyle Juszczyk.
Use it in a sentence. Kyle Juszczyk went 39 consecutive games one year without touching. I couldn't do it off the top of my head. My bad.
Well, look, Kyle Juszczyk, we were talking about this before. I do think, I'll say this. Kyle Juszczyk is a 6-time Pro Bowler. He deserves to be, based on the position that he plays. But if you're a San Francisco 49ers fan, and you're angry, maybe deservedly so, about Dre Greenlaw, about, actually, I don't even know if Christian McCaffrey was voted.
No, he was out. He was a snub.
Yeah, so if you're mad about any of those snubs, I would, maybe not wholly, but direct some of my anger towards fullbacks in general. Because right now there are, in the NFL, I believe, 8 fullbacks that are listed at that position, and 2 Pro Bowl spots go to the 8. And there's only 3 that really start. So 2 of them are locked in. One of them is Kyle Juszczyk. The other is Patrick, I think, Ricard for the Ravens. So you should be mad at those people, not the voters. Like, why is fullback still a Pro Bowl-worthy position if there's only 8 of them in the league? That's what I want to know. Maybe Lo can help us out.
I agree. All right, I'm looking at the Pittsburgh Steelers back in their heyday. Sure enough, Franco Harris, running back. Rocky Bleier, running back. Rocky Bleier, though, had 800 yards rushing. Oh, that's total.
Oh, boy.
Franco Harris, they only played 14 games, keep in mind. Franco Harris, 1,082 yards. Rocky Bleier, 633. It's not bad.
Like John Riggins here was listed as a fullback for the first 9 years of his career.
When he played with the Jets or the Washington football team?
Jets, and then Washington from 76 to 79, listed as a fullback. He had 3 1,000-yard seasons. But then the last 5 years of his career, he's listed as a running back. So
something happened there. I'm telling you.
I want to know if it was prior to, I guess it looks like 1980s, the cutoff, if the running back position was really did they consider halfbacks, running backs, and
I think I got it.
Okay.
I think I got it. And if anybody can help us out there, I think I got it. I think in a back in the day, or a little bit in a different generation, they used the split backfield, 2 running backs.
Mm-hmm.
Side by side, essentially. I mean, separated by 4 yards, but side by side.
Yeah.
And at some point, I think that was the way you did. Most teams did it conventionally, and then they must have switched to the up back, the fullback, and the running back. Then in an I formation instead of a split backfield. And I'll bet you when that happened, there was some kind of natural delineation where the one guy kind of got defined as the blocking back. The other guy was going to get more carries. The other guy was probably more athletic and more explosive. See, you think people find that not fascinating?
I think people probably wonder. Look, there's probably a section of our listeners that think it's fascinating, but probably in the minority.
Well, that doesn't matter because we're the only ones that are actually doing this.
Yeah, exactly.
So, can you guys discuss how amazingly great Jokic is? Really?
He was pretty amazing last night.
He is unbelievable.
I know probably no one else was up, but that might have been the best game of the Christmas slate.
All right. I'm sure it was, actually, because the first. All right. Here's another little, not a pet peeve, but I heard it last night. And I think I heard it from Mark Jackson and Van Gundy, and those guys know what they're talking about.
With all due respect.
Not bad. But they're donning Jokic, one of the greatest, he's already been donned the greatest passing center of all time.
Yep.
Well, I got a problem with that.
Why?
Because you can't say that definitively, first of all. Passing is a subjective thing. It's not objective other than how many stats a guy has. The problem is I can't have this argument without sounding like I don't think Jokic is incredible, and I do think he's incredible, and I do think he's a great passer, and he might be the greatest passer of all time for a big man. But he might not be better than Bill Walton as a passer. He might not have been as good as a passer as Arvydas Sabonis in his prime.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
Well,
I doesn't mean Jokic isn't great. But why can't people say, he's one of the greatest passing big men ever? Why do you have to say he's the greatest? Well, why do you do that? You don't know that.
I think a lot of people, especially my generation, base their opinions off of statistics. And there is a chasm between Jokic's assist numbers and enter next center. Like I didn't have a chance to watch Bill Walton live. I've read about how amazing of a passer he was. But if someone of my age just goes and looks at basketballreference.com, I think it's an easier conclusion to make because then you don't have to go out and watch someone play. Like I thought Kevin Garnett was a really good passer. Chris Webber was a really good passer.
Great, yeah.
But that doesn't mean but their assist totals per game were probably 4, maybe 5 at most. And Jokic last night had 15. So I think that's where people come from. And who knows, if Bill Walton played in the same system that Jokic does nowadays, he might average 10 assists a game.
Boy, he was so different as a player, though. Sabonis didn't play in the NBA in his prime. I know, but even when he first got over, he was... Sabonis was incredible.
Well,
he can hold the ball.
Bogut's a great passer.
Bogut's a great passer. See, now, if you say... Now, here's just me. Who's a better passer? Kevin Garnett or Chris Webber? It's Chris Webber. To me, it's like he's a tier above Garnett, I think. Chris Webber was a great passer.
But those guys were also asked maybe more than Jokic to be like a scorer first as opposed to a point forward, point center, whatever. Like, there's no one else on the Denver Nuggets that Jokic plays with that really runs the point.
Right. No doubt.
So, de facto, he has to be...
It's kind of like Draymond in that way.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Draymond had 13 assists last night.
He played pretty well last night, Draymond. No doubt about it. That's the other thing about this homestand to me that's it's important. And it's... Look, the games are at home. I haven't looked at... Do they have any back-to-backs? If they don't... It's they're going to come. The game, day off, game.
Their upcoming homestand?
Yeah.
Yes. Their next 2 games will be a back-to-back Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay. What I'm getting at is, can Draymond Green and Clay be solid and consistent during this homestand? Are they going to play? How many games are they going to play? Do they have 2 back-to-backs or one?
Just one back-to-back.
Okay. And that's coming up. Charlotte and then who?
Charlotte and then Utah. So based on how they've used Clay probably wouldn't play against Utah. He'd play the front end of the back-to-back. And Draymond would play... I think also some of it is dependent on when Wiggins returns, which we still don't know about.
Good point.
So if he's available, then maybe Draymond does play because he doesn't have to play as many minutes. Or if JaMychal Green is out, as he was last night, Draymond probably has to play more minutes because they don't have a backup 4. So some of it's based on injuries, but I think you're right. Like, this is the time when we talked about it before you left. It's like this is when you need your Hall of Famers to drag you out of the sub 500 pit.
Exactly. No doubt about it. I feel the same way. I feel like it's an 8-game homestand. They're already 1-0. Can you get to 5-3 and hopefully 6-2? That's what you really want now, especially because you beat Memphis. Can you get? Can Draymond, Clay, obviously Poole, Looney / Wiggins, can those 5 guys who are your best players, can they get you 6 wins of 8 games in this homestand?
And it might even be more simple than that. It's, can you beat the teams you're supposed to beat? Like, please. Like, if you are a better team...
Well, run it down. Give me the schedule. I'll tell you if they're going to win or not.
Charlotte Hornets.
That's a win.
And then on a back-to-back, Utah Jazz.
I'm going to be conservative, and when I say conservative, I mean I'm going to go against the Warriors to make it Like, worst case scenario, they'd lose that game.
Worst case scenario, they blew a 4-point
They
lead
go
in the
1-1.
last 30 seconds.
They go
like
1-1
the
against
Jazz.
those two. Let's just say. Again, this is my worst case scenario.
Next game is against Portland, the Trailblazers.
They'll beat Portland.
I agree. Atlanta.
They're going to beat the Atlanta Hawks. Hawks are in trouble.
Detroit.
They'll beat the Detroit Pistons.
Orlando.
They'll beat Orlando.
And finally, Phoenix.
I'll give them an L against Phoenix, even though now that looks like a more winnable game.
So they better go 6-2.
So that's 5-3, right?
6-2. Do you have them losing to Utah and Phoenix?
See, they should, and you could make a case they should be better.
Or sorry, it'd be 5-2. 5-2
from now. And we'll give them Memphis 6-2.
So that would put them a game above 500.
Right.
When they hit the road.
I probably would have thought 5-3. 5-3. Beat everybody but Utah, Memphis, and the Suns. Well, now they already beat Memphis, so go 6-2 now. And they're already 1-0.
I think they should expect to do that.
I think so now. Although, somebody's not playing in the back-to-back. Probably two guys, right? Clay and Draymond probably won't play both games of that back-to-back.
I would imagine Draymond, I don't know if it's that game, but he'll probably miss one game over the homestand the rest of the way.
I would think so. Javier's in Vacaville. What's up, Javi? How you doing, man?
How you doing, Mr. Simon?
Good.
Hold on. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Javi.
Sorry, I had to turn off the app on my phone.
Sure.
And I didn't get the guest host today. What was your name, sir? I'm sorry about that.
Evan. Oh, yeah, Evan Giddings.
How you doing, Evan?
Do you need to put us on hold?
What's up, man?
If you need to put us on hold, we can get you back in a minute or so.
We can call back.
Here's name. I don't want to, not announce hello and greet him as well. But anyway, my point is that, hindsight's 2020, and I hear the Wiseman talk, and I was a Wiseman supporter, still am. But hey, Klay Thompson, 32, Draymond Green, about 31, 33 in that range, and Steph Curry's 34. Looking back now, 2022, if you say that any way, shape, or form you can go back to that 2020 draft, I mean, I don't know if you guys could attest this. I just think I wanted LaMelo Ball, and people were thinking I was crazy for that. I mean, looking back now, I think they made the mistake, and now we're saying, oh, you can't trade him now, you can't get rid of him. Well, there's two ways to look at that. Are you trying to build him up to have him be, the next starting center for the Warriors in 3 years? Or are you trying to chase this window you have with this window you have, this dynasty, and try to get something that can help you? Because if you're not trying to, this team is not fit to win a championship. And what chips do you have to get out there and lay out in front of teams besides Wiseman? I mean,
Javi, I got to tell you something. I'm with you, Javi. I'm with you, and that's where I think I do think there's a little bit of a disconnect between some Warrior fans and Joe Lacob, and it's that Joe Lacob did not draft Wiseman, I don't think, and say, you know what? I mean, sure, if he comes on like gangbusters, all of a sudden you got a great center. But I tell this to Goo all the time, and I get it, people. I said, Goo, if Bob Myers and Joe Lacob really thought that James Wiseman was going to be an integral player or the starting center on a championship team 2 years into his career, maybe even 3, that's asking a lot for a 7'1" player who played no college, 3 games. So to this day, you can't convince me that Joe Lacob expected Wiseman to be better by now. Well, let me take that back. I don't think Joe Lacob expected Wiseman to be a star by now, because one of the reasons they drafted James Wiseman is to be a star 4 years from now when Steph Curry ain't even in the picture. He wants Wiseman to be Jokic. He wants Wiseman to be Chris Bosh by that point. Borderline, well, Jokic would be a Hall of Famer, but that type of player.
Yeah.
And he's not, yes, I would have liked to have seen everything happen a little faster, but no self-respecting owner and GM would ever draft a kid like that without acknowledging it could take 5 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think he drafted him saying, we're drafting a prodigy. Like this is going to be Shaquille O'Neal or Patrick Ewing or Dikembe Mutombo. Like, it seemed to me like in 2020, the Warriors needed a big man. The best one on the board was James Wiseman. You had the number 2 overall pick. It made the most sense. And if you're trying to build, like you're talking about the next timeline, then you do draft more project-type players, a.k.a. Kuminga, a.k.a. Well, Moody did play college. He played 1 year. So you build a young group of guys that's supposed to develop. Now, I do believe that he thought that they'd be more ready than they are now to help this iteration. Otherwise, I don't think they would have been okay with having some of those guys walk that they did. But I also think, too, and it's kind of revisionist history, like if you look at the 2020 draft, none of the bigs have really worked out, and that's kind of the way that the draft is. Like, big men are coin flips, less so. Like, Obi Toppin and Xavier Tillman, Nekwe Okongwu, like, those might be the best bigs in that draft class.
Okongwu's better than those two guys. But go ahead, if I hear you.
Sure, exactly. Yeah, he's better.
Scotty Barnes was in that draft, right? No, he was a year after.
He's a year after.
Okay.
No, but the thing is, too, okay, yes, if like the caller says, if you want LaMelo, that's fine. That means you don't get Jordan Poole because they play the same position, and they would be playing for the same minutes. That's how I see it. Like, if you are at that point...
Wait,
in the 2020
Poole was
draft,
already on the team.
Poole was already on the team. He was the first-round pick the year before.
Okay. And he had a terrible rookie year.
In a bad rookie year. So, basically, you're punting on Poole if you draft LaMelo Ball. And
think about that, though. I mean, think about that for a sec. So, Poole has a rookie year. He's terrible.
Yeah.
They draft Ball to be Poole. Poole still improves. Now they're sitting with Curry, Poole, and LaMelo Ball.
That is, I mean, and who knows, like, maybe that works. I mean, that's why they tried to flip KD for, D'Angelo Russell. You're hoping that those two guards can work together, but they didn't. I mean,
you have that draft up in front of you?
I do.
Who was 4?
Who was 4? Patrick Williams, Chicago.
See, then you run down some names.
Isaac Okoro, Okongwu.
I like him a little.
Killian Hayes.
No, I don't like him.
Denny Advida. Jalen Smith, who I do like.
Yeah, he's all right.
Exactly, he's all right. But none of those guys have, if you're looking at a ceiling, the ceiling of a James Wiseman. And if you're the Warriors at the time, you need a big... None of the other guys are going to move the needle that much outside of probably Anthony Edwards, who you're not going to get. So, to me, it's just... Like, they just looked at their puzzle and, like, this piece kind of fits. We'll go with this one, and hopefully it works.
Well, and I was going to jump in, but the 415 on the Xfinity mobile text line has the same thought as I did, is that you could ask this question. The Warriors, did they draft for position? I mean, that's one of the things you always hear, this throwaway line by GMs. Don't draft by position. We're a best available player. Best available player. Well, what if the best available player was Ball, but their position of need was center, and so that's why they took Wiseman.
And it's not like Wiseman at the time was seen as a lesser player than LaMelo Ball. And LaMelo Ball was playing in Lithuania and Australia. Like, I think they were seen as pretty even. There were other people that preferred LaMelo Ball, but he had a broken jump shot. James Wiseman didn't play in college. That's the knock on him. So, I don't know. There were issues with both players.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. If you want to jump into the conversation, you are always welcome. 888-957-9570. That's also the Xfinity mobile text line. We got Lorenzo Neal at 1 o'clock, so we'll switch to football then. Warriors, that's their biggest win of the year last night, and maybe the biggest win of their young players' careers. That's right. That's right. They got great performances from their young players, and they helped in a victory. We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
People who come to cricket stay with cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricket phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricket Nation and see for yourself at cricketwireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Hi, this is Ron Johnson from Utah. After 10 weeks of taking Andro 400, I lost 13 pounds and my waist went from 36 to 33. That was 8 years ago. I continued to take Andro 400 and I've maintained my weight at 172. Gained muscle and energy. I'm 63 now and feel better than I have in 30 years.
Hi, this is Sherry. My husband started taking Andro 400 a few months ago, and wow, has he ever changed. He's no longer a couch potato, and he actually likes to go out and do things again. Best of all, he lost his gut, and is he looking good. All I have to say about that is...
Andro 400, the natural way to increase your testosterone. Guys, if you'd like to lose your belly fat, gain energy and muscle, and feel like you did years ago, try Andro 400, the safe, effective, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Andro400.com.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where they'll break down all the headlines in the NFL. Brought to you by Hyundai. There's never been a better time to get away with a great deal on a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
Starting a small business requires strange tactics. I started my business in the basement of a factory in 1986. There was no heat, no air conditioning, and I used blankets as my office walls. Instead of customers, my visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes, and I was broke. To psych myself up that I was going to succeed, I wore formal business attire and a tie to that lonely factory basement every day. Strange? Yeah, I looked like a goof, but I didn't care. I had my late model 1970s mustache to comfort me. Hi, I'm Mike Capel. Now, 30 years later, I still use strange business tactics like making payroll simple and incredibly inexpensive for small businesses. Our payroll starts at just $10 a month. Go to patriotsoftware.com and enter promo code RADIO, and I'll give you 2 months of payroll processing free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings. No Daryl the Guru Johnson this week. We'll take you into the new year. You know what I do? Hey, do you know? I don't think I'm. Next Monday?
Next Monday, I think you're off.
Yeah, I think I am too.
Yeah. That's New Year's Day?
Yes. Maybe it's the second. I think I'm
it is the second.
Okay, yeah, I'm off that day. I'm off. And
Iron Man.
I got to make that clear to somebody.
Yeah.
Lorenzo Neal coming up in a half hour. I'm going to unveil my all-time fullback Mount Rushmore list at that time.
I need to know his criteria for a fullback.
I do too.
I've seen about 6 different definitions over the course of this show.
I know. Let's go to Brian. Oh, it's Brian in Palo Alto.
BPA.
Oh, man. Happy holidays, buddy.
You too, guys. How you doing?
Oh, dynamite.
As well.
You know, that's great. Warrior win yesterday. Some of the wise.
How about Draymond?
I think he's great.
He was unbelievable.
I have fully admitted the errors of my prior Draymond take years prior, and definitely I seem to appreciate him more now, while the team maybe appreciates him less. But
interesting.
You know, I think let's pump the brakes on Wiseman. Like, he was able to catch the ball, right, and not hemorrhage plus minus on the court one time, right? Like, let's, you know, like,
he's averaging 15 a game over the last 2.
It's progress.
I mean, yes, that was, again, like, awesome that, you know, playing a terrible defensive team in Brooklyn and nobody guarding him for 24 minutes is great. But, like, let's see him do this where he has.
How about this? This is what I'm thinking, Brian. Sorry to interrupt, and you're not going anywhere. Look, it's an 8-game homestand. The things are positive. Let's see what he does. Let's say, you know what would he say? We reconfigure. Let's get back together at the end of this road trip to talk about Wiseman. 8 games. That's fair, right? Let's see how he does during this homestand, rather.
Sure, but like, yeah. So let's let that happen. Let's not, hey, like, start doing this is where Wiseman was supposed to be in year 3, which is not true, right? Obviously, they expected him to be much further along than he is.
All-star.
Let's just, like, not value it. Okay, I'm good with that. Let's not value it good or bad either way.
But, okay, fair enough. Fair enough, Brian. But here's the way I do it. And I really do. There is such a difference between young guys playing and young guys playing to win a game. And bear with me here. I mean, to me, Wiseman's like, you know, again, Linda, what's her name? Linda, The Exorcist. Linda Blair in The Exorcist, with the head spinning around. He has no idea where he's supposed to be at. He's just out there playing. He's just out there surviving. That's all he's doing. Wiseman. You think Wiseman earlier this year is thinking, okay, when I go out there, what can I do to give my team the best chance to win, to help them. He's not thinking that. He's thinking, how the hell do I get from point A to point B to point C without the coach yanking me out of a game, without me making a mistake? Like, that's natural for a young player, especially with no competitive experience virtually. And I just think last night, you started to see at least a glimpse of a guy who, all right, he finally did some things that we've been asking him to do in a limited amount of time. And there it is. Like, I have to give these guys have been so bad this year for the most part. You have to finally acknowledge Moody, Wiseman, and Kuminga last night were positive contributors in a win against a good team. Like, that is the biggest thing to me, because they were killing you. They've been killing you. They've been killing you this year. But now they have something tangible. They were positive in a win, not a blowout. And they were positives in a win. All right. Now let's take a look at the next 7 games, see how they can be.
And the other part about Wiseman, too, is he was treated differently than the other two guys. Like, he was a day one starter when he got to the NBA. And Steve Kerr has come out and said that that was unfair of the Warriors to expect big things from him immediately. So it's not just the fact that he has, grown and gotten better, but like, he has had to take more steps back than any of the other young guys on the team just because of what he was given immediately entering the association. So with James Wiseman, yes, he played 8 minutes, and maybe it's much to do about a little, not nothing, but a little bit, not quite something. But that is what James Wiseman's role needs to be for this team. Maybe not the team in 5 years.
Right.
But the role for this team needs to be, hey, as a backup center, like, we need a guy that can just bring a presence to the court that no one else can. Like, he has physical tools that no one else does. And for him, Kuminga, and Moody to all be working finally, like, in sync. I mean, there were articles written over the past few months about how Kuminga and Wiseman couldn't play on the floor together, and it didn't look like they could play on the floor together. Now at least it looks like it does, and that is valuable for a Warriors team that, as we've discussed, has leaned on a lot of two-way guys to be their kind of young contributors, and there's going to be a point this year in which those two-way guys, because of the limitations of the two-way contract, cannot play anymore. So you need to get them up to speed to the point where maybe they can play 10 to 20 minutes at the end of a regular season game, and maybe even if, God forbid, Draymond Green misses time, God forbid Kevon Looney gets hurt, who seems like you can pencil him in for 100 games a year, then Wiseman's role does become significant, and he needs to at least be able to give you some sort of confidence that he could handle that.
Right.
And up until last night, or maybe the last 2 games, depending on how you look at it, up until then, I couldn't say that.
And he'll stink. He'll stink again this year.
He will.
But the question
maybe
is,
Tuesday.
The question is, I mean, to me, how many times was this might be the first time Wiseman's been a positive when he's out on the floor. Probably isn't, but the point is how many positives now can he cram onto the floor in the next 7 games?
Look, if we're going to kill him for being a negative in a G League game, which some people did, then you also have to be able to acknowledge when he is good, even if it's for 10 minutes. I mean, because he couldn't, it sounds like a backhanded compliment, but he couldn't even do that to begin this season.
Let's go to Eddie. Eddie's in San Mateo. What's up, Eddie?
Hey guys, great show. I just want to kind of make a couple points about Wiseman. I think everyone is kind of taking light in terms of what his performance in G League, and he scored 30 points in the Nets game. Blowout as it might be, it's an NBA game. Can Damian Jones score 30 points in that game? That's my point there.
Yeah.
If you go back to the 8 minutes, looking at Wiseman, I agree with your points in terms you should focus on defense and just being physical, like you did in the 8 minutes. But if you look at those 8 minutes, I went back and looked at it. I mean, there's 5 times I think he had deep position and throw the ball in there as a dunk. And also, in a G League game, the game he had, I think also 30 points. I mean, he has a legitimate, back to the basket jump hook that I don't think anyone could stop. So I think there's times in the NBA game, in the NBA season, that can be valuable, when especially in a team of 3-point shooters. So I wouldn't discount his offense so quickly.
Well, I mean, listen, that's fair. That's fair. I don't think as highly. I don't think his offensive game is like he's the old phrase, jack of all trades, master of none.
Yep.
Well, he's not even kind of a jack of all trades.
The jack of some trades.
Yes, but again, like this is where he's 21 or 20, whatever he is. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, the one that's most developed and the guy who we haven't discussed a whole lot throughout this show that showed out last night was Jordan Poole. I mean, Jordan Poole played a pretty damn good game against a Memphis team that clearly was trying to, or at least Dylan Brooks was trying to do what he tries to do to Steph Curry, which is, run him off the 3-point line, beat him up. And I thought Poole responded about as well as, look, he didn't shoot the lights out. It was 3 of 10 from 3-point range, but he was in a game in which, again, you're on a national stage and you don't want to get embarrassed by a team that's been talking all this crap over the last few months despite getting bounced by you in the playoffs last year. Like, I thought Jordan Poole didn't shy away from the moment, and especially for a guy who didn't have a great road trip, to come back home and play as well as he did on Christmas Day, I thought was pretty impressive.
Jordan Poole's averaging more points this year than last year. He's averaging 19.5 this year. Like, let me ask you this. Hey, how was Jordan Poole? How did he do in the playoffs last year?
He started out great and then regressed. I would say over each round.
I thought he was terrific in the playoffs. I do. Because to expect anything more than that, than what he gave you in the playoffs, like that, superstars do that. Like, he's too young. He won them playoff games. God, let me look at some of these numbers. 30. Okay, this is the guy who's the 27th pick. Let me just throw you some. Okay, first round.
Against Denver, he was all time.
30, 29, 27. Monster series. Okay. Let's go to Memphis. Okay, 31, 20, 27. I'm sorry, right there. Boom. That's a lot of, like for a player like that, in other words, if he has 3 more games like that, he's a super, like he's Steph Curry at that point. All right, next series. Dallas. He's got a 19, a 23, 10, 14, 16. Solid. Let's go to the finals. Double figures in the last 5 games. 17, 10, 14, 14, 15. I mean, even when he wasn't good, it's not like he was useless. Like, Jordan Poole, to me, for a 23-year-old or whatever he was at that point, had a great postseason.
In 22 games, he shot 50%, 39 from 3, 90 from the line.
Thank you.
Like, that's whatever you want to make about his defense, which is, of course, where most people go. Like, I don't know what else you want from him. Okay, so if he's not a great defender, how can he be an asset? By being a microwave on offense, which he's shown himself to consistently be able to do.
Right.
And especially now that Steph is out, I think they said on the broadcast last night, he averages 28 points a game when Steph doesn't play.
Right.
And when you need scoring, when your best scorer is not on the court, I'm willing to overlook the fact that maybe he's a turnstile sometimes.
Exactly. I mean, when he's not shooting it well. He was shooting better than Klay Thompson. Jordan Poole is.
And he's getting more attention than Klay Thompson.
And he gets to the line more than Klay. That's obvious. Now, he's turning the ball over more, which I get. And then, yeah, you can criticize him for that. But maybe that's because he's quiet, slowly but surely being asked to do more. 888-957-9570. Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings. We're going to be here till 2 o'clock. So we're phone lines are open. They're open right now. But at 1 o'clock, We got Lorenzo Neal, and we're going deep into the fullback position. I'm just going to run it I think I'm just going to run down some players. Darryl Johnston. Now, he was a fullback.
Yep.
Lorenzo Neal. He was a fullback. Now, see, they say Larry Zonka was a fullback. Just Google does. See, I don't see that. I don't see Larry Zonka as a fullback.
Something that the Xfinity Mobile text line brought up was
John Riggins,
a flanker. Might be a position. So FB could not necessarily just be fullback, could be flanker back.
Flanker was FL.
Okay.
That was the, That flanker would have been like
Lance Allworth?
See, I consider him a wide receiver, but maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong on that. Like Billy White Shoes Johnson. Like a flanker was like to me, and I could be wrong, like the third receiver.
Like a deep threat? Or
he was like a slot guy.
Gotcha.
But he could also be a little bit in the backfield, and you could use him as a runner.
The only other fullback modern day that I could think of would be like LaRon McClain. Played for the Ravens for a while. He was always, I don't know, like the Kyle Juszczyk of his day.
See, I remember a guy that played for the New York Giants, David Meggett. He was kind of a flanker. Yeah, he's the tailback was another term they used.
Tailback, halfback.
Exactly. So we got Lorenzo Neal coming up in 15 minutes. Hey, by the way, we haven't talked about this. Are the Mets going to end up signing Correa?
I kind of think they are. Just because Steve Cohen has so much bleep you money that even if Correa, I feel like Steve Cohen would be willing to pay to not lose a guy and would be okay with eating whatever future losses come his way. Like he is not a penny pincher. I didn't know this, but he is worth 3 times as much as the next richest owner in baseball.
Really?
Like his net worth is 14, 15 billion. The next closest would be 5.
You know what else is something that maybe we can get into this week? Because clearly it's different. So the ownership group of the Warriors as opposed to the Giants. Joe Lacob has people he's got to report to. You know what I mean? I mean, there's no doubt. Joe Lacob has people he's got minority owners. But you always get the sense he's got the final say. Joe Lacob. Who's got the final say for the San Francisco Giants? It might not be Charles Johnson, is what I'm saying. He may just be a guy like Joe Lacob who can't get a consensus.
Yeah.
Or who the consensus was, let's not do that.
No, that's a good point. I think also baseball owners are far less public. Like Steve Cohen is a outlier, is a rarity.
Right.
We see that more in basketball, maybe more because of Mark Cuban or others. But in the NFL, Jerry Jones stands out. Bob Kraft stands out. But a lot of owners in baseball, I feel like you don't hear from unless something bad has gone down, which is probably why we're now learning more about Charles Johnson, because something has, in a lot of people's minds, gone awry when it comes to Carlos Correa.
Let's go to George in Oakland. Let's talk about what a fullback is. Hey, George, what's going on?
Yeah, I can't believe you guys don't know.
Careful.
What a fullback was for most of football history.
Eternity,
I'm 82. I watched football since 1950, and I'm not a football fan particularly. But basically, for a long time, in a T formation, the quarterback lined up under center. The fullback was directly behind him, and there were halfbacks on each side of the fullback. Jimmy Brown was the greatest runner I've ever seen and the most powerful. He was fast. He was shifty. He carried linemen, along the way. They'd start to tackle him, and they couldn't bring him down. Now, granted, those were smaller guys than today, but he was incredible. Zonka was a fullback. I don't know when the fullback became primarily a blocking back, in the last 20 to 30 years at most, okay? So...
what about Rocky Blyer?
He was I don't know. He was a halfback, or he may have played some fullback, but he wasn't a particularly big guy, as I recall. Franco Harris may have been considered a fullback at that time. I'm not sure.
So it sounds
but he was primarily a running back. Fullbacks were running backs in those days.
Right. So it sounds to me it's a little bit nebulous.
At some point in history, it changed.
Right.
But it wasn't. And even before that, a quarterback much earlier in the century was a blocking back himself. He called the signals and blocked, as I recall. So the game has changed, but the fullback, today is a blocking back primarily, but it wasn't through much of football history.
Appreciate it. Thanks, George. Kind of came out like, you guys, I can't believe you don't know. Can't believe you guys don't know this.
Well, Steiny, it sounds like not even you have been watching football since 1950.
But he acknowledged all the points about the nebulous degree. Let's go to Ed.
Maybe didn't know what nebulous.
Let's go to Ed. He wants to talk fullbacks. What's up, Ed?
Yeah, what's happening?
George
turn that guy off in the background. Although I liked him.
Hey, the fullback, I don't know if you heard me or not. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The fullback position was created when the when the split T formation was created. Okay? The fullback lined up directly behind the quarterback, who was under center.
Okay.
And there was two halfbacks to the left and the right.
The wishbone. That's a wishbone to me, right?
No, it's not. It's a split T. Don't tell me I ran this stuff, so don't tell me.
I'm not telling you that. You tell me. Oh, my God, I'm asking you a question.
Get him, Ed.
I don't get it, Ed. So wait a minute. What makes the wishbone the wishbone? And
you have to look and see where everybody is lined up and go from there. This wishbone came after the split T. The split T came after the single wing.
Maybe we lost him.
I don't think we did.
The echoes bother me. I'm sorry. It's just he never turned down his radio, and you could hear the previous conversation.
It sounds like he's on to something.
The wing T is different than the wishbone.
The wing T has three running backs,
all lined up same level. So 6 yards back.
In other words, they called the guy. This pisses me off. So they called the guy in the middle the fullback, even though he wasn't up in the backfield.
Yeah, because he was directly behind.
So the difference between the T and the wishbone is about 2 yards.
Exactly. There you go.
Well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
Man. I'm saying I don't like. There's stuff I don't get about who's defined as what.
I know that would have stuck with you all day. But so it looks
okay,
like
then what's the run and shoot?
The run and shoot.
Jerry Glanville's run and shoot. I'm not saying I know.
I know.
What's the difference between the run and shoot?
Rainbow Warriors run and shoot. Cole
Okay,
Brennan.
you ever see De La Salle play?
Yes.
That looks a lot like a wishbone offense to me. Now, is it called the wishbone? Probably not. What's it called?
De La Salle? Oh,
yeah.
They call it a veer out there.
Yeah, veer. The veer. My high school ran the veer. And it was like the quick dive, yes or no. You decide. If not, then I don't know why I'm getting fired up. I'm just asking for a little help. I know a good chunk of it.
Yeah, no. The only difference between the T formation and the wing T would just be the fullback is directly behind the quarterback as opposed to 3 or 4 yards deep between the two halfbacks. According to our research department.
Steiny defined power forward.
It's underfunded.
Yeah, I don't really use those anymore. All right, we got to go to break because I got to come up with my all fullback Mount Rushmore. And you know what? Let me tell you something. I can tell you right now, it's going to be controversial. Lorenzo Neal on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit Financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance, regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Warriors fans, it's time to dub the vote for the best all-star ensemble on the California coast. Captain Clay can bring the wave. The heartbeat, Dre, keeps this band jamming. You know the party will have a splash. If Poole is invited, Wiggins will bring that smooth sense of style. Loon can conduct the tunes. And don't forget the reigning all-star most valuable performer, Stephen Curry. Dub the Vote presented by Google Cloud. Vote for your favorites at warriors.com/dubthevote.
Looking for a holiday dinner experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit. This time, just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows that Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, no Daryl the Guru Johnson, but we do have Evan Giddings, and we do have the great Lorenzo Neal. And Lo, I got to tell you, buddy, first of all, happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Hope you had a great time with the family. And I've let everybody know you sent me a Lorenzo Neal highlight tape, and it was incredible, by the way. Thank you. But here's the thing, and if people don't know, Lo got off the air 2 weeks ago, and I said, yeah, he's not one of the great. And, of course, he is. So I'm totally kidding. But what I've done, Lo, you know what the problem is, like, with the Hall of Fame and the way people – like, it's hard to define a fullback using the history of the NFL. You know what I mean? Because it's evolved. It was different over the course of time, and so people don't know – I can name you a running back, and half the people would say he was a fullback. Half the people would say, no, he wasn't a fullback.
Right. Oh, I totally understand. And Steiny, tongue in cheek, I totally understand. The game has changed, and the definition of a fullback. And it's so interesting because, it's interesting because so many people, they're like, Lorenzo, if you look in the dictionary, you go in the dictionary, and you look up, they'll say, what is a fullback? And believe it or not, it mentions my name. And it's interesting, though, because you're right. You look at the Franco Harrison, may rest in peace, and Jim Brown, they considered fullback, Larry Zonka. So you look at it, yes, and it has a different barrier on it. And so it's difficult to try to quantify and quantify what is a fullback or true. Because if that's the case, and if it was just off of being a great runner, then Mike Allstott should be in hands down. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
It's just hard for me to say, okay, so how do you separate and categorize and do those things when, if you're saying about that, Mike Allstott might have been you think of Franco Harrison, and think about Mike Allstott, who was a harder runner, who was stronger runner. So it's like you look at, these guys. So it's just really hard, Steiny. So I totally understand what you're saying, to be able to put it in perspective and understand how do you come up with a true
like
who's fullback.
It almost feels like the separation point is fullbacks who carried the ball a lot and fullbacks who didn't.
Right.
Right?
No, I totally understand.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's why I just give you a hard time. But no, I totally understand your perspective. But anyway, man.
Well, let me ask you this.
You and me, I'm going to not, when I see you, me and you still going to fight. I still love you. But
real quick, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Did you play fullback all the time at Fresno State, or were you a halfback at Fresno State?
They used me as single back, so I played some halfback and I played fullback. So I played fullback, and I played, at times they would go single back, and I was a single back that was toting the ball. So
right,
it definitely was intertwinable, and that's how usually it is in college and high school. You know what I mean? So
sure,
it's just tough to quantify it.
Well, yeah, look, because at Fresno State you ran for over 2,400 yards, but then you get to the NFL and you have to make the switch. Were you aware of any other backs that had made, a running back to fullback switch to going from being a primarily running back to being a primarily blocking back before you?
Yeah, I can tell you that. And to look at it, and when you think about it, I was still a blocking back in college, so it wasn't like I just didn't say, okay, I had to make this huge transition, this huge leap, because even at Lemoore High School, Russell Gillespie, and I had Chris Tolbert and different guys, they played behind me. They were tailbacks, and I was lined up in the front of them as a fullback. So I was a fullback that ran the ball in high school, fullback that ran the ball in college, but definitely I know a guy that, man, he doesn't get near enough credit for what he tried to do at the fullback position, and he did it pretty effectively. I'd say very effectively, was the great Marcus Allen. You guys seen what happened to him, Steiny. Marcus Allen was the guy toting the mail, running the ball, doing all those things, and Al Davis and him had the falling out, and they moved the guy to fullback, and he just went in there and started blocking, doing the best he could for Bo Jackson. But that was absurd what happened to Marcus Allen, and he ended up being a pretty good fullback at that.
Lorenzo Neal joining us on 95.7 The Game. One of the greatest fullbacks of all time. In fact, you know what, Lo? Let's go ahead, and I'm gonna announce my Mount fullback more all time. Top 4 fullbacks in the history of the game, and I've now done it with the knowledge of research and having talked to you. If you're saying Jim Brown is a fullback, he must be on the Mount Rushmore, plain and simple. Okay?
Questionable is a fullback, but yes, I agree. I totally understand.
Okay.
If he's a fullback, yes.
We're going to go to my personal favorite, and you know this, Pete Johnson Pete Johnson. I know you don't think he's one of the greatest.
I did say Pete Johnson's fun. Look, Steiny, I know he's your guy. It's okay.
Okay, and then this is, I guess I wasn't going to put Allstott in there until you said he's got to be. He's a lock. So I'm putting Allstott and you on there. And you've now officially, on my list, you're better than Larry Centers, easy.
You got Lincoln's spot.
You're better than Moose Johnson, absolutely. And some say Franco Harris was a fullback. I'm not considering him a fullback.
No, Steiny, I'm just going to tell you right now. Let's say it with a great deal of trepidation. I'm excited that I moved up to your list, and I'm really that I'm in the 4th spot.
Yeah.
So I can. Wow. I feel like I did my job.
You finally arrived.
Best again. I finally arrived.
Well, Lo, when it comes to the 49ers, obviously over the course of this weekend, they've now won 8 games in a row, taking down Washington, 32nd half points. I guess I want to start here and ask you a question that I didn't think that I would be asking about this 49ers team at any point this season, and that is, how do you slow down their offense?
That's a great question, because I'm going to tell you right now, I thought that was their toughest test. I thought when you look at the Washington Football Club and think about the Commanders and see how they play, I was looking at this as going to be a tough matchup. You saw that the front four, they were able to get after the quarter, get after Purdy pretty well and do some things. But, the offense and the defense, they stayed connected. And, Riverboat Ron tried some ill-advised things and he's going to go for it and do some things that put his team in compromise the score because he got greedy and because he got impatient. And so I think that a lot of that comes down to coaching. I thought that Ron Rivera helped lose that game for him. Not saying that he lost it, but I tell you what, he did contribute to that. I look at this team, guys, and I don't know how you slow them down, but this is what I can say. If you look at the Niners, and I ask you guys this, look at the Niners, and I've been saying this, and I think the Niners, they're a good team. This is why I'm pumping the brakes, is if you look at the teams, Kansas City, people say maybe the best team in football. Kansas City absolutely smacked the Niners. The Niners had no answer. They would blitz them. They would try to come after them. Mahomes would get rid of the ball, so they had no answer. If you look at the teams, name me two teams that this team has played, guys. That's why I'm asking you and Stein. That you guys help me out. Name me 2 teams that had that's two games over 500 that this team's played this year.
Well,
not anymore.
We did that, Lo, and like a week or 2 ago, and they have the lowest. Yes, their schedule has been a joke almost. I'll say it.
It's
not their fault. Of course it's not.
Yeah,
of course it's not. But I do like, and Lo, I'm glad you brought that up, because you obviously can only play the schedule you play, but is it good to go through a season where, maybe they haven't been tested a lot, to tell you the truth?
I don't think it's good to go through that. Okay. I think it's tough that if you go through that situation and that scenario that we're talking about, guys, think about this. How have you been battle tested? Now, you played against a team that's, Kansas City, and they took you behind the woodshed at your home place and just wrecked you. So now if you go through the teams and then you looked at the teams you kind of played with physical, and you look at Chicago, a team that, you played in bad weather, you found a way to lose that game. Okay. Then you look at Atlanta. Atlanta was, you're out there, you're back there in Atlanta. They were in it, and they were a physical team. We said it was going to be a good matchup, and you lost to just an okay Atlanta team. So now you go on an 8-game streak. So you say, hey, this is a good team. You played a Washington Commander team that's, I don't think they're bad. They play, I think, one of the better front fours in football without a doubt. But how is this team going to respond? If I said, hey, look, the Niners are in a playoff game, and all of a sudden they get Minnesota, or if they get the Cowboys and they lose, I guarantee everyone's going to say, that's because they didn't pay anyone. That's because they wasn't tested. If they lost to the Giants, we'll be like, well, if they lose, it wouldn't be like, am I going to be like, oh, my God, it was horrible play, they should have lost? It's going to be like, man, it's just their schedule didn't give them tough enough opponents. Would we say that? Or would we just like, wow, Dallas or the Giants or, Minnesota was just better? And I don't know how you can answer that truly and sincerely and say, oh, they just played horrible because they played against a Dallas or a Minnesota, or, if they played, Philadelphia and they got beat. I don't think it'd be fair to the Niners to say, oh, they just didn't get played well that day. It'd be fair to say, how would you characterize it?
No, I think that's a good point, Lo. And I think, well, I'm curious what you think about this, because the number that was floated around this week and has continued to stay true is 0-13. That is the record of teams after they play the 49ers directly the next week. So do you think there could be something to, like, Miami right now is in utter downfall, but when the Niners played them, they were on a 5-game win streak. When they went to Seattle, Seattle had been in first place not long, but for 5 or 6 weeks of the regular season. Do you think there's anything to, yes, the Niners haven't been tested, but they're partly to do with it because of how physical they play and how much they wreck teams and their following weeks?
I think you can look at it two ways. One is, look at the level of competition that they played the week before, and you say, okay, after they got finished, and then everyone says after the Niners beat you, the rest of the teams, they lost the next week. Is it safe to say, can we say the Niners just beat them up and they're physical? And you can say the Niners, because they're physical and because they're type of football, they wear you out. You can say second would be, and I'm trying to be unbiased, and the second would be, you know what, because of the Niners scheme, the coaching defensively, they expose Miami. They say, hey, this is the time you're out. If you be here, this is what you do. They expose these other teams in that regard. Or do you say, are these teams, how good are they? How good are these other teams? Are they really noteworthy of saying, how much weight do you put on the 13-0 after the Niners played that?
Well, I'm with you, and we're joined by Lorenzo Neal on 95.7 The Game, one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. Listen, it's not that. It's not. I know you can only play your own schedule, but listen to this, Lo. Let's just go through the best teams in the NFL. Just the best teams in the NFL. All right, Kansas City. Well, they beat the Niners by 3 touchdowns. All right, listen, off the top of your head, Buffalo. Well, they didn't play Buffalo. Cincinnati, they're good. Didn't play Cincinnati. Philly, didn't play Philly. What about Dallas? Didn't play Dallas. How about Minnesota? Didn't play Minnesota. How about Baltimore? No, they didn't play Baltimore. So, they've only played one of the top 9 teams in the league this year, if you know what I mean.
You get it. Steiny, I'm in the same, and that's what's tough to say, and that's why with Brock Purdy, it's like, do we just want to announce this guy king? He came in, and fair enough. Let's give him credit. Last week he did a great job, because the defense struggled at times, and he threw him in some games, threw a nice touchdown, even though that was Kittle. That touchdown wasn't Kittle. Kittle ran underneath it. He was throwing it to another guy. It was going to be a touchdown either way. But if you look at that, you can say, okay, so you can't blame him for what he has not seen yet. So it's just going to be interesting, guys, and Steiny, just to see what this team can do when they're playing against a team that belongs. A team that's belonged, a team that's over 500. It's not the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, not the Carolina Panthers if they get in. But if they play one of these juggernauts or one of these teams that's been battle-tested like a Minnesota, who's, even though it's been ugly the way that they've won, they've found a way. They've been in tough games. This team knows how to battle back. So you look at the Dallas Cowboys, you watched them last week, go down and find a way to come back and win that game. It's interesting, and I think that it's unfair to say that the Niners are not a good team, because I think that's unfair. I think it's unfair to say that Nicky Bosa wouldn't be having the same type of success if he played against anybody. I think it's unfair to say that, that the defense still wouldn't be playing well when you got the players that you have. I think it's unfair to say that you're going to shut down McCaffrey on a consistent basis. I think it's unfair to say, hey, diddle, you're going to stop Kittle going down the middle. I think it's unfair. So even no matter who they're playing, I'm just saying the level of competition has not been here for the San Francisco 49ers for us to get a true test to say that this is the best defense since the Baltimore Ravens. I played against that Ravens defense, guys, and I'm not saying the Niners defense is not, but I know, Fred Warner's great. Is Fred Warner Ray Lewis? Is Heinz 57? Is he Bart Scott? When you think about that, is the safeties Ed Reed, the Samari role? So when you look at the guys on the Ravens and you say, okay, let's really compare these guys, is this Niner team that team? I don't know, and I don't think so, but I think it's a darn good team, and it's been playing teams, and the teams that it's been in front of, it's handled them.
Yeah, I'm with you, and I'm glad you bring up the defense too, because we'll find out, I guess, if this defense is as historic or all time as people are making it out to be. But I do believe the one transcended players is the guy that you mentioned. That is Nick Bosa. So if you're looking at the DPOY conversation, I think it's certainly fair to say that he is the leader. But this week, a guy like George Kittle put him in the MVP conversation. I know Lawrence Taylor, Alan Page, those are the guys that have done it on the defensive side of the football. But when you're looking at, okay, Jalen Hurts is going to miss a couple of games. He might have been the MVP frontrunner. Patrick Mahomes is up there. Nick Bosa is in a lot of ways, I feel, the best player on this Niners team. And if this 49ers team ends up as the 2 seed, wins 12, 13 games, like, is there a legitimate case to be made for Nick Bosa being in the MVP race?
I think it is. I think that he's Defensive Player of the Year, Defensive MVP Player of the Year. But if you're saying just MVP, without a doubt, I'll tell you right now, Nick Bosa will finish in the top 5 voting. And even you say, oh, that's not really good enough. No, that's good because I'm going to tell you, you guys know it's a quarterback-driven league. Yep. They don't really care about anyone else. It's got to be his quarterback. For Nick Bosa to be in the top 3 or top 4 as far as finishing votes by the press, Associated Press, I think it's going to be huge. And honestly, guys, if this team had played the teams that you guys are talking about and then went through the NFC East and went through Dallas and all these games, and Nick still had the same numbers against those teams, I'm telling you right now, I think that he'd be MVP of the league.
Interesting.
The way that he's played, yes.
All right, Lo, thanks for everything. Really appreciate it. Hope your holidays were well. Be safe, and we'll talk to you soon.
No worries. Cheers, guys. Merry Christmas to you guys.
Yes, sir.
Merry Christmas.
It's Lorenzo Neal. There's a lot I want to get into. Again, let me. Gosh, I want to be clear on this.
Yep.
You can only play who's in front of you.
Preface.
What?
You were prefacing what you're about to say. Sorry.
So you can only play the schedule at hand.
Yep.
So let's say, forget the teams. One NFL team, as it works out, has a hard schedule. They play more worse teams, more teams that are bad. Then another team's got a tougher schedule. Those are facts. There are opponent winning percentage that tell you strength of schedule. We do a whole thing. My question is, does it matter? We know that some teams have easier schedules than others. Here's my only point on the San Francisco 49ers. And 888-957-9570 is the number. You can tell me why I'm wrong or why it doesn't matter, but the facts are these. When you run down the list of the best teams in the NFL, it takes a while for you to get to a team that the Niners have beaten. Who are the best teams in the NFL? Kansas City. They lost by 3 touchdowns. Buffalo, haven't played them. Cincinnati, haven't played them. Dallas, haven't played them. Minnesota, haven't played them. Philly, haven't played them. Baltimore Ravens, haven't played them. So you haven't. And somebody said, well, you should do the same thing as the Eagles. No, Eagles have played the Cowboys.
Eagles playing the best division in football.
Thank you. The 49ers, and this is the other thing, through no fault of who has Philly played? They've played the Cowboys twice, the Giants twice, and the Redskins twice. Those are 3 teams all over 500. Commanders, sorry. And the 49ers have their division, as it turns out, looks pretty lame.
Yeah, I don't think that's unfair to say, but I also do think, looking back on it, their schedule is less difficult than maybe when they played some of these teams. Like, again, when they beat the brakes off Miami, the Dolphins have won 5 games in a row. Like, they were arguably playing their best football. Now, D'Amico Ryans put the word out on Tua Tagovailoa, and they've lost their last 3. So their record, to Lowe's point, is only a game above 500. Seattle, who is playing decent football, maybe not in week 2 when the Niners beat them, but on the short week.
I watched that Chiefs game. They were not that bad against the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean,
they just don't have a good offense.
They have some good wins, but they're also, no one thought that the Seahawks would be even this good this year. Washington might be their most impressive win. The Chargers right now is looking like that, but the Chargers at the time were also missing the majority of their offense. So, yeah, you can poke holes in everything. I do understand what the text line is arguing against you about, but I also think too, like the Vikings have a better strength of victory. The Dallas Cowboys have a better strength of victory. The Eagles, better strength of victory. There are teams that are in the same class as San Francisco, and I would still say the 49ers are the second best team in the NFC. That's not a knock, but to say that they have been less tested than their peers that's not an unfair statement.
No, not at all. Not at all. I just looked at the Chiefs' schedule, and the two best teams they've played are the Niners and the Bills. Fair enough, but they beat the Niners. What happened against the Bills? I can't remember. They beat the Bills too, didn't they?
Yeah, the Vikings. But the question that I have,
but also the other thing is the Chiefs will play the Chargers twice, who are better than any team in the 49ers division. You know what I mean? The Chargers are better than the Seahawks, Arizona, or
Seattle.
Seattle.
If the Raiders played in the NFC West, they might be better than all three of those teams. Who knows? My question, though, is this. Last year, the Dallas Cowboys were 12-5.
Okay.
Heading into the playoffs. They were untested. They were 6-0 against their division, and their division last year in the East was weak. Against the rest of the NFL, they were 6-6. They were 500. Right. So the 49ers right now are undefeated against their division. I expect them to beat Arizona last week of the season. But that puts them right now, if they finish out their year with 2 wins, Las Vegas, Arizona, they end up at 13-4. That means that against the rest of football outside of their division, they would be 7-4. Now, that's a good record, but that's not as dominant as the overall body of work would lead you to believe. I think they're less flawed than Dallas was last year, but at the same time, like if they bow out earlier than the NFC title game, I think then we can look at the schedule and say, oh well, maybe they weren't as tested as they needed to be to compete with the best in the NFC.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'm not arguing one side or the other here. Lorenzo Neal brought up the 49ers schedule and the fact that they haven't beaten a great team this year through no fault of their own, other than they didn't beat the Chiefs, who are a pretty good team. But there's not a monster win. They haven't played any of the big boys. Like I said, 49ers have not played KC, but they played KC. They lost, but they haven't played Buffalo, Cincy, Dallas, Minnesota, Philly, Baltimore. I mean, those are the best teams in the NFL. Having said that, I'm not saying that necessarily is a disadvantage or is a factor going into the playoffs. For all we know, the easy schedule means they're going to be fresher in the playoffs because this season it hasn't taken its toll on them. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Lorenzo Neal said he guarantees how can you deny if for whatever reason the San Francisco 49ers in their first playoff game, whoever it's against, whatever round it's in, if they lose, Lorenzo Neal said people are going to look and say, well, they didn't beat anybody during the regular season.
Yeah, if you look at the NFC right now, based on how everything has played out to this point, the Niners have had the easiest strength of schedule in the conference. That's a fact.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And where I am on this is, look, they're 11-4. They've won the division. They're heading into the postseason as one of the, I would say, the second favorite in the NFC. But they're also a popular favorite. I think you said who's coming out of the NFC. I think maybe be 50-50, Niners, Eagles. And some people would say Cowboys. My point is the San Francisco 49ers are in the middle of having a hell of a year. They don't have a signature win. Do they need one? I don't know. I don't know if they will or not. All right. We're going to finish up. Man, you know what? 4-hour shows.
Moving.
Tell you what, tell Styles and Dickinson, you don't have to start till 3 if they don't want to. I'll do 5. Isn't that what Francesa does or did? I'll do 6. Not 5, not 6. Actually, got 32 more minutes. Hey, here's what's coming up next on 95.7 The Game. Steinmetz and Giddings. Mm-hmm.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket. Like Jalecia.
I'm Jalecia, and I live in Buffalo, New York. I'm a single mom, so having a 5G network is really important because I can rely on my phone to make myself reachable. I don't have to worry about the speed or my data running out. Plus, my daughter and I love snuggling up and watching movies on HBO Max.
Get a free Motorola G 5G when you switch to Cricket. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Phone screens, video, and SD. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just one dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
It's game day at Jim's house, and the spread is impressive.
Mike's already done some damage with the hot wings, and now he's dropping back and going deep for another slice of pizza.
I sure hope he brought the Pepto.
Mike knows the Pepto-Bismol provides fast 5-symptom relief from unexpected stomach upsets. He's no rookie.
The way he's throwing back those nachos, he's the GOAT.
Be ready for game day with Pepto-Bismol.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports. Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Looking for a holiday dinner experience to remember? Look no further. Afici, San Francisco's newest culinary adventure, is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Enjoy handmade pastas, house-made charcuterie, and a multi-course menu showcasing both Italian and French flavors for an unparalleled culinary experience this holiday season. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion or a culinary adventure, you're sure to be wowed. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. JD, Alan Stiles on the ones and twos at 2 o'clock, 2 to 6. JD coming in here saying my Vikings don't want to see the Packers.
Coming in hot.
Come on.
4 hours.
You know what? This is where I just don't get it, people. I just don't get it. I'm not saying it's a good thing or bad thing, but 49er fans look in the mirror and say, yeah, guess what? We caught breaks this year. And our schedule turned out to be pretty easy. We played very few of the big boys. Again, I'm not saying that's bad. Maybe if they play more big boys, they're not 11-4. Maybe they're 9-6. Who knows?
The one thing that is a wild card to me is I do wonder how teams fare against Shanahan if they've seen him before. Like if they've seen,
that's a good point.
If they've seen the 49ers. So one benefit is if you're not as tested in the regular season, you're probably going to be healthier in the playoffs. And the Niners are just about as healthy as any team.
Well, although they got a third-string quarterback. But yes, I get what you're saying.
Yes, outside of Brock Purdy. And you're also looking at a bunch of teams, all those best teams that you talked about are not going to really have much tape on the 49ers. One, because of the quarterback, so you got 4 games to go off of. 2, because you haven't played them before. And as we've seen over the last 13 weeks, you are left beaten, bruised, and battered by this San Francisco group after you play them. So if it's a very physical, demanding style of football that you have to be, ready for, like if you get, and we've seen, if you get punched in the mouth by the 49ers, you fall behind by double-digit scores, the game is probably over because of how good that defense is on the other side. Now, I know Guru would probably come in and say, hey, well, Shanahan's lost a double-digit lead before in big games, but this defense feels different with how San Francisco can add on. And it seems like Shanahan is more comfortable, for whatever reason, giving Brock Purdy the opportunity to add on points it hasn't seemed as conservative in second halves of games. I mean, they scored 30 points in the second half against Washington. So if you're mixing that sort of, concoction of the Niners remaining aggressive, continuing to be healthy, and other teams not knowing what to expect against them, then you might be able to knock a team out in the first quarter. And I think that's what they've done to the last 8 opponents.
I mean, I think the 49ers are one of the top 2 teams in the NFC. It's going to come down to them and the Eagles. And then my feeling is once you get into the Super Bowl, I mean, it kind of doesn't matter that the Chiefs beat you by 3 touchdowns. I mean, nothing matters at that point. All you got to do is go into the bowl game and pull an upset at that point. And it won't be much of an upset because we know the recipe for how the 49ers can win games. So it's absolutely positively possible that the 49ers could win a Super Bowl. All I'm saying is they're going to have to probably play the 3, obviously, but they just haven't. It's the way it's worked out. They haven't played a lot of good teams.
Yeah. No, and because of the schedule, too.
And it's like, you know what? I'm sorry. I'll play that role. Stop telling me they're an all-time great defense when they've only played 15 games. The best offense that they saw scored 44, and they didn't play Buffalo, Cincy, Dallas, Minnesota, Philly, or Baltimore. This isn't a great defense till they win the Super Bowl.
I'm with you there because the one common thread of all historic defenses is that they won the big one. Like, they were the reason why their team won. So if you're saying a rookie quarterback has never won the Super Bowl, which is true, then if the 49ers do, it will be because of their defense first, in my opinion, their running game second, and their quarterback third. But that doesn't mean that this team can't do it.
Of course not.
I go back and forth on them a lot, partially because of the schedule, and partially because it feels like in each of these games that Brock Purdy is quarterback, there has been like an inflection point in which it could turn back against the 49ers, but either Seattle drops an interception, or Ron Rivera chooses to go for it on his own 30-yard line, or Miami can't complete a pass over the middle of the field to an open receiver. Like, there have been chances for teams to beat the 49ers, but when they don't capitalize on those opportunities, like, there might be 1 or 2 per game. It's kind of like a really good basketball team. Like, you might have a couple of spurts through a game that you need to grab by the throat with both hands and squeeze, because if you don't, that team that's better than you on the other side, that is more whole and complete than you on the other side, is going to storm back and make you feel those mistakes.
Right.
That is, to me, a quality of a Super Bowl caliber team. When you get chances, you maximize them. And so far, since Brock Purdy's been quarterback, it seems like they've maximized every mistake that their opponent has given them.
Exactly. And you know what? And here's where I'll bring up my Vikings.
Yeah.
Of course they've been lucky this year. Or let's just say they've gotten I know, see, it's funny, is you say lucky and it can trigger some fans, and I actually kind of get it. I've had some good bounce. Everything's fallen into place, whatever you want to say.
Mm-hmm.
So you think for 1 minute that, this is why I can't say the Vikings are frauds. Well, even if they lose in the first round, well, let's just be objective. They're not frauds. They had the bounce of the ball all season. Are they really a 13-4 team? No, they're probably 10-7 team. But they're this year's. Remember the Raiders? They went 12-4, and I think they were 7-1 in one-score games.
Yep.
Next year they were back to being so-so. So
No, I'm with you, but okay. So I do think that's why people, like JD just came and said, "Hey, the Packers could easily beat the Vikings."
Sure.
I think that's because a lot of people feel like the Packers probably aren't a 7-8 team. And a lot of people probably feel like the Vikings aren't a 12-3 team.
Right.
If the Packers played Minnesota, probably in Minnesota, that line would be a field goal, maybe.
Are the Packers favored?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But then again, Minnesota, when they have like they've been in some interesting games or perplexing betting lines. Like they were 3-point underdogs on the road to Detroit and lost. So I think that's where people point to them and say, hey, you've been beaten badly, but you haven't won ridiculously. And maybe that's where you can say, hey, the 49ers haven't played anyone, but they've taken care of business against everyone.
And I'll give them, yes, they absolutely have. And they've won 8 in a row. Let's go to Laurie in Phoenix. Hey, Laurie, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas.
Yeah. How are you?
Good. So I just, I get the whole, Niners have, obviously you're going to play who you're going to play.
Right.
The NFC, we've kind of been talking all year. The NFC wasn't as good as we figured the AFC was going to be much better this year. So to me, I don't care who you play. It's how you're winning. And to me, the Niners are catching fire. This team, to me, looks much more like the 2019 team than the 2021 team that kind of just clumsed their way through, right? There was a lot more close wins. There was a lot of, oh, my gosh, how did that happen, even in the playoffs. But what I do look at it with this team is the playoff experience. Having that experience going to the Super Bowl in 19 and then having that playoff experience on the road last year, that's such a valuable thing to have because these guys, most of these guys are the same guys. Obviously, Purdy's different, but the majority of this team has gone through the 2019 and the 2021 playoffs and has that experience, and they've shown that they can win in those playoff games. The adversity, the injuries,
yes.
We've been the most injured team. So to me, I think that's an advantage for the 49ers that they're going to have over teams like Philly, over teams like Dallas. So to me, I put my money on the Niners.
You know what, Laurie?
They're going to be in the NFC game.
You know what, Laurie? I think, first of all, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right that if they didn't, let's say their schedule was terrible this year, they played lousy teams, that doesn't take away from a run they made last year against good teams. You're absolutely right. I will say this, though. I do think the quarterback position is a big part of this. You know what I mean? Like if your whole team's been to the Super Bowl or, the NFC Championship or Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years for the most part, but now you have a quarterback who's never been there. That takes away a little bit of that. But here's the other thing, and I just thought this off the top of my head. All right, forget that the schedules, they've happened to play easy teams. How many close games have they played? How many close games? Let's go through it. The Bears. Kind of doesn't matter. They lost. Then they beat Seattle 27-20. I'm sorry, 27-7. Denver, 11-10. They lost that game. The Rams, they won 24-9. That's a 2-score game. They blew out the Panthers. They lost to Atlanta, 28-14. Then they lost to the Chiefs. Okay, here we go. Well, let's start rolling. They beat the Rams 31-14. Chargers game was kind of tight. That was kind of tight. 22-16. Blew out the Cardinals 38-10. Beat the Saints 13-0. Beat the Dolphins 33-17, 35-7, 21-13. That game was, my point is they haven't played any dicey games.
Yeah, they played 3 single-digit games, and they're 2-1. Right. So, and look, I think Laurie's point is like, just because they haven't been in those situations, like that's for a reason.
Right.
Because they've been so dominant against the teams that they've kicked in the ass. But like, I do also think that with the Niners, when it comes to play, it's always interesting to me how we choose to use playoff experience. Because, like, for example, Jimmy Garoppolo's got a lot of playoff experience.
Right.
But people hold that against him. Because
I disagree.
Because he hasn't played well in the playoffs.
Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Right now, you've got to make a decision based on Garoppolo's career or Purdy's 3.5 games. You're starting Jimmy Garoppolo the first game of the playoffs if he's completely healthy. Now, and again, what I'm saying is Shanahan may go with Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Because but I'm just saying I would rather have Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacking in the playoffs than Brock Purdy.
I would too, because he's been in those situations before. But it's interesting to me to see how the conversation has changed.
No, good point.
Like, Brock Purdy has the hot hand. So if Kyle Shanahan went with him over Jimmy Garoppolo, if that was hypothetical, that was like, I couldn't fault him for that because this offense has looked more dynamic with Brock Purdy than any of the two quarterbacks that have played this year before him.
You're right.
So
okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying. So it's interesting how people would use that playoff experience against Garoppolo, and maybe fairly so, but the lack of experience for Purdy, I don't know if people are talking about that as a hindrance because of how he's looked so far.
Well, look, there's a chance. I mean, first of all, there's a chance of anything. But, I mean, what if in the next two games the 49ers lose one and they don't look good? Maybe it's who are they playing, the Raiders next?
They're playing the Raiders.
They lose to the Raiders 21-10. Okay, then what? I think Garoppolo's getting closer. Purdy threw 2 interceptions against Vegas. You know, what do you...
I think you'd hear a lot of, they're getting ready for the postseason.
Fair. But how about this? How about, they win the next 2 games and they lose to the New York Giants at Levi Stadium, and Brock Purdy's not very good. He makes 2 really bad plays.
I'd be disappointed, but I also can't hold that against Brock Purdy.
I won't.
Because he's a rookie quarterback.
I agree.
I just think a lot of people are expecting things from him, expecting what he's doing now to automatically translate into the postseason against better opponents, and I don't know if that's fair.
Well, I think, I agree. I don't know what he's going to, like, he may look completely different in the postseason.
Yeah.
Because that's the nature of things.
History
sometimes
would tell you that he will.
But what you must put into the equation is Kyle Shanahan, who will not ask of him as much as most coaches ask of quarterbacks. And also, let's not forget that the 49ers have great talent outside the quarterback position. So, like, Purdy's not going to... I mean, unless the 49ers play a team where they kick off to the team, boom, 7-0. Purdy drops back, pick 6. We're down 14-0 out of the bat. Kickoff, 3 and out. They score again. It's 17-0. I mean, you got to see how it plays out. But he's not going to allow. Chances are, Purdy's not going to have a 3-interception game. The only way Purdy has a 3-interception game is if they get behind big early.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I'm with you, and I don't think. From what I've seen so far, and we can only judge Brock Purdy off of that, I don't think he's the kind of guy, nor would Kyle Shanahan let him be the kind of guy to throw the ball over and over again into dangerous places early in a football game. And I think the Seattle game gave us a little bit of an insight into how Kyle Shanahan is going to approach the postseason.
Sure.
Which is kind of how Steve Kerr coaches the Warriors. He relies on his vets. Like, Christian McCaffrey touched the ball 9 of the first 12 plays against Seattle in a game that the Niners clearly wanted to win to wrap up the division. Christian McCaffrey in the first half of, I think, the first 3 games Brock Purdy quarterbacked him, got the majority of the touches. You put it in your best playmaker's hand, and you don't allow your starting quarterback until he has cushion to start to then make kind of those dangerous or downfield throws. Like, they didn't start to air it out against Washington until Ron Rivera made the mistake of giving the Niners back the ball in plus territory. That's when you see the Kittle touchdown become, a backbreaker. Like, Kyle Shanahan waits, I think, maybe more so than he ever has before, for the moment in which he can trust Brock Purdy. I don't know if he did that with Jimmy Garoppolo, but right now with Purdy, like, they are more explosive, and it's kind of hard to figure out.
Okay, yes, no doubt. And Purdy's played 3.5 games. Here's my point. Because I am not saying that if Jimmy Garoppolo is healthy for the playoffs, he should start. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
First of all, we've got to see what happened the next 2 games. If Brock Purdy plays like the next 2 games like he's played the last 3.5, he should start the playoffs. Like, there's no doubt about that. What I'm saying is, forget that all. Take all that off the table. Right now, I'm giving you the choice of making a playoff run, but you have to make that decision right now. based on only the history of the quarterbacks right now, you're going to start Jimmy Garoppolo ahead of Brock Purdy. They're not even on the 49ers. You know what I mean? Because one guy's played 6 playoff games. One guy's played in a Super Bowl. You really would take your chances with a guy who you only have seen 3.5 games from.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would, because he's a more dynamic quarterback, or has shown himself to be, than Jimmy Garoppolo.
What if he's not so good the next game or two? What if he struggles the next 2 games, but they win? Low-scoring games.
I would still take him, and the reason being because I think that Brock Purdy adds more improvisation to the offense in the quarterback position than Jimmy Garoppolo, physically or athletically, however you want to put it, is able to offer. That's why.
Are you putting into the equation at all that this improv that's worked for him against bad teams may be the type of plays he makes in the postseason that get turned over?
That is a risk. I mean, that's the risk that you're willing to live and die with. But again, I think most people would hold Jimmy Garoppolo's experience against him, because the argument last year is you basically got to the NFC title game without him. I mean, he had a terrible game against Green Bay. They won on a punt block for a touchdown. Dallas, he was fine. The Rams, he was
Right.
So if Brock Purdy can just be then I think a lot of people would be all right.
But here's the thing.
With him
Here's
doing
the
that.
thing. And it's funny, I'm going to contradict what I said, but Kyle Shanahan is not coaching him like he just wants to go, or I just need him to go. Like, he's giving Purdy more, isn't he?
I think that's also because Purdy's had more larger leads, and he's been a big piece of that. He's helped them create those leads. But Jimmy Garoppolo, for whatever reason, Shanahan this year, last year, injuries aside, has shown me the way he calls the game for Brock Purdy that he is more in love with what Brock Purdy can do as a quarterback than what Jimmy G could.
I mean,
that doesn't mean you can't win with him.
55, are we out? 55.
We're going to 315.
We got a minute. I mean, don't you think it's weird, though, on some level?
It is.
We're going to talk so much about this the rest of the week, but don't you think it's weird that apparently and maybe it's vintage Kyle, like he didn't give Trey Lance anything. He gives Jimmy Garoppolo what he gives Jimmy Garoppolo, and then he's like, we're down. Now we got Purdy. He actually is capable of more than both of those guys.
Yeah, and look, maybe I'm prisoner of the moment, more than likely so, but Kyle Shanahan has been in his bag for whatever reason the last couple of days.
I'll tell you what, you got, what is it, December 26th? You got about 6 more days of that, because I ain't having that in the new year. In fact, I'm going to make a list.
What the highlights?
Of 6 or so phrases that must be eliminated by 2023.
That's a good one.
Mm-hmm. All right, coming up next, JD and Alan Stiles. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware gives you points for every purchase, plus free delivery and member-only pricing. And Club Osh's My Hardware Rewards app keeps your coupons on your phone. Learn more at osh.com.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Help San Francisco's under-resourced high school girls of color envision, rise, and create with Oasis for Girls. Oasis for Girls provides intensive after-school programming that helps connect girls to internships, resources, and job opportunities. At Oasis for Girls, they equip students with the skills and mindset required to do the work. Your support this holiday season helps San Francisco girls cultivate the skills, knowledge, and confidence to discover their dreams and build strong futures. Please donate today at oasisforgirls.org.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. LEDs last years longer than regular lights, which means less electronic waste over time. Also, LED Christmas lights are far more energy efficient, wasting less energy as heat, which means a smaller electric bill. And be sure to recycle old Christmas lights at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or just go to eBay Motors and get it right the first time. With over 122 million parts, they have the parts that fit your vehicle. Air filters, tires, headlights, brakes, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome in. Good Monday afternoon to you. It's John Dickinson sitting in for Damon Bruce, joined by Alan Stiles. We're sitting in for Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game and with you for the next 4 hours. So good to be with you. Hope everybody's had a wonderful holiday weekend. And if you're dipping around trying to work out the holiday hangover, join us here for the next 4 hours on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. That is the phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text on the Xfinity mobile text line. A lot to get into, but Alan Stiles, my man, good to be with you again. Second consecutive day, and we got a few of these.
What luck. What luck, JD. I know. I mean, you know, we did all the Warriors talk yesterday, and for the Warriors to come out and, I mean, at least for me, make me feel a little bit better about them. We'll get into all that. So excited to be with you on this. I wouldn't say gloomy. You know, it's a step away from gloomy, but, you know, we'll take it. It's the winter. Got to deal with it. I'll deal with it.
Yeah, we really shouldn't complain in the Bay Area. We're talking about the 50s and other places. They're talking about negative digits.
Exactly.
And snow and all kinds of different type of conditions. But, yeah, Warriors get a big win against the Grizzlies. And a lot to get into surrounding that. And we'll start off talking about them. Of course, the 49ers beat the Commanders over the weekend. Michael Irvin is going to join us coming up at 5 o'clock, as he does each and every week here on this show with Damon and Ratto. So keep it locked here for that at 5. But, yeah, let's start with some Warriors basketball. And just the Warriors able to – hello. You heard that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, we'll push through it. Warriors able to – get the win over the Grizzlies, 123 to 109 last night at Chase Center. And look, it was a great win for the Warriors. I know we were on before the game yesterday, and it was a little gloomy, the outlook, because we had just got the news that Andrew Wiggins wasn't going to play. Draymond was questionable. He ultimately did play. But I do think it's interesting that, you know, the Warriors clearly wanted that one last night.
Yes.
And they played like they wanted that one last night. They played like they had heard a lot of the chatter as far as the Grizzlies running their mouth, which they've done leading up to the playoff series and since they got beat by the Warriors and the Warriors went on to win the championship and all of that. But a lot of takeaway. The first thing I think to just kind of get into is the tone setters for the Warriors. Draymond ended up playing, and he and Klay Thompson set a tone based on their demeanor last night. And we can get into the numbers and all of that, and Draymond having a game where he hardly scores but impacts it defensively in a lot of other ways. Klay didn't shoot the ball well, but did everything else pretty well. But to me, the whole tone, though, for the game was Draymond and Klay came out without Steph and without Wiggins, and they set a tone that permeated throughout the rest of the roster that I think held the rest of the roster up to a standard of, hey, tonight's like a playoff game. So we're not going to get punked. We're not going to get beat by 20 in our own building in front of the national audience on Christmas. We're bringing a high-level effort today, and if the Grizzlies don't match it, we're going to win the damn game. And that's exactly what happened.
Right. At the very least, like you said, we're not going to go out like some punks. We're not going to get embarrassed on national TV for the Christmas game. Maybe a couple months ago now, that did happen against the Suns. They got dismantled on national TV. And I don't know. I'm assuming they've had one since then between then and the Celtics. But if they didn't, I mean, after that happened, there is something to be said about, all right, we do understand that there are certain games where we got to turn it on. So it's an interesting feeling, JD, because on one hand, you could sit there and say, all right, we know that the Warriors can turn it on. We know that they still have that switch that they can flip like we talked about ad nauseum last season, and they ultimately did that. My question is, how many times can they do that, and how close can they get? You know, the old school switches when you can, you know, dim the light and make it as bright as it goes. How bright can they get throughout the season before the playoffs? We know they can do it during the playoffs, but you're going to have to get pretty close to that switch for majority of this season moving forward if you want to be in a decent position for the playoffs. How many times can they dip into that well this season? That's what I'm not sure about, but it was nice to see that when they feel like turning it on, they can turn it on.
No, and now we'll see, because the one thing we both agreed in talking about this homestand, this can't be a negative homestand. If anything, it has to be a positive homestand to make up some of the ground. They began 3 games under 500. Now at 2, you got to win at least 5 of the 8 to make sure you gain ground, to be at least 1 under. If you can win 6, obviously you'd be 1 over at that point. If somehow you get 7, you move even farther over, and then you get Steph Curry back at some point shortly thereafter. And then I think that the conversation changes about the Warriors and what the ceiling is. So credit off the top for me goes to Draymond and to Klay Thompson, because and they were enjoying Memphis, beating Memphis. They were enjoying it, and the fans were enjoying it. And again, I think that the message was delivered to the others on the team, and this is what gets into the next thing that I wanted to get into, which is obviously the young players all being able to contribute. Whether it was James Wiseman, who I think last night's performance from Wiseman, +8. No shot attempts, 5 boards in 8 minutes with good defense, even though I don't believe he had a block shot in the game. That, to me, was a much more impactful game last night than the game where he scored 30 in Brooklyn.
Yeah, I agreed. And when he did what he did in Brooklyn, I felt like maybe I undersold it a bit. I also just felt as if I wasn't really sure what I was supposed to do with it, right? It's a complete blowout. The game doesn't matter. Everybody's playing loose. I'm not saying he was facing G League competition, because he wasn't, but it didn't really move the needle for me. There were a couple defensive possessions, JD, last night where you saw the promise of James Wiseman. You saw him. He altered shots. He was shadowing guys. He really did change things. And you know how it is with Ja Morant. He gets to that paint at will, and the refs are ready to blow a whistle as soon as he steps in the lane. James Wiseman, there were a couple times last night where he made sure that didn't happen. So I think great on James Wiseman. They had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players in double figures, including Anthony Lamb, Moses Moody, and Ty Jerome. How about the third quarter from Ty Jerome? Who had that on their bingo card? 10 points from Ty Jerome in the third quarter. I know I did it.
Yeah, he had 8 points at a moment where it looked like, all right, the Warriors' lead is trimmed to 3.
Yeah.
And you're thinking, hey, great effort, but now the more talented team on this night, with the Warriors playing without Steph and Wiggins, has the potential to take the game over.
And
like that was always on the board.
Poole goes out.
Yeah, that was always on the board. So the young players all contributing, from Wiseman to Kuminga to Moody. All 3 of them, they were out there together at times, and I thought one of the real bright spots, Jordan Poole did his best Steph in the first quarter. We shouldn't miss that. And then that's the thing. You can go up and down the line, and so I give the credit, first and foremost, to the championship guys for setting the tone. I think Poole being Steph at 17 in the first quarter and 32 at the point where he's ejected, that's the kind of game that I think the Warriors believe they can get from Jordan Poole semi-regularly as a player that averages 28 when Steph's not in the lineup, and he's the lead dog, essentially running the Steph portion of the Warriors' offense to the best of his capabilities. So you have the 3 young players playing together, and it's not a net negative at the end of the first quarter there and into the second quarter, and so that was a bright spot and a good sign. And again, they did things. They did the little things. They played tough last night. Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman, they played tough. It wasn't about points. It wasn't about shooting. It was about everything else. It was a rugged type of a game for those 3, so I give them credit. Dante DiVincenzo, I think, deserves credit, going for 19 points last night and knocking down 5 threes. But again, who's going to guard Ja Morant in this context of how the Warriors do things? And you need everybody to help guard Ja Morant, but to put DiVincenzo on him right away, his best skill is ball pressure, and somebody that's quick enough to hang and at least not get embarrassed by a guy like Morant repeatedly to where he's completely taken over the game. So DiVincenzo, the two-way guys, as you mentioned, Ty Jerome's little third quarter spurt, 8 points. Anthony Lamb hit 3 3-pointers in the first half. Huge and much needed. And the Warriors end up with one of their really great team wins of the season. And they were enjoying it, whether it was Draymond standing over Ja or Klay standing over Dylan Brooks and all of that. It was just kind of a feel-good night. The fans were eating it up.
Yeah.
And it shows you that the Warriors can still dial it up at home, even shorthanded. The question becomes, can you dial that up consistently over this homestand without Steph and now potentially without Wiggins? Because if we're looking back 2 weeks from now and we're talking about a 4-4 or 3-5, but you beat Memphis, it's not going to mean all that much. Good signs, though.
Yes.
One game in.
Because a couple weeks ago, we thought, all right, this is what's going to get them going when they played the Celtics. And they did this at home, and everybody was having a good time. And, you get that home cooking, and everyone's enjoying themselves. And then they went on the road, and we knew it was going to be a tough road trip, and Steph ends up going down. And they couldn't do anything on the road. Now, again, I don't want to get hoodwinked or bamboozled with the Warriors doing this again. The Warriors do seem to play very well on Christmas, by the way, JD. Historically, these last couple of years, they do play well on Christmas as well.
Yeah, they won last year.
They won
Phoenix
last
shorthanded
year,
when Phoenix was right there with them at the top of the standings. That was really a pivot point.
Yeah.
It was an early pivot point toward the Warriors taking a little bit of a lead on Phoenix. Now, Phoenix ended up catching up, and with all the Warriors' injuries, the Suns ended up with the best record. It obviously didn't matter. We know how that turned out. But yeah, they going back 2 years ago, Milwaukee wasn't great. And the beginning of that COVID year with nobody in the stands. I think they played a morning game out here on the West Coast. Kind of a forgettable outcome in that one. But yeah, they beat the Rockets on Christmas, and then obviously they've had the Lakers and the LeBrons.
Exactly. Well,
before
which
that.
people call the best Christmas games of all time. It's funny how anything that the NBA world calls the best of all time normally includes the Warriors losing. You want to talk about rent-free? And don't worry, we got something for the Grizzlies media a little later today talking about, the Warriors are weird for this and that. I have a lot of things to say about that. But going back to the Warriors and what they did last night, I think that's what gives me cause to pause, JD, because we've seen them dial it up, and it does not, is this going to carry over, with your cell phone minutes? Is there any rollover? There hasn't seemed to be any rollover with the Warriors in these one-off victories where they play extremely well, and then they just don't match that intensity the next couple games. So that's what I'm excited to see, to see if the Warriors can continue to dig deep and go into this well and bring out more W's, because they need them. This is not about what we want to see from them, or I'd like to see this. Like we're going to talk about the Niners later. I want to see Brock Purdy in adversity, but you might not need to. The Warriors, need these W's.
You may want to see Brock Purdy in adversity, but I'll tell you what, you don't want to see Brock Purdy in adversity in your first playoff game in the second quarter.
No, definitely not.
Because that might be your season being over.
Exactly. So whether if you want to see it,
if you were going to see it, you were going to maybe want to already see it a little bit.
Maybe, hopefully, maybe the Raiders can at least give them a little something. Give them a little something. So I want to see what the Warriors do during this homestand, because this isn't a matter of, all right, let's see how they react. They legitimately need these W's. They're at that point now where I think everybody can start to stop talking about how early it is in the season. You can't get, you can't get into too deep of a hole, specifically without Steph and without Andrew Wiggins. You don't know when Steph is coming back. We're not even really sure when Andrew Wiggins is coming back. And you can't come back. We talk about going into the well and flipping that switch. Last year, they only had to flip the switch for what? Just the duration of the playoffs, really. They timed it a bit perfectly. It wasn't on purpose. It was due to injury.
Well, they had a pretty good switch going at the beginning of the season.
At the beginning, I'm saying they sputtered a bit towards the end. Draymond was out, and then Steph was out, and then everything came together. Okay, let's just mount up and get through the playoffs. But if you've had to mount up since March, right, or February, that's not the same thing. And I don't know if they're going to be able to play at that level from February through the playoffs. And everybody can say what they want about the numbers and the core. We understand that there is just a level of, you got to play at that playoff level for a longer period of time, the deeper hole that you find yourself in early in the season.
Well, and you said it. It's just a massive, massive win in terms of the standings, because these games right now, I think, are going to go a long way toward determining how the Warriors season ends up. And whether that's, you can play well and you can say the young players played well. And I think it really was the first time. I think as far as the young players go, I was thinking about this last night during the game. I think the Warriors envisioned this season, as far as the young players, a lot like last night. Like, right. I think they thought from the beginning Wiseman would be able to at least play a productive shift every game. Right? Or in most games. Like, there are going to be games restricted, but not play so poorly so regularly that he has to get pulled from the rotation and then sent down. Like,
Yes.
I think they thought they could get more games like last night from Wiseman that help them win. Yes, maybe there's still some ups and downs, but there are some positives. There's just been so few positives when Wiseman's been on the floor. This is 2 good games in a row. I think last night more impactful, more important. But I think when you look at the lottery picks, because I think that's really what we're talking about here, Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody, I think the Warriors thought they could get 17 minutes out of Moses Moody that were solid like they were last night, and they could get 16, 17 minutes out of Kuminga. Like, I think that was on the develop and the 2 timelines. That's what the development ideally would look like. And again, it's not going to be like that every night, but it hasn't been like last night any night. And I think that's where, I think there is a little bit of cause for some optimism moving forward with that, but at the same time, it's the first time it's happened. So if it's 33 games into the year now, 34 games into the year, you start to wonder, well, how often can it really happen if it's happened once in 34 games?
Right.
But I do think that's where we talked yesterday about the miscalculation that the Warriors had as far as believing that the young players could be in the rotation and develop and learn and help them win.
Right.
I think last night was sort of the template of that. We finally saw it in maybe the biggest bright lights game they've had to this point, if not this game, the game against Boston.
Yeah, and if you want to try to pull positives out of the negatives, maybe the fact that they have been getting a lot more run recently because of injury, some because of not being in games as well. But maybe they're starting to get more comfortable. The Moses Moody thing, I've been confused about the whole season. Whenever I've seen him play, he looks to me like he can be in the rotation and put up some decent numbers. That corner 3, he really strikes me as that 3-and-D guy who, when all else fails and you're moving the ball around, you can't guard everybody, so you end up having to leave Moses Moody in the corner, and he's really good at hitting those threes. So I'm the least surprised from Moses Moody. He had that really nice up and under layup. I've seen flashes from him, and maybe whatever has been happening in practice, Steve Kerr hasn't loved. Maybe that's why he hasn't been on the court so much, but really excited about Moses Moody. I think we all have been, and I know, I don't know what he's going to be. I know the question has been about his ceiling, but I think even based on his ceiling not being the highest, he still has always seemed like the guy that has been the most ready to go right now, which was always what was so confusing about him not getting that much playing time this season. James Wiseman, I think as this goes, as we move forward, our expectations are going to gradually change, not in a terrible way, but we're going to stop expecting him to just one day be, the next great big in the league, and just understand that this is a gradual process. I like what I'm seeing from Kuminga on the defensive end. I got to say, JD, and again, not trying to be negative, Kuminga offensively worries me because he doesn't really have an identity. I call him Baby Giannis in that he's got that type of game, but he isn't as big as Giannis. Giannis doesn't even have a bag, as the kids say, and Kuminga doesn't even have the Giannis bag. He's turning the ball over a lot when he dribbles.
He doesn't have a good handle.
He doesn't have a good handle.
He doesn't have a good handle. He doesn't have a good shot.
Yeah.
But I think where he's at his best typically is when plays are made for him and he can catch it and go up by the basket and for a dunk, or in transition for a dunk, and we saw a little of this last night when he gets it on the elbow or in the short post where he can kind of face and maybe fake and just put his head down and drive and get fouled.
Yes.
And get to the free throw line that way or score inside that way. But I think part of the problem with Kuminga offensively is Kuminga believes he's got a lot more in the bag than he really has. And I think at times he plays like it. Like I've joked about this, and I'll bring it out here at 2:20 on a Monday. He thinks he's got a little like he really does. Like he thinks he is a guy that can just, go at somebody on the perimeter and take him to the basket, or he always wants to shoot that three anytime he's open. There are some shots I think the Warriors have told him take. I think there's some threes they've told him not to take. You can tell almost every time he gets the ball wide open on the perimeter, he wants to shoot it. And it's like he's thinking, wait, is this the one they want me to shoot, or is this not the one they want me to shoot? Where's the shot clock?
Yeah.
Was it off the second pass? It's like he's trying to go through all the calculations.
And there's a lot to process. And look, there's a bit of pride as well, JD. We know Kuminga, he seems like a prideful guy and just a confident guy. I wouldn't use the word cocky, but just confident in that he believes he can do whatever he needs to do. He believes that he can get to the basket. And I think he was one of those guys in the G League putting up just astronomical numbers. Well, this ain't the G League, my guy, so he's got to realize that. And there is a pride piece of this. Look, JD, I tell you, I know Steiny was just on. I never got to hoop with Steiny, but I still hoop now. I know Goo said I need to hoop with him. That hasn't happened yet. So Goo hit me so we can hoop together. Look, I'm a slasher. I don't really shoot like that. And when there are people that are just not really guarding you, there's a bit of pride where you say, you know what? This might not be the best shot, but dang it, I'm not going to let you just disrespect me and be 5 feet away from me. I'm putting it up, and you put it up, and if it goes in, you're talking trash, and if it doesn't go in, you then think to yourself, yeah, that's what they wanted me to do, and I fell right into it. And I think Kuminga at times is falling into it because he's thinking, look, I practiced this shot. Just like Patrick Ewing asked his team, do you practice that shot? We watched Kuminga practicing his threes. We watch him doing a lot of these different things, and he can't hit it. So when somebody is guarding you, 3 feet away, just daring you to shoot, there, especially when you're young, right? You're thinking, I'm not going to let you disrespect me. I can make this shot. And then Steve Kerr gets upset with them, I would assume, when he doesn't make it.
All right, he's Alan Stiles. I'm John Dickinson. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. How you feeling about this Warriors homestand now? Is what they put out there last night something that can be sustained over the next 7 games? Because the Warriors have Charlotte coming in, Utah and Portland, Atlanta's coming in, Detroit and Orlando are coming in, as well as Phoenix here over the next 2 weeks before the Warriors head back out on the road. And all of these games are going to be without Stephen Curry as he continues to rehab and attempt to return from this shoulder injury. Optimism surrounding the young players and just kind of how you feeling about things. Is it a one-off? Did they dial it up because last night was a bright lights game? You could make the case that their 2 best games of the season have been games where coming into it, it feels like, oh, the finals are here for a night. Oh, the right. Western Conference semifinals are here for tonight with Memphis, and they've gotten a higher level of performance from everybody in that. Can you call that up against the Charlottes and the Detroits and the Orlandos, because those games are just as important as the game that they were able to win last night. And really, again, you don't want to get 5, 6, 8, 9 games under 500 when Steph Curry comes back. At that point, it's a lot more difficult to play well throughout half a season just to get back to 500 and try and make some noise. So, is it more of a one-off in your mind? I think tonight is the question, or last night, or is it something that can lead to something down the line? I think the biggest positive takeaway moving forward is, hey, young guys had a little bit of action last night collectively, which is something that we hadn't seen to this point.
Exactly. And I think ultimately we all know that the Warriors can get to it. We've seen it multiple times. It almost reminds me of a high school team, JD. Those high school teams, we played down to our competition, but the coach knows you guys are better than this, but you got to, and I'm not going to use any local high school names. Sure. I don't want to upset anybody, but you got to play the same way you play for this team than you do for the others, and that's what it seems to be with the Warriors.
They play up at home.
And play up at home. It's exactly
they play up at home.
It's exactly what a high school team does.
They don't play up on the road, but they do play up at home. I think that also is maybe a statement about the youth and the inexperience. For as much as they do have the championship core, the rest of the guys, they don't have it.
Exactly. Real quick on the Xfinity mobile text line.
You getting to the one about you?
Yeah, yeah. So 510, Alan Stiles needs to eat crow. He gave the Warriors no shot to win last night. We got to run the tape, Cam. We got to run the tape. I never said I gave the Warriors no shot. Did I say I would bet on them? Of course, I did not say I'd bet on them. But what I said was, at the end of the day, the Warriors have 2 Hall of Famers that are starting in Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. So they're always going to have a shot. Was I confident? Absolutely not. So I don't know, 510. I don't know if I got to eat any crow, all right?
All right. Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
I think you gave them less of a shot than I did, but
That's
I'm not.
true.
But I'm not claiming I gave them really. I wasn't saying, hey, they're going to win tonight.
Exactly.
But there were things we didn't know. Just the home record. Like I went into last night thinking, the home thing is something, but that's been all with Steph.
Mm-hmm.
So with Steph out, does that change? And last night it didn't. So that. It makes me, all right, I'm going to be more apt to think, all right, maybe they do have some action here moving forward in some of these other games. All right, we'll pause here. 888-957-9570. Xfinity Mobile text line is open. We'll get to phone calls on the other side, as this segment has been sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services and calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Updated COVID vaccines are here, just in time for the season that brings us all closer. Just in time for added protection against the original COVID virus and Omicron. Just in time for crowded stores and great big family dinners. Updated COVID protection is here. And if you haven't had a vaccine since September, it's time to give yourself the gift of updated protection. Find updated COVID vaccines at vaccines.gov. We can do this. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. One pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
John Dickinson and Alan Stiles in for Damon and Ratto. Expanded show here today from 2 until 6. The holiday going on here. 888-957-9570. Let's get to the phones. What do you say, Alan? Mm-hmm. Is it Harsha? Let's get to Harsha in Fremont here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. What's up? First of all, I just wanted to say that, I saw a stat that said the Warriors starting five when it comes to offensive rating is the best in the league, right? So we know from a starting five perspective, we're not, the world isn't ending. But I think this year we got a lot of shakiness in that with Clay not playing back-to-back. We got Andrew Wiggins felt like he hasn't played in 2 months, and now we have the Steph situation. So going into last night, felt a little nervous, but, I just got to say, I hate the Grizzlies. They do so much talking, and I think Clay set the tone early, even though it's 2 for 10 in the first half. I think he got a couple really tough boards. So it felt good, and that win felt really good. And, man, I hate Dylan Brooks, and that's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
I appreciate it. I mean, that is something that hangs over the entire win, was how much the Warriors enjoyed it and how much the Warrior fans enjoyed it. You could feel that from being in the building. There's no doubt. And watching on TV or listening to it or whatever your preferred way to take in the game was.
Yeah, and I think what was exciting about the win and exciting about the game is that this is what basketball is all about. This is what the NBA is all about. And win or lose, I know it feels a lot better when you win, but it's nice to have these feelings, JD. And the Western Conference, they do provide something that, I don't know if the East even really has any rivalries, not like this. I mean, this is the number one rivalry in the NBA. You had Ja Morant and Draymond talking about it from months ago, I believe, in the summer. The NBA comes through, they make it happen. There's no Steph, and it, luckily for Warriors fans, Jordan Poole and the rest of the squad was up to the task. And Dylan Brooks, a shout out Brian Iglesias, made up the nickname Villain Brooks because that's what he is to Warriors fans. Dylan Brooks, he is the one that was talking before the game, and what did he say? He said, yeah, it stinks that Steph is out, but I like the matchup with Clay. He was doing a lot of talking. I'm going to show him the type of defender I am. He says all that. At the beginning of the game, before the Warriors started to pull away, he was chirping at the bench. There was a lot of chirping going back and forth either way. I'm good with all that. I love it. I love all of that. But then you go in the post-conference, right? The post-game press conference, and you're in that thing, and you're talking about the refs allowed them to do it all night. Come on, dude. Like, we're all supposed to be on the same page. Either if it's up, then it's up. That's what somebody said on Twitter. Is it up or not? Because sometimes you want to be about that life, but then after you're talking about the refs, do you want the smoke or do you not? And it seems like the Grizzlies, they are the little brother that when you hit them, they run and they go tell mommy, even though they started it with you. And it's crazy to me, JD, that this whole thing started. If you remember, I have to remind myself, this whole thing goes back to Andre Iguodala not wanting to play for the Grizzlies. I have to remind myself about the origin of this rivalry every single time it comes up. And the last thing I'll say is this. So we've addressed Dylan Brooks. We've addressed the fact that if you're going to talk smack, and I will say at least Ja Morant, he talks smack, but he's the same no matter what. Dylan Brooks, if you want to have one type of energy during the game, before the game, have the same after it. I really did like what Devin Booker, when he got into it with Clay, Devin Booker handled that whole situation perfect. We don't know what Clay said, but Devin Booker just said, look, this is what it is. The last thing I'll say is this. So I'm really getting sick of the Memphis media trying to create this narrative that the Warriors have this weird obsession with the Grizzlies and that the Grizzlies live rent-free. Last time I checked, when somebody
who's doing this, by the way, are these team employee media?
This is
it's not. I mean, there is a difference.
One is her name is I think KJ Wright.
Okay, she's a team employee.
So they're going around. So she posts last night. This is very weird, right? And it was Clay's video just talking about the trash talk and how they brought up the dynasty and all these types of things. So, but this has been going on since last year, where it's the whole rent-free thing. Let me ask you this, to anybody listening. If you're listening from Memphis, because they listen, JD. Let me ask you this. What would the Warriors need to be jealous of the Grizzlies about? What? What do the Grizzlies have that the Warriors want? Why would the Grizzlies live rent-free in the Warriors' head? Why would the Grizzlies be such a big deal to the Warriors when you're the one that has the Draymond quote in your locker room?
Well, look, I think part of it is just, I think for the Warriors, and I think it's the Grizzlies are the ones that are fixated on the Warriors. Mm-hmm. I'll say that first of all, and we'll get to the Clay quote, we'll get to Dylan Brooks' quote as well. I mean, look, if a team-employed reporter is talking about, like who cares? Like, let's be honest. Like, and I've met KJ Wright when I covered that series in the playoffs last year. Very nice, very normal. She knows the game. I think she was a hooper in her time as well.
But maybe they just want clicks. Maybe I'm falling for it. Maybe they just want clicks.
They're also, I mean, look, part of their job is to create energy surrounding their team. Yeah. I mean, the Grizzlies hadn't played a game on Christmas in their franchise history.
I know.
Like, that was a big game for them. Like, they haven't, they've been to a conference finals, but it's been a while. It was 2012 or 13, whatever they played Oklahoma City, I guess, when Oklahoma City won. But anyway, regardless of all of that, I mean, it is the Grizzlies who are fixated on the Warriors, but the Warriors have accepted it. The Warriors have, but I think the Warriors have accepted it because they do feel challenged by the Grizzlies.
No, I agree, but I'm saying why?
And they are looking for challenges because the Warriors, I think, half the time are bored.
No, I know. I
in
agree.
The regular season, especially.
I agree, but why can't we just leave it at this is fun? And I get it. Maybe I'm just getting too caught up.
It is fun.
Why does it?
I agree.
But even when the Warriors lost to the Grizzlies in the play-in a couple of years ago, there's nobody, and then the Grizzlies were chirping. There's nobody out there. Oh my gosh, the Grizzlies are obsessed with the Warriors. It's just a lazy take to me, and it just reminds me. It's very much, and I'm not going to do it based on age or whatever, but it's just very much just like, I don't have a better comeback, so you guys are just obsessed with me. I don't have a better comeback, so you whatever. You don't have anything to say. It reminds me, JD, because, I talked to my guy Sterling in the back producing along with Cam when we talk about the Avengers, when the Scarlet Witch rolls up to Thanos and she's like, you took everything from me. And Thanos goes, I don't even know who you are. It's the same thing to me.
Well, the Warriors know who they are. The Warriors know who they are. And Clay addressed that. I mean, Clay specifically addressed it on ABC after the game in the post-game interview. I mean, Clay said flat out, you can't talk about a dynasty when you haven't won before. I thought that was premature talk.
Yeah.
And he said, and I mean, we have that cut. We can play the full clip of it here momentarily, but it's pretty simple. I mean, it's the fact that, I mean, he acknowledged why, but he also said in the clip that he respected him. Right. He didn't like him, but he respected him. And I do think there's a mutual respect, even if it's heated on the floor.
And again,
and the
JD,
Grizzlies are looking at the Warriors as the kings of the mountain, defending champs, multiple-time champs. Yeah. And I think the Grizzlies see themselves, prematurely, yes, but I think the Grizzlies see themselves as the young up-and-comers that have a shot to be 10 years from now a team that's won multiple championships. That to me is where it comes from.
No, I know.
I don't think it comes from a disrespect of what the Warriors have accomplished. I think they feel like they are the next...
Right.
The next one. Look, we've seen a lot of the next ones get turned away by the Warriors and never do it.
Exactly.
So we'll see.
Exactly.
And when you write checks with your mouth that your play can't cash, then you got problems.
I agree.
And so we'll see.
All I'm saying is just, I understand competition. You talk about, okay, you played If you played collegiately, if you played in high school, there are rivalries, and that's just where it ends. There's no, we're living rent free. How about this? They live rent free in I would even say they live rent free in each other's heads because it's a rivalry, and that's good, right? That's it. That's where it ends.
949 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. JD is the Dylan Brooks at 95.7. Controversial and loves being the villain. A little Dylan Brooks to me.
You think so?
There's a little Dylan Brooks to me.
All right.
Those who know me would tell me there's a little Dylan Brooks in me. There was a little Dylan Brooks in my game, to be honest, back in the day. But yeah, no, I wouldn't say controversial, but I do like to mix it up and have.
Yeah.
I have a lot more of an edge than sometimes people think.
There you go.
But let's go ahead and play that Klay Thompson cut from the post-game interview on ABC and ESPN.
What message did you want to send tonight?
Man, they was talking about dynasty and all that. You can't talk dynasty when you haven't won before. I don't think people realize how hard that is, the commitment and sacrifice it takes. I mean, you got to sacrifice your body. And I thought that was premature talk, to even mention that word. But they bring the best out of us, and I think we do the same. And even though you don't like them, you got to respect them because they're a threat.
So there you go. The last part to me is the most important part.
Right.
None got like them. We respect them. They're a threat. So clearly,
yeah.
I mean, the Warriors, and I think this goes back to the playoff series, they knew that they were in trouble in that series.
No,
and we're going to have
agree.
to find a level to beat them, and they did. And Ja was out. Whatever. I mean, that happened. I mean, they were threatened even with Ja out in that series.
Yeah, well, they had a ridiculous record with Ja out during the regular season. But I'm good with all that, and I understand that these teams, there's showmanship involved. We love all of it. That's why but why, Dylan Brooks, why are you in the post-game press conference? Why are you saying the refs let it happen? You're supposed to embrace this. You're supposed to be the dog. You're supposed to be the Draymond Green of the Grizzlies. So don't run to the refs after the game talking about everybody was talking trash. Everybody was talking trash.
650 Dylan Brooks is a downgraded version of Matt Barnes. Dylan Brooks is a ton better player than Matt Barnes.
A ton?
Yes. He is twice the player that Matt Barnes was, for sure. They both have that same. Yeah, Dylan Brooks is a better player than Matt Barnes.
No, I would agree. I just
already,
didn't know.
I mean, we don't have to get down that road. But
Right.
I think they both have the tough guy thing going.
Right.
And that's fine. But Dylan Brooks is a better player than Matt Barnes.
From a skill perspective. You gotta watch it out here. Matt Barnes, he's a legend out here.
I go way back with Matt Barnes. I go way back. Mike in San Francisco, 888-957-9570. What's up, Mike?
What's up, guys? Being at the game, very impressive performance there. I've never seen that side of Klay. It only comes out when he plays specifically Memphis and Dylan Brooks, man. And he brought that place a roar when he hit that dagger and Brooks was on the floor and he was right next to him just looking out and he got teed up. That place went nuts. So we know the Warriors have this in them. Jordan Poole has shown he can take over games. Klay, I know he's been inconsistent, but we can show that the bench, that was key. If they can get that with the so undermanned right now without Wiggins and Curry, if you can get guys like Ty Jerome and Lamb to give you somewhat near that type of performance, I think they're going to hold their head above water, especially at Chase. But what is the thing that's lacking in terms of, have you seen a team that's this good, that's a championship performing team that's so lacking on the road as they are at home? Because at home, I think they're going to do well. I expect them probably to win 6 to 7 games on the stand, and I think they're going to perform pretty well for the most part and be one of the best home records in the league. But road record is the thing that's mind-boggling. Do you think they can get this turned around? And what is the mentality that happens to this team when they go on the road, being a team that's that great, and it's not a team that's trying to win, or a young team of rookies on the come up? What's your opinion on that? Thanks for the time, fellas.
Yeah, I appreciate the call. Thanks for the call. As far as the road, I think a lot of it is role players. Like, I think at the beginning of the year, the core players coasted on the road and got themselves in some games where, tie game, 5 minutes left against a bad team, and then you didn't win. And we're used to seeing the Warriors always win those games. Orlando, Detroit, Charlotte. There were a bunch of those games on that first trip. Sacramento, before Sacramento made their run. I think it was actually maybe even in the midst of the Kings' winning streak. But at that point, the Kings were better than those other teams that I just mentioned. But you got in a lot of these 50-50 games on the road, and you didn't win any of them, which was the first part of the problem. The other part is I just think role players don't play as well on the road, and the Warriors have a lot of the championship guys were coasting, and the role players just don't play well enough. And I think young players, veteran role players sometimes don't. Young role players really don't, and they're searching for minutes from all of these guys, and they just on a lot of nights aren't getting it. There were nights where the starters played great, and the bench guys would just completely give it up. There were nights where the starters would coast, and that might be a night where a couple of guys off the bench would play well, but then you're in a tie game late, and you don't win it, and then it kind of snowballed on them, and then when you're shorthanded on top of that, it becomes even more difficult. And they played some hot teams on this road trip with Philly and the Knicks and the Nets too.
Well, we knew this was going to be a tough road trip. We knew this was going to be a gauntlet of teams with the Knicks, how they've been playing. There were no breaks. There were no breaks, and the Warriors had to, try their best to power through. And, the role players, to me, it's not even that much is being asked of them, JD. I mean, I think more is being asked of them than maybe they expected, or maybe the coaching staff had hoped at the beginning. I think the bottom line is there's just not as much room for error on this team. You cannot be whatever that 100% version of the Warriors, whatever that 100% of the Warriors team is. They got to be close to about 80% to win games. And maybe in years past, you could win because of the talent you had. You could win at 65%. You could win at 70%. Warriors playing 70% out of the 100% of their best basketball. It's not going to win as many games as it has in the past, and I think that's a big part of it.
Well,
too.
I relate it also back to the young players when I look at it, because to me, for the young players to perform at the level that they did last night, the foundation has to be set by the veteran players either playing well or playing extremely hard.
Right.
And everybody among the veteran group has to be in their specific role and place to help the young players have the best chance to be more consistent. And I think the Warriors have not had that consistently enough, which has also impacted the young players. It all comes back to what you're saying about margin for error. I think that's absolutely true, which leads down the path of, do they need to go get somebody at some point? I still think they probably do, just to be safe, a bench player. But, last night is the kind of night that makes you wonder, right? Because they're able to win that game, and it at least makes you wonder. I still think they do. I think it's nights like last night, I think, are the exception and not the rule.
I would agree, and that is not, that is not to upset anybody, right? That's just the truth. I mean, they shot 41% from three. Okay, again, can you really count on Ty Jerome giving you 14, right? Can you count on Moody giving you 10? Can you count on Anthony Lamb giving you 11? Can you count on Ty Jerome giving you 10 in one quarter? No.
Can you count on Wiseman playing defense like he did last night? Can you count on Kuminga bringing energy every night? No.
And on the Grizzlies side of things, Desmond Bane, only his second game back. He was way off. He was 2 for 13.
They were at the end of the trip too. I mean, you could make
0 for 7.
You're not gonna like this one.
Okay,
I'm gonna throw it at you, but it's a thought I had, and not something necessarily worth bringing up, but it popped into my head as it's something I wrote down. Grizzlies. I think this game, to be honest, lost some juice for the Grizzlies when Steph was going to be out. Like I don't know. It had a little bit of the tone of. And look, the Grizzlies should not. No team. I hate it when teams do this when they, on the road they kind of play down. Like the Grizzlies played down last night. You could say.
I mean,
because coming in, like I don't care what you think of the Warriors as champions and all of that. Like last night, just the guys that were playing for the Warriors last night, the guys that were playing for the Grizzlies last night. The Grizzlies were the better team coming in. The Grizzlies should win that game. Like if the Grizzlies play well, the Warriors play. Grizzlies should win that game last night. And I think they had a little bit. Again, I'm not making excuses for the Grizzlies, but I do think they had a little bit of, you know what, this game doesn't have the juice because Steph's not playing. Like, I think they thought they could come in and not play an A game or even a B game and still win the game.
Right.
And they found, and like they treated it as if they were going in and playing the Pistons.
Sure.
Or they were going in and playing San Antonio. And I
don't know about that.
Do that at your own peril. Well, they played like it.
I don't know about
they played
that.
Like it.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree that maybe they felt that they could roll the ball out without Steph and take care of business.
Again, you don't get credit for that, but I think, again, it plays to their whole thing of kind of thinking they're a little higher on the totem pole than they really are.
Yeah,
like that they've kind of arrived in a sense. And look, you see teams do it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just you watch the league on a night in, night out basis. Teams do that all the time. And I think they thought, we're better than these guys. No Steph, no Wiggins. I mean, how important was Wiggins in that playoff series last year? Well, end of a trip. Maybe they don't have it. Warriors are bringing some intensity that was at a different level, and they just weren't playing well. And they thought, we'll get back. It kind of felt like they thought that they were going to win the game anyway. The whole game, and they got to 80 to 77 late in the third.
I don't know about you, but all right. I'm starting to get a little nervous here.
And at that point, the Warriors had played great, and the Grizzlies had played pretty terribly, and it was a 3-point game. And then Ty Jerome went off, and the Warriors really never looked back at that point, even though Poole got ejected and all of that. Go ahead. I want to get to the Dylan Brooks quote post-game as well.
I mean, I do agree that maybe it did lose juice. The reasons I agree with it for certain reasons. The reason I disagree with it is only because it was their first Christmas game. You know, this is the biggest stage. Did they think that they needed to play their A game? No, but I do believe that they did want to show the Warriors, hey, this is an opportunity for us to put a stranglehold on the Warriors and show everybody that we're coming, and they were unable to do that. So I hear what you're saying from just the mental aspect, but I think once they got out there, they wanted to put on a show. And here's the thing. Even with that being said, JD, there were times where the Warriors were shooting over 50% from three. The Grizzlies couldn't hit anything, and the Grizzlies were down 6. And to your point, are you banking on, if the Grizzlies are thinking, well, if Anthony Lamb doesn't go 3 for 4 from 3-point land and Ty Jerome doesn't drop 14 out of nowhere, we win that game. Now, it doesn't matter because they did and you didn't, but, it is what it is. The Warriors, I assume, are going to, have to see him again out in Memphis, and it's going to be a time.
Yeah, no question. 510, no excuses for the Grizzlies. This on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Steph and Wiggins were out. The Warriors were a two-way player away from a G League team at some points last night. So, yeah, no, I'm not making an excuse for the Grizzlies.
Sure.
At all. I'm just saying that might have been part of the mentality for the Grizzlies once that game got rolling. It's not an excuse. In fact, it's actually a bigger joke.
Right.
To me.
Once it got going.
If you think that a game like that is beneath you, or you can just, we talk about a team coasting. If the Grizzlies came in last night thinking they could coast, then they got what was coming to them. That's more what I'm getting at.
They had the whole, they came in with the music and they're just they're doing their dance moves. They actually play each other 3 more times, JD.
Yeah.
End of January, again at Chase Center, then 2 times in Memphis, both in March. So this is far from over.
No, it's a lot of fun, and we'll see. I know Steve Kerr says he doesn't believe it's a true rivalry until you get multiple playoff series in between a team. I think this is probably as close as it can get. I mean, there's also, and I think this goes back to what you were talking about with, I think Kelsey Wright Johnson's her name. She goes by KJ Wright on Twitter, team reporter for the Grizzlies, and this whole thing. There is a small market, big market component to this.
That's
too.
true.
The Grizzlies, that's a small market team. It's a franchise that hasn't had a lot of success on the high end. It's one of the newer franchises still, right? The Grizzlies came in 2000, or I'm sorry, they came in 95, but moved to Memphis in 2000. So they've been around, I think 2001. So they've been around like 22 years, somewhere in that range. So they're a relatively new franchise, small market, big market, championship. I likened it to growing up in Sacramento, the Kings and the Lakers, when the Kings were the young up-and-coming team with Weber, and eventually it was Jason Williams, and then it was Bibby and Stojakovic and that group, Vlade. And they were the squad that looked at the Lakers with Kobe and Shaq and the team that had won a couple of championships and the big market. LA wins all the championships, and they were the ones always trying to pick at the Lakers, and the Lakers would always come back, kind of like Clay came back at him. Remember, Shaq called him the the Queens at one point. He said they were a play away from being, expansionism.
Yeah.
Going back to expansionism
Right.
when Weber got hurt or if Weber left at that point when he was going to be a free agent. Like there were all kinds of derogatory back and forth. Rick Fox and Doug Christie got into a fight in a preseason game.
Yeah.
They got into a fight in a preseason game down at then Staples Center after they had met in the conference finals. So there's a little bit of the small market, big market component to, oh, this is weird. Look at the weird.
Yeah, why are you worried about little old us?
But I think it's fun. I think it's fun though. That place was absolutely electric. I was at all 3 games of that in Memphis in the playoffs. It was a tremendous atmosphere. The people there were great. They were having a good time. It was all in good fun, frankly.
Right.
But I think the Warriors definitely have the Grizzlies on their radar. There's no doubt. But the Grizzlies do have a fixation, is how we'll put it. 888-957-9570. We got 1 hour down. We got 3 hours to go. Michael Irvin is going to join us coming up here on 95.7 The Game. That is at 5 o'clock. We'll talk some football as well between now and 6 as we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Don't miss out for 2022. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2022.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
So, you've unwrapped a new device this year. Don't forget to take your favorite stations and podcasts with you.
No matter where you go.
With the Odyssey app.
Stream the music and shows you love on your phone, tablet, laptop, smart speaker, and more.
Create an account to save your favorites across devices.
And jump back to the moments that matter most with Rewind.
Your favorite local listening. Available when and how you want.
Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
O'Reilly.
See the road ahead more clearly with Sylvania Bulbs and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase select Sylvania bulbs and get up to a $20 gift card after mail-in rebate plus 2 times O Rewards points. Replace your bulbs today and see better tonight. Let the professional parts people help you find the bulbs you need. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Streaming on Peacock.
Fellas, I'm getting married.
From the creator of The Best Man and The Best Man Holiday.
Come with us to Quinn's wedding. Guaranteed to put a smile on your face.
And executive producer of Insecure.
They want to make unfinished business into a movie.
That book caused a lot of drama. Get your popcorn ready.
Bring me a higher level.
Just like old times, only better.
The Best Man, The Final Chapters. A new limited series. Streaming now, only on Peacock.
Let's get lit!
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. When giving gifts this holiday season, keep environmental sustainability in mind. Avoid giving useless gifts and knickknacks. Look for durable items that will last for years. Shop for items made out of recycled material. Lastly, family heirlooms make a perfect gift. Not only will they be treasured for a lifetime, but are also environmentally friendly. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're into hour number 2 today, but typically this is the beginning of Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Because of the holiday, we started a little bit earlier, divvying up the hours a little bit differently here today. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles in for Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Phone lines are open at 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570, as is the Xfinity mobile text line. Talking here off the top, and we will get into some 49ers conversation coming up a little bit later on in the program. Michael Irvin is going to join us, the playmaker, as he does each and every week on this show. 5 o'clock for Michael Irvin, so stay tuned for that. We will talk some football as well, as we're going to be with you until 6 o'clock. But starting off with the Warriors and their big win last night against the Memphis Grizzlies at Chase Center, shorthanded. Dubs get the job done, 123-109, and we talked a lot about it at the beginning of the show here at 2 o'clock, Alan. I thought Draymond Green and Klay Thompson set the tone early in this one as far as just physicality, intensity, trash talking, whatever it was. They let everybody know down the line that this was a massive game. This is a game where everybody was going to have to play up, and it was a game that they wanted, and therefore everybody else better fall in line and play exactly like it was a pseudo playoff game on December the 25th. The young guys, impactful individually, James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, impactful collectively, both, all three playing well together in the same night, even all three playing well at the same time on the floor together at the same night, and the two-way guys contributing as well, as far as Ty Jerome, big run in the second half. Anthony Lamb hit some threes in the first half, and the question now becomes, as the Warriors thoroughly enjoyed beating the Grizzlies, how sustainable is it? Is this kind of a one-off like the game against Boston, winning shorthanded against the Celtics? Were they juiced because it felt like a playoff game against their two toughest opponents going back to last year's playoffs? Or can this team bottle some of what they found last night for these next 7 games and have a real positive homestand that can set the tone for when Steph Curry comes back? And then maybe we feel a little bit differently about the prospects for this team as it's currently constituted.
Right. And are you going to get those types of numbers from the bench, deep in the bench every single game? No. But you shouldn't need that to win every basketball game. But you can't be the polar opposite of that as well. I think what is exciting about the Warriors did last night is after you saw the dismantling in Brooklyn, you don't necessarily hear, obviously they have the post-game press conferences and things like that, but you don't really hear what's going on, Draymond being that leader, Steph obviously being around even though he's injured. What is everybody talking about? How is everybody doing? What's the vibe? We try to follow the beat writers. Seems like everybody is still in good spirits, but there's one thing to talk about it. There's another thing to be about it, and I think based on what just happened on that road trip, they said, look, we didn't play well at all. We know it was going to be tough. Obviously, you lose Steph, but we can't get embarrassed here. There's lines, and this is a line that we are not willing to cross, right? Okay, we can get blown out to the Nets on the second half of a back-to-back with no Steph, no Wiggins. We can lose some of these tough road games that we knew it was going to be, tough sledding to get done, but we cannot have everybody and their mothers watching us on Christmas Day and get embarrassed. That's just something that's just not gonna fly. And I think Draymond, either whether he said it literally or just said it throughout his, the beginning of the pregame, going into the beginning of the game. Even Clay, who we know isn't really that rah-rah guy, but those guys just said, look, man, this is the one we're going to get. I don't even know, to be completely honest, JD, talking about how this is going to kind of, spill over to the rest of this homestand. I have no clue. I have no clue if it's going to spill over. I have no clue if this is going to start the Warriors or kickstart them into the season. I just think they said, we're not losing this one.
Yeah, and I think, look, some Warrior fans, that's enough,
right?
Frankly. Right. I mean, we had a couple of people call last night on the postgame show and said, hey, if the Warriors go 1-7 on this homestand, I would want the one to be the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
And at this point, hey, it's going to be tough without Steph, and who knows about Wiggins, but you beat the Grizzlies, and shut them up for a night.
Right.
Or maybe be the reason they don't get home court advantage in a playoff series, then that's good enough. I'm a little curious as to wondering if the Warriors, as they are constituted now, can dial up the intensity. You're not going to make 18 threes, and we didn't mention the 18 threes in the first half either. Right. You win a lot of games when you make 18 threes. You especially win a lot of games you make 18 threes and you play with the physicality, intensity, edge. I mean, it was a playoff-style game. Mm-hmm. I think Memphis brings that out of the Warriors a little bit. I think clearly the Warriors bring that out in Memphis, although they play that way on the regular. Mm-hmm. But it's now, to me, more about great for one night, and it should be celebrated and appreciated, and it is a little bit of a warning shot to the rest of the league, as was the Boston game, that the Warriors, even shorthanded at Chase Center, can cobble it together and win gritty, right? And I think that's a positive thing. It really doesn't matter, though. So I set that aside and then say it really doesn't matter, though, in the grand scheme of things, if they can't win 5 or 6 of these next 7, because it's still going to be an uphill climb later on down the line. And I also am still reluctant to say, maybe this is a pivot point for the young guys. Maybe it is, to where they become regularly playable in a playoff rotation down the line. Like, maybe that's something that's still attainable. We'll see. I still tend to lean probably not, because this is really the first game all season where all 3 of them have played well and impacted winning against not only a good team, but a team that's among the top, let's say, 5 or 6 in the NBA.
I think one of the biggest takeaways, and this is not the takeaway I thought I'd have after, watching this game or going into watching this game, is that secondary, or I would say at this right now he's secondary because Steph's out, but Ty Jerome early in the season, he caught a lot of flack from myself. He caught a lot of flack from a lot of people. First of all, I'm thinking, well, I haven't seen this kid since Virginia, it felt like. I
don't like to do the pat on the back thing, but I was one of the few people that liked that signing. Okay. I took a lot of heat from that. I'm going to leave that there. I didn't mean to interrupt you to I didn't mean to interrupt you to do that.
You got to take your W's.
That's not my, but a lot of people were like, why Ty Jerome? It's like, I actually kind of like Ty Jerome when he played for OKC. And I know it's different, obviously, environment there, but there were some games even against the Warriors where he knocked down some shots. And I'm like, oh, he's got a little handle. He's not a great player, but he's got a little handle and can knock down some shots.
Right.
I thought with the Warriors, that could be pretty useful. And he's also, just from listening to him in the post-game press conference, he's got a little edge to him too. Mm-hmm. Like, he's a little bit of a, laser focus kind of, like, not a lot of fluff to him, not a lot of joking around to him, which I think plays well with the rest of this Warriors team.
No, and I think that there's something to be said about having two-way guys on the team. One of my favorite shows that I'm watching right now on Netflix is Last Chance U, right? And I wouldn't say Ty Jerome is in a Last Chance U situation, but he's not a lottery pick, right? He doesn't know how many more chances he's going to get in this league, and I think that does add a level, I would say a GP2-esque level of urgency to his play.
He's kind of a poor man's DiVincenzo. Not as good defensively, but like similar. Like he went to Virginia, DiVincenzo to Villanova.
Right.
Like they're played a lot in college, helped teams win.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, there's some similarities there.
No, and I think that offensively, you're never going to want, you're never going to necessarily want Ty Jerome to fill it up. But I think early on in the season, it was pass the ball around because I know I'm just Ty Jerome and I don't necessarily want to shoot. Now I have the ball with 4 seconds left, so now I'm going to jack up a 3 and maybe it goes in, maybe it doesn't. What we saw last night because of Steph being out and then Jordan Poole. I think Ty Jerome actually went off before Jordan Poole was ejected. But to see Ty Jerome, hey, if you got lanes and you can get to that floater and you can get to the cup, nobody has you right now circled on their scouting report. So but we believe, and they were saying it on the broadcast, that this kid can score the basketball. The issue has been, his ability to defend at times.
Exactly.
So look, if they're gonna cheat off you and make you be the one to beat them, yeah, other teams are gonna live with, all right, well, we shut down Steph and Jordan Poole, but by golly, that Ty Jerome really got us, right? So other teams are gonna live with that. But if you can sneak out 10 here, 10 there from the bench, that can open up some things, as kind of crazy as it sounds.
Yeah, and last night they did it, and there's been a lot of games where they've been looking for those points and haven't been able to find them, no matter who's been on the floor as well. And yet, I mean, look, Ty Jerome helped them a lot last night.
Mm-hmm.
I think over and here it is. It pops in. I couldn't remember the player's name, and the text, although it was about a different player that just popped up, it reminded me of people freaked out when Quindary Weatherspoon was cut.
That's right.
And Ty Jerome was signed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, freaked out. Like, that was like the most egregious, appalling back end of a roster cut and addition in the history of the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And it really wasn't. Like, Ty Jerome was a better fit, and they wanted a ball handler. Like, they basically viewed Ty Jerome, and I actually jokingly, as I was saying, hey, I kind of like the Ty Jerome move. I also jokingly said, and I was wrong about this, it really hasn't taken on that level, but I thought he was going to be the Chiozza. Like, I thought he was going to be the guy that, like, wasn't really that terrible, but but a lot of the fan base really fixated on and hated.
So you like the Ty Jerome signing, but you didn't.
I knew people were going to hate it. I knew Warrior fans were going to hate it.
Chiozza was probably better. So you're saying
I think Jerome's better than Chiozza, actually.
Right. But how the fans viewed Chiozza.
They were going to view Ty Jerome like Chiozza, but I think Ty Jerome's actually had a little more success early to where it's calmed down a little
way
bit.
more.
But we already have a text, and we don't need to get down this rabbit hole, but the 408 and the Xfinity Mobile text line, Ty Jerome is taking up Rollins' minutes. Ryan Rollins can't play right now.
No, let me ask you, 408. How much have you seen Ryan Rollins play? I'm just asking because I haven't seen him play that much.
We got a lot of Ty Jerome's taking Moody's minutes. Well, they're not the same. Like, one's a ball handler and one's not.
Right.
I'm
just curious.
Wiseman should be playing. Ty Jerome can play, but Wiseman can't. It's like, well, they're not. It's not apples to apples.
And I just do this thing, and I know we're the flagship, but I just do this thing where ultimately I trust.
We're good.
I trust Steve Kerr, and I trust these guys that get paid a lot of money that they know basketball better than me. So if Steve Kerr thinks that Ty Jerome is the guy right now instead of Ryan Rollins, I'm going to trust whatever time champion Steve Kerr, right? 8,000 time champion Steve Kerr, that he knows basketball better than me.
Not even a debate.
You
don't even have to say that. Like, you really don't. I appreciate you for saying it. Mm-hmm. You're a good guy. You're trying to acknowledge all ends of this thing, but you don't have to say it. Like, you don't even have to acknowledge.
I just want to know.
Ty Jerome playing over Ryan Rollins. Like, we can have a conversation about Moody and this and that, and that's fine, but not Ryan Rollins. Not year one. No question. 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles here on a holiday Monday on 95.7 The Game, as we're going to be with you until 6 o'clock, as we do have Michael Irvin that's going to join us coming up at 5, as he does each and every week in this time slot, as we sit in for Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. I want to get back to the Dylan Brooks. We were talking about the rivalry component, because that was full display last night. We played the Klay Thompson audio of his interview last night postgame. Here is Dylan Brooks on the Klay Thompson taunt, and it's only a quote because I don't think they had cameras in the locker room last night on the Grizzlies side of it. But here's the quote. The refs, Dylan Brooks on the taunt from Klay Thompson, quote, "Refs let that happen. He was doing it all game. Then they want to catch the bad guy. That's whack to me. Bleeping up calls and putting the wrong guys at the free throw line. It was a circus. Should have had different refs." So that's one where you're going to get the fine.
You're definitely going to get fined.
Obviously, which hasn't popped up today, but today is a holiday. So probably pop up tomorrow.
Yeah, enjoy
league
that.
Office closed today, so expect that at about, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
But what is he even talking about in terms of want to blame it on the bad guy? There were plenty of texts to go around. And I believe most of them were from the Warriors. So I just don't know what he's talking about.
Talking about in terms of what?
The refs want to blame, basically he's saying, I have this narrative as the bad guy, so I got blamed. Yeah. But what did you get blamed for?
I think foul calls in games, in the game is probably what he was talking about. Jaren Jackson.
Texts matter more.
They were whining. Yeah, the Warriors did get all of the texts last night.
Texts. You're getting the ball back. And how many what was it, the end of the first half when there was the tech and then I believe it was Clay fouled the 3-point shooter, right? And they got 4 free throws in a row. Tyus Jones, 4 free throws in a row. There was the tech.
Yeah, and 3 found the foul. It was a foul.
It was a foul. But I'm saying you guys are getting up so many opportunities. I don't know. They just lost.
I thought it was a horribly officiated game last night. There was a point where I put in my notes, I think late second quarter, I said the Warriors have actually gotten a pretty good whistle in this game, but they don't think they're getting a good whistle in this game. And look, the post-game comments tell you all you need to know. Like neither team thought. Like if we were doing the show in Memphis right now, we're probably talking about how the Grizzlies got hosed on a bunch of calls and it favored the Warrior, the championship, team Warriors. So that tells you that it was a horribly officiated game both ways. Now the techs, I thought it was interesting. It seemed like the Grizzlies were directing their aggression toward the Warriors players. The Warriors were directing their aggression or frustration sometimes toward the officials more than the Grizzlies players. Although Draymond and Clay were talking all game. They were in everybody's face all game. I mean, Draymond was over Ja when Ja was on the ground barking at him. I was a little surprised that didn't draw something.
Did Draymond have a tech in that game?
Draymond, I have the box score here. Yes, he did.
I mean,
308 in the first.
Yes.
It was Draymond, Poole, Kerr, Kuminga, and then Poole again got ejected with 9:20 to go in the fourth, and then Klay Thompson for the taunt, which, I mean,
he earned it.
He did earn it.
If you're gonna get one, earn it. I think
did he he stuck his tongue out, right?
Who?
Clay. Did he stick his tongue out?
Well, maybe Clay did not.
Too. Okay. Well, I saw it was a grainy video, and obviously being at the game, you'd always get all angles, and so I didn't want to bring it. But I meant to do a little research on it. I never got around to it. Clay did not stick his tongue out at Dillon Brooks when Dillon Brooks was on the ground. Clay. No, when Clay stood over him and got the tech.
I've only seen the angle of Clay's back.
Okay.
With Clay chirping
I
as
thought
he's
stuck
sliding.
his tongue out at him. Like
he could have. I don't know. I have not seen.
I mean,
that
obviously
angle
the rest of it everybody saw, but I thought he actually stuck his tongue out.
Well, Draymond stuck his tongue at him later, and I think
and like I said, maybe not there, but I thought there was one photo where it looked like Clay stuck his tongue out.
It's very possible,
but it was grainy and it was zoomed.
Yeah, it's very possible. I think if you're a ref, that is one thing because like we talked about. The Warriors play the Grizzlies. What is it? What did I say? 4 more times?
3 more times.
3 more times.
You play them 4 times.
One more at Chase Center than 2 in Memphis. And I almost, dare I say, JD, feel bad for the refs because I don't know how you're going. This thing is just, we love it, but it's got to be pretty darn hard to officiate. And we talked about in the pre-show how Draymond did a lot. Draymond did a lot in terms of, it was a quick one at Ja on the ground, but there was that whole back and forth with Draymond, and he yelled some words that you probably shouldn't yell at Dillon Brooks. Dillon Brooks told him to watch his mouth. Draymond says it back, and we're watching this on TV. And at that point,
there was at one point Dillon Brooks said, "Say that to my face."
He said, He had,
I caught that on the board when they needed to be separated, and Draymond was, and like Dillon Brooks turned, he said, "Say that to my face."
Right. I think, Draymond said something pretty gnarly.
That's that situation.
He said something pretty gnarly, and there was no tech there, and they're at the free throw line, so it's quiet enough. Everybody heard. So the refs, I felt like some techs got given away because the refs didn't want the refs didn't want to be the main story, but this thing could have got out of hand. So you don't give Draymond a tech for yelling at Ja as he's on the ground and then yelling, going back and forth with Dillon Brooks when everybody can hear what they're saying. But then Kuminga gets a tech for kind of just say, ooh, and then I think he might have clapped, and he got a tech for that. And I just think that was just the classic.
He ran down to the other end, right?
No, Kuminga did not run.
Okay.
Ja ran down to the end on one, and he didn't get a tech.
I thought the Kuminga one was weak. We had a text that I thought the Kuminga call was weak. I think you could make the case the Jordan Poole call as a second tech was weak.
Yes.
But I also think Jordan Poole's got a rep.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Poole's got a rep. With the fair, unfair, Jordan Poole's got a rep among the refs as being whiny. Like that's like just flat out. And, and like there are some.
If he's got a rep, then what the heck does Luka Doncic have?
I think he has one too. I'll bet Luka's among the league leaders in techs.
Right.
I would bet. I haven't looked at it recently, but I would bet that Luka Doncic is among the league leaders in technical fouls.
I just think everybody chirps. I don't think Jordan Poole chirps more than.
Yeah, and I think at some point, if you're a loud chirper, like Draymond would be a loud chirper.
Yes.
It's not really a chirp, I guess, if it's loud.
Mm-hmm.
But Draymond, so I think at some point, Poole is one of those guys that I think might, because he's quieter about it, we don't always notice it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he sneaky is complaining a lot more than meets the eye.
I could see that,
and to the point where he's already on officials' last nerve,
and now
and then it's like because it's constant, and again we don't see it, and it's never like him flipping out and waving his arms and getting in somebody's face, but it's always the every play.
Well, and he's getting those discontinued dribbles. Was there one of those called last night?
They did call one against him last night, and
but not Ja Morant.
There was not one called against Ja Morant last night, I don't believe.
I'm just saying it's unreal. Look, the 925 is confirming a couple on the Xfinity mobile text line confirming that Clay did stick his tongue out. I gotta find that angle of the video or that angle of the picture.
Yeah, it was a still photo that I saw last night. It was on Twitter, and I thought on the initial replay maybe that he did, but it wasn't a great angle. And then I saw the picture, and I thought, wow. That's almost like I might get up and we might need to come to blows.
It's all I get. Look, man, and look, it's all in good fun for now. Clay's just saying it's good old fashioned. I like it. I think the Grizzlies like it as well. We're getting some text, JD, from the 510 and from the 408 as well. When we were talking about Ryan Rollins, not to go down that path, but they are saying that, the kids are building some chemistry in Santa Cruz. I think that's cool.
Again, that's part of my frustration with the conversation about the young players. The fact that Ryan Rollins may go on to be a really good NBA player, but that's not 2023. That might be 2025, might be 2027. Like 2027, Ryan Rollins might be a backup point guard that's in everybody. He might be a 10-year player in the league when it's all said. I don't know. Nobody knows. But to say that he should be playing right now ahead of this guy or that guy and it's about player development, I mean, part of the reason the Warriors' record is bad is because their young players have been unable to contribute at a high enough level, and that's been the lottery picks. Forget about a second-round guard at this point. And again, I'm sure he's got a better chance being drafted by the Warriors, I think, than being drafted by somebody else in that vein to go down and get his seasoning. And so I'm not, this happens with the lottery guys all the time, where it's like you make a comment about whether you think they can contribute now, and people take that as if it's an indictment of their entire career. No, I think Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, all three of them, I'm not writing off their career. I just think it's more likely than not that they're not going to be major contributors even this year based on what we've seen, and especially come playoff time.
Yeah, it's a timing thing. And look, when it comes to Ty Jerome, we're acting like he's this elder statesman. He's 25. I'm not saying he's going to, become some all-star point guard moving forward, but let's not act like he can't improve either. So I think that is a version of the future too. What if you have found some type of diamond in the rough, right? It might not be a diamond, maybe a ruby, something like that. So I understand where people are coming from, but I just think, okay, if you want to talk about Moody being a lottery pick, cool. But to go to Ryan Rollins and try to, talk about him right now, like we're not talking about in the future, when Ty Jerome is only 25 himself and he can do some things and he's shown he can do some things in this league, just might be a little bit premature. We're getting helped out here. The NBA Tech foul leaders right now, JD. Kevin Durant with 11, Draymond Green with 10, Dylan Brooks with 9, Luka with 8, and Jordan Poole with 8.
There you go. Yeah, Jordan Poole sneaky in there.
So now I feel better. As long as Luka's in there.
Luka's always near the top.
Yeah.
I think he had 15 or 16. There was a year where he had to miss a game, I think, at the end.
Yeah.
Right before the playoffs.
Kevin Durant kind of surprised me with 11.
No, Kevin Durant's always talking.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant he's got a temper. Like Durant has a temper, and he's always talking. Like Durant's one of those guys that's always talking on the floor. Some of it's good-natured, some of it's not, but he is always talking on the floor.
Yeah.
So yeah, that one doesn't surprise me. 888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles in for Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. More phone calls, more texts. We'll switch gears. We'll talk some 49ers. Another big win. Man, they are rolling right now with 2 games to go. 11-4. They've won 8 in a row. And we'll get into the Niners conversation. And yeah, Brock Purdy at Chase last night, sitting with Deebo Samuel and Joe Lacob and all of that. We'll get into the 49ers coming back here, as this segment has been sponsored by the Department of Healthcare Services and calhope.org.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,748 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Wireless headphones. That'll be $200.
I'll use my Capital One Quicksilver card.
Now that's a hit. You used the Capital One Quicksilver card, which makes you the hero of every purchase. With Quicksilver, you earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase everywhere.
I wanted running music, but unlimited 1.5% cash back is pretty heroic.
Good instincts. Every hero needs a theme song. the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, back with you here, John Dickinson and Alan Stiles, in for Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. That is the phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text. One final note here as far as the Warriors go. We'll get back into some Warriors later, but going to switch gears and talk some 49ers as they were able to win over the Commanders at Levi's on Saturday. 510 on the Xfinity Mobile text line. LeBron cries a lot as well, and the NBA wouldn't have kicked him or Luka out of a game on Christmas Day. My response to that is, yeah. So, Jordan Poole's not LeBron or Luka. Them's the rules.
That's just the way it goes. And we already talked about this. I mean, look, even Draymond. The stuff Draymond was doing, he could have easily gotten 2 taps.
Yeah, he has raised his bar over the years so much that his low end is probably higher than Jordan Poole's high end.
Exactly.
But exactly, I think the officials have been told, because maybe there's been a few quick trigger ejections on Draymond's account over the years. I think the officials at some point were told to tone it down a little bit on Draymond. So we'll see. But I do think Poole is a constant chirper, and so he low-key annoys the officials more than a lot of guys do, because it's all the time, and even though it doesn't necessarily get seen like some of the others do.
Yeah, he definitely has a slick mouth, because Damian Lillard was on the Draymond Green podcast, I think it was a couple of years ago, and he talked about how Jordan Poole wasn't even balling at that time, and Jordan Poole, Damian Lillard said, was talking to him completely crazy, as if he was already that guy. So I think Jordan Poole is probably saying some things, to your point. It might not be as demonstrative as Draymond Green, but he's saying some things that you probably shouldn't say to the refs.
No, I think that's, probably accurate there. 49ers win over the Commanders, 37-20 on Saturday. 8th consecutive win for the Niners. They are 11-4. The Vikings continue to have heroics at home, so they maintain the 2 seed for now, although that still can flip with a Vikings loss. Vikings are playing the Packers coming up. 49ers are going to play the Raiders in Vegas on New Year's Day Sunday. But another quality effort from Brock Purdy in this game for the 49ers. George Kittle is rolling. Purdy 2 touchdowns and an interception that wasn't his fault in this one, off the hands of Juwan Jennings. But 15 of 22, 234, and a touchdown and interception for Brock Purdy. The defense with some big 4th down stops to help flip the game. And then once the Niners get ahead, they're able to really pin their ears back and get after the quarterback. And Bosa takes it over, and then the turnovers start coming, and it wound up being a blowout win.
Yeah, and look, we knew the Commanders. It's weird because I wouldn't necessarily say that they're one-dimensional, but they
got some talented skill players.
They're not one-dimensional, but they need that one dimension to start rolling before they can get into the other dimensions. So you couldn't really get the running game. They tried their darndest to get the running game going. Niners, number 1 against the run, so that wasn't happening. They tried to take some shots down the field. It wasn't, until Charvarius Ward was out for a little bit that we even saw Terry McLaurin show up for a little bit. So I just think that the Niners knew what the Commanders wanted to do. They shut that down. The Commanders, even getting 20 on the Niners is pretty impressive at this point. Some of that, or some of those points due to that interception that went off of Juwan Jennings' hands. Great solid win for the for the Niners, I felt that once the game started, because the Commanders could have really used that win, and the Niners already clinched the NFC West, even though they already clinched it. That Raiders game, a lot of people have been talking about it. It's on New Year's. I thought this could be a pseudo trap game because I think a lot of people said, hey, Raiders game could be a trap game. So I thought that was actually starting to grow a little bit into an actual, barn burner before the Raiders blew it again this past weekend. The Raiders had an outside chance to get into the playoffs. So I thought, okay, maybe the Commanders, they could slide in a hungry team and try to do to the Niners what they did to the Eagles when they gave the Eagles that first loss before the Eagles just lost to the Cowboys. But ultimately, the Niners defense, this was the closest thing we saw them to bend, don't break, because really they just haven't bent at all these last couple weeks. But the Commanders just didn't have enough juice.
No, I think this was probably the best opponent the 49ers have played in a while. I mean, if you go back.
Well, what are we doing with the Dolphins?
Yeah, I mean, the Dolphins. The Dolphins, I think, are better than Washington, I guess.
Yeah, you have to.
They look like they're flailing, but but I think as far as style of play, defense, run game, they were number one in time of possession. Mm-hmm. Washington was coming in. The Niners are 2. They were dominating time of possession. It was 7-7, and really, it was an opportunistic kind of a game for the 49ers. They go down, get stopped at the goal line. Washington goes down, and the 49ers stuff them at the 1. First turning point of the game is basically the stop and then the big run for Ray McCloud. The Niners stop them after a long drive. They had Washington with a 17-play, 84-yard drive. They took 11 minutes off the clock. They get stuffed at the 1, and then the 49ers go 99 yards with McCloud doing, 75 of that on the big run, the Debo play that Ray McCloud takes to the house. And at that point, it's 7-0, and then the 49ers playing from a position of advantage. But, the bobbled interception hurt. Washington kept coming in that first half, frankly, and tied it up at 7. And when it's 7-7 at halftime, you're thinking, hey, this thing's hanging in the balance. If Washington had been able to punch it in a little bit earlier, then we got to see Brock Purdy play from behind, really, for the first time.
Yeah,
against a good defense, and in particular a good defensive line. But it never quite got to that point. The Niners able to open the second half with a big time drive. There's a play where Kittle and Ray McCloud are both open, and Purdy drives that throw and hits him, and a great throw. And at that point, it's 14-7, and then Ron Rivera goes for it on his own 34, a couple of possessions after that, and that's pretty much night. They find Kittle again off of that short field touchdown, and then it turns into 21-7, and at that point it's kind of an uphill climb for Washington with as good as the Niners defense are. So great win, very well played game. Top to bottom.
Yeah, all around, there again, no complaints. As you see all these other teams, even the good teams, JD, just struggling every week. And we'll get into this with Michael Irvin when he comes on later as well. The Niners just really haven't seemed to have that issue, right? They don't struggle. They have not struggled during this whole stretch. I mean, Washington's coming in as the 4th-ranked defense. You put up 37, nearly 40 points on the 4th-ranked defense, and you can make the argument, it got to a point later in the game where I wouldn't say Kyle Shanahan kind of called the dogs off, but you didn't necessarily need to keep putting the pedal to the metal.
Well, they had some red zone issues. I mean, having to kick the field goals that they had to kick, I think were problematic. I mean, once it got to 21-14, having to kick 3 field goals, that, and maybe a little conservative there, but they had chances to really end that game and turn it into a blowout a lot faster than they did, and were unable to do it. So the red zone hasn't been an issue, but it was in that game.
Well, they haven't really been in there because they've been getting these big plays.
Some of that game Saturday too was the points, the 37 as it ended up is some of that was pylon points, right? You get ahead and then there's a turnover and then short fields and then you're piling on there. So I don't think it was all like, they lit them up for 37.
But towards the end, when they could have kicked that field goal and made it 2 possessions, a 2-possession ball game with, 2-3 minutes left, something like that. Not only does Kyle Shanahan go for it, I believe it was 4th and 3.
Yeah.
They go for it and they throw the football, that he threw the football.
I think that at that point it feels like a freebie almost because you are up 2 scores. You kick it, you go up where 2 touchdowns would beat you because you're up 13. But at that point, it's like, why not go for it? Because they're going to be pinned up deep anyway. The 49ers defensive line at that point is dominating the game. And, you got to get 2 scores. It's 2 scores.
I'm going to go
You're
there,
feeling okay,
JD.
but you have a chance to end it if you score the touchdown.
But I'm going to go there.
To me, that's an easier call to go for it.
I'm going to go there. I don't know, and I don't even want to, but I feel like I don't have a choice. I don't know if that play gets called with Jimmy.
I don't know. Maybe not.
I'm just saying, I do think you can say that, it was an easier call to make, but I do think it also goes to the fact that Kyle Shanahan trusts Brock Purdy. That's all I'm saying. This is no slight on Jimmy. I'm just saying it's more about Kyle Shanahan trusting Brock Purdy.
I think the thing that's happened with the 49ers since Brock Purdy took over and is, to me, the biggest difference, and this is a credit to Purdy, it's a credit to the 49ers for developing Purdy. The biggest difference in Purdy taking over from Garoppolo is the plays that are schemed up to be open, to go for big plays, explosives, touchdowns, have been hit.
Right.
Have been hit. And we don't know if that's Purdy scanning and going to different options, or if it's just Kyle saying, hey, we're going to run this play. Kittle's going to be open. Hit him. It's going to be open. Maybe you look it off and come back, whatever it is. He's going to be open, and if we block it right, it's going to the house.
Yeah.
And he's able to hit. Those are the plays where it doesn't always seem, even maybe when Shanahan's telling Jimmy it's there, that it's a little frenetic. And Garoppolo's a little bit off. The timing's a little bit off. The throw's a little bit off. Whatever it is, to where those are either misses or they don't go for touchdowns that ultimately lead to field goals later on. And so while the red zone issues popped up, I still think, deep shot called up for Ray McLeod, and Kittle's so open that he ends up stealing it away from Ray in the end zone, right? The play to Kittle where it's catch and run, he's got a blocker in front of him, come back to the middle, that's a touchdown. Those plays are being hit, and those plays were not being hit. And I think this goes to a lot of the frustration for 49er fans with Garoppolo was always, even more than the oh no throw, was the plays that were clearly missed in games that could have been big plays. That hasn't happened with Brock Purdy.
No. But I also think that on top of that, Brock Purdy's ability to, I call him slippery. His ability to extend the play, to get away, to evade the pass rush has also allowed for Kyle Shanahan to draw up these plays that take a little bit longer to develop. Jimmy, you didn't have time for some of these routes to even be run. So I think that's part of it as well.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles here on 95.7 The Game. We're with you until 6 as we're in for Damon and Ratto today. Michael Irvin is going to join us, the playmaker, coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on everything going on with the Niners and everything going on league-wide as it pertains to the 49ers as they gear up for the Raiders on Sunday. Outside chance, I know I was reading a report from, I think, the Las Vegas Review-Journal, outside chance that the Raiders at least will consider maybe not playing Derek Carr in the final 2 games. Although I was looking at the Raiders had not, they're not mathematically eliminated as of yet, right? But there are things that could happen.
Yeah.
They're not making the playoffs, but they're not technically mathematically eliminated yet.
Sure.
You a Raiders guy?
I am a Raiders guy.
I didn't know that. I wasn't coming down your road. I could tell by the way you reacted.
I'm just, I'm calling it over. It's just better.
It's over, but a lot of times until it's mathematically over, you wouldn't make a change like that to a guy that's been your quarterback for almost a decade. That's all I was saying.
Well, it looks like Lee wants to talk about it.
You want to take Lee?
Yeah. Lee, what you got for us?
All right, Lee. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, fellas. First of all, thanks for taking my call. And I want to say that, there's still a lot of Raiders fans in the Bay Area. But what I really want to call about is Derek check engine light cost. And why do I call him that is because, when you got a vehicle that you drive, the check engine light come on. Oh, man, the check engine light is on. Now, the car take you locally. It can take you to the store, whatever, but you're not going to drive it down Highway 5 going to L.A. because it's going to break down. And that's what Derek Carr is. Man, the dude constantly makes dumb mistakes over and over again. And I'll give you one prime example, which just frustrates Raider fans from here to eternity. When they were in Oakland, they had a 4th down and goal on the 3-yard line with no last play of the game. You either score or you lose. You get pressure on him. He throws it away. He didn't even throw it into the end zone. He threw it out of bounds. Man, kick the ball, punt it, throw a holy roller, do something. He threw it away. That's Derek Carr in a nutshell, man. And Bill Walsh said it best. He's just good enough to get you beat.
Wow.
All right, thanks for the call.
Oh, we got rid of. I was going to ask Lee, would you trade Derek Carr for Brock Purdy?
Look, at this point, I mean, you're riding Purdy till the end. And we don't ultimately know. I know there is some news coming out of the 49ers conference call today as far as, I guess, Jimmy Garoppolo got his cast off.
Mm-hmm.
Or the boot, I guess it was. I should clarify that. I would just happen to be scanning it here as we were talking, and he is going through that conference call that began at 3:30. So I'll get that for you. But yeah, he got out of the boot, right? Sterling, can we confirm that?
Is it time to have that conversation?
What?
If Jimmy's ready at any point?
No, it's Purdy all the way at this point.
What if Jimmy was ready?
I guess. The report was from the 49er team reporter, Lindsey Polaris. Kyle Shanahan said Jimmy Garoppolo got his cast off, but no further updates. I wasn't sure he was in a cast. I thought it was anyway, but whatever. We digress on that. We'll get more information on it and pass it along. But no, what if Garoppolo was healthy right now? No, they'd be riding with Purdy.
You would ride with Purdy as well?
Right now, yeah. There hasn't been anything like why. I mean, there hasn't. He's playing well. They're winning.
Yeah.
Like it's all of the same. It's the same debate that we'd be having. Let's say if Trey Lance were ready.
Mm-hmm.
For me, now I know other people may disagree on that, but like if Garoppolo was playing and they were winning, let's say Garoppolo was playing and they had won 8 in a row, okay, and maybe not as well as Purdy is with all the touchdowns and whatever, but they were still winning and he was still playing well for him, and Trey Lance was healthy.
Okay.
You'd be rolling with Garoppolo in my mind at that point. Well,
but I hear you, but that was such a more unique situation, if you will, because everybody knew at that point in time Jimmy was better than Trey to start this season. But the hope was that Trey would, be considered as better than Jimmy at the end of the season. So that would be a different situation than Brock Purdy, because unless we just think at this point Brock Purdy's already better than Jimmy. Is this a hot hand conversation, or is this I think Brock Purdy's better than Jimmy conversation?
I think it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be honest, it's just so it can be a hot hand conversation. I think it can be either way you want to put it, to be perfectly honest. I mean, to me, it's just you're winning with Purdy, and the offense is running more efficiently with Purdy, and like you're riding that out. Now, if he had 2 bad games, let's say, in the final 2 games, and then then maybe it's a different conversation. If he has a bad playoff game and you eke one out, and then Garoppolo's healthy week 2 of the playoffs, let's say, well, then maybe we're having a conversation about it. But right now, to me, there's no debate. And yes, just confirming with other reporters, yes, it was a cast for Garoppolo. No further update from Kyle Shanahan, but he did get his cast off. Also a chance Deebo Samuel returns to practice this week. So how you feeling about that one as far as Deebo goes? You bringing him back right now, or you being a little cautious? I'd be cautious with Deebo. I would not play Deebo the rest of the regular season. Yeah, regular season.
I can see that. And
it's a good sign if he can come back to practice this week.
Right.
For okay, great. Then that means in 2 weeks when you're playing a playoff game, he's ready to roll.
If you're Kyle Shanahan, you have to look yourself in the mirror and think to yourself, okay, do I trust myself to put Deebo on some type of pitch count? because Kyle Shanahan, once something gets rolling, he can't stop. He's like the Pringles. Once you pop, the fun don't stop. Once he starts using Debo, he will not stop using Debo. And I thought that this was growth for Kyle Shanahan this past weekend against the Commanders, because Christian McCaffrey had 26 carries in Seattle. He had 15 against the Commanders, and I thought that was awesome. I thought that was great. We'd been talking about, okay, Elijah Mitchell's already out. Now you lose Debo. What are you going to do now? Run Christian McCaffrey into the ground? And what do we see in Seattle? 26 carries, a couple receptions. Yeah. That's too much. But
that's also a game you had to win for the division. Like I felt like that game was the equivalent of bringing your closer in the 8th inning with nobody out.
Right.
Like we're just, you know what? Forget it. 4 outs, 5 outs. Like he is the most trustable ball handler I have on the team.
Yeah.
This is why we got him to end Seattle right now with 3 weeks to go.
No, it's a good call. It's a good call. And now moving forward against the Commanders, Christian McCaffrey, 15 carries, right? And Ty Davis-Price with Jordan Mason having that, a hamstring injury. Ty Davis-Price, 9 carries, only 30 yards, only averaged 3.3 yards per carry. But just seeing him, we really hadn't seen him too much. I thought he looked like he could definitely spell McCaffrey, and you're going to get Elijah Mitchell back at some point. So I think that was good to see from the running back area. And obviously, Jordan Mason has done some things. We hope that injury doesn't persist. So if you're going to play Debo, it's got to be a version of what you're doing with Christian McCaffrey. You can't get Debo happy, Kyle Shanahan. You just can't do it. If you don't trust yourself to not get Debo happy, then don't play him. Well, but then you got to tell Debo, hey, we're not playing you.
That's the beauty of where the 49ers are right now, is they're going to get Debo Samuel back. They're probably going to get Elijah Mitchell back at some point as well. And they just have all of these different – now the quarterback's playing better than the quarterback position has played at any point this year. So you're feeling great about your quarterback. You're feeling great about McCaffrey at this point. Mitchell at some point's coming back. You've got Debo. Kittle's been unlocked. Juwan Jennings is a third down conversion master at this point. The only guy that feels like he's not as much a part of it is Brandon Ayuk, but we'll see. I mean, he still catches big touchdowns when everybody falls asleep on him. So I think that he may not be happy with that from a personal standpoint right now, but he's still helping the team win in a big time way by being a threat. And so it's all clicking. And I mean, Nick Bosa looks like he's going to be the defensive player of the year. And the defense continues on its worst days to be opportunistic and come up with the big play. Even when they are able to allow teams to move the football, they're coming up with a big 4th down stop. They're coming up with the pile-on turnovers once you get a team down. I mean, that's all huge. Feels a lot like, frankly, the 2019 defense, where they were the plays that they did make and the turnovers that they did get were at huge times, in addition to the general dominance. One quick note on Elijah Mitchell. Could start to practice toward the end of the week. I guess Friday, based on the calendar, is the first day they could open up his practice window. So he would not play this week, but he could play in week 18. So he could get back at practice this week, if not this week, next week for sure.
And I'll say this. I will be very happy when Elijah Mitchell returns. But, JD, it is nice to see, and I know Jordan Mason having injury issues too, but it is nice to see what Jordan Mason can do. It is nice to see what Ty Davis-Price can do, because when the Niners decided to move on from Jeff Wilson Jr., those of us that were worried about that move, it was simply because it was less about McCaffrey and simply because Elijah Mitchell is a guy who's had some trouble staying on the field. So at least if something like this happens again, which, if I'm being honest, it has happened fairly often in the past. You have guys that don't seem to be Trent Richardson when looking, trying to see holes and things like that, in Jordan Mason and Ty Davis-Price that can at least spell McCaffrey at the very least. So positive stuff.
415 Xfinity Mobile text line. Styles, I would not trade Brock Purdy for 2 first-rounders right now.
All right. Okay.
Well, if you did that, you'd have to figure out who your quarterback's going to be next year.
Exactly.
Because, Jimmy's a free agent, and who knows about Trey at this point, whether he'll be healthy or whatever. I mean, this thing is headed. I mean, again, the playoffs do matter. How it ends matters.
Yes, and that's why it's hard to have this conversation. The future conversation, very tough to have.
Yeah, right no, I mean, I think, and look, the other part of this is, while it's fun maybe to talk about or throw out there, I mean, Garoppolo is not going to be, in all likelihood, he's not going to be fully healthy. Even if he's capable of playing, he's not going to be fully healthy. So at that point, it's, do you want a 70% Garoppolo over a 100% Purdy? And again, I mean, the answer to that is no.
No.
Like, you know, if it was 100 versus 100, but even if it was 100 versus 100 right now, to me, you're riding the hot hand at a minimum, and he may very well be better. He has been better to this point in the 4 games. He has been better, right?
Better.
Yeah, Miami, Tampa, Seattle. Yeah, 4 games.
better and healthier. Better and healthier. Yeah, 415, to that point about trading the 2 first-rounders. I asked, would you trade, because that was when we were talking to our Raider buddy on the phone. I asked, would you trade Derek Carr for Brock Purdy? That's what I asked.
No, not right now. You know what you have. I mean, You know what you have in Purdy right now. You don't. I mean, Derek Carr's had a down year. He's had some good years, but I mean, right? It's like the Garoppolo debate about Derek Carr. There was always the Garoppolo Carr debate, right? And one year Garoppolo was better, the next year Carr was better, the next year Garoppolo was better, the next year Carr was better, the next year Garoppolo was better. Like,
but the problem
you
with
can go back and forth into oblivion. And this year Garoppolo would have been better, right? Last year Carr would have been better.
But no,
right?
We're up against it, but I'm going to say it, and then you're going to have to drop to it, JD, and someone's going to get mad at me, but I still think you can't do that because I don't know what Derek Carr does. Derek Carr's never had a top 5 defense. Derek Carr's never had, I mean, he's got weapons this year who half of them weren't on the field. I know we're up against it, but I don't know if that's fair, JD.
All right.
I don't know if that's fair.
Look, there's been I think Derek Carr over his career has been a better quarterback than
Jimmy Garoppolo would not have gotten to the playoffs last season with that Raiders team. No way.
No, I would say probably not. Probably not. All right. 2 hours down. We got 2 hours to come. The 95.7 The Game merch store is live. Renelle and Hercules, she ordered a DPOY sweatshirt today. You can get yours. 957thegameshop.com.
I'm Chris Walls, and I'm a truck driver from Missouri. For 13 hours a night, I sit in my truck and I drive. Out of boredom, I'll stop and eat. If I'm not doing fast food, I guarantee there's a bag of chips open on my dashboard. Along with that, I'm good for about 4 liters of soda a night. That was all until Andro 400. I started out 4 months ago weighing 341 pounds, and since taking Andro 400, I have dropped 45 pounds. I'm sleeping better. There's no cravings. My knee pain went away. I've had some lower back issues, and I've noticed that went away, and I can only contribute that to Andro 400. One thing that Andro 400 said on the radio ad says it attacks belly fat. Well, let me tell you, it did. I've lost 6 inches. This product really does work.
So guys, if you'd like to experience similar results, then get Andro 400, the safe, natural, and inexpensive way to boost your testosterone. Go to andro400.com or call 888-400-0435. 888-400-0435.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. Hurry to get a maximum 2022 tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
From all your friends at Dolan's, have a safe and happy holiday season.
Norman, we need to pause this surgery.
What, doctor?
Well, we need to hurry to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. New Xfinity customers can get 75 megabit internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, when you add 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile, you get $500 back for a limited time.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale now through January 10th. Go to Xfinity.com/Hello2023 to learn more. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After term, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required for Xfinity Mobile.
Jumpstart your savings with Commonwealth Central Credit Union. We'll even help you get started by giving you $200 when you open our high-yield GTKY savings account. Whether you want to build emergency savings save for a big purchase, or put money aside for a special event, we're here to help you reach your financial goals. Jumpstart your savings with $200 from Commonwealth. Visit wealthcu.org and enter promo code JUMPSTART. Federally insured by NCUA. Certain restrictions apply. Visit website for complete details.
Are you dreaming of an adventure? Ready for a getaway? Celebrate the season with SFO. Enter the SFO Holiday Sweepstakes by visiting flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win a $1,000 credit toward a nonstop flight from SFO with more than 115 destinations to choose from worldwide and other great prizes with SFO this holiday season. SFO, your gateway to holiday cheer. Go to flysfo.com/holidays for your chance to win today.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes, and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at IKEA-USA.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and IKEA-USA.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
It's that time of year. Bowl season is back. Now you can listen to close to 20 bowl games available from Bowl Season Radio and Touchdown Radio. Free on the Odyssey app. From the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl to the 78th Annual Tax Slayer Bowl. Get your football fix no matter where you are with the Odyssey app. Don't miss out on games featuring Notre Dame, Florida, Iowa, and more. Plus, stay up to date on all the biggest bowl season updates with the Fourth and Manageable podcast. Download the Odyssey app today to get started.
Most hot sauces are just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Melinda's hot sauces are anything but basic. Melinda's is made with fresh ingredients and the finest chili peppers for that perfect balance of heat and flavor. It leaves other hot sauces, well, just hot and bothered. Don't be basic. Upgrade to Melinda's and set your mouth on flavor. Visit melindas.com to find a retailer near you.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit lowes.com/L/pro loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, rolling along here on a Monday, 888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles. We're in for Damon and Ratto here and with you until 6 o'clock. Hey, coming up at 5, not going to want to miss the playmaker, Michael Irvin, as he will join us here as he does each and every Monday with Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. So his thoughts on the Niners, Brock Purdy, continuing to look as what Irv said a couple weeks ago. How do we know he's not Tom Brady?
Yeah, wow. I mean... He's got to give us a reason to stop thinking that, which he hasn't yet.
No, and the Niners now 11-4 on the season with 2 games to go. They play the Raiders on Sunday, and San Francisco. Are they the favorite right now? Are they the favorite in the NFC?
Well, not according to Michael Irvin.
Is it still Philly? Is it Dallas?
It's
who is it? Dallas beat Philly. Philly without Hurts. Vikings escape job again.
If you look at the Eagles, you could say, well, look what the Eagles did with their backup quarterback, not being able to do certain things, and they still almost won.
Yeah, impressive.
You can see the Cowboys did beat the best team in the NFC, so what do you do with that? The Vikings are just the team that continues to be disrespected. I still believe that all these NFC teams, if you ask them, if you put them on, truth serum or a lie detector test, and you said, who do you not want to see in the playoffs? I just feel like every team would say the Niners.
That's interesting. And
I might be underselling the Eagles here, but I also
it's
think
probably
that
the Niners or the Eagles.
It's the Niners or the Eagles. I don't think anybody's going to say the Cowboys or the Vikings.
No, I think the Cowboys would probably be third on that list, though.
Yes,
I think it would be Philadelphia. I think it would go Philly, it would go Niners, it would go Dallas, it would go Minnesota fourth, I think, at that point, and then you get into Tampa, the Giants, and whoever else. But
would you look at, and again, we're grasping at straws here because the Niners defense has been so good, but would you look at what the Commanders were able to do against the Niners when it came to that, more of that intermediate passing game?
Yeah.
And, they were a little bit, I think maybe that was some of the scheme from DeMeco Ryans, but they were having success.
No, they were. They have three really good receivers, number one. And the one thing about Heineke that I will say, he's not afraid to sling it.
No.
Like and he makes some plays, he'll make some mistakes. And as they got down in the game, he made some mistakes. And, and the 49ers were able to get some turnovers. But I think that was one of the things I was really focused in on as far as that game specifically was, hey, this could be a future opponent. So how does it look? Like, are there takeaways that make Washington scarier or not as scary if they wind up being the first round opponent? Because it could be Washington, could be the Giants, it could be Green Bay or the Lions or whoever ends up, if one of those teams ends up out at some point, and the Giants still aren't quite in at this point. So it could be any combination of that. And yes, I think that was the Washington defense, I think at times, they had a stand against the 49ers. I think the way they were able to throw the ball in stretches. I mean, there was an alternate version of that game on Saturday where Washington would have been ahead and there would have been a little bit of pressure on the 49ers to see if they could come back and answer from being behind against a good defense to where you're almost a play away from being in big trouble.
Right.
And it never got to that point. But because it never got to that point, does make you wonder, if they played again, could a game like that get to that point? It was 7-7 at halftime, and honestly, it probably could have been 14. It could have been 14-7 Washington.
But I feel like that's happened a couple times during this stretch. I think that not so much in Seattle. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Purdy could have thrown a pick six in Seattle, and they would have been down 10-7 in that game with the place going crazy.
Right.
And but good teams avoid situations like that. Again, it does remind me a little bit of 2019. This run that the Niners are on, the 8-game winning streak, reminds me of the beginning of 2019 8-game winning streak, where the 49ers were just, every time they needed a holding penalty go their way, they got one. Every time they needed a turnover, they got one. And look, you're a great team. You make those breaks. I'm not saying it's lucky. It's not a detractor in any form or fashion, but they got it rolling right now.
Yeah.
And it's because of the way that they're playing complementary football both ways, right? The defense is dominant. When they're not dominant, they're getting a big fourth down stop on the goal line. The offense is able to convert third downs and turn plays that Kyle Shanahan draws up as touchdowns into touchdowns. That's how you avoid being in those dangerous predicaments in games. And the Niners have been able to do it, which is why they've got as good a shot as anybody to go to the Super Bowl, even with their third string quarterback.
But I think that is a reason why I say the Niners when having this conversation about who would you not want to play. It's just as much about who is the best team as it is who's just got it rolling and who does it just seem like things are just happening to fall into place for them. So you look at the Eagles, who Jalen Hurts now banged up, and now they go out and they lose their right tackle, Lane Johnson, who has an abdominal tear. He's hopeful for a playoffs return, but the Niners, as weird as it sounds, and it's not to say that you're not trying to assume health, and I get on a lot of my beloved text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line, for doing this themselves, and now I'm doing it myself, just the whole assumption of health. But it does seem like the Niners kind of got, not knock on wood here if that's your thing, the Niners kind of got rid of their big injuries earlier in the season. Well, you can get injured at any time, don't get me wrong.
And you could say they didn't have as many season enders, although they've maybe had 2 season enders to their top 2 quarterbacks, which is something that very rarely happens.
A unique situation here in San Francisco / Santa Clara, when a team does have it rolling like this.
Well, yeah, they got Armstead. Armstead was hurt. Armstead's back.
He's back.
Even Kinlaw's back. Debo was hurt. It looked bad for a minute. Now he's going to be coming back. Mitchell's going to be coming back. Charvarius Ward. I mean, their only real injury coming out of that game was he was nauseous. which I always wonder, he did get checked out. Is that a concussion symptom? I think it can be a concussion symptom, and he had the concussion going back before where he was in and then he was out and then he was cleared to go back in, but they didn't put him back in, and then he wound up in the protocol leading up, but was good to go, and then he ended up back in that game after going into the blue tent on Sunday. But yeah, the Niners are at this point, funny to say for a team on their third-string quarterback, but when he's playing as well as Brock Purdy is, you're not worried about the quarterback.
There's no drop-off,
Yeah, because there hasn't been a drop-off, and they are getting healthy, which I do think makes them dangerous. Now, that can also change in the next 2 weeks. That could also change at any point in the playoffs if somebody big goes down. Let's get to Dre in Lemoore here at 888-957-9570. What's going on, Dre? You're on with JD and Allen here on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, JD? Hey, Mr. Styles.
Hey.
Here to talk to you guys. Brock Purdy, he's off the hook right now. There's no question Garoppolo could play. You're playing Purdy. The man can throw the ball. I mean, he doesn't have the strongest arm in the world, but 30, 40 yards, puts it on the money. He puts it in stride. The one past Ayuk, I wanted him to get in that end zone because, sometimes we do have little problems getting in the end zone. Those 3 field goals on a roll kind of concern me. But what concerns me the most, fellas, is that defense is great, but you saw how bad it fell when Mooney Ward was off the field.
That's true.
I mean, when we had EMAC, could you imagine if the 49ers defense still had EMAC?
Yeah, E-Man, mostly.
More E-Man, sorry, yes. It would be even more lights out. But we missed Ward. If he gets hurt for any stretch of time in the playoffs, I don't like our chances. Love our Niners, but I just got to look at that realistically. It's always health. I mean, basketball's another thing, but we all know if Durant wouldn't have got hurt, Warriors would have beat Toronto.
Sure. So. All right, thanks, Trey. That's where we'll call it an afternoon on you going back to the 2019 finals.
He's not wrong, though.
He's not wrong about Charvarius Ward either. Yeah, the Commanders did attack when he was out of the game and did have action at different points. But yeah, they need him, I think, especially with Mosley out. Having Jimmy Ward back to help in the slot is important. And he obviously came away with a pick in the game. But to this point, that is one area where if you lost somebody, obviously if you lost Warner, if you lost Bosa, that's a big deal. Dre Greenlaw, I think you could put in that conversation.
But isn't that every team though?
It is, but I do think for as dominant as the 49ers defense has been, there have been stretches in games where teams have moved it on them.
Right.
And New Orleans was moving it on them and couldn't punch it in on them, right? We all know what Kansas City did. Yes, it was a monsoon, but the Bears hit some big plays on them. Going back to week one, the Falcons, they were really injury depleted in that game. And it was their second week on the road, and it was a little weird. I don't want to make excuses. That, to me, is the biggest outlier. The Falcons game is the one. If I was going to throw one out, I might throw that one out. But I think that's where I have paused when people, and I feel like this has slowed down, but when people have said, even Miami comes out to able to hit a deep ball in the first play of the game, right, for a touchdown. And then, the Niners dominated the game essentially from that point, and Tua was bad in that game. But I do think it's, you look at it from the big picture standpoint, that's where I've paused on the whole historically great defense versus just the best defense in the game right now.
Right. And you have
still
to stop
capable
there,
of winning a Super Bowl.
Which would make them historic.
Sure.
But to be historic, I think you have to be a part of history.
It doesn't have to be one of the top 5 defenses of all time. Who cares if it is or it isn't? It's good. Like the 94 Niners defense was really good. It was among the best in the game at that point. They won the Super Bowl.
Right.
Who cares? It didn't have to be historically great.
Yeah,
we get that always. I kind of laugh at that.
I just think, even going into the season, I think a lot of people wanted to talk about how good this defense was going to be. I think they also wanted to talk about it because you weren't sure what you were going to get from this offense. And now that this offense has, I would say, exceeded expectations, nobody knew at the beginning of the season that the Niners were going to go out and get Chris McCaffrey. That really was the ultimate game changer, even with Jimmy, because those no throws he just didn't have to make because, all right, I don't know where to go. Where's Christian McCaffrey? Let me just give it to him. That's 10 yards, right? That's 7 yards. So a lot of things have worked out for the Niners. I think everything is clicking for them right now. I'm just curious as to how safe do you want to be if you're Kyle Shanahan? Now the Vikings go out, they took care of business. The Eagles did not. If everything is a bit, I know that it wouldn't be technically done.
I mean, they are 13-2.
Who?
The Eagles.
No. I'm saying as far as the seeding. I'm saying as far as the
you're
seeding.
Saying moving forward.
Yeah, I'm saying moving forward.
Yeah, Eagles 1, Vikings 2.
Right. I'm saying, do you, and it's just one more game, but do you run everybody out there for that Arizona Cardinals game for the off chance that you might be able to slide in and get the 2 seed?
I would.
You would.
I would. And I think the league has shown that they're probably, and we'll see, there are going to be some Saturday slots that they have to fill on the 7th. I think that's supposed to be announced by tomorrow, what the 3 Saturday games are going to be. But I think whenever there's a seeding in play, an issue there where it could determine seeding, especially the last week, they want to make sure that those teams play at the same time. So I would imagine.
Right. It's like what the World Cup did.
Yeah, the Vikings play the Bears, I think, week 18. And so they would probably, my guess is if the Niners are going to play at 125, obviously at home, my guess is they would kick the Vikings-Bears game to 125 as well. And then you wouldn't
to make sure
that both teams have to go for it if they want it. I think it is significant, the 2 versus the 3. And look, maybe the Vikings get beat. A lot of people. One thing I can tell you right now, most talking heads and pundits are going to pick against the Vikings in their playoff game.
Yeah,
like no matter who almost that they play, I feel like it's going to happen. They especially if they play Green Bay. I think, and don't sleep on Green Bay.
Are you doing that now too?
No, I'm not doing it now. I actually said a couple of weeks ago that they weren't out of it. And look, nobody is less of a fan of Aaron Rodgers than I am. I think maybe that's come out in some of our shows. Maybe it hasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, but that is a dangerous team. They've played historically as the favorite and not been able to. But that team as an underdog team, like that to me is like where they're supposed to lose against somebody. That to me is where I'm not saying they're going to win 4 games.
Yeah.
But if they end up winning their last 4 or 5 games to get into the playoffs, and they are at that point, I think the hot team other than the Niners.
Right. Well, that would be basically the Niners last year.
So they beat Dallas this year. Earlier in the year. So you're telling me, they beat Tampa earlier in the year. I know Tampa's not great, but they've beaten some playoff teams.
So
this year.
right here. So what you're saying is,
I'm just saying I'd rather play Washington or the Giants or the Lions than Green Bay.
Yes,
that's all I'm saying.
The Lions, your kneecaps are safe. You think with the Lions?
The Lions are frauds. Like the Lions are, and look, the Lions. We don't have to get lost in that. And obviously, I'm not a Dan Campbell guy either. And, hat tip to them for going from 1 and whatever to 500. But, they actually played a real game with expectations. Like, hey, you win these last 3, you're in. And they completely wet the bed.
So if you are
like against Carolina.
Right. Hey, Sam Darnold. He's got action.
But so don't I feel like the Niners would beat the Lions 50-17. Like, I really do. Like, I feel like that would be one of those ugly, remember back in the day when I think it was Seattle beat Miami and Dan Marino's last game, it was 65-14 or something. I think that there was a game where Philly beat the Lions 55-17. I think it'd be one of those games. Just a absolute bloodbath. Not ready for prime time. Yeah. I think the Lions, and again, I get it. A lot of people like Dan Campbell. A lot of people like that. I think the Lions are closer to a 4-13 team than they are to a legitimate playoff contender.
All right.
Now that being said, they play the Vikings. I guarantee you on the pick board on wherever CBS or Fox or ESPN or NFL Network, I guarantee you, Lions play the Vikings. It doesn't matter who the Vikings play. I should leave the Lions out of it. They can almost play the Commanders or the Giants. I feel like
at least
they just
one.
beat. And no, I think it's going to be. Opponent. Like, I think everybody's going to pick against the Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, I believe out of 11
Especially
games,
if it's Green Bay.
11 games have been won in one possession games, or one score games. So people don't love that. So it's Vikings Green Bay on New Year's. So if you are a Niners fan, I know it might pain you. He is a Bay Area guy.
Yeah, you're rooting for Green Bay. Yeah, you're rooting for Green Bay.
You're rooting for Green Bay.
Look, the Niners have had so much success over the Packers. The one exception was that week 3 game last year, where the Packers came in and beat the Niners. The defense didn't play well. They got beat late, but they had come back in that game. Remember, the Niners were down big, and Rodgers hit Devontae Adams to set up the field goal in the final seconds, and they won at Levi's. But then the Niners returned the favor by winning without scoring an offensive touchdown at Lambeau, and as the snow was falling there in January. But I think the Niners would be very confident that this team's got a better shot even than last year's team did, and last year's team actually won the game in Lambeau. Although I do think the Packers' ideal conditions for the Packers actually helps them. Like, you forget, and the Packers have had a lot of good teams. The one year that Rodgers won it, it was road game, road game, road game. Like, that was the one year they won the Super Bowl. Was like they were the 6th seed. The one year that they won it, and yeah, they won at Philly, won at Atlanta, and won in Chicago. Where the Bears actually had their 3rd string quarterback in that game. But
Packers win. Do Packers at this point do they need help, or do all they have?
They
to
need
do?
help.
Okay,
yeah,
they need help.
Well, I think if they win their last 2, they're 9-8. Yeah, they do need help. They would need at that point. They would need if they win their last 2, they are 9-8. They would need a Washington loss at that point. They could take their spot. They would need 2 Giants losses at that point to take their spot. If assuming they win out, they could take care of the Lions because they play the Lions in Week 18. So if they beat the Lions, that would eliminate the Lions from that conversation, at least as far as they go. So, the Packers are right all in this mix as far as could they be the team? They have an impact on Minnesota. We'll see what happens with the 49ers. I'm just saying, when you start looking at teams, if it's Brock Purdy and the 49ers versus Aaron Rodgers and the Packers, and it's Purdy's first playoff game, and I know he handled the Brady game and all of that, and he's been tremendous, but, again, he throws an early interception, you get down in that game, the Packers have life. Like, I think, you talk about the Lions being a team where, hey, the Lions, I think, are a team that's closer to 4-13 than, say, 9-8. I think the Packers, if they get to 9-8, like, to me, they're closer to 11-6 than they are to, 7-10.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the where they've been trending throughout a majority of this season. Now, for the Niners, they don't have the wide receiver talent with that. Like, Adams being gone is huge. They still got Jones. They still got Rodgers. And look, I do, as much as I can't stand the guy and have always thought that he's a little overrated, even as an all-time great, I think he's a little overrated. I would fear Aaron Rodgers coming in with basically a free shot at knocking the Niners out after all of the times they've knocked him out when he's had the better team or the better seed at least.
And when he's had the expectations, he might be one of those guys where, you're counting me out.
He absolutely is.
Well, he needs some bulletin board material, something like that. And look, you got
it's
Watson,
a free shot.
Right, and Watson's been balling for him now, Lazard. It might be too little too late. Would you be worried about them?
I want them out. Like if I'm the Niners, I want them out. I don't care who gets it. I'd take my chances with Washington. I'd take my chances with the Giants. I'd take my chances with Detroit at this point, or even Seattle, obviously, as we've seen. I mean, Seattle's still in that mix too. They could, but it feels like Seattle's kind of done. Although they played the Rams, I think.
Did we all see this coming though from Seattle?
Yeah, I mean, look, if Seattle ends up 7-10. Like, I don't know about you, but if Seattle ends up 7-10, like, forget how they got there. If Seattle ends up 7-10, I'd be like, they did better than I thought they would.
Right. Agreed.
Like, you can't hate on it, even though it's a collapse.
Agreed. I mean,
yeah, I hear you.
Nobody expected them to be where they were, and even if they fall lower than where we thought that they would be, we all knew that they would fall off. We didn't know how much. But ultimately, they got to figure some things out over there. But they are going to get some first-round picks. And you know why? Because Denver and
bad.
Whatever in the world they have going over there with that mess, Nathaniel Hackett fired. And there's a report now. Everybody knew, right? You Niners fans, everybody knew that DeMeco Ryans was going to be a hot name. His name is already getting thrown around for the Denver job. I have no clue if that's a good job or not. Because if Russell Wilson... What Russell Wilson am I getting?
Yeah, I mean, they have some talent on offense. Mm-hmm. They have some talent on defense. Like, I think there's a lot of talent there. It's a great environment for football. They have a when they're good, they have a really good home field advantage. So I think you can be maybe a couple of games better. That just off of if you're organized well, you're put together well, you can win some home games, and that can carry you, right? If you have 9 home games, the AFC will have 9 home games. If you can go 6-3 in your home games, then you got action. You win 3 road games at that point. You're 9-8. So I don't know. I think there's a foundation for success, but all the picks, I mean, yikes. Yeah, that's tough.
He's going to have his pick of the litter, honestly. So he's not going to have to go.
He will
anywhere.
No, he will. I think the one thing that's for sure is, and who knows, I think he's probably gone though.
Yes,
I think he's probably going somewhere. Although the Niners did get lucky the 1 year with Saleh, right? He stayed 1 year longer and waited for an opportunity that he thought better suited him, and ended up with the Jets, and that ended up benefiting the 49ers as well, right? I think Cleveland went with Stefanski, I guess, over him. So it wound up being a kind of a lucky break that the Niners got Saleh for another year. We'll see if that happens, although I don't think it's going to. All right, he's Alan Stiles. I'm John Dickinson. 888-957-9570. We will continue the 49ers discussion. We may get in a little bit about what's going on with Carlos Correa and the Mets. Do the Giants look better now, their front office? Does it look better? I'm not sure it does. I'll tell you why coming back here as we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
What's up, San Francisco? If you're a fan of the team, which I'm sure you are, you've been following Christian McCaffrey light up the competition. This season, Christian will be hydrating himself with Body Armor sports drinks. It has potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes. In fact, Body Armor has 820 milligrams of electrolytes per 16-ounce serving. Body Armor is the sports drink of choice for Christian McCaffrey. It's more than a sports drink. It's Body Armor sports drink. Available at your local Safeway.
Stretch your lashes to new heights with CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara. Up to 60% longer looking lashes. It's an instant lash extension effect. Lift, stretch, and lengthen with a lightweight formula infused with biotin, peptides, and pro-vitamin B5 for strength and protection against breakage. Looking for a lash extension in a bottle? Try CoverGirl Exhibitionist Stretch and Strengthen Mascara for up to 60% longer lashes. From easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl.
It's go time, California. The year-end sell-a-thon is going on now. Inventory is here now and moving fast, so it's go time. Now get 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash on a 2022 Ford F-150 and Explorer. Go to the year-end sell-a-thon at your California Ford dealer today. Now during the year-end sell-a-thon, get low leases on select 2022 and 2023 Ford vehicles. It's go time, only at your California Ford dealer. Hurry in now, it all ends January 3rd. Now get a 2022 Ford F-150 or 2022 Ford Explorer with 1.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,000 retail bonus cash.
Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit Financing. 1.9% APR financing for 60 months at $17.48 per month per $1,000 finance regardless of down payment. Bonus cash includes $1,000 retail bonus cash. Residency restrictions apply. For all offers, take new retail delivery from an authorized Ford dealer stock by 1/3/2023. See dealer for qualifications and complete details.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America NA, member FDIC, equal credit opportunity lender.
People who come to Cricket stay with Cricket, like Andrew.
I'm Andrew, and I live in Silmar, California. I'm a freelance artist, photographer, and musician, so I love that Cricket is an affordable way to get unlimited data with 5G. I'm dropping an album this winter, and my Cricut phone was a huge part of making it happen. Calling my producer, brainstorming, sending over ideas, everything.
Join Cricut Nation and see for yourself at CricutWireless.com. Smile, you're on Cricut.
Real customer paid for testimonial. Speed restrictions apply. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See CricutWireless.com for details.
This is Staples.
So rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. Looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, roll along here on a Monday. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles, 888-957-9570. That is the phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text. Xfinity mobile text line is open. We've been hitting, spraying all fields here today with the Warriors, their big win over the Grizzlies. What does it mean? The 49ers are rolling 8 in a row in the win column, as the Niners with their biggest winning streak since the 2019 year when they were 8-0 to begin that season. Niners at the Raiders on Sunday. The Warriors back in action tomorrow against Charlotte. Also going to get into a little bit of Giants conversation in just a second. I wanted to clean up one more 49er text as well. And also let everyone know we got Michael Irvin, the playmaker, coming up at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you stay tuned for that as Michael Irvin joins us here on 95.7 The Game. The text I wanted to get to, the 408 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Guys, you don't think that Purdy has had the advantage of sitting and learning for most of the season, including the offseason, and playing with these playmakers? No, I think he's absolutely benefited.
Yes.
Off of that. I think that's, that was a lot of what the conversation was at the beginning of the season with Trey Lance was, it's Trey's job, it's Trey's team, this is his skill set, the things that he does well, but a lot of the 49ers' success coming into the year was going to be determined in a lot of people's minds by not how Trey Lance looked in week 1, and this was before the Bears game and the monsoon and all that, but how he grows over the course of the season. And there was some thought, hey, you know what, they might struggle early with Trey Lance, but by the end, it's going to be humming, and the ceiling is greater than it would be with Garoppolo. The irony is, in a sense, that maybe Brock Purdy has done a lot of those things without playing and has raised the 49ers ceiling by now stepping in for Jimmy G.
Yeah, and I think the other part of this, too, is the playmakers offensively. And a lot of this gets said, JD, sometimes it doesn't come off as, all right, is that just kind of, coaches speak or athletes speak? And somebody, people on the Niners said it as well. Well, Purdy was going up against the number 1 defense, right, in practice. So he was seeing exactly, maybe not exactly because it's practice, but he was seeing what these teams are seeing that have been struggling. And these teams have what we would call starting quarterbacks and starting receivers and starting running backs. So I think offensively, Brock Purdy, has been able to connect with these guys, with these playmakers, and kind of viewing what they've been able to do and understanding, okay, this is how these things work. But also defensively, he's been facing a defense who is the best in the NFL, and I think that's helped as well. It is tough for me, though, JD, because I go back and forth with the sit a guy for a year thing. And if we're going in that direction, couldn't that come off as kind of, not a dig, but couldn't that come off as Trey Lance not looking as good because he had technically a whole year to sit and learn and things like that? So I don't know.
Well, you're saying that, either way, Purdy looks, Purdy has benefited from the time watching, but Purdy is still doing something this year that Trey Lance would have had to have done last year, right? Is that what you're? I guess. Well, he did come in and help him win a game right after New Year's.
I guess he did. I guess what I'm saying is, if Trey Lance had a whole year, if we're saying that this whole sitting and learning thing should be a benefit, then we didn't see Trey Lance a lot this year. But even in the preseason, okay, I guess learning. I guess there's one thing to learn. And there's another thing to just have certain tools, right? I mean, Trey Lance just isn't as accurate as Brock Purdy.
No.
So it doesn't matter how much he learns the playbook, unless you can learn. At least it's going to teach you how to be more accurate.
Well, unless there are plays that are schemed up so wide open.
And where's Danny Gray?
That you can hit him.
Danny Gray, right? This is the skill set. Danny Gray doesn't, I guess, need to be in the Brock Purdy playbook.
But here's the thing. If Purdy is hitting throws that Jimmy Garoppolo misses, okay,
right,
then he's absolutely hitting throws that Trey Lance would be missing. Like
I agree.
And that's the part of, what Purdy's, and I do think Purdy's benefited from not having to play, but still, the guy was the last freaking pick in the draft. Like, he's come in and looked like more than a competent passer.
I guess that's what I'm saying. You can't tell me that he's benefited from that more than a quarterback should benefit from actually playing with the guys and preseason and things like that.
The team was turned over to Trey Lance in basically February 1st. When the 49ers season ended, and a couple days later, it's all right. It's going to be Trey Lance's team. They're going to work out a trade with Garoppolo. Garoppolo got hurt. It all changed at that point. But it's as far as Trey goes. There was something like I'm not going to sit here and say I saw Purdy. Like, there were people like, I think Larry Krueger's one of them. That was like, hey, I see something in Purdy.
Yes.
I didn't see it with Purdy. And from being out there at training camp, not all the time, but I was out there probably 80% of the time. And I didn't see it from Purdy. I was he better than Sudfeld? Maybe. Obviously he was.
Yeah.
But, as far as, I understood when they were talking about, all right, Purdy might be the number 2 because he's outplaying Sudfeld or whatever. Now, who knows what was going on in those meetings? And clearly he had a big advantage over Sudfeld because they cut Sudfeld and kept Purdy, and Garoppolo was part of that decision too. But when you watch Trey at practice, you could see that something was missing. He just, and the way I phrased it, and you remember, we talked about it on show, it just didn't look like I expected it to look. Like, he was not, I expected him to be farther along in the passing game. I expected more plays that were open to be hit, even in practice. And that's going up against the ones, if you will, at that point. Like, there were plays that were there that were not being made to where I thought, boy, this doesn't really look, he is just not as far along as I expected him to be for somebody that's been given the team.
Right.
For somebody that's been given the team. And so for Purdy to show up December 4th and get thrown into a game and have it look like a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying he is a top 10 quarterback, but the offense looks like it
right now.
But the offense looks like it. So that's the opposite of not looking farther along. Like, I expected a little more of, and they're different quarterbacks, but I expected a little more of, that play's open, boom, hit it, big play, touched it. Like, I expected a little more to see a little more of that in training camp and in the preseason, didn't see it. So to me, there were red flags early on Trey Lance that, now we're seeing Brock Purdy that just don't exist with Brock Purdy.
I think, what I've said,
I've seen enough. Like, you don't have to do the sample size thing if we're going down the road of, hey, Purdy, you did it earlier. What you asked me the question, you said Purdy or Jimmy. Like, you don't have to do that with Trey. because Purdy's played more than Trey has in his career.
Exactly.
So you don't have to say, oh, well, if this or that. Like, there's no debate about if there's no debate about Purdy and Jimmy, there's less than that amount of a debate with Purdy and Trey moving forward.
Right now.
Right, but I don't even think that changes by the end of this season.
I don't think it can.
I don't think, it can.
How is,
he goes and throws 4 interceptions in a playoff game. I mean, maybe,
but the difference would be, and look, we have all summer to get into this, but the difference would ultimately be, how open are the Niners going? If they're lifting up a Lombardi, right? Even if they're doing that, how open would they be to say, is the line just always going to be, it's going to be a QB competition going in to next season, which I think is probably what they'll do. Now, you gave Trey the keys.
If they win the Super Bowl, you think they would do that?
So what are you going to say? Brock Purdy's our number one?
To me, he keeps playing the way he's played, and they win a couple playoff games, and he isn't terrible. And let's say they lose in a championship game or something, he's the guy.
I think
over Trey.
I think
he's
that would
guy.
be
it's not a competition,
but I think it would be. But I still think that PC wise, they might say it's going to be an open competition.
I don't. I think it would be, hey, we're bringing Trey along slowly. He's coming back from his injury. He's going to be the backup, and we'll, to me, it's in a way it could almost benefit Trey because they could do the Trey packages. They could bring in another dynamic. I think in certain situations, and he'd be the backup. And look, as we've seen, you need a backup.
So you get rid of Jimmy.
Yeah, I think
here comes another underdog.
Right now, today, like if the season just ended today, Purdy's the starter, Jimmy's elsewhere, Trey's the backup. And you hope that he continues to grow because, like I said, we've seen with the Niners, you need a lot of years. You need at least 2 quarterbacks to play, if not 3.
Yeah.
I mean, they've had to have 3 play, twice in the Shanahan era? 3 times in the Shanahan era, maybe. I think they've had, at least twice. No, this is the 3rd time.
It's just interesting because of
because 17 and 18 they had 3 quarterbacks play, and I guess and 20, huh?
Right. The Beathard, Mullins.
So they've had 3 quarterbacks play 4 times in Shanahan's 6 years. Jesus.
Yeah, it's just a coincidence.
So yeah, you need. Is that right, Sterling? Am I getting that right? 17 they had Hoyer and Beathard and Jimmy. 18 they had Jimmy and Beathard and Mullins, and then 20 they had Jimmy and Beathard and Mullins. And then this year, they've obviously had Trey and Jimmy and Purdy. Wow. 4 out of 6 years. Woo.
Coincidence.
Paulie in San Francisco, 888-957-9570. What's going on, Paulie?
Hi. Y'all just said what I called about, which is that, I think there's an elephant in the room. Trey Lance has all the physical ability in the world, but we traded 3 number 1s and a 2 for this guy. And he was a project and a huge gamble. And it's what you said. He was having big problems in practice. He had big problems against the Bears. And on a team that's built to win now, and I think the Garoppolo gets a bit of a bad rap because if we had stuck with Trey Lance, and, it's terrible that he got hurt. But I think we'd be a 500 club now fighting to get into the playoffs if Trey Lance was still the starter. And I think that Jimmy came and kind of saved the day. He has the locker room. Like after the Seattle game in the interview, they had Kittle and Purdy, and Kittle had number 10 Garoppolo sprawled on his jersey.
They love him, Paulie.
He means a lot to the team.
Yeah, they love him. They love him.
So I think Purdy has to be the number 1, despite the 3 number 1s we traded. We took a huge risk. So, and I wanted to say one other thing. How come Jordan Poole is the best player in the world every 5th game?
Loves the national spotlight.
Thanks for the call. Well, it's just, if he was the best player in the world, 3 or 4 times out of 5 games, he'd be Steph.
Right.
I mean, you can be a good player and not go for 30 every game.
Well, I guess it's just the hot and coldness of Jordan Poole. But I think that just comes with age. I wanted to get back to what Paulie was saying about Trey Lance because this is tough, man. This is tough because I've always been of the mindset that the pick didn't make any sense. It just didn't make any sense to me based on who Kyle Shanahan has had, the type of offense that we've seen run. I'm of the mindset I think they got caught up in the Patrick Mahomes sweepstakes, and everybody wanted the next Patrick Mahomes. Everyone's still looking for it, and they thought, all right, let's go boom or bust. And I'm not going to say he's either yet because we don't know. But I do struggle with assuming or trying to make assumptions of what the Niners would have been because we have no clue, and now we'll never know. This injury has really, really affected Trey Lance and the landscape of this pick. So for Paulie to say, I think they'd be 500 if Trey Lance did start every game, I'd like to think that that's, and even though you said he had struggles, I'm still of the mindset that I'd like to believe that wouldn't be the case and that he would have improved. I don't know. I don't know about the accuracy thing.
I think the way it was going, they would have needed him to improve to be 500.
JD.
I'm being real with you. Like they were 3-4 without him.
So you think
they were 3-4 without him.
So you think he's done?
I don't know that he's done. I just think he's going to take longer to develop.
But what do you think he could even eventually be?
I mean, Jordan Love was a quarterback that, like, Jordan Love got to play a little bit a couple of years ago and looked awful.
Yes. And
Jordan Love got to play this year and he looked pretty good.
He did.
This is what, year 3, I believe, for him? I think year 20, 21, 22. Yeah, he was drafted in the pandemic draft, right? Yeah, because everybody flipped out because the Packers, they're going to take a wide receiver, and they took a quarterback.
Yeah.
And so year 3, and so I mean, now Jordan Love looks like he could be like some guys. It just takes them longer. And Aaron Rodgers didn't play his first 3 years. Could he have? Maybe, but he didn't, and he was better for it. I mean, he was better for inheriting a 13-3 team that, by the way, even Aaron Rodgers inherited a 13-3 team, went 6-10. Like, people forget that. Then they went to the playoffs, and then they won the Super Bowl. So his 3rd year starting, they won the Super Bowl. But that was after he sat for 3. Like, Aaron Rodgers' first year as a starter, they went to the NFC Championship game the year before. They were 13-3. They went 6-10, and 2 of those wins were against the 0-16 Lions.
That's why you think he's overrated,
Aaron
though.
Freaking Rodgers. He's a Hall of Famer. But my point is, even a Hall of Famer, and he put up good numbers that year. But there's a difference between putting up good numbers and being able to, wins do matter. Wins aren't the only thing, and we can freak out about, quarterback wins, and people freak out about the whole thing. But winning does matter.
Agreed.
And so, that's Aaron. Like, I'm saying that as not a slight necessarily to Rodgers, but as more of a, hey, Trey Lance.
He's not done.
Trey Lance is not done.
He's not done.
And look, Aaron Rodgers was at a high level at a Pac-12. I mean, I get it, like Pac-10, I guess then. But Aaron Rodgers played at a high level a lot in college, which Trey didn't do. It's not apples to apples.
There are quotes from the Niners, which are pretty wild in talking about Trey Lance, just in terms of the lack of tape and the lack of information they had about Trey Lance, which is nuts to me based on what they gave up. That changes the landscape of this. Yeah, we hadn't really seen him too much. It just seemed a bit lackadaisical on their part. And we've had the conversation. The Niners didn't necessarily fall in love with Trey Lance. They fell in love with the idea of that draft class. With Mel, and you could blame Mel Kiper, you could blame Todd McShay, and now you look at that draft class. Zach Wilson might be out of a job. He's so bad they don't. You just said that Trey Lance might take time. Jordan Love, they don't even want to give Zach Wilson a chance. Trey Lance has shown some flashes.
Zach Wilson doesn't. Zach Wilson's not liked in that locker room. Also,
that doesn't help either.
That's where it's night.
He's going to be shipped somewhere for his version of Last Chance U, and see if somebody else can figure out what it is everybody fell in love with randomly. And after that, you're not going to get you're not going to get time. So, to your point, maybe having Purdy does help Trey because, hey, we can afford to work through some things with Trey, because if we didn't, we can't just have you hanging around here, buddy.
Well, it wouldn't be crazy. And I'm just throwing this out there. We'll get to Derek and San Mateo here in just a second. 888-957-9570. I always think of scenarios, right? And I actually had a different one that I was going to throw by you, but that would be, I think, incredibly 49ers if it turned out this way. But What I would say is I look at different scenarios a lot, and I go, well, it wouldn't surprise me if Brock Purdy kept playing well, played well in the playoffs. Let's say the Niners lose. Let's say they lose in the NFC Championship game or whatever. He doesn't have a terrible game, but not a great game. They lose the NFC Championship game, whatever. It's not his fault necessarily, but they just lose. Okay? He comes back next year, and he's pretty good, but he's pretty good at the start, but over the long haul, like, defenses figure him out, teams figure him out. Because that's the one thing he's going to have, like, the small sample size. This is almost like in a way, it's like what Jimmy did in 2017, but the Niners weren't good enough to get into the playoffs, right? Come in the last 5 games, play well enough, they win all these games. Again, Purdy's numbers and the tape might be a little bit different, but what I'm saying is you didn't know until really 2019 because Garoppolo got hurt in 2018. You didn't know until like 2 years later that, oh, you know what? Garoppolo wasn't necessarily as good as he was even in those last 5 games of 17.
Right.
And he was still capable of winning. What I'm getting at is Purdy could be great from now until the end of the year, be the starter next year, and by the middle of next year, you're like, oh, Purdy actually isn't that good.
Right.
Like,
that ceiling
like it just
did get hit.
He league adjusted. He didn't. He's not that good. And at that point in time, you're hoping that Trey Lance has continued to develop behind the scenes to where he would be the backup quarterback and go in and look a lot more capable and competent. Like this, Purdy being the starter and finishing strong for the Niners is not an excuse for Trey Lance to just be like, well, I'm done.
Right, just mail it in.
No, you need to be ready because you're probably going to get a shot. And maybe he ends up finishing the next year and going on the following year to be the starter. Like, that's not, is it the most likely scenario at this point? No, but it's also not completely impossible if Trey needs more time to develop.
So what you're saying is that the Niners QB situation is fluid. It's just moving.
Sure.
I
mean, now they're hoping that as our guy Michael Irvin said, how do we know he's not? I mean, obviously not Tom Brady, but what if he is a guy that can win a couple of Super Bowls? Like, what if he just is a really good quarterback?
But that's my question, because you said, okay, what if they lose in the NFC Championship? If Brock Purdy does win the Super Bowl and that same thing happens towards the middle of the season, you would then say that, okay, the Super Bowl did kind of allot you that whole next season, or hey, you got to get with the hot hand.
Depends on how bad it is and what the record is.
Yeah,
and maybe at that point they feel that Trey gives them a better chance to win, or maybe I'll hold off on that other scenario. I was going to say maybe Purdy gets hurt and Trey's got to play, and you win games with Trey next year, and then Trey keeps it, just like Purdy's kept it because of the injuries at this point. Derek and San Mateo, 888-957-9570. What's going on, Derek?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's going on, man?
Just wanted to chime in on Brock Purdy. I mean, I think at this point he's earned the respect and the chance to play, even if barring like an epic collapse in his next few games. I mean, I think he's captured the hearts of San Francisco. And I'm sorry, Trey. I mean, we gave you all the picks, but I mean, he's playing. Can you imagine? Like, just close your eyes and just say, hey, if Trey was doing this well, as good as Brock Purdy at this point, you'd be pretty happy with that trade, right? So even though Trey's not doing anything, we're getting just as much out of Brock Purdy. So I think he's deserved the right to start next year and just take it as far as he can. Trey, I'm sorry, man. That's just how the cookie crumbles, man. You got to be ready on game day. Things happen. People get hurt. I mean, who is it? Drew Bledsoe didn't intend to get hurt, and Tom Brady stepped in. But guess what? That's what happened. I'm hoping that's what happens for the Niners, right? And I think Brock Purdy's going to start. He's going to take us all the way. I've got confidence. And I'm sorry, Trey. It's just not your time. It's just not. Brock Purdy has played almost as many games now as Trey has, right? Has started. And look what he's done with those opportunities, right? So, Brock Purdy, that's our guy. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, appreciate the call. Yeah, you look at it now, Purdy started 3, played in 4. Trey, started 3, right? He had 2 starts last year in the game against the Bears.
It is a good, it is a good call, and the 510 is chiming in on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Mac Jones was good in his first year. Then what happened? I'll say this, Mac Jones, the Patriots have issues much more so than the Niners.
Well, they need to get a real offensive coordinator.
They don't have an offensive coordinator. They do not have the weapons that the Niners do, and they do not have the defense that the Niners do. So I don't know if Mac Jones is who's better between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. All I know is the Niners are much better than the Patriots. I will say this, though. It's tough for me, JD, because something I know with great power comes great responsibility, and Trey Lance was such a high pick.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that people love an underdog, and I do understand what Brock Purdy is doing and how well he's playing. But it's almost as if, and I'm just going to say it, and I know we're up against it, and I know we're going to talk to Michael Irvin, but it's almost as if so many Niner fans were just excited to move on from Trey so quickly. Like you just said, and to this caller, okay, well, it's not Trey's time yet. I just feel like whether it was, well, Jimmy's being disrespected. Who is this guy? It's first round pick. It's not Trey Lance's fault that the Niners decided to give up picks to grab a guy from an FCS school that they didn't have a lot of film
100%. I don't feel like there's been that kind of vitriol, let's say, toward
people
Trey.
ready to just get him out of here.
To me, it was the same thing. To me, it was more that way about Jimmy.
I guarantee you. Okay,
like
then
going
here's
to
the question.
like people were ready. Like, give me Trey. Like, to me, it was that. Like,
there was that too, but then there was also.
I think that was stronger though.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I don't know because there were a lot of.
And then
Jimmy,
it was like,
all Jimmy's done is win.
Trey. There was the gulp of, oh my God, Trey after the Bears game, and people trying to make monsoon.
Here's the line, ultimately.
You lost to the freaking Bears.
But here's the line, ultimately.
I know, Jimmy lost to the Broncos.
If the Niners don't win another game, let's say they lose the next two, let's say they lose in the first round, I believe that most people that have been saying what they've been saying about Brock Purdy would say that Brock Purdy still deserves to be a starter when, if that does happen, which I assume it won't, let's say they even win the last two and then they lose in the first round, everybody would still say that Brock Purdy should be number one to start next season, and I think that's ridiculous.
All right, fair enough. We'll continue the conversation with Michael Irvin coming up here on 95.7 The Game. So we got 1 hour to go. Damon and Ratto streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live and see what's going on inside the studio. That's always special. Like and subscribe for all 95.7 The Game content on YouTube.
Need power tools for the lowest prices around? Love DeWalt, Makita, and Milwaukee Power Tools? Check out Fasteners Inc. Tool Outlet. They have got insane deals on all the power tools and construction gear you could need all year round. Save $100 on a Makita 18-volt rear-handled circular saw kit and take home 2 extra batteries to top it off. Check out Fasteners Inc. in San Jose at 2897 Monterey Road or shop online at fastenersinc.net.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Looking for a holiday dining experience to remember? Look no further. Afici San Francisco's newest culinary dining adventure is now open at 680 Folsom Street in San Francisco. Visit our website at aficisf.com to book your reservation today. That's AFICISF.com.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC. Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. This holiday season, invest in some LED Christmas lights. LEDs last years longer than regular lights, which means less electronic waste over time. Also, LED Christmas lights are far more energy efficient, wasting less energy as heat, which means a smaller electric bill. And be sure to recycle old Christmas lights at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers on everything from storage solutions to...
I'm sorry, did you say hundreds?
Yes.
I'm still working from home. Anything to help me get organized?
Absolutely. Check out our offers on shelving and desks.
Ooh, what about mattresses?
Yep, those too.
Dressers? Sofas?
Yes and yes.
I think I need a bigger cart.
Visit us at ikea-usa.com/offers for details. Offer dates may vary. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. See store and ikea-usa.com/offers for complete terms. Restrictions apply.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just one dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Hey y'all, this is your girl Cheryl Underwood, and I want to tell you something. My digestive system used to make me feel sluggish, but those days are over. Now I feel great. That's because I increased my fiber intake with the Metamucil 2-week challenge, and I'm still hooked. I just took Metamucil every day for 14 days, and it's really that easy. Metamucil traps and removes the waste that weighs you down, so you feel lighter and more energetic. Now I never want to go back to that heavy feeling. Are you ready for the Metamucil 2-week challenge? For a coupon and daily support, sign up at Metamucil.com today.
Help Ukrainian children. Shazam this song.
Christmas not home, tired and beyond.
Scroll down Shazam. Open on YouTube. Follow the link and donate.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge.
But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99.
You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Brought to you by the Capital One Venture X Card. Earn 10 X miles on hotels and rental cars and 5 X miles on flights when you book through Capital One Travel. Plus 2 X miles on all other purchases. Capital One, what's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, welcome back. Final hour. Let's get right into it. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles. We're sitting in for Damon and Ratto here on this holiday Monday, but let's get to it. He joins the guys each and every week here on 95.7 The Game, the playmaker, the Hall of Famer, the 3-time Super Bowl champion. It is NFL analyst, NFL Network, Michael Irvin joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Michael, thanks a lot as always. We really appreciate it. How you feeling?
I feel fine.
Good. Whoa.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear.
I landed here in New York, and New York ain't nowhere near as bad as it was in Pittsburgh on celebrating Franco Harris' life and accomplishment and retiring his jersey night. That was the coldest I'd ever been in my life. It should be against the law to be that cold.
Well, we always talk about here how we got no reason to complain in California when it's 50s, and other places they're talking about negative digits and the like. So I'm feeling a little of what you're feeling. Is that we don't complain about that out here on the West Coast, or
right, and that's what I was saying. I kept saying I was supposed to be on the West Coast. What the hell am I doing over here? And it's -8 degrees and -10 degrees. No man. And I really don't think no black man's supposed to be in that kind of stuff. It just don't supposed to happen. That's all I'm saying.
Michael, great, man. Well, let's get to Brock Purdy. I got to ask you about just another week and another just tremendous game. He's hitting plays that Garoppolo wasn't hitting. We didn't really get a chance to see Trey Lance hit him. But, I mean, you were the first one to say, how do we not know that maybe this kid can be special? What do you think of how special he's been against a better defense than he's seen at any point in that Washington defense?
Right, in that Washington game, because that Washington defense came to play. They came to match your defense intensity. That's one thing you'll notice everywhere you go. every time San Fran plays, because we constantly talk about it being the best defense right now in the National Football League. So now wherever city it goes in, every defense has to stand up and put in their claim for being the best, or they want to play better than that defense, you know. And this is what I want to start saying, too, because I'm noticing something on all the shows that I do and everything. I'm noticing a little sleight of hands here to Purdy. You know what I mean? What I mean by that now, and I talked about it, I said you guys think about how Tom Brady came in. He came in with a great run game and some great defense. But and he won early with that, and then he took over in the passing game. He won later with that. And I had that feeling, Brock Purdy, to have this kind of little journey, kind of to have that same path. But what I'm noticing every time I go, you know, San Fran can basically have anybody. That's a quarterback-friendly system, quarterback-friendly team. All of that may be true, but you can't take away from what Brock Purdy is doing. You can be as quarterback-friendly as you want to be. We still saw some hiccups and some hitches in Trey Lance's development. You see what I'm saying? And more than we're seeing right here with Brock Purdy. That's all I'm saying. We can't go about stealing his credit and what he has done, and because we want to raise up the defense, or we don't want to give him all of his credit, and we take it away. Yeah, he just got to don't mess it up. No, he's making plays, and there's a difference between the two.
No, Michael, I think that's a great call because we're sitting here, you know, having this conversation about any quarterback. I'll tell you what, I don't think Zach Wilson looks like this in this offense, even though this is not a QB dependent offense. I don't think Zach Wilson's going to look like this in that offense. I'll tell you that much right now.
It's about getting in and out of that huddle. It's about leadership. It's about control. It's about the people. You got them grown ass men in that huddle.
Mm-hmm.
If you ain't got some kind of something to lead them in, trust me, that's going to be an issue. And now what you have to start thinking about is, why can it look like this with Trey Lance right away? Trey Lance, those are the thoughts that you'll be thinking about as you move forward because it looks great with Brock Purdy.
That's a great point. I was going to say, you know, Michael, this whole thing that's happened from Trey Lance to Jimmy Garoppolo, now Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, we've heard all of these lines. When you're an opposing team going up against a team like this who has this almost Disney Hollywood storyline, does it do anything to your psyche going into the game? Like, all right, fellas, let's go in and let's shut this down. This storybook ending, it's not happening on our watch. Is there any feeling like that? Or on the other side, have you ever played on a team where you have that feeling of that Disney movie and you're thinking, I think we could take this all the way?
Well, I don't know that I had that feeling of a Disney movie because Troy, Emmett, and I, we kind of grew in together. We both all came in one year after another and kind of grew into our success. You know, Brock Purdy has been added to a team that's been having some success, and he's young. Mr. Irrelevant. It just blows my mind when you had the second pick in the draft, and now you're coming back with the last pick in the draft, and you can sit there and look at it and say, let's look at this, and let's look at the development. Let's look at who's picking this up faster. And right now, and I saw a lot of high thing. I saw a lot of high ceiling for Trey Lance. But right now, if we say y'all measure the two times that these kids have played, you got to say Brock Purdy is winning.
You do. No, you do. And that gets to a question that we were kicking around today on the show a little bit, and that is, let's say Purdy leads him to the NFC Championship game, keeps playing how he is to this point. I mean, what do you do next year? I mean, I've seen enough to where I think if this kept going into the playoffs and he didn't have a blow-up kind of a game or progressively play poorly here over these next 3-4 weeks, however long it ends up being, to me, he's got to be the starter next year. What do you do with Brock Purdy next year? I know it's still a lot of this year to go. And what do you do with Trey Lance as an extension of that for next year as this thing shakes out, Irv?
Boy, I tell you, man. And people always talk about it. Well, we got these coming quarterbacks. These are good problems to have. It sounds good. I mean, it's logical. to say there's no such thing as having too many of a good thing. But the reality is I don't necessarily buy it. You want clear-cut direction. Who is the starting quarterback? Who is what? And this is going to be, it's going to be a hell of a call because you have to see some serious upside on Trey Lance, and we know he has some upside. But this kid right here, he's also closer to his floor than he is to his ceiling. So where is his ceiling if his floor looks like this? You would want to explore that too.
You have to. You have to. You know, Michael, I wanted to ask, we know you're a big Cowboys fan. The Cowboys go out, you get the W against the Eagles. We know it was Gardner Minshew, wasn't Jalen Hurts, still a solid W. As a Cowboys fan, going into the playoffs, which are right around the corner, who worries you the most? The Eagles, the Vikings, or the Niners?
Well, I said this last year when we got ready to go into the playoffs. The Niners were the team that I did not want to see because they were a more physical football team. I said it on the radio in Dallas. I said, no, we don't want to see them. Physical football team. We don't want to see them in that first playoff game. Because you play that first playoff game against a physical team like that and try to line up again in 6 days or 7 days. That's a hard thing. But we got the Niners. And, of course, we got beat up. And I had Michael Parson on my podcast, on Mike Orville podcast, right after that game, and he told me, he said, man, a couple weeks after the game, he said, I was sore for 2 weeks. He said, we learned another level of toughness when we played against San Francisco, another level of what we need to prepare for. I right now, with the way our defense is playing, I wouldn't want them to go through that defense again. I wouldn't want our team to play 49ers. I don't mind Minnesota. You saw what they did to Minnesota. You saw what they did to Philadelphia. I just right now I would be a little bit worried until T.Y. Hilton comes along a little bit more because we need that other option. That game, that old pick six that ended the game a couple weeks ago, that bounced off Noah Brown's hands, that kind of stuff. Hopefully T.Y. Hilton can put a stop to.
Michael Irvin joining us here on 95.7 The Game, as he does each and every week here. I got to ask you about the 49ers defense. And, I mean, is it clear-cut at this point that the defensive player of the year is Nick Bosa based on just the way that he continues to play? And is the 49ers defense the number one defense in the league overall going into the playoffs?
No doubt right now. No doubt. It's the best defense out there. And no doubt, Nick, my old Raider, Nick Bosa, has claimed that top spot, especially here with Michael Parsons being a little banged up and haven't shined in the last 3 weeks in the defense. Dallas hadn't had one sack in the last 3 weeks. So, yeah, there's no doubt Bosa is leading. Bosa is the MVP leader that's leading the best defense.
When you do see a defense like this, Michael, from a schematic, a schematic standpoint, let's take the Commanders, for instance. We know they really want to run the football. Do you just try to do what you do typically and just try to do it to the best of your ability at a high level? Or are there coaches that say, all right, we got to try to switch some things up because this team is number one against the run. Let's try to throw the football, even though we're more of a running football team. What do you typically see when you go up against these defenses? Do you try to target whatever you believe their weakness to be, or do you just stick to your game plan and hope that you can execute?
Well, first of all, you got to stay with who you are. You know what I mean? You're a running team. You like to run the ball. You can't just capitulate that. I can't just say, okay, I know y'all the best at stopping the run, but that's all we do. We're going to capitulate that. We're going to give in to that. You got to come out and see. You got to come out and test it. You got to come out and make them respect you and make them see, hey, I'm willing to do this. And then, if you're the team that's running the football and trying to run the football then you have to bring up variations off that. You know what I mean? But you can't just say, I'm going to give up what I do. Norm Turner, offensive coordinator, would always say that when we got ready to play, we play Deion Sanders or Darryl Green or Rod Wilson or Aeneas Williams, all Hall of Famers, Champ Bailey. When they were playing me and following me around, Norm would say, there's no way I can let them take you out of the game, because they take more than you out of the game because you're part of our game. So if our whole team sees that we're not throwing you the ball, then that cripples us mentally and in our confidence. So he says we can't let that happen. And so if you run the ball and you win running the ball, you got to try. You can't let them cripple you out the gate. You got to say, I'm willing to try, and let's bank some leather.
Michael, with 2 weeks to go in the season, big debate around here is the 3 seed versus the 2 seed. Obviously, it's different now because there's no bye for the 2 seed anymore, like there used to be going back through the years. But the Niners, it sounds like they're going to go full bore and try and win these last 2. They got the Raiders and the Cardinals, who are obviously going in a different direction. But I wanted to ask you about the difference and take the Cowboys out of it, because we all saw what the Cowboys did up in Minnesota. But from your experience, winning a game in Minnesota is a lot different from Minnesota having to come to your crib, is it not? And should the Niners chase that home game if those two teams play each other?
Oh yeah. You talk, first of all, let me tell you something. What you guys are talking about, and regardless to whether the Niners are really going for that or not, they did the first thing right. They must make everybody believe this is what we're going. You can't lose 3 weeks. You know, you'll lose 3 weeks. You'll lose. Well, you'll certainly lose 2 weeks if you let it out that oh well, you know, we're really not worried about these games. We understand we got our seed and we're okay with that. Now you start getting a little low in practice, losing intensity in practice, because they become preseason games at the end of the year, and you don't want you want them to be preseason value, but you don't want preseason effort. You don't want preseason effort. You want everybody playing hard. Jimmy never told us, even though we would have a bye or we had to bye or whatever, Jimmy would never tell us that he's sitting us. He said everybody is playing. So I don't lose the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of practice. So that's why it's impossible for them to say right now that they're happy with where they are. And no, yeah, we're happy with our seeding. No, you got to say we're winning these last 2 games so you don't lose 2 weeks of good practice.
Playmaker, I wanted to switch gears just a little bit here. So, you know, they announced the Pro Bowl, everybody that's going to be in the Pro Bowl, and, you know, there are a lot of conversations, as always, about the snubs. And, you know, for whatever the Pro Bowl has been, we know it's flag football this year. A lot of people have kind of maybe undersold what the Pro Bowl is, but then you see videos from teams and players where they're crying and they're very excited. Can you talk about how important the Pro Bowl actually is, even if the game isn't that crazy?
That joke is real, buddy, because it pats you on the back and puts you in what we call the upper room. You know what I'm saying? It says, hey, I'm here. I can walk around. The great ones are the best guys in this league. As a peer, you know, as a peer, not a possibility, as a peer. And that's very important, man. I'll never forget my first one. I told you, this is the first time I met Jerry Rice over there, man. It's the first time I met Jerry Rice was at a Pro Bowl. I had just won Receiver of the Year. I've been chasing this joker forever. It's the first time I ever beat him in the number of yards and stuff. And I was standing out right there at Hilton Hawaiian Village. And I was standing there, and he came behind me and said, hey, Irv. I said, God, boy, there go Jesus in cleats calling me. I said, I heard him. I said, that make him call you one more time. Hey, Irv. I said, oh, what's up, bro? What's up? And then, you know what I mean? Because that happens at the Pro Bowl. You get that understanding. Dude, me and you, we're the same dudes. We're both Pro Bowlers. I don't care what they're doing over there. I don't care if they're playing marbles. When you get voted to the Pro Bowl, that matters.
Irv, we'll leave you on this note. Obviously, the 30 years ago, I'm thinking back to all the times the Niners and Cowboys played, and you guys played in the 3 years in a row in the championship game. Is there ever a moment, because we think about this, and it came up last year when they played, where you just think, man, because it's hard for people out here to think the Niners haven't won a Super Bowl since '95. I know you guys won the 2 before that, won the 1 after that. You ever just sit back and go in disbelief that those 2 franchises haven't won one, and as long as they haven't won one?
What do you mean? How long it is to take?
Yeah, just that they haven't won another one since. Either one of them.
I don't have to sit back and believe it. Every Monday, Stephen A. reminds. Are you joking? Every Monday he reminds. Man, you haven't won one in 30 years. Man, you haven't won one in 30 years. You haven't won one in 30 years. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna tell you something. All I ever say is I just want these guys to experience it one time. One time, I saw Jerry on the sideline of the game. I saw Jerry on the sideline of the game, and I said, "Wow," you know what I mean? He and I talked with him when he was with me in Dallas 2 weeks ago. We were talking about the same thing about those battles we had, how fun they were to have that kind of hoopla around our battles and everything. It was just it's great and it's incredible. And we were talking about how, man, some of these guys, I wish they could experience it.
Michael, thank you so much for the time. As always, we appreciate it. And the guys will be back next week, so we'll talk to you then.
Absolutely, my brothers. You guys stay well.
All right, you got it. Michael Irvin joining us here on 95.7 again. Good stuff.
That was great stuff.
That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of fun from Michael Irvin. And, yeah, man, I was thinking, gosh, it's been 30 years since those. I mean, I was a kid at that point, but watching those Niners-Cowboys in the championship game and 3 years in a row, and the Cowboys winning, and the Niners got over the top, and the Cowboys won again. And just you think back as you start to get older, like those were – like, yeah, great teams, but there were just Hall of Famers just everywhere.
Right. At multiple positions.
Just Hall of Famers everywhere at different levels all over the field. And, yeah, it is hard. I mean, obviously we know the dysfunction really in both franchises over the years. But, I mean, both franchises. I won't pick one or there. Maybe more the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Because they obviously haven't even gotten to a championship game since that 95 year.
Well, yeah, the closest they got was the catch the Des Bryant catch, right?
Yeah,
they
have not been to a championship game even. Yeah, they haven't even been a step away from the Super Bowl since I think the 95 year, because I think they got beat by Carolina in 96, the year Carolina went to the Super Bowl, lost to Brett Favre. But yeah, going in the way back machine to my childhood and watching all those great 49ers and Cowboys teams go at it. Man, the Cowboys were hated. Man, that group of the Cowboys were hated. I mean, Michael Irvin was probably public enemy number one for like 10-year-old.
And he loved it.
It was, he absolutely loved it. There's no doubt about it. Interesting the note from Michael about going hard to the end. And I think that's something where Kyle Shanahan, he said you don't turn off playing football. Right. And so the Niners are going to keep rolling. Because I do think that's a question that's going to come up, not this week, but you hit it, I think, earlier. Like, what happens with the final week, and do they rest people against Arizona? Do they want to manipulate who they're going to play? Do they want to chase the 2 seed? Like, all of these conversations are a little more intricate, I think, now because there's no bye. Like, if there's a bye, it'd be like, hell yeah, we're going for the bye.
Yeah, and you know what? The other thing about that, and I don't know because I'm not in an NFL locker room, I wonder if any of that matter. Everybody understands the skill players this, the skill players that, but there's probably also something to be said about, hey, they call football the ultimate team game. There is no one player that is more important than the other. Now, we know that's not necessarily true, but when you start talking about, hey, we're going to sit you, but play you, that could be, oh, okay, so you're okay. We're okay if I get hurt, but not if this person gets hurt. If the whole Purdy situation is, well, you're not going to play Purdy and not play Trent Williams, right? So there are connections that you're not necessarily going to break and say, all right, we're going to sit this guy and not sit that guy. So I think what's going to happen is, I would say, luckily for the Niners, I think they're going to technically have a chance throughout this whole time. So Kyle Shanahan is going to be able to say, hey, we had a chance, so I'm going to play my guys. If nothing is set in stone, all he has to say is, hey, we have the smallest chance, we're going to play. So if you're Kyle Shanahan, you probably hope that nothing is sewn up before the last week, so you don't have to deal with the, in a couple weeks, are they rusty in the playoffs? Or if somebody gets hurt, what are you doing? So
and that part of it, and you correct me if I'm wrong here. Maybe Sterling can correct me if I'm wrong as I say it in the moment, but I believe this to be true. The Niners are a game behind. I know that much. They're a game behind the Vikings.
Yes.
So if the Niners tie the Vikings, let's say this week, like let's say Green Bay wins and against the Vikings and the Niners win, well, they'd be tied. The Niners would go ahead, but the Niners would still need to win the last game to get
exactly.
the 2.
Because if the Vikings then win and they lose in Week 18, they would be gone.
If both teams win, then it obviously goes to Week 18. So there really isn't a scenario now unless the Vikings win and the Niners lose. Now,
Where
at
you
that
can't
point,
get past.
Yeah, and now if the Vikings were to win against Green Bay and the Niners lose to the Raiders, that's the one scenario where the Niners at that point would be locked into 3.
Yeah.
They'd be locked into 3. And then I think maybe you have a conversation about resting guys at that point once you're locked into 3. But most of the scenarios would lead down, or at least the most likely scenarios, I think, would lead toward a path of there will be something to play for in Week 18, whether it's you own the spot and you can win it, or you still have a shot based on if the Vikings at that point were to lose to the Bears. The game is in Chicago. So, I mean, the Niners lost in Chicago. So you never know. But
you never know.
But this week is more likely to be the tipping point, obviously, with Green Bay at Lambeau.
And you got me on. You probably got a couple people here on the Green Bay train, the Green Bay Express.
Yeah, people are. Well, nobody's coming down my road about.
No, I'm saying you might. You convinced me.
To worry about him.
To worry about him.
I mean, it's still Aaron Rodgers. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know there is the perception that he can't win the big one, kind of, but he did do it, and he did it as the last team in.
Maybe underdog Aaron is that guy.
All I'm saying is the one time they did it, that was a long time ago. I mean, it was 2010. I mean, I think Troy Smith was the starting quarterback for the 49ers the last time.
Wow.
When Aaron did get it done at the end of that season, at least. It was before Jim Harbaugh took over. It was the year before. Jim Tom Sula was the interim coach for one game that year that the Niners.
That's the last time Aaron got to the promised land.
That was the year that the Raiders won every divisional game and didn't make the playoffs or win the division. They won every divisional game and I think ended up 8-8.
That's a classic.
They were 6-0 in the division. They went 8-8. Only the Raiders.
Only
the Raiders. But yeah, that's
commitment to excellence.
I do think the Packers would be dangerous. We'll see. I mean, again, the Vikings could go into Lambeau and beat them.
See, I like
Lions could go into Lambeau and beat them.
I was going to say I like your Green Bay take, but I think you're underselling the kneecaps a little bit. I think you're underselling the Lions.
Well, they've got to win a couple of games,
right,
at this point, and I don't recall. I'm looking it up right now what their other game is. Oh, they play the Bears this week at home. So you would think that they would win at that point, which would get them to 8-8, and it would give them a shot. Like they would be 8-8 at that point, and I guess Green Bay would be 8-8 at that point if they win.
Yeah.
So then it would be a winner take all, depending upon what the Commanders do. They're also involved in it. All right, we'll come back. We'll wrap things up. The 95.7 The Game merch store is live. Renelle and Hercules, she got her DPOY sweatshirt today. You can get yours at 957thegameshop.com.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
At Right Way Garage Doors, we consider what we do inspired craftsmanship. Our design pros are artists, using wood, glass, and metal as their brushes, your home, their canvas, all inspired by your vision. Right Way Garage Doors has been delivering the highest quality work with the right value and the right customer experience for 42 years. Check out their end-of-year blowout sale. For a limited time, receive 15% off your garage door purchase, plus qualify for up to 24 months no-interest financing. Call 877-DOOR-808 or visit rwgaragedoors.com.
Life doesn't stop when the economy is uncertain. The market might not care you have a wedding to plan or a kid to put through school. And inflation doesn't know you've got a family to feed. But Bank of America does, and is here to help. With digital tools to help you save and local experts in the Bay Area, you can keep life moving forward the way you need it to. Bank of America. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at BofA.com/San Francisco. Bank of America N.A. member FDIC equal credit opportunity lender.
My friend and I are taking a trip to Mexico this year, but neither of us speak Spanish. So we downloaded Babbel and started learning Spanish fast.
Want to start getting conversational in another language in as little as 3 weeks? Babbel's quick 10-minute lessons were designed by language experts to be the most efficient and effective way to learn a new language.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's Pro Rewards members can earn bonus points on select products and brands like Power Pro, Weehaw, and Valspar. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, Lowe's e-gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms for details. Now through 1/8/23.
Hi, I'm your unused PTO. It's almost the end of the year, and if you don't put me on a timesheet, I will be gone forever. Use me or lose me. Let's get away.
It's getaway time. Get our best deals of the season on a new Hyundai. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Now get 0% APR, 0 payments for 90 days, and $500 bonus cash on select vehicles. Hurry to your local Hyundai dealer now during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offer ends 1/3/23. Call 1-562-314-4603 for complete offer details.
So I switched to Boost Mobile and got this free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone.
Why do you think they call it the Galaxy?
Maybe because the Samsung Galaxy A23 has a huge screen, and galaxies are huge gravitationally bound systems of stars rotating around a supermassive black hole.
And the phone is free?
When you switch to Boost Mobile.
Cool. You lost me at gravitationally bound.
Switch to Boost and get a free Samsung Galaxy A23 5G phone. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. Limited time offer while supplies last. New customers only. Excludes tax. One device offer per line. Only available on certain networks. 5G not available everywhere. Additional restrictions apply. See your local Boost Mobile store for details.
Are you ready? At Lowe's, it pays to be a pro. Now through January 6th, Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards members earn 1 bonus point for every $1 spent on qualifying purchases with a Lowe's Business Credit Account. Redeem bonus points for cool rewards for your business. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Subject to credit approval, Lowe's terms and exclusions. See Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points and Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms for details. U.S. only.
When cold symptoms keep you up, try Vicks NyQuil Severe for max strength nighttime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks NyQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Get some rest and feel better with Vicks NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, sore throat, stuffy nose, fever, best sleep with a cold. Medicine. Use as directed.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
All right, final segment. John Dickinson and Alan Stiles in for Damon and Ratto here on a Monday, 888-957-9570. A couple of text messages here on the Xfinity mobile text line. Great show today. Our thanks, as always, to Michael Irvin. Tremendous stuff. A couple of text messages, though, to clean up here. One I chuckled at. We'll get to that maybe later, maybe not. Throwaway probably at the end of the show. But the one I wanted to react to, 510, you can't seriously think these teams are threats to the 49ers. We were talking about it before the break, and we were kicking around a few teams. No, the one team that I don't know if they're a threat, but the one team, I'm not worried about the Giants if I'm the Niners. I'm not worried about Washington after seeing them, although I think they could have the potential if things go awry a little bit to have a closer game than expected. But I'm not worried about the Commanders. I'm not worried about the Lions. I'm on record. I think the Lions would be a blowout win. That would be the most confident game I would say. I think the Niners would blow the Lions out if they face them.
Okay.
Somehow if the Lions get in. The one team is the Packers. The one team that I would not want Aaron Rodgers coming in as a 7 seed, free shot, with a Packers team that at that point would have won, 4 in a row or 5 in a row at the end of the year? I think 4 in a row at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Like at that point, it's the 2 hot teams.
Right.
And we're talking still about a future Hall of Famer. We're talking about a Super Bowl champion, even though it's been a long time. And, I mentioned it earlier, the one time the Packers actually did go on a run and win it, they were the 6th seed at that point, which was the last team in, and they were able to upset Philly and then go to Atlanta as the 1 seed and win it. And then they ended up with the Bears in the NFC Championship game, who were banged up and down to their third-string quarterback at that point, Caleb Haney.
I remember that.
Remember him? And they still, it was a close game. They needed a defensive touchdown to win at Soldier Field, 21-14.
Mm-hmm.
And it was tied at 14. Packers got ahead early. It was tied at 14, and I think there was a defensive touchdown that was actually the difference in that game. So
yeah, but, Aaron, I guess, and the word threat could be defined in about 10 different ways.
They're the biggest threat.
Yes.
I'll put it that way and let you continue.
But that's not even to say that if you would bet against the Niners. We're just talking about the Niners got to play somebody. And out of those somebodies, if I had my choice, it would not be against the team with the best quarterback by far, which is Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers, who has this, his whole kind of, I'm just swaying in the wind type of mentality now. You give that guy zero expectations and you allow him to play with house money. I wouldn't bet against the Niners, but I wouldn't want to see the Packers. I mean, what they did this past season, all they did was lose Devontae Adams. So Aaron Rodgers has been kind of stuck in this weird spot all season long. He's starting to see, some of his young receivers come along here. It might be too little too late. It's very possible that it is too little too late. But if he does get in, look, this is essentially a version of what the Niners were last year. That hot team who's have the chips fall exactly where they need to. Make it on
the last day of the season.
And now they're the hot team, the dark horse. Nobody wants to face the dark horse.
No.
Now, how often does a dark horse actually win the whole thing? I don't think very often, but you still don't want to face them.
No. To me, that's just the one game where you wouldn't want to play them. And so I think that's just, again, they may not even get in. They need help at this point. They got to win their final 2 and then have either the Giants lose a couple or Washington lose one of their last 2. Now, Washington, I looked this up the other day. Washington plays the Browns. Washington plays the Browns and the Cowboys at the end of the year. And the Giants play the Eagles. I can't remember who the Giants play this week, but they play.
The Giants have the Colts on Sunday.
So the Giants have the Colts, and then so that should get them in at that point. That should get the Giants in with that win, and then we'll see what happens because that would get them to 9-6, and that would be ahead of. They have the tie, which actually helps them because a tie is better than a loss.
Right.
So at that point, they would get in, and then it would come down to, does Washington lose at home to the Browns? And then they play Dallas, but Dallas, in all likelihood, they could be locked into the 5 seed.
Right.
And know they're going likely to Tampa. And then, who knows? Maybe the Cowboys shut it down for that game to try and be ready for what would have to be, in all likelihood, 3 road playoff games if they're going to make the Super Bowl. So there is a scenario where it could be any of those teams. And look, maybe Washington just wins the last 2 and they take it, and they're the 7 and the Giants are the 6 and the Niners play the Giants.
Yeah, and in that situation, I mean, the Niners are going to be favored in any of these games. We were talking with Michael Irvin about how, as a Cowboys fan, who are you the most worried about in the NFC? And it's the Niners because the Niners will bang you up. I mean, they are a physical team, so I don't think very many teams can match their physicality. That's why the Niners are in the position they are now, and that's why sometimes they tend to be more injured than other teams as well. So ultimately, we're picking the Niners over any of these teams, but out of these teams, no, I don't want to. Is that so crazy? No, I'd rather not face a team with the Hall of Fame quarterback.
510, different 510. What if the unthinkable happens and Brock has to not play a couple of games? Do you go with Josh Johnson or do you go with Jacob Eason? At that point, you might go with Kyle Juszczyk.
Right.
But it does raise the question, and this was the hypothetical that I didn't hit you with earlier. What if, because you had said, what if Jimmy's healthy? And he's able to come back and play. Is it Brock or is it Jimmy? And I think right now it's Brock. But that's not to say that Jimmy Garoppolo wouldn't make, again, a hell of a backup quarterback if he's healthy enough. And I think we could see a scenario. I think this is a scenario the 49ers would love. I'm not going full bore into what I mentioned off the air. I'll bring it on the air, though. But this for the next couple say, you'd love to have Garoppolo as a backup along those lines. Like, let's say Garoppolo could be the backup in the championship game in the Super Bowl. Like, he's maybe 70%, but could get in there, get out there in an emergency. Right. At that point, like, there is a value in that compared to Josh Johnson and Jacob Eason at this point. I mean, Josh Johnson would be my pick. I mean, he's the backup now, and he's started games. It was a long time ago but he was a starter in the league for a couple years. Yeah. At least 1 year. And had some success, if memory serves.
Yeah, ultimately, look, this soap opera, there's lines to everything. And if something does happen to Brock Purdy and Jimmy G isn't available, at that point, it just might not be your year, which would be unfortunate because everything else is in place, the defense, the weapons, but there's only so far you can go. I mean, what we're doing now, or what the Niners are doing now, is incredible. But if this happens again, a couple games away from the playoffs, it would just be an unfortunate sequence of events, and I don't think any team should be expected to overcome that.
Could you imagine if Garoppolo is available to be the backup and Purdy gets hurt in the NFC Championship game and Garoppolo has to come in and leads him to the Super Bowl in that final game and has to start the Super Bowl? That was the one I mentioned to you off the air. That would be pretty incredible. To go from Trey to Jimmy to Brock and then have to go back to Jimmy for the in the championship game. Again, it'd be a nice problem to have at that point.
But here's the thing.
If Purdy couldn't go.
But that's the question, right? Let's say Purdy gets hurt and we're just in a different dimension at this point. But if Purdy gets hurt in the NFC Championship, but it wasn't a ridiculously bad injury, you get a couple weeks before the Super Bowl.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Jimmy wins it. Let's say Purdy gets hurt early, so Jimmy essentially plays that game, but they're both available for the Super Bowl.
I think it would be Brock. At this point, it would be Brock. Subject to change if Purdy has some bad games, but no, I think it would be Brock.
Yeah.
It would be, again, along the lines of when Tom Brady took over for Drew Bledsoe. Brady got hurt in that AFC Championship game. Mm-hmm. Bledsoe went in through a touchdown pass, and then I think Brady ended up coming back into the game at that point. Obviously, Brady went on to start the Super Bowl and was fine in the Super Bowl. They won the Super Bowl against the Rams. So, but they had to go back to the guy that Brady took the job from, and he actually helped them. I mean, that's kind of in line with what's happened with the 49ers a little bit this season.
There was like Tua and when that happened with Tua and Jalen Hurts in Alabama.
Yeah,
like
right.
That, yeah.
Yes, that's right. What, Tua got hurt and Hurts came in, or did
Tua replace Hurts? I don't even know if Hurts got hurt. I think he might have just got replaced.
Tua got, exactly, but then Hurts took
came
over
back
because of
when
injury.
Tua got hurt. Right. Yeah, and it was either the SEC, it might have been the playoff game.
I think it was the semifinal.
Yeah. So it happens.
Another text message I wanted to get to here, and I lost it. What was it? It was JD, the 510. JD, do you think the Kings are the frauds of the NBA? No, I don't, actually. I think they're having a nice season.
No, I mean,
I don't think they're frauds.
Frauds would be if